He is also someone who has jumped off the board. Is he another hand of the heavenly Tao? He reflected on his words. But who can contend with the heavenly Tao? He wondered. Immediately after, he stretched out his finger and conjured a sheet of pitch-black paper. Then he spoke. Xuanji, I want you to approach him. Understand him, get close to him no matter the cost. No sooner had he finished speaking, the paper transformed into a paper crane and flew away. Meanwhile he thought, I must find out who you really are. At this moment Lu Chuan was enjoying a shoulder massage given by Luobing. He said comfortably, your shoulder massage technique is as pleasant as ever. Beside him, Xiao Qiu was savoring roasted fish with gusto, happily saying, it smells amazing, crunch crunch crunch. Luobing immediately felt her face flush red upon hearing the praise, and she said, as long as young master likes it. She secretly thought to herself, if I could I would be willing to massage the young master forever. Suddenly her gaze shifted to his waist. Her cheeks turned slightly red because of this. Some inappropriate thoughts quietly surfaced in her mind. I learned this when I was young, but massaging the shoulders is just the start. Afterward I should gently move my fingers downward and then. But then she offered an awkward smile, thinking, everyone doesn't like hearing this. So I won't say it. In the 4 prefectures of the world, the 4 sword sect masters are distributed across the 4 prefectures, ensuring that each prefecture has a suitable novice village. He was currently deep in thought, and Qinzhou has 3 novice villages. Flying Bird City is one of them. The remaining time is no longer enough for him to travel to the other 2 places. He can only go to 1 more novice village at most. He thought silently, it seems I can only go there. That is Cat City. Cat City. One of the 3 major novice villages in Qinzhou. This city was once protected by a great cat demon, therefore humans and cats coexist very harmoniously. It is a paradise for cat cuddlers. However, the tails of the cats here must not be touched. The consequence will be an intimate encounter with a cat's claws. But the reason for choosing Cat City is, it's definitely not because I like cuddling cats. He smiled and thought to himself, there's a boss monster in that spot. And this boss monster marks the beginning of the plot. The main questline for Qinzhou. He sat down cross-legged. He turned to the little girl gnawing on a fishbone and asked, Xiaoqiu, want to try some real combat? With Master Uncle Sect Leader. Xiaoqiu asked, isn't it a monster? Brother Zhao replied, making the little girl excitedly ask, can I also get monster drops? Outside Meow City. Ha. If only I could smell it, that would be great. A person said while watching the screen with relish. At this moment on that person's screen, the system displayed a line of text. Quest skeletal hunt is about to fail. Please complete the quest as soon as possible. Seeing this, the person frantically shouted and finished. The quest has been repeating for over 200 times. I almost forgot I was still doing the quest. The person stood up holding their axe and declared, Meow City skeletal monsters, here I come. Said Sun Chuchuo. The monsters outside Meow City are not cats, but skeletal monsters. In the Meow City wilderness area. As Sun Chuchuo approached, people were already gathered in front of her. Why are you all here instead of grinding monsters? She asked. Abbas, hurry over, we have leftovers today. A man with light brown hair said while wearing his hair in a high bun. This immediately made her furious. You are the abbess. I am the bald maiden. After giving him a few swollen lumps on his head and face, Chuchuo stepped forward to investigate. Seeing the spectacle before her, something rarely seen in 100 years, she opened her mouth and confusedly asked, what is going on here? What's the situation? Don't these skeletons attack people? Why are they dancing so happily? Abbess, I haven't been to a bar in a long time. May I invite you to dance? The guy who had just been beaten black and blue spoke again using sweet talk. Sun Chuchuo asked. She asked, yet I was merely teasing. Looking angrily at that person, whose face she had beaten until it was bruised purple and swollen. Who wants to dance with these skeletons? She asked. Do you want to dance with these skeletons too? Keep up the dance battle. Keep dancing. The crowd gathered around the dancing skeletons, saying happily, causing her to clasp her head helplessly, leaving her holding her head in frustration, feeling powerless. This group is hopeless. At this moment, cracks suddenly appeared in the ground. Someone else noticed it too, uttering an "Hmm." The ground is shaking, what's going on? They asked, confused. Looking at the light shining from the cracks. Something is about to emerge from the ground. Is it a boss monster? They asked, looking at the mound layered with skulls. No way, judging by the look of it, it seems like it's really here. Seriously, it really looks like it's coming given this situation. Seeing that the situation was bad, Sun Chuchuo immediately grabbed her axe and charged over, while shouting loudly. She had just shouted out loud, "Don't just stand there idly. Are you waiting for the boss monster to transform?" Hearing her say that, those people also grabbed their weapons and charged, continuously shouting, "Charge, let's get a fight in before it bursts out of the ground. Let's go, let's fight it before it emerges from the earth." Right. I almost forgot. If things get too tough, we need to clear out all the small monsters. The surrounding ones, otherwise they'll be hard to deal with later. Charge, dance on my grave. First, Sun Chuchuo swung her axe and struck a skeleton's head. At the same time, a hand stretched out from the mound piled high with skeletons. Then a pair of eyes belonging to that creature opened wide again, as it became surrounded by a plume of purple smoke. Quickly, a terrifying eye-catching entity appeared before the crowd. It resembled a blood-red and terrifying eye. It was a level 5 boss-grade zombie. Lethal danger level. Upon seeing it, those people panicked. At this moment they exclaimed, "Quick, check the system analysis. Note that none of the characters are in the chi cultivation stage. The highest level is 3. After reading it, they immediately shouted in panic, "It's a boss. It's a level 5 boss. The stats of this boss monster are too strong." It was somewhat difficult to speak out. Just as they landed, a figure leaped out from the mound piled high with skeletons, appearing suddenly, causing them to exclaim, "Oh my god, the guy that appeared is actually kind of handsome." One person said because the zombie had appeared. Another person couldn't help but tell him, "What good is handsome? Hurry up and charge, do it again. Don't worry about it too much, forget it. Just cut it down first." The person who had just been provoked charged belligerently at the zombie from behind. Just as his blade was about to touch its neck, it suddenly turned around and violently swung its fist, smashing towards him, and his head instantly disappeared. "Too strong," someone exclaimed. "Is this 5-star level?" They cried out in alarm, breaking out in cold sweat from fear. Just at that moment, the zombie was already hovering midair and letting out a great roar. Then it rushed to one side at light speed. Suddenly something else slammed into the ground, letting out a tremendous noise. "What is that? What was it that just dropped down?" someone asked. Another person replied, "I couldn't see clearly, it looked really small." That was quite fierce. There aren't 2 bosses, are there? The tiny fist had smashed a small dent into the ground. Haha, the figure of Xiaoqiu gradually became visible. "Lolita, it's Lolita," someone shouted. "Oh my god, she's so cute," they exclaimed in admiration. "God, if I had such a cute daughter. Even if she was someone else's child, I would willingly raise her." At the same time, another fellow shouted, snapping the group back to reality. "Wake up, snap out of it. You are unworthy of raising this child. I've seen this child on the forums." "Sun Zhuazhua," said with shining eyes Xiaoqiu. She exclaimed. Xiaoqiu is a disciple of Mo Min. Up in the sky, Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing stood there looking down. Luo Bing said worriedly, "Young master, can junior sister handle it? She is currently only at the 6th heaven of the initial realm." Chaoga replied softly, "Don't worry." At this moment Xiaoqiu stood opposite the zombie, a sneer of disdain playing on her lips, and casually pulled a sword from the bracelet on her hand. In the blink of an eye, the zombie rushed toward the little girl again. But in just a few brief moments, its surroundings were filled with signs of slashes. Then when Xiaoqiu sheathed her sword, the zombie immediately fell to the ground. They watched as it changed again. Its outer skin immediately melted away, leaving behind a hideous white skeleton, and then it began to roar. "Its various attributes are improving," Sun Zhuozhua said in horror. But the person next to her shouted loudly, "Nothing bad will happen to this Lolita, right? You bastard, how dare you rush over and try to hack at me?" Hearing this, Xiaoqiu again curled her lip in disdain and snorted. A light was already emerging around her body. "I didn't expect this little girl to level up too." Everyone discussed it again after seeing the light. What was even more terrifying was the emperor-like look of disdain that suddenly appeared on this Lolita's face. "Once I join Mo Min, I want to be like her too." The zombie opened its mouth wide and charged over again. The little girl also raised the tip of her sword. She slightly narrowed her eyes, recalling Lu Dongli's words. Xiaoqiu, you must master this set of sword techniques well. This was passed down by martial uncle master and it is called Autumn Cicada. Immediately afterward, the little girl opened her eyes and pointed her sword at her opponent. A powerful aura also emanated from her body. Everyone watched intently, discussing loudly. Look quickly, what is that? Is it a heavenly elixir? It's so beautiful. No, that's not a heavenly elixir. The delicate and cute Xiaoqiu actually unleashed such a powerful move. Blue butterflies continuously flew out. It suddenly opened its eyes wide, watching the butterflies rush toward it. The sharp butterflies pierced into its body. It shrieked loudly, painfully and fiercely. Xiaoqiu was able to defeat it so easily. It's nothing special. The crowd watching nearby saw that Xiaoqiu had already won. Suddenly cried out excitedly. This Lolita is a bit arrogant and short-tempered. Just now she asked, aren't you studying properly? Instead of learning your ABCs you learn to be arrogant. So what if she's arrogant? Is arrogance illegal? Which law states that arrogance is a crime? I love it, I love this Lolita. Suddenly right before her eyes, something was glittering, attracting Xiaoqiu's attention. She walked closer, picked it up and examined it carefully. What is this thing? Suddenly Lu Chaoga appeared from seemingly nowhere. Leaned over and glanced at it. This opportunity is indeed remarkable. He looked at the stone in her hand and thought. In the previous life when players attacked this boss, no items were dropped. This item is an artifact, and it is key to the main plot of the Tianxian realm. Carrying Luo Bing, he stood on the leaf and slowly flew over. He asked softly, have you finished playing? When the surrounding crowd saw him appear, they were immediately surprised. Lu Chaoga really did kill the boss here. But he called it playing. Is this what true confidence looks like? Xiaoqiu laughed happily, reaching out as if she wanted to embrace him, and replied with a smile, Xiaoqiu is done playing. He looked at her and said gently, then let's go back. Then he raised his hand and waved it in a circle. A blue light flashed. The spell lifted Xiaoqiu, gently carrying her away from the ground. The crowd below, seeing this scene, kept exclaiming and reveling in the transcendent beauty of the sight. So cool. Is this the method of an immortal? That's so effortless. Xiaoqiu excitedly said, let's go. The leaf changed direction. The three slowly flew up and left the area. After the trio flew away, the crowd continued to gaze at their departing figures, discussing them enthusiastically. Standing on the leaf, Xiaoqiu obediently handed the stone she had just picked up to Lu Chaoga to see. Master Uncle, this was found near the corpse of that monster. This thing is a soul jade fragment, a special item. If you can collect 3 fragments, you will gain a small amount of hidden information. He took the fragment, glanced at it and said, it is indeed a soul jade fragment. But he thought inwardly, it's useless until 3 fragments are collected. Suddenly a golden system panel appeared before his eyes. You have found an important item. Do you want to initiate the main questline for Qingzhou? And there were 2 options, yes or no. Lu Chaoga looked at the text and fell into contemplation. Since I can start it early, he decisively chose yes. Instantly a dazzling light appeared and began to alter the space. The system also recorded everything. Qingzhou main questline initiated. A new task has begun. World quest, Underworld King wields the sword. System analysis. Current progress is 67. Lu Chaoga frowned and muttered to himself, the main quest hasn't even begun properly. How is it already 67 complete? He lowered his head, stroked his chin with his hand and pondered for a long time. This development is wrong. Although the Tianxian realms main questlines for the 4 continents are different, they all lead to the same destination. He recalled that previously, when the system panel displayed the completion rate of the Qingzhou main quest, it was only 786. Back then the Qingzhou main questline had the lowest completion rate among the 4 continents. He looked up at the panel. Compared to now, this doesn't make sense. A continent that once had the lowest main quest progress is already 67 complete before the open beta even starts. This is illogical. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized something. Wait. The only difference between Qingzhou and before is the addition of me. Lu Chaoga seemed to understand the issue and displayed a knowing smile. In that case, this makes perfect sense. With a supporter like me helping you all. The people of Qingzhou are truly blessed. His eyes were filled with coldness. In his previous life, although I was a disciple of Chuanqiu Mountain in Beizhou, I still had some understanding of King Jismane. Storyline. He visualized that sword. The sword of the Underworld King in his mind. And then confirmed. The sword of the Underworld King is not a single sword. But people. The entire sky was stained with a layer of terrible red. There was not just one person before his eyes, but many. These people were supposed to be dead. Yet they came back to life. They are like swords in the hands of the Underworld King. Weapons used by the Underworld King to destroy all life. Then he thought of another person, frowning deeply lost in thought. Hiding, who was said to possess deep demonic roots. Could he be one of the swords of the Underworld King? Lu Chaoga remained immersed in his thoughts. His mind a jumbled mess, calculating the implications of the sword of the Underworld King. Only those who have died and been resurrected are the swords of the Underworld King. Hiding is standing there fully alive, without a trace of death or negative energy on him. God knows what that damned old man divined for him. Maybe it was just nonsense. Lu Chaoga recalled his appearance and behavior during the journey over the past few days, and analyzed them carefully. But if hiding truly is one of the swords of the Underworld King, what should I do? All who have died and returned are swords of the Underworld King. So he needs to die first. Lu Chaoga clasped his hands behind his back, appearing profound and solemn. His gaze was fixed intently in one direction, never shifting. His eyes were ice-cold, matching the thoughts in his heart. Finally he made up his mind. But as for this Venerable One's disciple, this Venerable One will protect him personally. I'd like to see who dares to kill him. Who can kill him? Without hesitation, he stood on the leaf, and then sped off in the direction of the sun. Night fell, and in that dim space, on the final day of the internal assessment, in a small area, a group of people gathered shouting, raising their hands to pledge, full of determination. One person stepped forward and said, "Fellow disciples, farewell. We shall meet again at the public assessment." Hearing these words, they shouted in unison, "See you at the public assessment." Among the crowd, Lin Ali was also present. She crossed her arms and sighed a few times, looking tired and irritable. To be honest, the internal assessment is over. Yet I couldn't even meet Lu Chaoga once. I'm really not reconciled to that. Another person in the crowd recognized her, walked closer and teased Ali, our extremely popular female streamer. Has she fallen for him? If this rumor gets out, how many young men will weep? She sighed helplessly, thinking, yes, I have fallen for him. But what does that have to do with you? Lu Chaoga, even if you are not a real person, I still want to test myself against you. Just then a notification suddenly popped up on the system panel. The surrounding space became blurred because of it. It read, internal assessment has ended. All players are being forced offline. After the notification finished, the system immediately disappeared, returning to the original silent night sky. Tonight's moonlight is truly beautiful and full. The moonlight illuminated every corner of the sky. Deep in the night, Lu Chaoga's flying leaf suddenly swept past here. He was still engrossed in the system space, looking at the notifications with a satisfied smile. Interesting, truly interesting. Now the entire forum is filled with legends about Xiaoqiu. There's even a collection of Xiaoqiu reaction memes. Xiaoqiu, sitting behind him, lifted his head curiously and asked, "Martial Uncle Head, what are stickers?" Lu Chaoga turned around and affectionately patted Xiaoqiu's head. Then he explained, "It's a type of thing that makes people want to use it immediately upon seeing it." Cute Xiaoqiu scratched his head in confusion and guessed, "Is it like my little wooden sword?" However, his happiness didn't last long. He got so angry he couldn't help but curse. What kind of person is this? He read everyone's comments. Someone actually criticized and misunderstood him. It made him furious. His face was gloomy. He couldn't accept it. How dare they write that this master is homosexual? Don't let this master run into you, you scoundrel. Ling Bing was standing on the leaf. She looked into the distance and, noticing something unusual, she spoke to him. "Young master, look, there are strangers near the mountain gate." Lu Chaoga was startled by the comment, uttering "Aha!" He immediately stood up to observe. Down below, indeed, a person was standing in the center of the courtyard. That person was Xianji. It seems she was also waiting for Lu Chaoga. She lifted her eyes. Lu Chaoga and two others were standing on a leaf, slowly flying toward her. Lu Chaoga stood there majestically. Coupled with the moonlight behind him, it further highlighted his extraordinarily handsome demeanor. This sight alone was enough to make Xianji's heart race incessantly. Her cheeks gradually flushed and her heart was intoxicated and excited. My 3 days of waiting here were not wasted. There really is a man in this world who possesses such a handsome and brilliant presence. He looked down from above. Xianji, one of the 12 Tower Masters of the Tianji Pagoda. She is the 103rd ranked female NPC character, and the most beloved by players. After saying this, he frowned slightly and thought. The main reason was her extremely chaotic conduct. He knew that her private life was promiscuous, having had affairs with numerous men, even among the player community. She was given a specific nickname, the most flirtatious woman in the Xianxian realm. In the rankings, if ranked by the number of lovers, she would definitely be ranked number 1. She could wait no longer. She immediately flew forward actively to greet him. Sect Master Lu Xianji has been waiting here for a long time. Lu Chaoga remained silent. His gaze swept over her from top to bottom. Then he assessed inwardly. Although this person's strength is not high, the Tianji Pagoda is not a cultivation sect but an intelligence organization. This woman with her full lips can take lives just by being eloquent and charming. He pondered for a long time and finally, he spoke. One of the 12 Tower Masters of the Tianji Pagoda has personally come here to wait for this master. What is your purpose? This was just an ordinary question, yet it made her utterly captivated. The brilliant light shines upon him. How can anyone resist? He's so handsome. If only I could go to Wushan with him. How wonderful that would be. Xianji quickly shook her head, suppressing her personal affection. She extinguished those thoughts in her mind. No, I came here for serious business this time. She reached out, handed something to him and said, I was ordered by the pavilion master to establish ties with the sect master of Momen. I have specially presented a Tianji jade pendant. Having said that, she pondered. She confidently calculated her plan in her heart. As long as the relationship is established successfully, and we interact often, I won't worry that he won't be attracted by my charm. Lu Chaoga looked at the jade pendant in her hand. He then mused that the Tianji jade pendant was probably like a VIP card, allowing access to various kinds of information. Information from the Tianji Pagoda is indeed useful. He calmly murmured, I appreciate the thought. Xianji froze, staring at him blankly with wide eyes. Her face was filled with confusion. Lu Chaoga walked straight past Xianji and said, If there's nothing else, feel free to leave. His actions caused Luo Bing, standing beside him, to be speechless as well. Meanwhile, Xianji stood frozen in place. Her face was full of embarrassment. Not only was the mission incomplete, and the plan she just formulated failed, she furrowed her brow, feeling angry. She never expected him to act this way. She opened her mouth to question him, her tone carrying blame toward Sect Master Lu. I came here bringing the sincerity of the Tianji Tower. Why is Sect Master Lu treating me this way? Lu Chaoga found it irritating, and he sneered in response. Bringing sincerity again. Your sincerity is simply too small. Are you looking down on others? Hearing these demeaning words, she was furious, almost going mad. The more he spoke, the more humiliated she felt. How arrogant he is, despising the Tianji Tower. He looked at the system panel and revealed a satisfied smile. What is a bit of information from the Tianji Tower worth? I can collect much more on the forums. In fact, I only need to give one insignificant task, and players like Lin Huaqian will rush to spend money to find information for me. Why would I need the Tianji Tower? He turned his gaze behind him, watching her enraged appearance, but felt no remorse whatsoever. Therefore the Tianji Tower is not fit to be a shareholder of my Momen, and you, Xianji, with all your charm, are also unfit to be my shareholder. Xianji's face darkened and she thought, how can this guy be so reckless? It's just an affiliated sect ranked at the bottom of the 100 gates. Yet he dares to be so audacious. She suddenly realized. Unless this kid has a powerful cultivator in the Gen Zone, who values him. Xianji spoke up. Sect Master Lu, are you perhaps looking down on the Tianji Tower? She said, frowning. The information my Tianji Tower holds is far more complex than simple intelligence. She thought inwardly, if that's the case, if I can stabilize him, it will only be more beneficial for the Tianji Tower. Chaoga let out a cold laugh and replied, "Is that so? But you seem to be looking down on my Momin." The corner of his mouth lifted slightly and he said playfully, "The Tianji Tower has a vast network covering the earth and sky. It seems my Momin is too insignificant, becoming a fish that slipped through the net. We're done talking here, Tower Master Xianji, please leave." She clenched her teeth and cursed bitterly in her heart, "Are all my subordinates useless trash? I need to immediately investigate everything about the Momin." Then she stood up and said loudly, "I need to immediately investigate everything about the Momin." She glanced back at him, Lu Chaoga of the Momin. "I will be back." Having finished speaking, she soared into the air and flew away from the ground. Xiao Qiu asked curiously, "Sect Master Uncle, is that Tianji Tower thing very powerful?" He just answered slowly, "They're decent enough." Lu Chaoga continued to explain. Among the 300 sects affiliated with the Jianzong, the highest-ranking sects among the 100 gates are 3 rank sects, and the strength of the Tianji Tower is exactly equivalent to a 3 rank sect. Xiao Qiu said innocently, "A 3 rank sect? Our Momin is 9th rank and 9 is bigger than 3. The little girl smiled like a flower and said, "Doesn't that mean our Momin is much more powerful than them?" Her nose tilted up proudly and she laughed heartily. "So it turns out they are a sect weaker than us." Lu Chaoga felt helpless. This little girl certainly inherited his true essence. Luo Bing spoke up to remind him, "Young master, Senior Xianji just now. I don't think she is simple." He asked doubtfully, "What aspect are you referring to?" She whispered, "Her personal conduct." Lu Chaoga asked again, "How can you tell?" Luo Bing immediately replied, "Woman's intuition." He pointed at her forehead and said with a smile, "Your intuition is very accurate, but you are just a young girl after all." Lu Chaoga turned and walked into the house saying, "Let's go. Go report to your master that we've returned." Luo Bing stood rooted to the spot, dazed, her cheeks flushed, and stammered, "Just now young master was teasing me." Luo Bing covered her face and smiled infatuatedly. Undeniable affection was clearly showing on her face. As she followed him, she thought, "When I was 11, when the young master purchased me for 10,000 taels of gold, I was already considered his woman. I am the young master's woman." Xiaoqiu, still young, scratched his head and asked confusedly, "What is second senior sister so happy about? Did she smell something delicious?" As soon as the door opened, a voice immediately rang out from inside. "Brother, you're back?" Dongli asked with concern. Brother, climbing down the mountain must have been tiring this time, right? He sat down across from her and asked gently, "Have you been waiting long for me?" Dongli laughed and replied, "Not long, not long." She thought to herself, "Ever since the moment you returned to the sect gate, I sensed brother's presence. No matter what happened, or who appeared, after brother returned to the sect, the first thing he did was still come to see me." As she thought this, a joyful expression appeared on her face. "No one can compare with the position I hold in brother's heart. Not even senior sister Jiang." Dongli suddenly seemed to notice something unusual. She turned to look at Xiaoqiu, who was drinking tea, and praised, "Not bad, not bad. You've broken through a realm." Xiaoqiu imitated Elder Master Cheage's tone and said, "For people like us. For people like us. This is just standard procedure." Dongli poked Xiaoqiu's forehead and said, "I see your tail is practically wagging up to the heavens." She looked at Chaoga with interest and asked, "Brother, won't you tell me what you experienced while descending the mountain?" He picked up his teacup, smiled, and replied, "Oh right. Something important really did happen this time." He then said lightly, "This venerable one went down the mountain this time and recruited 30 servitor disciples for the Momin sect." Dongli stood up in shock, slamming the table, and demanded, "What 30 servitor disciples? Where are we going to get the resources to support so many people? Brother, are we going to survive this?" "Brother," this Chaoga said while sipping his tea, "of course we'll continue to live. These 30 servitor disciples neither require cultivation resources, nor do they need to eat. They are completely tool people." Dongli repeated, confused, "Tool people? Servitor disciples don't need to eat or need resources. She asked, "Are there really people like that?" He merely said calmly, "Not only do they exist, but there will be more and more of them." Lu Chaoga took a sip of tea thinking, these foolish players not only don't need resources, but they are also clamoring to complete tasks. Maybe I can even get them to accumulate resources for our sect. After all, they don't care about money, only whether they are having fun playing the game. This Dongli said dejectedly. But 30 servitor disciples. Simply teaching them will consume a lot of energy. Hearing this, he gently placed his teacup on the table and replied, "No teaching is necessary. Just let them carry water, chop wood, pick fruit, and wash dishes. That will be enough for their cultivation." Dongli's eyes lit up. Washing dishes works too. At this moment in King Longquan at the Tianji Tower branch. As soon as Xuanji returned, she waved her hand and commanded, "Everyone in the Tianji Tower, get out here." The supervisor stammered worriedly. Your Excellency Xuanji, why have you summoned us?" she shouted angrily. "All of you go investigate the Momin sect for me. Check thoroughly and don't miss a single piece of information. Report everything back to me. If any news is leaked, you will not be spared." The people below replied in unison, trembling with fear. "As you command." Watching them retreat, Xuanji thought angrily, "I'd like to see what kind of powerful backing your Momin sect truly has." Not long after, someone came in to report, "Your Excellency Xuanji, the information you requested about the Momin sect is all here. In our Tianji Tower. There really isn't much data regarding the Momin sect." She opened it and looked. Chen Xiao, a true successor disciple of the Jianzong hailing from Momen. She thought to herself, this Chen Xiao is merely among those disciples the worst true successor disciple of the Jianzong. Nothing to worry about. But the more Xianji looked, the more surprised she became. Li Nanwei, the daughter of the Sword Venerable, had actually stayed at Momen. For a few days she thought to herself again, Lu Chaoga and she have a connection. Could it be that the two of them? In Xianji's mind, inappropriate images suddenly appeared. If they have that kind of relationship, then this Lu Chaoga is practically half the Sword Venerable's son-in-law. She was shaking with anger. Doesn't that mean I have no chance? Could it be that Li Nanwei has already succeeded? If I still try to compete, then not even the Tenji Ta can protect me. The supervisor nearby glanced over confused and asked, "What's wrong? Why is Lady Xianji suddenly in so much distress?" He couldn't help but ask, "Lady Xianji, why are you in such pain?" Vexed, she immediately waved her hand. "What business is it of yours? Get up." The supervisor immediately knelt down in fright and responded quickly, Yes, this subordinate shall retire immediately." Xianji calmed down and reconsidered. However, given the status of the Sword Venerable's daughter, she probably wouldn't get involved with Lu Chaoga so easily. Perhaps this is just a friendly connection. Once she realized this, joy appeared on her face. If that's the case, I still have a chance. She seemed to have found another astonishing piece of information. How is this possible? What is this? Her temper flared up again and she tossed the documents aside. How is this kid connected to the deacon Jiang Xinyan of Chuanqiushan? Why would figures of this stature associate with Lu? Why would these people of such status appear together? Chaoga to receive blessings at the 10,000-year peach tree. She looked at Jiang Xinyan's portrait and said through gritted teeth. Xianji gritted her teeth and thought, guessing, could it be that this celestial-like Deacon Zhang has already become Lu Chaoga's cultivation partner? She insisted on re-examining the documents. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Is there anything else I missed? She seemed to have discovered something else and stammered. This above is the portrait of a Jianzong elder. Ning Ying. Xianji was stunned and said, I should have known this earlier. It felt as if she had lost all strength in her hands. She unconsciously dropped the document booklet onto the floor. This kid's cultivation artifact is actually Ning Ying's artifact. The Jianzong's only artifact forging grandmaster. Ning Ying, a powerhouse. Ning Ying, elder of the Jianzong. Sixth realm of great cultivation. Looking across the entire Tianqian realm, she can be considered a strong figure of this generation. And she, as a great cultivator, is famous throughout the world for her artifact forging. She is the Jianzong of the Tianqian realms. Rare artifact forging grandmaster. Most grades of sword blanks originate from her hands. Xianji trembled with anger. And judging by the intelligence from the Tianji Ta, this artifact forging grandmaster currently doesn't even have a single disciple. So if she truly treats Lu Chaoga like a nephew, she stammered that small Mo men sect actually involves so many important figures. Xian Ji instantly changed her attitude towards this ninth rank sect. Xian Ji covered her head and yelled, stating her frustration. Why is this Lu Chaoga so troublesome? Meanwhile, a dancing foam of Mo men. Just as Xian Ji was feeling distressed and headache-ridden, Lu Chaoga was extremely busy. His voice echoed through the mountain. Are you ready? Followed by Dong Li's reply. Brother, I am ready. We can start now. Good, then let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chaoga began channeling his energy. Dong Li repeated the motions, fully focused. The two combined their efforts to activate the formation. Golden light shot straight up into the sky. The 4 restriction formations began to unfold. Lu Chaoga praised silently with satisfaction. Little Li's talent in formation arrays is truly exceptional. Very well, this restriction formation has been successfully created. These past 2 days, I was just simply running errands for that girl, and I didn't expect it to actually be completed. He immediately spoke, encouraging her. My sister is truly amazing. But why set up this formation? Mainly to distinguish players. The corners of his mouth lifted high and he said. He pondered in his heart. Because the current atmosphere of Momin isn't like a sect. It's more like a family. Lu Chaoga thought. In the future, Momin will definitely have a large number of outer disciples joining. By then, perhaps everyone's relationships will become more subtle. And to prevent this from happening, I need to separate those tool-like players outside of Momin. He pondered and calculated. There's another benefit to doing this. Lu Chaoga imagined it. The excited voices of those disciples echoed in his mind, mixed with their excitement. I wonder when he'll be able to become an inner disciple of Momin. How exciting, Lu Chaoga thought silently. Those experimental players, on the contrary, would therefore feel that Momin's glory had become even greater. At this moment, Dong Li's face was covered in sweat. She gasped for breath, thinking, can this restrictive formation make my Momin safe enough? No matter what, I need to complete it carefully. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga patted her shoulder and said, let's stop here for today. Let's go back and rest. Dong Li turned her head and replied, it's all right, brother. I want to finish the formation quickly. He reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead, advising, a formation this large cannot be completed in just 2 or 3 days. Pushing yourself too hard will damage your spiritual sense. Little sister, think about it if your spiritual sense is damaged, and at that very moment an enemy invades, and you don't even notice. Dong Li immediately felt scared after hearing this. She obediently listened and rested. Rest now. Lu Chaoga said gently, go rest under that tree for a bit. Today I'll reward you with a bowl of rock sugar stewed pear. Rock sugar stewed pear personally cooked by me, your master. She feigned superiority, adopting a tsundere pose. Just a bowl of rock sugar stewed pear. You think that can buy me off? Brother, you're getting stingier and stingier. He took out another bowl of rock sugar stewed pear. He asked, then little sister, do you want it or not? Dong Li quickly snatched the item from his hand. She said mischievously, only a fool wouldn't take it. She sat down under a nearby tree, eating and saying, but this isn't enough, brother, I want more things. Then she stretched out her legs and comfortably instructed him. Brother, help me massage my shoulders and legs. I worked quite hard today. Lu Chaoga was stunned for a moment. If any other man were to massage these legs, it would be the highest reward, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? But he still massaged Dong Li's head with his hands. How about I just massage your head instead? He thought to himself, Dong Li is already a grown girl. Suddenly Dong Li called out, brother. He responded, HM. He saw her smile brightly and say, my sword intent has taken form. This left Lu Chaoga so surprised he couldn't speak. But he still dotingly patted Dong Li's head. Oh really, that's great news. I'll add an extra dish for you tonight. She happily replied, okay. At this moment his mind was filled with many thoughts. Perhaps Dong Li had already formed her sword intent long ago, and it only stabilized today, making her feel it has now fully taken form. This is a big deal for a sword cultivator. And it's a big deal for a brother like me too. Various calculations gradually surfaced in his mind. But no matter what happened, Dong Li was still Dong Li. I was still me, and that girl would always Be the little sister who looked forward to me adding dishes for her. In the evening the dining hall was filled with laughter. The last dish, tile-baked fish, has arrived. Xiao Qiu was overjoyed. The meals made by martial uncle the sect master are as delicious as ever. I'm going to finish 3 bowls today. Lu Bing squinted at the girl and said, Xiao Qiu, you've already had 4 bowls. Xiao Qiu cried out in panic. Little sister, did you really eat so much? This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Zhao Ge looked at He Ting, who was currently eating, and thought, since this matter involves the main storyline of Qingzhou, perhaps I should find a chance to talk to He Ting. After dinner, Dongfang held his bloated belly while picking his teeth, saying to his senior brother, I'll leave this place to you, senior brother. As soon as he turned around he saw Zhao Ge instructing, and Dongfang, you're doing the dishes today. After speaking he looked at He Ting nearby and called, you follow me. Dongfang could only encourage himself. The great sage equal to heaven must start by doing small tasks like washing dishes. A round moon was already hanging high in the sky. Zhao Ge stood in the courtyard and said, I will take out an item shortly. Use your spiritual sense to perceive it carefully. He Ting answered loudly, yes. He curiously stared at the object in Lu Zhaog's hand. Suddenly that strange object moved abruptly. It targeted He Ting, pouncing rapidly, catching him off guard. His eyes widened in surprise. Fortunately Lu Zhaoge managed to control it with his hand in time. Zhaoge also spoke, confused, what's going on? This object's reaction is abnormal. The system displayed a question. Do you wish to use the soul jade fragment on He Ting? This startled him. Empty. It can be used as an auxiliary fusion tool for the soul jade, and possesses a certain degree of purification ability. A small note popped up on the screen. Lu Zhaoge was stunned, whispering a confused huh. Then he looked at He Ting and thought, the soul jade is an important item for the king of the underworld sword. Without the soul jade, there would be no Qingzhou main storyline. Zhao Ge carefully analyzed every detail. Yet He Ting has the ability to purify the soul jade. He unconsciously gripped the soul jade, thinking, perhaps the progression of the Qingzhou main storyline is related to He Ting. I never expected that the disciple I randomly picked up and brought back after descending the mountain would turn out to be an important character in the main storyline. He hesitated slightly. It seems my destiny is indeed quite good. Then he concisely told He Ting, close your eyes and calm your mind. He continued to think to himself, based on the system's prompt, this thing is harmless to He Ting, and might even bring benefits. Let's try it. He Ting immediately complied. At this moment Zhao Ge was thinking to himself, if this damn system dares to deceive me and harm my only disciple, then I won't mind smashing it to pieces. Immediately after, the soul jade easily entered He Ting's consciousness. Lu Bing, standing above, saw this scene and felt confused. Didn't that fragment drop from a zombie? Why would young master use it on senior disciple brother? He Ting stood completely still. He felt a subtle change occurring in his body. It felt like thousands of arms underneath his feet, trying to pull him down. They gradually wrapped themselves around He Ting's entire body. Suddenly the soul jade emitted a dazzling blue light, instantly incinerating those restless arms. Zhao Ge felt somewhat worried, thinking, He Ting, what exactly are you hiding within you? At this point, surrounding He Ting was only a mass of blue light. Dongfang shouted in astonishment. He broke through. Zhao Ge merely found it strange. His method of breakthrough was a bit unusual. He spoke up. A conventional breakthrough involves drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body. But He Ting's breakthrough erupted from within him. Empty. Separated from his internal body. He generated a source of energy. The arms were eventually being slowly consumed by blue flames. The system began notifying He Ting, first realm, seventh heaven, continuously breaking through 3 realms. Lu Zhaoge hadn't expected this, saying in surprise, first realm, seventh heaven, continuously breaking through 3 realms. Can such a tiny fragment have such a good effect? He thought to himself again. If I can help him obtain the complete soul jade orb, what of it? Wouldn't that be a massive boost? Lu Zhaoge smiled triumphantly in his heart. As the master of the Azure State soared the sword of the Underworld King, getting a few complete soul jade orbs for He Ting is not difficult for this venerable one. The system notification popped up again. Congratulations! Due to the master-disciple system, you have received 20,000 experience points as a reward. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up comfortably. 1 fragment. 2 transactions, definitely not a loss. He then looked at Hei Ting, thinking for something like the soul jade, whose nature is hard to define as good or bad. If he can purify it without incident, that would be a good thing. His brow unconsciously furrowed. I just fear it won't be that simple, Luo Bing said in surprise. Senior brother broke through 3 realms consecutively. Xiao Zhou also asked excitedly. What did martial uncle Sect Master do? Mo Dongfang standing nearby exclaimed enviously. Senior brother is truly amazing. Only Dongli saw the problem deeply. Hei Ting is not like Gij. His rapid breakthrough like this actually has underlying issues. She paused for a moment. Moreover, Hei Ting's presence is becoming almost non-existent. She carefully observed the entire process and deduced. If he practiced a concealment technique, he would turn into a silent ghost. Lu Chaoga turned around and asked, you noticed it? Dong Li hummed and replied. In that instant just now, I felt like Hei Ting's shadow came alive. He looked at the person in front of him, pondering Hei Ting has a pure and good nature. But that shadow just now exuded incredible malevolence. Everything must wait until he wakes up, before a conclusion can be drawn. After a while the moonlight grew brighter and brighter. Finally Hei Ting slowly opened his eyes. Lu Chaoga asked, how are you feeling? He scratched his head and replied, Master, this disciple doesn't feel much. It was like having a very long dream, Hei Ting honestly stated. This disciple dreamt of a frozen ocean. This disciple was lying on the surface of the ice. The color of the seawater was black. Lying within the thick layers of ice, he slowly continued. Hei Ting recalled for a moment, then said, there seemed to be something at the bottom of the sea. They kept talking to me, repeating themselves over and over. Only one sentence. Lu Chaoga frowned and asked, what did they say? Hei Ting's complexion didn't look very good, and he hesitantly replied. They said, that strange light emitted red rays, constantly saying, wake up, wake up. This also stunned him. When he recalled that summoning voice, Lu Chaoga couldn't explain it either, and could only ask, wake up. He then asked with concern, do you feel anything unusual about your body? Hei Ting was still lost in thought, muttering those things beneath the black ice layers. Don't seem scary. On the contrary, they gave me a strong sense of security. It felt just like being next to Master. Seeing that Hei Ting didn't answer, he didn't press further. He said, it's good as long as there's no problem. He secretly judged in his heart. It seems the secret concerning Hei Ting will have to be uncovered later. Not to mention Hei Ting Xiao Zhou's talent is excellent. And Luo Bing, who has great providence, also has good talent, and can even trigger hidden storylines. Even Mo Dongfang, who is decent and conventional, has a very good temperament. He thought with a smile. Lu Chaoga looked at the noisy disciples in front of him, and muttered to himself, these children my sister and I have picked up over the years, all have promising futures. The bright moon hung high and everyone returned to their rooms to rest. At this moment only the 2 of them remained. He spoke up to remind her. Time's up, you should go back and rest. Dongli glanced at him and asked Gij, do you know what day it will be in a few days? Lu Chaoga was startled and tried to recall. A woman who asks a question like that, if he can't answer, he's basically asking to die. He thought of a bunch of possible dates. His own birthday, his sister's birthday, Valentine's Day, Children's Day. Whose birthday is it anyway? Dongli was speechless. Senior brother truly has no idea what he's thinking. He can forget a day this important. Lu Chaoga cupped his hands and sensibly said, I beg the young lady to enlighten me. She put her hands on her hips and said, as Mo Sect's sole elder, I am seriously informing the Sect Leader here that in a few days is the triennial ranking day, which concerns the ranking of 300 affiliated sword sects. He widened his eyes full of surprise. He immediately changed his expression afterward and exclaimed, oh, so it was this matter. Dongli asked, puzzled. Senior brother, this expression of yours means you aren't confident about this ranking event. He actually countered playfully. Doesn't Elder Dongli have confidence? The 2 understood each other perfectly and simultaneously laughed, saying, Mo Sect's rise to fame depends entirely on this ranking. Subsequently Lu Chaoga also said seriously, Mo Sect's ancestral motto: this sword must be worthy of the heart. If we can reclaim honor for Mo Sect. Little Lizzie, are you willing to display your true strength? She didn't hesitate and immediately replied naturally. He smiled and replied, good. Reclaiming the glory of Mo Sect is an obligation we cannot shirk. Mo Sect was once ranked 4th to 5th among the 100 sects. Falling to this state now is merely something unavoidable. After he finished speaking, Donley curiously asked, then, senior brother, how high do you plan to raise Mo Sect's ranking? Speaking of which, the sect leaders of Jingjanman and Kishwaman had visited once before. She glanced at the expression of the person beside her. The implication of their words was that they believed Mo Sect this time could at least rank around the 50th spot among the lower 100 sects. Lu Chaoga answered calmly, since that is the case, we cannot blame them. He suddenly looked up at the moon and spoke a meaningful sentence. The sky within 100 miles radius here is too low. The next morning, a figure could be seen running away hurriedly amidst the thick clouds. It was Mo Dongfang, faster, a little faster. I need to hurry up and complete the task Sect Leader Marshal Uncle assigned. Upon arriving, he immediately leaned against the door, panting heavily. I finally made it. This turned out to be a gambling establishment. A place for those gamblers to pass the time. He let out a breath and muttered to himself. This is something Sect Leader Marshal Uncle ordered. So I'm not breaking any precepts. At this moment, the host of the gambling game shouted loudly, the evening market is open. Today is Sword Inquiry Day. Dozens of cultivators are challenging the Sect Leader. Bet on Mo Sect Leader Lu, odds are 1 to 10. Bet on the challenger, winning odds are 1 to 2. Place your bets quickly. Mo Dongfang didn't understand why the payout is so high for betting on the Sect Leader, but so low for betting on others. An outspoken person nearby said, young man, don't you know? This is a series of consecutive challenges. As long as one challenger defeats Sect Leader Lu, we win. That person tossed out a bag of money and said confidently, based on the situation, Sect Leader Lu can only win 2 or 3 at most. But there are so many challengers. Sect Leader Lu is also human, he will get tired eventually. Therefore I bet on the challenger. Everyone rushed forward. I bet on the challenger too. Me too, I bet on the challenger too. Mo Dongfang, facing this scene, was too angry to speak. The next second he loudly slapped his money bag on the table. I bet on Mo Sect Leader Lu. There are 300 sects under the Sword Sect, divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle and lower, with 100 sects in each tier. This has been mentioned before, but to prevent forgetting, I'll repeat it along with the specific numbers. But do you all know how they determine the division between upper, middle and lower? It is based on a selection event held every 3 years. The Sword Sect assesses various factors such as the reputation of each sect, the strength of the sect masters and the size of the sect, to conduct a comprehensive evaluation. Sometimes they even refer to information provided by the Tianji Pagoda. Therefore, whenever ranking day approaches, the major sects begin rushing around for themselves. They go around pretending to look for trouble, challenging others to duels. The goal is simply to increase their own influence. They call the 3 consecutive days before ranking day the Wenjian Ri sword seeking days. Generally speaking though, during Wenjian Ri, those who are especially busy are the middle to upper tier sects among the lower 100. For someone as smart as you, do I need to explain why this is? The reason the upper tiers of the lower 100 strive is they cannot afford to lose, and they aren't as hopeless as the lower tier sects. Why not take a gamble if they turn their bicycle into a motorcycle? Won't that mean they can afford a seaside villa and instantly soar to success? Among the lower 100 sects, only the top 10 truly make it onto the official list. Having a ranking versus having no ranking makes a huge difference in treatment. After all, experts are everywhere. If the weak fight among themselves, who would care about first or second place on a low tier list? And the Momin sect is often in the lower tier. Logically, Wenjian Ri should not concern them much. But things are different now. Lu Chaoga in the Sword Sect trial grounds achieved first place with a crushing victory. The Heavenly Earth Spirit Sword, conscious awakening, a clear sword heart. Any one of these achievements is a major event, enough to boast about endlessly. Therefore the Momin sect this year has become the object of special Attention from the major sects. If they want to gain fame, defeating a newly emerging young sect master in the Tianxianjia is extremely helpful for their reputation. At this moment people were arriving one after another. Brother, are you here to seek a sword duel with the Momin sect master too? Yes, I am, little brother, didn't you come as well? Haha, after all, how strong can a guy in the second realm possibly be, no matter how talented? If we happen to win, won't we hit the jackpot? Haha. Meanwhile, Dongfang Zhang was lying on a branch giving his opinion. Quite a few people showed up. He contemptuously picked his nose and said, "You guys really? You think you can step on Sect Master Shishu's shoulders to gain fame? Are you worthy?" He repeated Lu Cheaja's words. Sect Master Shishu said, "The sky within 100 miles of here is too low. I need to raise it a little." All three faces revealed expressions of admiration. That line is so cool. They couldn't help but fantasize. When will I be as cool as Sect Master Shishu? But this time, we are definitely going to earn a fortune. Senior brother Luo Tong of Mojianshan, why are you here too? Hearing that name, he immediately sprang up. Mojianshan, that's an upper 100 sect. Someone of that caliber actually came to challenge Sect Master Shishu. Everyone else was equally shocked. Luo Tong of Mojianshan. This man seemed filled with rage. Veins were popping out on his face. "I shouldn't have needed to come," he said through gritted teeth. "I was originally ranked 10th in the trial grounds. That guy. Luo Tong roared angrily. "He caused me to be pushed out of the top 10, becoming 11th. Then he looked at the crowd and said, 'Tell me, can I let this slide?' The people around him quickly replied, terrified, 'Absolutely not. You definitely can't tolerate it.' Someone among them looked up, noticed something, and immediately called out, 'Look up there.' Everyone looked over simultaneously. The person arriving gave them a second shock. Chen Xiao, senior brother Chen, the sword sect's true successor disciple, he came too. Oh my god, just how many important figures is the Momin sect going to attract? Everyone stepped forward to greet him. Has senior brother Chen also come to challenge Sect Master Lu? Sect Master Lu's strength is unexpectedly great. Even senior brother Chen was drawn here. He didn't say anything out loud but thought to himself, "I wouldn't dare, I'm not worthy. That's not me, stop talking nonsense. It's not like I'm crazy. Challenging a true prodigy." Chen Xiao took out an ancient recording device. He immediately denied it. "I was entrusted by someone. I did not come here to challenge Sect Master Lu. Instead, I came to record the process of your spar and sword query." Everyone clamored, "Record the process." Entrusted by someone. Focusing intently on that crystal ball, they all shared the same guess. The matter of Momin's sparring and sword querying is actually being watched by high-ranking officials of Jianzhong. Then everyone's eyes lit up and they smiled excitedly. So if I teach Lu Zhaoga a harsh lesson, and the news reaches the ears of the Jianzhong high-ups, wouldn't our sect's ranking immediately soar? Chen Xiao chuckled to himself. The way these people act, it's as if they are completely confident of victory. Just like that, don't they know their limits? He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Since that's the case, why not spice things up a bit more? Chen Xiao took out a bracelet and said, "This item was obtained by senior brother Yu and me when we ventured into a secret realm. It is a defensive magic artifact and it wasn't easy to acquire." Then he smiled cunningly and threw out some bait. "Since I'm here, let me add some fun for everyone. Consider this bracelet your reward. What are the rules for the sword query?" Luo Tong, interested, chimed in. "Senior brother Chen Xiao, are you suggesting that if one of us can defeat Sect Master Lu, you will give the bracelet to that person?" But Chen Xiao shook his head and said no. Immediately afterward he announced loudly, "Whoever can force Sect Master Lu to draw his destiny sword, to draw it out of its sheath, will receive this item." Everyone frowned, feeling suspicious. What does this guy mean? What are you implying? Do you think that people like us can't even force Sect Master Lu's destiny sword out? This is blatant humiliation. Chen Xiao didn't care at all, grinning as he thought to himself, "In reality, I just wanted to show off my new magic artifact bracelet. Anyway, there's no way you can make Sect Master Lu's destiny sword leave its sheath." Luo Tong replied with a dark expression, "Fine, since senior brother Chen thinks so highly of us, then we must show some real skill." Now I shall commence the sword query. Having said that, he immediately soared into the air heading toward Momin. He shouted loudly, Luotong of Certain Sword Mountain is here for the sword query. Seeking guidance from Sect Master Lu. Everyone in the training grounds came out. Sect Master Lu accepted the challenge and replied, all right. Others followed suit, let's go. What's there to fear, he's only in the second realm. This group of oblivious people arrogantly declared. Are we supposed to be afraid of him? Someone asked doubtfully. Why is there so much mist around Momin? Everything is obscured, it's hard to see clearly. The person next to him agreed, that's right. This is Momin's protective sect formation. Chen Xiao, however, suddenly spoke up and denied it. No, this is not Momin's formation. This is Sect Master Lu's power of heaven and earth. Surprised shouts erupted from within the fog. What Chen Xiao? Sweat beaded on someone's face as they repeated the power of heaven and earth. How can this person be so terrifying? Chen Xiao cast his gaze toward a spot and said, look ahead. That is Momin's training grounds. Seeing the figures of those people, Chen Xiao then said, look, those people are Momin. Disciples. He introduced them one by one. Momin's male disciples are quite ordinary, but the female disciples are truly stunning beauties. Chen Xiao landed and cupped his hands in greeting. Jianzhong's true disciple Chen Xiao pays respects to Elder Dongli. The others followed suit. Greetings, Elder Dongli. They secretly judged and commented amongst themselves. Such a young and beautiful elder is truly rare. More importantly, those legs are absolutely stunning. He flew up to summon the sect master, Uncle Master. Everyone is here now. There was only a voice answering in midair, but no sign of Lu Chaoga. This way of appearing is too dazzling. The crowd below was almost blinded by him. Just as they saw this scene, Lu Chaoga gently landed. This is the spirit wind technique. Only then did he speak, saying, sorry to keep you all waiting. Love hearts popped up in the eyes of those girls. That back view. The other young men were also extremely envious. How can this guy look so good just from behind? Chen Xiao cupped his hands in a salute. Disciple Chen Xiao greets Sect Master Lu. Lu Chaoga was slightly surprised. This person is like an unqualified flyer. He's useless. The crowd behind secretly commented. The way he treated the sword sect's core disciple was surprisingly cold. How strange. He only has a cultivation base of the second realm after all. Standing in the sunlight, Lu Chaoga asked faintly, Chen Xiao, are you here to challenge me to a sword duel as well? Then he glanced at the man with a sharp look. If so, we'll just teach him a severe lesson later. Chen Xiao, sweating cold, said, this disciple dares not. I am here on assignment to record this sword challenge event. I hope Sect Master Lu will allow it. Lu Chaoga's expression became dejected. I can't punish him severely now. What a pity. Then without turning his head he asked. Everyone else is here to challenge me to a sword duel. Right, the people behind replied in unison. Yes, we ask that Sect Master Lu generously impart your guidance. A surge of dark spiritual energy appeared in Lu Chaoga's hand. His sword instantly materialized, accompanied by a chilling voice. Who goes first? The crowd stepped forward one by one. Yang and of Shijian Sword Pavilion, requesting guidance from Sect Master Lu. Luotong of Majian Mountain, I want to be the first. Feng Dai. Yingman's Chuingying, please show mercy. Sect Master Lu. Blushing, she thought winning is no longer important. I just want that during the challenge, when the two swords clash, sparks can fly. And maybe something else can spark as well. Together with Sect Master Lu, the three argued fiercely. No way. I have to be the first. I said it first, I go first. Let Sect Master Lu choose. What either of you says doesn't count. Lu Chaoga spoke up, ending the argument. Enough. He slowly said, there are too many of you. Let's make this straightforward. He struck that cool pose again, utterly lacking humility. Dongli covered her face, speechless. Why do people keep giving Gij opportunities like this? The younger generation, however, looked at him with admiration. Here it comes. Not far away, some highly skilled experts were observing them. Ninging opened her mouth and asked, Senior Brother Ji, are you really planning to take Lu Chaoga as your disciple? The man replied thoughtfully, whether I take him as a disciple depends on his performance during this sword challenge day. Ninging prayed silently, this is a wonderful opportunity. Chaoga, you must seize it. She looked at the person next to her. After all, senior brother G is the sword cultivator second only to the venerable sword sovereign. He is the current sword sovereign's only junior brother. He is none other than the second sword under heaven, Ji Chong Kong. Ji Chong Kong, sword sovereign. The sword sect can take on one sword attendant per generation, as the next successor to the sword sovereign. However, the previous sword sovereign took on two people. The person on the left is the sword sovereign. The person on the right is Ji Chong Kong. In other words, Ji Chong Kong was also once a candidate for the title of sword sovereign. Ji Chong Kong was exceptionally talented in his youth. His reputation even surpassed that of the current sword sovereign at the time, making him the only heaven's chosen one. But the truly heaven-chosen child can never be surpassed. The sword venerable was stuck in the third realm for many years. But once he achieved enlightenment, he broke through 2 realms in a single day. He went directly from the 3rd realm into the 5th realm. After the sword venerable achieved enlightenment, Ji Chong Kong was always just a bit behind. Compared to the sword venerable, it was precisely this small gap that made Ji Chong Kong want to compete with the sword venerable even more. So the two of them competed against each other in every aspect, which lasted for decades. Ji Chong Kong thought to himself, if this Lu Chaoga really is as Ninging claims, and only acts when his accumulation is sufficient, then I must accept him as my disciple. His competitive spirit was already ingrained in his blood. As long as my disciple is stronger than yours, it will be the same as me being stronger than you. Senior brother, just you wait and see. Ninging nervously said to Chaoga. You absolutely must perform well. This is within the sword sect the greatest patron your aunt could find for you. Your talent is no worse than you use. But you lack a master who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sword venerable. She thought secretly. Among the 4 divine swords of Qingzhou, the most suitable person to be your master, and who has yet to accept a disciple, is only the second sword under heaven. Then Ji Chong Kong stroked his beard and praised. This kid's appearance truly embodies the union of celestial and mortal. His looks alone surpass senior brother's disciple. Ninging looked at him in surprise. Do esteemed people like yourself also judge by looks? Lu Chaoga drew a line, and then announced clearly. Today in this sword inquiry, if anyone can force the seat to retreat past this line, then this seat shall be considered defeated. The crowd who came to challenge him looked somewhat distracted. Can one truly look directly at that face? That appearance really is the union of celestial and mortal. A hint of danger appeared in Lu Chaoga's eyes. He spoke, demanding of those who wished to step onto the platform. First you must draw your treasured swords. His eyes flashed with a golden warning light. If you cannot draw them, retreat immediately. Fear rose in everyone's hearts. My sword is trembling. Just from one glance, Chen Xiao opened his notebook and recorded it. Sect Master Lu glanced at the people challenging him, whose swords were shaking uncontrollably, completely unable to be drawn. The crowd was speechless. Does that really need to be written down? Go ahead and write whatever you want, but don't say it out loud. Ji Chong Kong smiled and praised. This innate divine ability is truly fascinating. Ninging thought inwardly. I never expected this kid's innate divine ability to be this formidable. It's also the first time I've seen him use his full power. Lu Chaoga issued the challenge. Now you may draw your swords. Everyone struggled with all their might to draw their swords. Stop shaking. I can't hold on anymore. The frequency of this shaking. How can it be so high as to be utterly humiliating? Everyone showed painful expressions. I can't draw it. Some were already exhausted, covered in sweat. The sword spirit is terrified. It's resisting being drawn. Another person ground their teeth, helpless. I can't do it. I give up. Others clutched their heads in agony, knowing the result was hopeless. We can't win. Lu Chaoga said indifferently. It is your hearts that are in disarray. Luo, Tong and the others were extremely surprised by his statement. Ji Chong Kong said with a grin. This kid is quite interesting. Luo Tong secretly told his sword stop moving. Yang and suddenly shouted, I understand. The problem isn't the sword spirit, it's me. He actually managed to draw the sword out slightly. Gradually his mental state stabilized, and more of the blade was exposed. In the end he actually achieved mastery of the sword heart. All thanks to one sentence from Lu Chaoga. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Senior brother Yangan. He pulled it out. He actually managed to draw it. He stepped into the realm of mastery of the sword heart. Lu Chaoga looked at him and assessed, "You are quite good. I grant you the qualification to challenge me with your sword." Yangan actually sheathed his sword. He then lowered his head, cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for your guidance. I forfeit this sword challenge. I am not qualified enough right now." Yangan of Shijiangjianga is enlightened. After speaking, he decisively turned and left. Chen Xiao busied himself recording again. Yangan of Shijiangjianga, having received guidance from Sect Master Lu, voluntarily forfeited the sword challenge. Luo Tong still stubbornly refused to give up. He began to doubt himself. "I achieved the great accomplishment of sword heart early on, and I can feel the vibration of the sword itself. But can I truly defeat Sect Master Lu?" Just then Lu Chaoga spoke to him. "Luo Tong of Jianshan, your sword is spotless." His gaze was sharp. "You two are qualified to challenge me with your sword." The crowd below whispered among themselves, full of envy. As expected of senior brother Luo Tong, the strength of the third realm truly cannot be underestimated. Sect Master Lu is only in the second realm. Senior brother Luo Tong might actually defeat him. A trace of red light flashed in Lu Chaoga's eyes as he looked at the opponent. "I will give you an opportunity to face me directly." Luo Tong was a little confused. What did he mean by that? Everyone seemed to be released from restraint. The power of suppression has vanished. Did Sect Master Lu withdraw his divine technique? Is he deliberately going easy on senior brother Luo Tong? Luo Tong fell silent. Was he looking down on him? "Please enlighten me." He felt displeasure in his heart. "Since you look down on me so much, I won't hold back either." Lu Chaoga smirked. "Luo Tong of Jianshan, this kid is indeed stiff as a board." In the storyline of his previous life, Luo Tong was a man of integrity, honest to the extreme, and he died a heroic death. His sword would rather break than bend. Even on the verge of death, the man stood unyielding. A highly renowned genius like him fought desperately just to protect a city, or a village where only 3 mortals were fleeing. For these 3 mortals, a genius whose future was limitless was lost. Lu Chaoga watched his heroic posture and thought, "Is it worth it? I don't know either." But in the original plot, I saw Luo Tong smile as he fought until death. If Luo Tong were just a little stronger, even just a tiny bit, he wouldn't have died. He wouldn't have perished together with that demon cultivator. Lu Chaoga chuckled. "Get ready. I will only strike once." He smiled confidently and replied, "Good." Lu Chaoga began to unleash the move Qing Ming. The power of this sword strike was unparalleled, seemingly capable of sending the opponent flying 10,000 miles away. At this moment in Luo Tong's eyes there was only Lu Chaoga's figure. He started to feel fear. "Damn it, it's too fast." Luo Tong grit his teeth, gripped his sword with both hands and blocked the move. But he still couldn't hold on and was pushed back. The remaining people couldn't help but look at Lu Chaoga, sizing him up. He defeated senior brother Luo Tong, who was in the third realm, with just 1 strike. He only used 1 sword strike. Is he really only in the second realm? Ji Changkong was also very surprised. Chang Ming. That is the Qing Ming sword technique left behind by the first sword venerable. Ninging seized the opportunity to praise her senior brother. Chaoga gained a lot in the trial grounds. When meditating on the sword steel, not only did he achieve the realm of sword heart clarity, this Qing Ming sword was also one of the things he obtained. This shocked Ji Changkong even more. He gained 2 things from the sword steel. Could the fortune he received be greater than that of senior brother's sword attendant Rongyu? Over here, Luo Tong coughed, gradually emerging from behind the smoke. "Thank you for your generous favor, Sect Master Lu," Lu Chaoga stated with a straight face. "Since you came to challenge me with your sword, I will naturally give you some pointers." Luo Tong coughed. He genuinely gained some understanding. "Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master Lu. This injury was worth it." Lu Chaoga looked at him, thinking internally. In this lifetime you will still encounter the demon cultivator. But whether you can be slightly stronger than it will depend on your own level of comprehension. Ninging turned and asked senior brother Chu, "What do you think of this child Chaoga?" He replied with satisfaction, "He is much stronger than I was back then. Perhaps even stronger than senior brother was." Chu Changkong was secretly overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. "I never expected that I would meet such a child in my lifetime. Heaven has not forsaken me. When I learned that senior brother was about to take on a disciple, the idea of taking a disciple myself sprang to mind. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel utterly frustrated again. But the disciple senior brother took on possesses the immaculate sword body, having the strongest aptitude for the Tao of the sword. It was simply impossible to find a disciple more outstanding than the one with the immaculate sword body. That's why I had to announce that I wouldn't take any disciples. Chu Changkong sighed deeply. As long as I don't take a disciple, senior brother cannot surpass me in the matter of teaching disciples. He sized up Lu Chaoga from head to toe. He grinned widely again, unable to contain his joy. But things are different now. My disciple is stronger than senior brother's disciple. And even better. Aunt Ning saw that Chu Changkong still seemed to have some doubts. So she thought, senior brother Chu has basically decided to take Chaoga as a disciple. So we'll just add one last piece of fuel to the fire. Thinking this, she opened her mouth and said, Senior brother Chu, have you seen Nan Wei recently? She seems to have stayed in the Momin for a while recently. Nan Wei has also met Chaoga, he turned and asked her. Aunt Ning quickly replied. She chuckled softly to herself. That's right, Nan Wei once talked with Lu Chaoga about the old saying regarding sword intent forms naturally in the third realm without conscious thought. After hearing this, he silently stroked his beard and said softly, That is indeed correct. That quote came from my senior brother. And it makes perfect sense. Then do you know how Chaoga replied to Nan Wei? She asked again, and without waiting for his answer, she continued the sentence herself. Chaoga said the sword venerable is wrong. Hearing this, Chu Chang Kong immediately showed surprise and repeated her words. He said the sword venerable is wrong. She repeated again, he said the sword venerable is wrong. This made him laugh excitedly. He is the person I've been looking for. The one I always wanted to find. He clapped his hands and said happily, I am absolutely taking this disciple. If anyone dares to steal him, I will fight them ruthlessly. He finished speaking boldly, then departed in front of her. As for Lu Chaoga, he was standing at the front of the stage facing the crowd, and declared majestically, Does anyone else want to step onto the platform? If no one is left today's match. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a force suddenly smash heavily onto the platform behind him, drawing his attention. Lu Dongli, standing below, seeing the situation, placed her hand on her sword hilt. Her face was filled with panic, and she thought internally, This aura belongs to an unfathomably powerful great cultivator. This aura is more terrifying than anyone I have ever encountered. Even Aunt Ning. Lu Chaoga thought this as Chu Changkong's figure gradually became visible. Subsequently, his mind was confused and filled with doubt. Who is this? How dare they interrupt my performance and copy me by standing with their back to everyone? But in his eyes, a faint golden flash quickly appeared. System check, he thought. The system quickly gave the result, which consisted of only 3 question marks. This left Lu Chaoga completely bewildered. He thought, it can't even check the name. Lu Dongli, standing below the viewing platform, was trembling violently. She carefully pondered the situation. If I reveal my trump card and fight using my life as stake, perhaps I could save Big Brother. But at this distance, it's already too late. What should I do? Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Aunt Ning flew down from high above to hover over Lu Chaoga's head. She softly spoke to Lu Chaoga. Xiao Lizi, don't panic, don't panic. As she slowly descended, Lu Dongli and Lu Chaoga simultaneously bowed their heads to greet Aunt Ning. Aunt Ning, the Lu siblings said. At the same time, Chen Xiao quickly approached and said, Disciple pays respects to Elder Ning. Hearing them say this, the disciples below the stage were greatly surprised, thinking to themselves, Chen Xiao is a true disciple of the Sword Sect. He calls that woman an elder. Is she an elder of the Sword Sect? And there is only one elder surnamed Ning in the Sword Sect. This figure, this appearance is exactly the same as the rumors suggest. Is she Ning, elder of the Sword Sect? Someone spoke up and asked, followed immediately by another who chimed in. Just now Lu Chaoga actually called her Aunt Ning the head of Momin sect, is actually the nephew of a Sword Sect elder. Heavens! Everyone cried out in shock, one after another. Just then, that Ji Changkong gave a light snort. Lu Chaoga, seemed to notice something too and immediately showed an expression of surprise, thinking it's him. I didn't expect him to show up here. The vice sect master of the sword sect, Ji Chong Kong. He was an object of great adoration for all the internal test players, second only to the sword venerable disciple Chen Xiao pays respects to. The vice sect master. Chen Xiao suddenly knelt down before him and spoke, which took everyone by surprise. The vice sect master of the sword sect, a person, stammered. What day is it today? One of the 4 divine swords of Qingzhou has actually come here personally. Everyone started discussing again. To be able to see an immortal in broad daylight. After speaking, everyone looked at him standing there in silence. And various ideas began to spring up in their minds. No way, seriously. Just now had Lu called Elder Ning Aunt Ning. And the vice sect master himself has also arrived here. Could it be that this Lu Chaoga is the disciple of the vice sect master? If that's truly the case, then it's only natural that we couldn't draw our swords against head Lu. It makes sense. They all simultaneously showed brilliant smiles and fought in unison. And if word gets out, we can also claim to have fought against the disciple of one of the 4 divine swords of Qingzhou. So that's it. There's nothing to complain about regarding the loss. We even gained a little something. This trip was well worth it. Worth the trip. Afterwards, Ji Chongkong looked at Lu Chaoga, stroking his beard and thinking contentedly, I must say, this young man's appearance is truly extraordinary. Having a disciple like this by my side when traveling outside, my status will be elevated too. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga was also observing him, thinking, I must admit, the appearance of this expert is indeed very unique. In my previous life I saw Ji Chongkong on a forum. At the time his attacks were decisive and sharp. The poster gave him the comment, anyone who squints is a monster. He smiled, thinking to himself. At this moment Ji Chongkong had approached him and said, Oomph kid, you're not bad. Elder, you are absolutely right. He answered immediately without the slightest hint of shyness, causing the old man's face to freeze instantly. Not only that, Aunt Ning and Lu Donli couldn't help but gasp, thinking, shouldn't he be a bit more humble in a situation like this? Hearing this, Ji Chongkong also smiled and thought, not fake. Not overly polite, just like me. The group of disciples below the stage also witnessed everything before them. They began discussing among themselves. What is going on? Is this their first time meeting? In that case, head Lu has never received guidance from the divine sword. Then how exactly did he grow so powerful? This is truly outrageous. In this world, how can someone be so powerful without a teacher? He suddenly shifted his gaze and looked coldly at the crowd. The sword inquiry is over, all of you withdraw. After he finished speaking, he gently waved his hand, easily sending a gust of wind toward the group of people. The group of disciples was brushed aside, but instead of being angry they were delighted, saying repeatedly, this skill is truly marvelous. It feels like I was gently lifted up. Master, the divine sword escorted me here. Judging by this situation, His Excellency the divine sword probably wants to discuss matters with sect master. Lu, said a man with long blue hair, and the person next to him spoke. To receive this kind of treatment is truly something one yearns for. Just at this moment, Chen Xiao was blown away again amidst the sound of crying. Ha, isn't senior brother Chen a true disciple of the sword sect? Why was he also sent away? Everyone quickly noticed him too. Could it be that senior brother Chen Xiao isn't that important either? This made him cry out in sadness and shame. Then he thought, how embarrassing. Lu Chaoga. After witnessing everything, Lu Chaoga turned his gaze towards the old man. He pondered internally. He swatted away so many people with just a wave. Does he have something he wants to say to me? In contrast to him, the old man showed an impatient expression, frowning deeply. Dissatisfied, he thought. Does this kid still not understand what I mean? Why isn't he moved to tears, kowtowing and asking to be my disciple? Aunt Ning had been observing since just now, and also saw his unpleasant expression. She let out a light snort and thought, if that silly boy Chaoga keeps acting like this, I'm afraid he's going to miss this opportunity. No, I absolutely cannot let him miss it. Thinking this, she pulled Lu Donli and walked over to Chaoga, who was directly facing the old man. She smiled and said, esteemed senior brother, these are Chaoga and Donli. I often talk about them to you, Both of them are immensely talented. Geniuses among geniuses. Her action immediately made the old man break into a smile, nodding repeatedly. He was quite satisfied, thinking perfect timing. Taking advantage of the situation. I'll give this kid a clearer hint. After saying that, the old man spoke Mino. This old man has traveled across the 4 seas and wandered the entire land throughout his life. And has seen many geniuses. Countless people wish to become my disciple. He cupped his hands and spoke calmly. But until now this old man has never taken a single disciple. Do you know why? He said this while looking in Chaoja's direction. However, facing him, Chaoga and Dongli simply remained silent, which made the old man slightly awkward. Aunt Ning could only chime in and exaggerate. Esteemed senior brother, could you tell us why? He bowed slightly, smiled, and finally said, because until today, no one has been able to pass the rules and tests set by this old man. Big fellow, you are not a disciple of my sword sect. But junior sister Ding treats you as a junior. Even if technically it shouldn't happen, I will still give you this opportunity. He said this while looking at Lu Chaoga. Pass the test. And this old man will make an exception and take you as a disciple, how about it? Facing Lu Chaoja's astonished face, he made the suggestion. Aunt Ning, standing nearby, seeing that he hadn't responded yet, calmly turned her head to look. She thought to herself, so esteemed senior brother's nonsense is quite coherent and structured. Immediately after, Lu Chaoga lowered his head, cupped his hands, and responded softly. Chaoga, thanks senior for your great kindness, but I already have a master. What? The esteemed senior brother asked in shock. Even Aunt Ning nearby exclaimed and asked, Chaoga, how come I didn't know? It is true, he replied calmly, but thought internally. In my system interface there is indeed a master listed. If possible, I hope that gray name can remain in that column forever. He frowned again, falling into contemplation. A scene appeared in his mind. A man holding him and Dongli happily saying, your father isn't very capable, so I can't give you the best things. Father only hopes to be able to stay safely by your side forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Chaoga smiled and said sharply, Dad, don't talk like that. Although you couldn't give us the best things, you didn't give us the worst either, did you? Back then Dongli was also sitting there smiling happily and saying chicken drumsticks. Chicken drumsticks are the best, leaving him speechless. Thinking of this, he immediately had an idea in his mind. He looked at the person in front of him whose face was livid. Although he is one of the 4 sword gods, for my cultivation, he is almost useless. The cultivation technique imparted to me by the name in that coffin, and she might even be related to the Azure Emperor. The level is far higher. The places where I can gain usable experience points, Ji Changkong can count on one hand. Chaoga looked at him, calculating inwardly. However, this opportunity belonging to Ji Changkong, for the Mo Men sect, is definitely a huge benefit. We must obtain it. Immediately after, he turned his head to look at Lu Dongli, who was standing behind him, and revealed a relaxed smile. I've got it, he pulled her over and said, Dongli, come here. At this moment she thought frantically. Big brother misunderstood me. Chaoga, who exactly is your master? Aunt Ning still asked, puzzled. But he still whispered to Aunt Ning, please stop asking. Following that, Ji Changkong narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, he is very strong, extremely strong. Thinking of the terrible state he was in after getting a severe spanking, his face darkened. No one knew that in his heart. He was muttering secretly, I am a dignified transmigrator, yet he just hits me whenever he pleases, that's outrageous. Seeing this, he continued to observe him while thinking, to say extremely strong in front of me. Could that person be the only sword god? Who is not currently in the sword sect? No, it couldn't possibly be that guy. But eventually, Chaoga still bowed respectfully to him, and said solemnly, although I already have a master. There is a saying in Qingzhou about a master of one sword strike, and I hope to ask for a pointer or two from senior. He looked at him and spoke. 2. What does this kid mean? He doesn't want to take me as his master, but he still wants to exploit me for free. Ji Changkong couldn't help but think inwardly. His gaze was filled with disbelief as he looked at him. That's right, Lu Chaoga really did want to exploit him for free. The mechanism of the Tianqian realm is that, as long as you receive guidance from an NPC, you usually only gain some experience points. But if you receive guidance from an 8th realm NPC, it is automatically regarded as an opportunity boon. As for what reward this opportunity will be converted into, that depends on the system's conversion process. One only gets one chance in a lifetime. Faced with his cheeky attitude, Ji Changkong gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and thought angrily he can still smile. How can his skin be thicker than mine? At this moment Ji Changkong grew angrier the more he thought about feeling exploited. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. You truly have guts, kid, he said, but tell me, why should this old man give you pointers? Because Senior Ji can also become my elder? Chao Guess' remark immediately startled Dongli. Ji Changkong, however, looked confused and didn't understand. Seeing this, Dongli broke out in a cold sweat and panicked internally. Oh no! Big brother wants to sell me out and then sneak away. She turned around, but before she could carry out her plan, he grabbed her wrist. Thirdly, Chao Gu said while pulling her back, Senior Ji also knows that although my Enrollment sect is small, I am also the head of the sect. If I were still a disciple in the sect, that would be fine. But because of this status, there are many things I cannot do. Afterwards he pushed Dongli to the front, flashed a brilliant smile and said, Senior Ji, you may not know this. Little Dongli's talent is no less than mine. Over the years Aunt Ning has carefully guided her. Just then, Dongli, tears streaming down her face, kept repeating internally, Stop talking, stop talking. If I become the disciple of the second sword under heaven, tomorrow my name will spread throughout the Tianqian realm. That would be terrible. She thought, when I'm sweating profusely or even crying, how will I be able to back out then? How can I stay safely in Momin? Someone will definitely come to expose me. Seeing the situation turn slightly odd, Ji Changkong still felt compelled to speak up. Stop it, young man, stop it right now. You claim you are the head of a sect, but she is also an elder of Momin. Isn't that right? If a sect master cannot take me as a teacher, then how can an elder? He waved his hands signaling non-acceptance of his good intentions and then turned away. No way, he said. Luo Chaoga stubbornly patted his chest, as if speaking proudly to the two of them. Senior, I hereby in my capacity as sect master, strip Luo Dongli of her elder status. As soon as he said this, the two people immediately froze, with question marks appearing above their heads. They stared at him as if he were some strange creature. Just destroy everything, I'm tired. Luo Dongli no longer made any attempts to hold back. Just then, Ji Changkong seemed to realize something, looking over at her, making a sound of Then he gasped in surprise, hiss. Your cultivation. Wait, there's sword heart and sword intent too. He suddenly turned around and gazed intently at her. No, that's not right. This old man almost overlooked it. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, you two siblings are truly marvelous. Hearing his words, Aunt Ning, who was nearby, also widened her eyes in astonishment. She thought, little Li sword intent, sword heart. The siblings. Just how much have they been hiding from me? Yet at the same time, he continued to squint at her, thinking, TSK. This little girl is absolutely no less talented than you, and her foundation is surprisingly solid. With such deep accumulation, I wonder how she managed to cultivate like this. Truly strange. And judging by the situation, she doesn't seem to have a senior brother guiding her like you did. Doesn't this mean, he muttered to himself, her comprehension is even higher than Yu's? His expression immediately turned shocked. A tiny Momin sect unexpectedly produced two siblings with astonishing swordsmanship talent. Ji Changkong looked at the siblings, musing internally. Does the heavenly Tao truly favor Momin so much? Luo Chao's shrewd eyes weren't idle either. He looked toward Dong Li again. After hearing Ji Changkong's words, he secretly pondered. What exactly is little Li hiding? Ji Changkong's expression is very abnormal. Could this brat be hiding much more than I initially thought? He looked at her with a serious face. Just then, his gaze met her resistant and dissatisfied eyes. He immediately inferred, those eyes seem to be saying, brother, I absolutely don't want to take a master. I just want to stay hidden in Momin like a shrinking turtle until the end of time. I don't understand what you mean, but I absolutely won't allow you to do that. Thinking this in his heart, he immediately showed a brilliant smile and thought toward her. The Tianqian realm, will be more chaotic in the future than you can imagine. You need to quickly raise your strength now, in order to protect yourself. No one is more suitable to be your master than Ji Changkong. At this moment, Ji Changkong calmly stroked his beard, his heart full of calculation. If I agree, these two geniuses will count as half a genius each for me. And if I take half a genius, that's half more than my senior brother's Yu. That means they'll be half a step stronger than my senior brother. Thinking this excitedly, he could no longer hide his expression and burst out laughing. What a swordsmanship genius! Little girl, are you willing to take this old man as your master? Gue Changkong stiffened the moment he opened his mouth. Because where did the thing he was examining go? How did it disappear? But Lu Donli didn't pay that much attention. She just looked at Lu Chaoga. Seeing him nod slightly, she thought, brother wouldn't harm me. He must have a deeper meaning. If she could continue to be a timid turtle, it wouldn't be a bad thing. She sighed again, thinking she couldn't let down her brother's good intentions. Afterward, Lu Donli turned back toward him. She cupped her hands in greeting and respectfully said, "Thank you for your generous offer. Senior Donli is deeply grateful. To decline further would truly show my ignorance." Upon hearing this, Gue Changkong finally laughed happily and said, Good. Suddenly she spoke with some hesitation. However, Senior Donli has one more request. Before taking you as my master, could we first establish an agreement? An agreement? He hadn't expected this and questioned back. After asking, he lowered his eyes and began to ponder. I, Gue Changkong, want to take a disciple. And I must actually set down 3 stipulations. If I were to release the news and recruit disciples, the applicants would line up from Momin all the way to Jianzhong. Despite his pride, he still couldn't bring himself to refuse, especially when facing the Lu siblings. In the end, he reluctantly said, "Oh, little girl, tell me what these 3 stipulations are." But she didn't say them aloud immediately. Instead, Lu Donli reached out and motioned for him to come aside. She said, "Senior, please follow me over there so we can clarify." Aunt Ning and Chaoga were quite surprised. Nevertheless, when the two of them moved to the side, Chaoga seriously said to her, "Xializi has grown up." This remark only caused Aunt Ning to huff discontentedly and retort, "Aren't you the same, you rascal?" Then she gave him a scrutinizing look and asked, "Brat, when did you take a master? You didn't even tell Aunt Ning." Humph. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, pointing a finger at him, which made him respond only with a wry smile. But then, she shifted her gaze toward the disciples, standing behind the platform watching below, and remained silent for a moment. She looked at Chaoga standing in front of her, remembering what he looked like as a child, and thought, Chaoga has grown up. He is already the sect master of a major sect. Thinking this, she put on a serious demeanor and asked Chaoga, "Aunt Ning wants to ask, did the two of you bring senior brother Gue here because you felt uncomfortable about it?" Lu Chaoga quickly replied, "Aunt Ning didn't do anything wrong. Now let's see if Xializi can negotiate properly with Senior Gue and achieve the best outcome." However, a stick of incense burned down like this, and the two of them were still waiting, feeling weary. Didn't they say it was just an agreement? A stick of incense has passed and they aren't done talking, Chaoga said tiredly. Another half stick of incense passed, and only then did Aunt Ning and Lu Chaoga happily exclaim, "They've finally come out." Gue Changkong and Lu Donli walked out simultaneously, but their expressions were completely different. One was deep in thought and meditation, while little Donli waved happily at the two of them. He frowned, wondering confusedly. It was only 3 stipulations, wasn't it? Did these 3 points have many subsections? Lu Chaoga glanced at her. Still pondering internally, he was curious about how this girl managed to convince Gue Changkong. While he was still deep in thought, she gave him a cunning look, which made him wonder suspiciously. That look in her eyes. Is she secretly taking revenge on me? Next, when Gue Changkong looked at him, it was with that same enigmatic gaze, which made him look slightly scared. Gue Changkong's gaze towards me has also become strange. Did Donli use me as a bargaining chip? He asked himself. The current scene was practically a common sight of deep sibling affection. Just then, he conjured a beam of light from his palm, seeming to want to materialize something, and he said to Lu Donli, "From today onwards you are my disciple." As is customary, there must be an initiation gift. After the light vanished, when a scarecrow appeared, he coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment and then said to her, "Although it doesn't look very nice, this is the initiation gift from your master." Oh, that's a life and death puppet. Ningyi looked at the object in surprise. The one he handed to Lu Donli and said. Afterwards she explained to Lu Donli. The method for refining this item has been lost. It is a relic from the ancient era. Once one is used, there is one less remaining. Currently throughout the entire Tianxian realm, I'm afraid you won't find many people who possess this item. Over there Lu Chaoga also had the system detect and scan it. But he didn't receive any significant results. He then opened his mouth in surprise thinking, is it that powerful? Even the system couldn't display its function. At this moment Gue Changkong spoke, with a hint of slyness in his eyes. This thing isn't really that useful. It just means that after it recognizes you as its master, it can die for you once. Hearing this, the Lu siblings felt as if they had been struck by lightning, immediately stunned by the words extra life token. Seeing this, Lu Donli immediately bowed and thanked him. Donli thanks master. Lu Chaoga also revealed a relieved smile, muttering inwardly, with this item, Donli can avoid one life or death calamity. At this moment Gue Changkong spoke to him again. Kid, you said you wanted this old man to give you guidance once, right? Yes, Lu Chaoga replied seriously. He thought to himself, this is guidance from an 8th stage great practitioner. What will the system provide? After all, since the first generation sword venerable, this world has never seen a top expert of the 9th stage. Unlike him, several streams of energy appeared around him. He thought secretly, this is a good opportunity to showcase my abilities in front of my little disciple. Recently the demon cultivators have been acting up, Gue Changkong said. The surrounding light already appeared with greater intensity. Soon, the disciples below the stage were greatly surprised. Someone asked what is going on. Just a moment later, everyone including Ningyi Lu Donli, Lu Chaoga Hei Ting Luo Bingmu, and Dongfang Xiaoqiu, were taken by Gue Changkong to a small lakeside amongst continuous mountains. Lu Chaoga looked around, then thought vaguely, this place is at least 500 li away from Momin. Is this the power of the 8th stage? Suddenly Lu Donli picked up the Qian sword and warned him cautiously, Gidge, look over there. At this moment opposite them, a giant mutated alligator appeared, lurking faintly in the lake. Riding on it was a masked person, whose body was only covered by a single cloth, radiating an eerie murderous aura. That person sat atop the monster, letting their hair flow in the wind, and spoke calmly. As he looked at the group of newcomers, where did you come from? I didn't sense anything at all. Lu Chaoga looked at Gue Changkong, who was calmly stroking his beard, and thought inwardly with some admiration. As expected of an 8th stage great practitioner, he randomly grabbed a lucky civilian for a quick kill. It's truly unbelievable. However, the person standing opposite them wasn't thinking as much. He just quickly scanned the group and secretly evaluated. These few youngsters and the old man aren't scary. Only that woman. The person bypassed the old man, who didn't possess any terrifying murderous aura, who was Gue Changkong, and looked directly at Ningyi thinking, she is a great practitioner. Suddenly his body jumped violently, immediately leaving him confused. He thought, what's going on? Immediately after, he widened his eyes in fear and looked to the other side. Who is that old man? He wondered inwardly. But Gue Changkong did not pay much attention. He merely raised his hand and chanted a spell. Subsequently the surrounding atmosphere instantly changed as waves of powerful sword energy emerged, making that person think in horror. That ordinary-looking old man. Why can he exude such powerful sword energy? Something seems wrong. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately retreated cautiously and shouted loudly, hurry, get out of here, little fish, let's go quickly. In response, the little fish also opened its mouth wide, ready to leave immediately. But suddenly, his entire body seemed to be tightly bound by something, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He trembled and thought, what is going on? I can't move. My body feels like it's being squeezed by something. At this moment the sky seemed to dim instantly, while a beam of light descended from above, causing him to look up in terror. At this moment that terrifying sword energy had transformed into a gigantic sword glow, hanging in the dark sky. This made the person think in panic. We've been locked onto by that terrifying sword energy. Just as he was recovering from the shock and letting his thoughts run wild, Gui Changkong spoke calmly. In my early years there was the famous anecdote of one sword slaying the sea. Have you ever heard of it? Lu Chaoga, standing beside Lu Donli, also responded seriously. Of course he knew this anecdote is too famous in Qingzhou. Even 3-year-olds know about it. That year the tides were surging and flooding, and thousands upon thousands of common people were about to be swallowed up. Suddenly a beam of light appeared from within those massive ocean waves. Subsequently it flashed with dazzling radiance. However, when the huge waves dissipated, a figure was seen, standing midair. This action immediately made the common people who witnessed it open their mouths in astonishment. It's the sword god, it's Lord Sword God, isn't it? They looked at Gui Changkong, who was standing majestically in the air, and said this. At that time Gui Changkong slightly closed his eyes. He slowly and steadily said, after that one sword strike, I gained some realization and created a new sword technique. What we have before us today is just a small lake. It will only allow you to witness 1/10th of this move, of this technique. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding sword energy also gradually manifested clearly. Gui Changkong spoke again. But do not be constrained by the surface appearance of this move. This sword strike integrates everything produced by my innate divine ability. After my sword heart achieved clarity, even if you wanted to learn it you couldn't grasp its essence. But suddenly, Gui Changkong turned his head again and looked at Lu Donli, saying softly, little Li Zi, however, might be able to. After all, her initial spirit is wind. Hearing this, she looked at her master confusedly, seemingly not having understood. After that he stopped looking at her, merely radiating killing intent once more. This surprised the Lu brothers, and he spoke. Watch closely, everyone, I name this sword strike. Along with his words, that massive, brightly shining sword energy cleaved straight towards the water monster and the person floating in the lake. As that person prepared to parry and was about to dissipate, he couldn't help but think regretfully, to die under such powerful sword energy. Did I meet a worthy end? A huge sound followed. The sky also returned to its original state. While everyone was still marveling in amazement, Lu Chaoga was secretly cursing in his heart. Damn, I didn't see anything at all. It was too fast. Unimaginably fast. And also unimaginably calm. He observed while breaking out in cold sweat from shock, thinking, no wonder it's called equality of all living beings. So that's what it means. He looked at the flat yet spectacular scene before him, and thought everything will turn into dust under the strike of this sword. All life is equal. Lu Chaoga looked up, then whispered to He Ting, haven't you recovered from your shock yet? Look up. Just as He Ting raised his head, he felt extremely surprised, because in the sky right now, a large area of blank space had appeared. Lu Chaoga also spoke up, adding, Senior's sword strike completely cleared the air in front of us. However, Ji Changkong manipulated his sword energy once again. In an instant, he moved everyone back to the arena. Just now he looked at Lu Chaoga and asked in a deep voice, kid, how much did you comprehend? After speaking, he looked at the stunned Chaoga and thought proudly, this kid is really going to surprise me, isn't he? However, Lu Chaoga had already entered the system interface at this moment. A line of text appeared on the screen. You have received guidance from the 8th Realm Sword Cultivator, Ji Changkong. You will receive 1 reward redemption opportunity. He looked at the screen and silently commanded the system claim. Starting redemption. The system acknowledged his words and the screen flashed violently. A smile of excitement appeared on Lu Chaoga's lips. Thinking guidance from the 8th realm, what kind of reward? Could it be at that moment an image of an item? And a line of text appeared on the screen. Skill equality of all life incomplete. This confused him and he asked himself, incomplete, it seems this is because this move is related to Ji Changkong's innate divine ability, which is why it is incomplete. Redeeming it might not be very useful. He weighed the options in his mind. Next, the system displayed another item. A sword intent upgrade card which reduces required experience by 50%. Accompanied by a note can only be used at the current level. There was also another item. An innate divine ability upgrade card, which reduces required experience by 50%. Accompanied by a note. Can only be used at the current level. Seeing this, Lu Chao's eyes immediately widened and he exclaimed, "Hiss, it's a sword intent or sword heart upgrade card that reduces experience by 50%. Both sword intent and sword heart require 2 million experience to level up from level 1 to level 2. Can this save me 1 million experience directly?" The system panel was right before his eyes. Lu Chaoga raised his hand thinking with some hesitation. Both save 1 million experience. Should I choose the sword heart or the sword intent? Just at this moment, Lu Donli also entered a meditative state. She stood still, closed her eyes, calming her heart and mind. The vice sect master of the sword sect walked over, stroking his beard, watching her in meditation, and thought, "My disciple, how much will you be able to comprehend? Your master is very much looking forward to it." After closing her eyes for a moment, she suddenly opened them wide. Frowning and filled with determination, she drew the sword in her hand and let out a decisive shout. The sword gleamed brightly. She swung the sword forward. The two observers nearby were somewhat speechless. The atmosphere felt slightly off. Suddenly an awkward silence fell again. Ji Chongkong stood aside, without making any comment. Aunt Ning was stunned and dumbfounded. What's going on here? Little Li's comprehension shouldn't be this poor. Don Li stood there, seemingly completely oblivious to the expressions of the two onlookers, and lightly sheathed her sword. Ji Chongkong and Aunt Ning were very confused by her previous actions. Don Li said nothing, without any expression on her face, raising her sword again, swinging it violently forward, and slicing through a single falling leaf. Aunt Ning carefully observed her movements again, realizing, wait, this girl isn't imitating the sword technique, she's trying to integrate that sword move into her own wind power. What a pity. Suddenly Don Li stopped moving again, and sheathed her sword. She was now standing perfectly still once more. Closing her eyes, she entered a meditative state. It felt as if a stream of blue energy was constantly emanating and enveloping her. Seeing this, Ning Yi immediately changed the thoughts she had in her mind. Wait a minute, just now, I can't draw a conclusion yet. After meditating for a while, Don Li opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed with blue light, full of sharpness and determination. A blue flash of light appeared before her eyes. A huge blue halo spun around her, rising thousands of meters high. The strong wind howled. Ning Yi widened her eyes in surprise. This girl actually managed to successfully integrate the power of wind into her sword technique. Ji Chongkong stood nearby, unable to suppress a smile, praising her while laughing. Excellent, excellent, her comprehension is no worse than mine back then. After successfully executing the formation, Don Li remained rooted to the spot, calming her mind and focusing her spirit. The deputy sect master of the sword sect looked at her immensely pleased. My disciple is truly exceptional. I must let my senior brother know. Otherwise it'll be like wearing fine clothes in the dark. He recalled Don Li's decisive words at the time. The first specific detail of our 3-chapter agreement. Until my strength is sufficient, no one else must know that I am your disciple. Recalling her suggestion, he couldn't help but smile, then thought, my senior brother shouldn't count as someone else, right? Right. He then cast his gaze behind him towards Mu Dongfeng. He Ting and Luo Bing were also standing there observing. He looked at them and then commented, it's a pity these grand disciples are too weak. Their comprehension is limited. But in the future, she might become the light that illuminates their path to breakthrough. Don Li finally finished. She let out a small sigh of relief. Her comprehension reached its peak. Next, she must transform this equality for all beings into her own sword move. She turned around to look at Lu Chaoga, who was meditating not far from her. I wonder how senior brother's comprehension is progressing. Suddenly Ji Chongkong saw something. Startled and panicking, he widened his eyes to observe closely. He shouted loudly, giving an order, everyone step back. Then with a casual wave of his hand, he immediately executed a technique to protect everyone. A blue current of energy appeared, like a protective shield. They stood a distance away from Lu Chaoga, having prepared shields for themselves. Lu Chaoga closed his eyes, focusing his mind on comprehension. Using all his senses to perceive everything. He then slowly opened his eyes. A flash of blue light streaked across his eyes. Lu Chaoga gently raised his hand. Spun it in a circle to cast the spell. Instantly a dense blue current of energy appeared. Ji Changkong looked at the technique before him, widening his eyes in astonishment. His sword intent has broken through. Ningyi smiled, the corners of her mouth slightly curving upward. At the first stage of cultivation his sword chi was already formed. Now at the second stage of cultivation his sword intent has reached the second tier. Chaoga Chaoga. How many impossible things. Are you planning to do those before you could not? How many times do you intend to shock Aunt Ning? Ji Changkong frowned, stroking his beard, meticulously observing his technique, and then said, "From my single sword strike he actually comprehended this much." This kid, he finished, bursting into hearty laughter. Ningyi was a bit curious. "Senior brother Ji, what is so funny?" Ji Changkong immediately turned his head to look at her, and then countered Ningyi's question. "Junior sister, didn't you tell me? This kid once told Nanwei Jianzuan. That was wrong, do you know? What it means that he is currently in the second stage, yet has reached the second tier of sword intent. Is what it means." Ningyi looked at him calmly, thought for a moment, and asked, "What is it?" He immediately put his hands behind his back, raised his head and laughed heartily again. "It means that senior brother was not just wrong, he was unbelievably wrong." Hearing Ji Changkong's explanation, Ningyi was completely stunned. He sighed wordlessly, feeling completely helpless. Senior brother Ji actually still remembers something like that. Although he was very happy, he quickly calmed down and started calculating internally. The reason this kid could break through was thanks to my sword strike. This also means I let senior brother know he was wrong. I guess you could say I won against senior brother. The formation Lu Chaoga activated looked incredibly powerful, magnificent in momentum, with a green ribbon of light before him, and countless phantom sword figures piercing the sky. "It truly is amazing," he muttered to himself, unable to stop smiling, nodding repeatedly. The logic is perfectly sound, there are no issues. I absolutely must be this kid's master of the sword, and it must be widely known." Lu Donli stared intently at Lu Chaoga, her admiration and worship clearly evident. If she were only in the second realm, she definitely wouldn't be her brother's opponent. He's getting stronger and stronger. After Lu Chaoga finished checking his own abilities, he commented, "The feeling of breaking through sword intent is really nice." But at this moment the system suddenly popped up a notification. "Sword intent level 3 requires 4 million experience points. Do you wish to break through?" Reading those words he was completely stunned. His heart throbbed violently. The next level needs 4 million experience points. That is way too expensive. But Lu Chaoga closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. That expensive? I wonder what this darn system does with all that experience. Is it going fishing? Powerful energy fluctuations emanated from his surroundings. Lu Donli was ecstatic, and quickly offered her congratulations. "Congratulations on your sword intent breakthrough, big brother." Lu Chaoga turned to face Ji Changkong and respectfully bowed. "Respectfully. Thank you, senior, for the guidance." Ji Changkong stroked his beard, and then calmly said, "Your comprehension truly is excellent, young man. No worse than mine when I was young." Lu Chaoga simply smiled slightly upon hearing this, but thought to himself, "No worse than when you were young, does that mean I'm stronger than you?" With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned to leave, but still turned back to give some final instructions. "That sword strike just now, I reckon you all still need some time to fully digest it. During this period, this old man needs to return to the sword sect to take care of a few things." He turned and asked Ningyi, "Junior sister, are you staying in Momin or returning to the sect with me?" Aunt Ning replied with a gentle smile, "Senior brother Ji, after sword inquiring day ends, comes ranking day. This concerns the ranking order of the bottom 300 sects. Both senior brother and I need to attend the meeting." Ji Changkong opened one eye to look, saying tiredly, "This is just a formality. What a hassle, let's go." Aunt Ning approached Lu Chaoga and Lu Donli, giving them a few instructions. "Chaoga, little lazy. Aunt Ning will come to visit you both in a few days." Subsequently the two of them left just like that. Lu Donglei raised her hand and waved goodbye to Aunt Ning. Lu Chaoga turned around, looked at the crowd and said, "Let's go, today's martial display is over. All of you must try hard to recall the senior's sword moves. It should be somewhat beneficial to your cultivation." The crowd responded with a unified affirmation. Lu Donglei walked beside her brother, finding an excuse to talk, and then asked, "Big brother, tell me, how much do you think our Momen sect can improve in this ranking?" Lu Chaoga was rather unconcerned and replied perfunctorily, "That's a small matter, don't worry about it too much. The ranking day 3 years from now will be the interesting one." After hearing him, she repeated, 3 years from now. Lu Chaoga's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. His heart filled with joy. Luckily Ji Chongkong has left. Tonight is the night to offer vital essence to the small shrine. If he were here, he might notice something. An image appeared in his mind of a night under the bright moonlight, showing a massive tomb. Lu Chaoga lamented internally. It truly is hard being a man. When I was little, I always hoped I would grow up fast. But once I became an adult, I only served as someone else's blood-sucking pump. Tonight is destined to be another empty day. At this moment in this dense forest in Qingzhou, the sky was azure and the air was pleasant. Diyu was facing a rock wall, staring at it intently, raising his hand to stroke his chin in deep thought. This mountain wall is the entrance to the secret realm. But why is it that with my aptitude, I spent so much time here without making the slightest progress? I didn't even go check out Senior Disciple Chao Guess. Sword Inquiry Assembly. Chen Xiao came running over, breathless but cheerful. "Senior Disciple Diyu, I've got what you needed." Hearing the call, Diyu immediately turned around. Chen Xiao was standing on his flying sword, whistling as he descended. He asked in surprise what was the result of the Mo Sect sword inquiry. Chen Xiao had flown back using all his strength, and now he was completely exhausted. Landing on the ground, he gasped. "Specially, do you listen to his incoherent speech?" Feeling even more anxious. "Specially what?" Chen Xiao regained his strength, straightened up and said cheerfully, "It ended super fast." "Do you?" Felt as if he had been doused with cold water after hearing that. Chen Xiao's mouth curved up into a sly smile. He spread his hand open and offered "Do you will look at the shimmering beautiful stone in his palm. Senior Disciple, see for yourself." That stone was like a camera, recording the entire scene from that moment. Diyu looked at the stone, and he seemed to witness the entire process. Chao Gu casting spells, being countered and then counterattacking again. Diyu watched Chao Gu intently, then cheered, his voice filled with delight. Senior Disciple Chao Guess' demeanor is as admirable as ever. Especially that line, "Your minds are in disarray." That was truly earth-shattering. His joy didn't last long, and he immediately began to feel worried again. His face drooped and he sighed dejectedly. Chen Xiao stood nearby and seeing his reaction asked, "Senior Disciple Diyu, why are you sighing?" Diyu turned around and voiced his thoughts. Senior Disciple Chao Guess' strength has advanced quite a bit again. Chen Xiao was also a little surprised upon hearing this, and offered comfort sympathetically. "Senior Disciple Diyu, don't lose heart." Diyu turned back again, facing the rock wall, maintaining his original posture. He made up his mind and muttered to himself, "Since that is the case, I should redouble my efforts even more. Accumulating small amounts leads to great things. This is how it should be." Chen Xiao let out 2 dry laughs, trying to lighten the mood. "It's just that this time, the sect master is definitely going to be famous throughout the world." When Diyu heard him say that, he immediately turned his head and asked why. Chen Xiao placed his hands on his hips and calmly explained, "For this Mo Sect Sword Inquiry Assembly." The deputy sect master and Elder Ning both went to watch. Diyu was a little flustered. He widened his eyes, thinking internally. Uncle Master came too. Just then atop the sword sect's perilous and majestic cliff mist was swirling. Voices rose and fell. "We respectfully welcome the sect master." A man with a commanding appearance, exuding an air of authority, strode confidently forward. That person was one of the 4 earth deities, the Sword of Qingzhou, the Sword Sect Master Li Suifeng. He raised his hand and invited everyone. "All the delegates, please take a seat." After they sat down, they asked each other, "Senior Disciple Ji must have entered already, right?" Suddenly a flash of green light streaked past, quick as a gust of wind. Another person arrived and lightly sat down in a chair. Ji Chongkong was already here. He smiled and said to the crowd, "Please sit everyone, please sit." The sword sect master looked at Ji Changkon's ecstatic appearance, feeling puzzled. Usually, senior disciple Jis' face is always gloomy during these meetings. Why is he so happy today? The sword sect master deliberately coughed loudly a few times. Since everyone is here, then everyone please take a look at the preliminary rankings. Having said that, he stretched out his hand and threw a few books for everyone to see. The books were quickly tossed out, lying neatly on the tabletop right in front of everyone. With a whoosh, that book also landed neatly in front of Ji Changkon. Seeing Li Sufeng's serious expression, he wondered. Senior brother Ji usually doesn't care about rankings, so he probably won't open it today, right? But unexpectedly, Ji Changkon actually noticed it. He slowly reached out and opened the book, carefully flipping through every page. Li Suifeng felt very surprised he actually opened it. Ji Changkon picked up the entire book, flipping through it frantically. Li Suifeng continued to observe intently, his eyes never leaving him for a moment. It seems he is looking for a name. It looks like he has already found what he was looking for. He knitted his brows, carefully reading every single word. Stroking his beard, he fell into contemplation. Li Suifeng was utterly stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat from shock. His face turned pale. Senior brother Jis' expression changed. Ji Changkon suddenly flared up in anger and slammed the book heavily onto the table. After a loud bang, he shouted, "How exactly is this ranking list determined? This is simply preposterous." Everyone around them trembled, startled by Ji Changkon's words. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at him. They remained silent, thinking to themselves, "Senior brother Ji usually doesn't speak up. Does senior brother Ji intend to interfere with the ranking matter? If my opinion conflicts with senior brother Jis, then we will be in trouble." Seeing his somewhat unusual behavior, Aunt Ning merely propped up her chin, chuckling as she looked toward Ji Changkon. It seems I'm not the only one who will be speaking up for those people this year. Li Suifeng also seemed somewhat wary. He frowned, observing Ji Changkon's expression, and kept silent. He pondered cautiously. This ranking is the result of collective discussion among our sword sect. Among the elders, strength speaks the loudest. If there are conflicting opinions, then we settle it with a fight outside. Whoever wins is heard. Seeing Ji Changkon so dissatisfied, showing no sign of yielding, even the sect master of the sword sect felt helpless. But this old stubborn man, apart from the sword venerable, even I am not his opponent. After all, with his strength in the preceding generations, he could have held the position of sword venerable. After careful consideration, Li Suifeng finally spoke cautiously. "Senior brother Ji, do you think there's a problem with this ranking? If you don't mind, please state it directly, and we will prioritize its discussion." Hearing his words, Ji Changkon thought, "Let's see who he wants to promote first." Ji Changkon was impolite. He picked up the paper which had MO school ranked 4 to 5th and accused, "I have no objection to the other rankings, but the MO school's ranking is definitely too low." Upon hearing his suggestion, everyone burst into an uproar. Feeling puzzled and surprised, Li Suifeng countered with a question. "The MO school?" Everyone around them chimed in. "Never heard of it. What level of sect is that?" "Among the 300 sects under the jurisdiction of our sword sect." "Is that sect even listed?" Aunt Ning held the scroll high and read aloud, so that everyone could hear. "MO school sect master Lu Chaobe currently possesses a cultivation of the second stage not long ago in the trial grounds. He cleared the stage much faster than the runner-up. Subsequently, while contemplating the sword steel, he entered the state of profound sword heart." Hearing this introduction, everyone was deeply shocked. What, there's a young man with such talent? He already entered the state of profound sword heart while only in the second stage. Ji Changkon's mouth curved up slightly and he smiled, adding a few more words of praise. "Not only that, his sword intent has long since taken shape. A few days ago I briefly offered some guidance to that boy at the MO school. His comprehension is no worse than mine was back then. Now he has already reached the second layer of sword intent." Everyone who heard this disbelieved it, thinking Ji Changkon was lying and deceiving them all. "That's impossible. The sword venerable himself once said, 'It is unsuitable to comprehend sword intent below The third stage he's reached the second layer of sword intent while in the second stage. Such aptitude. Not even the sword venerable's sword attendant could compare. Ji Changkong looked confident and serious. Stroking his beard, he turned to look at Li Suifeng and said, Senior brother sword venerable once said, don't even think about forming sword intent below the third stage. Now under my guidance that boy has actually reached the second layer of sword intent. It seems senior brother was not only wrong this time, but spectacularly wrong. Everyone was stunned speechless when they heard him say that. Among those present he was the only one who dared to say the sword venerable was wrong. Jianzuan was wrong. Is that young man really that terrifying? I wonder if there is any more news. He frantically flipped through ancient texts looking for information. The more he read, the more the expression on his face changed. On the day of the sword inquiry, Lu Chaoga of the Momin sect challenged disciples from dozens of sects alone, some of whom had even reached the third realm. But the crowd could not look directly at his divine power, and could not draw their swords. The ones who managed to draw their swords, Luo Tong and Yang, and either surrendered proactively, or couldn't withstand a single blow. Reading up to this point, he felt completely silent. He couldn't even believe what was written in the book. Luo Tong, a third realm disciple of Mojianshan, whose sword heart was also perfected. He couldn't withstand even a single blow. The others who heard this were equally panicked. Luo Tong. I know this person is a genius among the younger generation. I didn't expect him to be unable to withstand one move now. He is clearly only in the second realm. I didn't expect him to be so incredibly powerful. Even with extraordinary sword intent and sword heart. That's too powerful and illogical. Li Suifeng looked at Ji Changkong having something. He wanted to ask senior brother Ji, is Lu Chaoja's innate divine ability related to the soul? Ji Changkong stroked his beard. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly and he confirmed with a smile, that's right. Everyone was even more shocked upon hearing this. This innate divine ability is actually related to the soul. This is extremely rare. Before cultivators reach the fifth realm, it's very difficult to touch upon areas related to the soul. Li Suifeng was greatly astonished. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear. I didn't expect such a talented youth to exist outside of my Jianzong sect. It turned out like this, seeing that everyone was surprised and wary due to Chaoja's outstanding talent. And Ning crossed her arms and smiled pleasantly, thinking, Chaoga and Dongli are capable of much more than this. Finally, Li Suifeng proactively brought up the main topic. Senior brother Ji, where do you think the Momin sect should rank among the lower 100 sects? Ji Changkong was not modest at all, saying frankly, it should rank within the top 10. His suggestion was immediately met with intense opposition from everyone. That's impossible, senior brother Ji, absolutely not. Although this Lu Chaoga is a rare genius, the rankings are determined based on current comprehensive strength, and not potential. Lu Chaoja's cultivation level is still at the second realm. That's right, this is a major matter for Qingzhou. If we treat it like child's play, it will make outsiders laugh at us. Ji Changkong didn't say a word, just stroked his beard, frowning as he looked at everyone. Seeing this, Li Suifeng was startled and a little afraid. This is bad, senior brother Ji is about to get angry. He quickly stood up and proactively explained to ease the tension. Senior brother Ji, Momin's ranking is indeed low, but everything must still follow the rules set by the founding master of the sect. Aunt Ning turned her head to look at Li Suifeng, thinking, it looks like senior brother sect master even invoked the founding master. So this matter is basically settled. Senior brother Jis' suggestion is too high. Although Chaoga and Dongli are excellent, the Momin sect still has few members. Ji Changkong looked disgruntled, but having no choice, he cupped his hands and asked, then you tell me, how should they be ranked? This managed to appease Ji Changkong, whose anger seemed to have subsided. Li Suifeng let out a soft sigh of relief. Li Suifeng looked seriously at everyone and stated a number. Little Li Zi Dongli, I told you today. Your master said today that I will fight for a spot in the top 16 for you no matter what. Li Suifeng turned around, pondered for a moment, and then said, I propose that those ranked after the 90th position in the lower 100 sects can have their rankings withheld, and the matter of Momin being ranked 41st should also be dropped. But everyone seemed to disagree with the sect master's idea. What good is there in not announcing the rankings? Exactly. Aren't we supposed to be discussing the rankings? Different rankings mean the resources obtained will also be different. Isn't that the whole point of the ranking? The sect master stared intently at everyone. He spoke in a deep voice, emphasizing every word. However, the rankings of the top 10 still need to be announced. Everyone is aware. The resources allocated to the top 10 are completely different from those allocated based on other sect rankings. Therefore, Li Suifeng looked toward Ji Changkong. He then announced, I have decided to grant resources to the MO men, but the treatment will be equivalent to that of the top 10. The shortfall in resources for the sect will be covered by me. Does everyone find this acceptable? The crowd buzzed with discussion, but most people agreed with the decision. This arrangement seems fine too. Actually, the ranking of the Xiaobai men didn't need to be announced so clearly anyway. Exactly, this is a very reasonable solution. The sect master is magnanimous. Ant Ning glanced sideways at Ji Changkong. He was pondering something and offered a small smile. He sighed softly. Little pair, oh little pair. If you would just stop holding back so much. This old man could definitely claim the title of number 1 in the Xiaobai men. But this current solution is already the best possible outcome. He finally nodded in agreement, granting his permission. All right, let's proceed as the sect master proposed. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved and extremely happy. That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Ji Changkong cleared his throat a few times, breaking the joyful atmosphere. The happy mood that had just formed. Everyone, you have all witnessed the potential of the MO men. What kind of development they will see 3 years from now remains an unknown quantity. How about we? A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Place a wager. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck dumbfounded. Everyone was astonished and speechless. Are we having a meeting right now? What was the topic of this meeting again? It's completely off topic. Meanwhile, inside a small house situated in a stretch of lush green bamboo forest, sunlight filtered in through the bamboo leaves, making the surrounding scenery quite beautiful. Lu Chaoga and Donli were sitting opposite each other, but the atmosphere seemed very tense, and something felt wrong. Chaoga was focused intensely on studying something, while Donli was extremely nervous, unsure how to start speaking. He raised a hand, rubbing his chin, and looked at the system. The system panel displayed before his eyes. Everything displayed showed reputation value plus 100. He looked at it, feeling utterly perplexed. What in the world is going on? Why are these reputation points soaring so quickly? Is this haunted? Donli cautiously, slowly lifted her eyes to look at him, and then softly and slowly said, Brother, I have something I want to give you. Lu Chaoga was startled by her voice. He countered, What is it? Suddenly something made him panic, leaving him speechless. Donli opened her palm and handed a cloth doll to him. He slowly raised the teacup to his lips and asked in a low voice, You're giving this to me? Donli smiled and nodded. Yes, brother, please take it. Lu Chaoga looked on, his eyes half closed languidly, pondering with deep significance. My sister is a cautious person. Her only ambition is to live in seclusion until attaining immortality. Even her destined sword was named Shang Shang, longevity immortality. The cloth doll Donli gave him was a life-death puppet Shang Siren. It can die once for its master. This is essentially a life-substituting talisman. And now she has actually given me the life-death puppet which can die for her. Sentence continuation from L289. As her brother, in her heart I have surpassed her own life. No content. He stared directly into Lu Donli's eyes. He could not detect the slightest hint of regret or hesitation. He knew her well. She was clearly terrified of death. Chaoga took a sip from the teacup he held to his lips, and asked simultaneously, Why are you giving it to me? She replied with a mix of worry and slight annoyance. It's not because of brother's personality, or brother's way of doing things. That makes me unable to feel at ease. Lu Donli lowered her gaze and continued calmly. It'll be fine. Besides, I don't want to leave the mountain. I can still delve into studying formations and improve Mo Min's mountain protection array, making it even stronger. She cheered herself up, smiled at her brother and continued. Also, I can find Ant Ning and learn artifact forging, and then make a few defensive magic treasures for myself. And also I can study alchemy. There are many spiritual elixirs now that have miraculous effects when it comes to saving one's life. She pushed the cloth doll toward her brother and placed it on the table. I have many ways to protect myself, so please take this, brother. She smiled at her brother, thinking, I am indeed cultivating the path of longevity. But my longevity means achieving it together with my brother. Lu Chaoga, however, flatly refused, his eyes cold. He crossed his arms again and said, Take it back unless you want your butt spanked like when you were little. Lu Dongli was startled by his words, freezing as she looked at him. She scoffed, put her hands on her hips and retorted stubbornly, You might not even be able to defeat me, big brother. Seeing her stubbornness, realizing she was growing too bold, Lu Chaoga flicked her nose hard and lectured, I am your brother and I am also the sect leader. Dongli pouted aggrievely, completely unconvinced. Chaoga crossed his arms and gently instructed his sister, Also, don't secretly take my blood when I'm not paying attention, and try to make it recognize you as its master. She rested her chin in her hands, turned away, ignoring her brother. Seeing her so upset, he suddenly felt that he might also be at fault. Did I say something too harsh to her just now? Chaoga slowly reached out his hand to her, gently stroking her head and comforting her. Brother is not as fragile as you think. Brother will definitely achieve longevity. Along with his little sister, Dongli quickly brightened up and smiled, radiantly enjoying her brother's tenderness. The air outside also seemed to become gentle towards her. Bamboo branches swayed softly, carrying wafts of fresh fragrance. What a pleasant and peaceful sight it was outside. Slightly dazzling sunlight poured down. Today is the sect ranking day, part of the ranking for the 3,000 great sects. A first-rank sword sect. But I want to talk about the Momin Sect Leader, who single-handedly suppressed 100 sword contenders, fighting 1 against 100, remaining undefeated like an immortal. Everyone gathered together to listen to stories about Chaoga. Especially during the sword contest, he suppressed everyone with a single gaze, preventing them from even drawing their swords. The storyteller opened his fan and tried hard to imitate Chaoga's majestic appearance, saying, Your hearts are in disarray. People nearby saw this and immediately applauded non-stop, praising him and excitedly shouting reward that was excellently told. The crowd continued to cheer. Reward, reward, reward. Mu Dongfang stood aside, watching the scene before him, a slight smile forming on the corner of his mouth. He smiled, thinking Sect Leader Martial Uncle is much cooler than this. Even if that storyteller had 1/10th of his ability, he couldn't fully express it. Mu Dongfang smiled brightly, carrying a large sack on his shoulder, turning to leave and taking one last glance, thinking to himself, Sect Leader Martial Uncle told me to place bets in all the gambling houses, putting everything on Momin to win. I really made a killing this time. As he was leaving, he suddenly encountered a group of people gathering, chatting and laughing. This Sect Leader Lu is truly a genius. He can even rival the strongest expert currently in the second realm. Yes, indeed. Among the young cultivators of this generation, aside from you senior brother of the sword sect, almost no one can compete with him. He has truly achieved the state of beneath only one person, and above 10,000 among today's young sword cultivators. Mu Dongfang was still standing nearby when he overheard someone in the crowd loudly state, That's because senior brother Yu has already broken through to the 4th realm, and he possesses the flawless sword body. If they were both in the 2nd realm, then Sect Master Lu is the greatest under heaven. Seeing that they were arguing, and some were still praising their own Lu Chaoga, he left. That group of people continued discussing and laughing loudly. What does this prove? It proves that the greatest under heaven is right here in Qingzhou. It proves that we sword cultivators are the strongest. He walked out of the area and looked up at the sky. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, and a flock of birds circled continuously in the air. Mu Dongfang's smile was bright, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Sect Master Uncle's reputation has already spread throughout Qingzhou. When will I be as powerful as him? Afterward, just as he wished, he became a legend of his generation long after. But that is a story for another time. At this moment at Mo Man's neighbor Qiu Shui Men, flowers bloomed in clusters, a sea of crimson, beautiful and poetic. Sect Master Shui Long. Qiu Shui Men was very popular among the chivalrous sects, and she was followed by a group of apprentices. But she seemed troubled by something, and sighed helplessly. If I had known this, I should have tried harder back then. To firmly grasp Lu Chaoga as a powerful backing. I should have been able to get mid-level resources now. Now he has already become the strongest master of the current second realm. And trying to cling to him is impossible. Someone in the crowd looked up at the sky, saw something glittering, and shouted to let everyone know. A senior sister from Jianzhong is here to distribute resources. That person arrived as expected, quickly descending to the ground. Shu Wei Men's disciples quickly saluted, welcoming the senior sister. The senior sister from Jianzhong handed Shu Wei Long a small pouch. Shu Wei Men among the bottom 100 sects low-tier resources. Hearing this, she immediately accepted it with both hands. Holding the small pouch, her heart felt heavy, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. I really want to ask about Mo Men's ranking. The senior sister from Jianzhong quickly turned around, showing displeasure on her face, feeling resentment in her heart. Why didn't they choose me to deliver resources to Mo Men? But instead they made me come to this Shu Wei Men. I also wanted to see the imposing figure of Mo Men's sect master. Mo Men. Shu Wei Long suddenly spoke, interrupting the thoughts in her head. May I ask what the situation is with Mo Men right now? Hearing Mo Men mentioned, the senior sister's face immediately brightened up and she replied, sounding completely matter-of-fact. Mo Men should have received top-tier resources. Hearing this, she was greatly astonished and panicked. Widening her eyes, she simply couldn't believe her ears. Top-tier resources. Seeing her astonishment, the senior sister explained. But the venerable sect leader said that he would personally supplement the resources, providing Mo Men with the absolute top-grade resources for 3 years. She became even more flustered after hearing this, staggering and shouting loudly. What she was truly frightened, her face turning pale. After the sword inquiry concluded, Vice Sect Leader Ji Chongkong personally went to Mo Men. After the ranking was finalized, Sect Leader Li Suifeng gifted the resources. Just how highly does Jianzhong regard Mo Men? After completing her task, the senior sister from Jianzhong quickly stood up and flew away on her sword. Shu Wei Long watched her figure just like that. Unable to look away, she felt somewhat discouraged and a little ashamed because she had previously looked down upon Mo Men. She looked up at the deep blue sky and said, the expansive sky we see is too small. Perhaps he relied on his own strength to elevate the sky in this area. Within this radius of 100 miles, the sky was deep blue, clear and vast. At this moment at Mo Men, appearing before their eyes was a mountain of gold, silver and jewels, glittering and dazzling. Mu Dongfang immediately said, these are spirit stones and silver tails. One according to sect master uncle's instructions. Dong Li Langbing and Chi Chi, looking at the mountain of silver tails, their eyes were shining brightly. As expected of sect master uncle, to be able to live in seclusion in the mountains for so long. So much money, we can buy lots of food. Dongfang. Seeing everyone so happy, she couldn't help but burst into laughter as well. Her giggles were crisp like melting ice and snow. Suddenly remembering something, she turned and asked Dongli, where is elder brother the sect master? Dongli replied softly, elder brother is waiting for the Jianzhong disciples at the mountain gate. I need to hurry over there too. After speaking, a flash of light appeared and she flew towards the Mo Men sect. It seems the people from Jianzhong will be arriving soon. Amidst the swirling clouds and rolling mountains, Dongli was already standing in the center of the mountain gate square. But she didn't see a single soul. Dongli turned her head and looked around, searching for her elder brother. Where is elder brother? Why isn't he waiting here? She looked up, already seeing the people from Jianzhong approaching with their deliveries, which filled her with panic. Oh no, the Jianzhong disciples have brought the resources. She quickly landed. Dongli stepped forward quickly and bowed to the Jianzhong disciples, saying, the Mo Men sect master was evaluated as lower 100 sects top tier, subsidized by the Jianzhong sect leader for 3 years, and received the highest level of resources. Dongli was surprised when she heard that her Mo Men sect had achieved such a high ranking, and couldn't help but feel amazed. She thought happily to herself, we received the top-tier resources. Top tier. Shouldn't we naturally receive top-tier resources? The Jianzhong disciple took out the resources, holding the top-tier goods in her hands, and asked, where is Lu Chaoga, the Mo Men sect master? Hearing her question, Dongli nervously looked away, blushing and lowering her head. Oh no. Where is elder brother now? On such an important day. Even if it's just for these resources, he shouldn't be late. This person was none other than the personal disciple of the Genzong sect leader Li Suifeng. Named Ying. Ying looked at Dongli's evasive manner and secretly judged. Perhaps master was mistaken. He's late even for such a major ranking conferral ceremony. What is so great about a person like this? How could he be so unreliable? Men really cannot be trusted. Dongli raised her hand in salute, nervously explaining, I am a Momin elder. I can represent the sect master. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden strong gust of wind howled, followed by a familiar voice. Lu Chaoga, the Momin sect master, is here. Dongli immediately turned to look behind her. Ying stared at him, astonished and stunned. Unable to speak for a moment, this man, Lu Chaoga, descended slowly, his posture dashing and spirited. Dusty from travel yet awe-inspiring and imposing, he gently raised his hand and cast a spell. A beam of green light flashed. It approached and gently took the top-tier resources from Ying's hands. His face was handsome and delicate. After receiving the top-tier resources, he looked at Ying with a doting expression and said, Lu Chaoga, the Momin sect master, is here. At this moment Ying's face was flushed red. She thought, before I always thought I focused only on the way of the sword and had no interest in men. Now it seems I was too naive. Lu Chaoga raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of indifference, and asked, Is there anything else? Ying then shyly opened her mouth and asked, Yes, there is something, sir. Are you betrothed yet? Suddenly asking about marriage was completely irrelevant. Faced with Ying's nonsensical question, Lu Chaoga and Dongli both had looks of confusion on their faces. Ying felt extremely awkward, shaking her head vigorously. No. I'm so ashamed of myself, Ying. The vice sect leader asked me to take you to him. She stammered, unable to speak clearly. Having said that, she awkwardly fled the scene, making a quick getaway. This left Lu Chaoga and Dongli staring at each other, confused about what had just happened. Why did she run away so shyly? Holding the letter in his hand, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but boast proudly. As expected, no one can resist this world-shaking face of mine. Dongli was less concerned about that and focused on the letter. Is this from master to us? Just now the sword sect disciple said we were level resources. Did master secretly help us? Well, see with that. Lu Chaoga gently opened the letter. As the letter opened, a strange dark azure light appeared. Then the light converged, and Master Gu Changkong's three-dimensional image appeared before the two of them. Dongli cried out in surprise, Master. Master Gu Changkong smiled kindly, gently stroking his beard and saying, For this ranking your master didn't use full strength. Only managed to get you a tiny bit of level resources, just for the two of you to play with. But I saved my strength preparing to play a big hand. In 3 to 5 years. Dongli and Chaoga thought simultaneously. This is clearly a roundabout way of speaking, meant to express dissatisfaction. Right, without using his full strength, he still allowed us to obtain level resources. This is the kind of treatment only the top 10 of the lower 100 sects get. After speaking, Master Gu Changkong narrowed his eyes and revealed, I made a bet. I bet that your MO sect, in 3 years, will definitely secure a place in the middle 100 sects, ranking at least in the top 50. If I win the bet, all this belongs to the two of you. If I lose, it's on me. Chaoga and Dongli's eyes widened, but they showed no sign of worry. How much can we win from this bet? How much did you wager, master? Then he casually mentioned a figure. I didn't wager much. Just 200,000 spirit stones. Dongli and Chaoga were completely stunned at this moment. 200,000. That's too serious. That's 200,000 spirit stones. It seems when the time comes they'll have to reveal a bit of my cultivation level. This is no longer about money. It's for the development of the MO sect. On the nameless mountain of the sword sect. At this very moment the one who initiated that massive gamble was doing something important. Master Gu Changkong landed lightly on the ground, surrounded by a bamboo forest and a lotus pond. He smiled and stroked his beard again. Here we go. He shouted loudly, Senior brother, come out and admit your mistake. In the bamboo forest was a house that looked ancient, yet incredibly mysterious. Creek recognizing the visitor by his shout. The door of the house finally opened. A figure gradually appeared. Neatly groomed beard and hair bun. Chankong is here. You haven't come to visit your senior brother for a long time. It turned out to be the sword venerable of the sword sect, the foremost swordsman of this era. He held an ancient text he was reading. Master Gu Chankong wore a mysterious smile. Ignoring all decorum, he stood with his legs apart posing. Senior brother, you are wrong. Conversely, the man addressed as senior brother appeared gentle and composed. All right, senior brother is wrong. This startled Gu Chankong. Why is senior brother acting so strange today? He was a little annoyed. Senior brother should be asking me where exactly are you wrong right now. He was so angry he couldn't stand it. But the senior brother displayed a look of indulgence. Fine, please tell your junior brother where he went wrong. As if saying, just humor me. Say whatever you want. He handed a teacup to his junior brother. Soon Master Chankong calmed down, and once again displayed that immensely smug expression. Didn't you say before? It is absolutely impossible to form sword intent in the third realm. The senior brother scratched his head. Did I say that? Junior brother Chankong absolutely reached his limit and angrily declared. Don't pretend you can't remember, you did say it. The senior brother continued to put on an expression of indifference to worldly affairs and passive acceptance. Yes. I said it. Ugh, I'm speechless. That old man, meanwhile, Master Gu Chankong announced triumphantly. Well, now I'm telling you. There is still someone in this world who has already formed sword intent in the third realm. Moreover, under my guidance, he achieved the second layer of sword intent while only in the second realm of cultivation. Having said that, he proudly tilted his face toward the sky, preening with satisfaction. Senior brother regained his serious expression and said, Junior brother has truly achieved something unprecedented. He analyzed seriously. Theoretically, this is impossible. With the cultivation at the second realm, for an understanding of the great Tao sword intent to have already formed. This has already broken historical norms. Moreover, to be able to, on top of that foundation, reach the second layer of mastery. It's truly incredible. Receiving such praise filled him with immense pride. Gu Chankong repeated. Ha, I told you, senior brother, you were even more mistaken. Now senior brother is finally getting to the point. I'm very curious what this young man's name is. Gu Chankong turned around, his expression looking somewhat dangerous. This is precisely Lu Chaoga, the sect master of Momin. Momin Lu Chaoga. Senior brother murmured the name, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Quite familiar. Gu Chankong. He couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. Oh, even you, senior brother, have heard his name. It seems this brat. He was overjoyed, but this senior brother started scratching his head and ears, as if he didn't know what he had asked. Junior brother, could you explain a bit more clearly about this child? This completely dampened Gu Chankong's spirits, and talking to this person made his mood truly fluctuate. So senior brother, you didn't know after all. After speaking, Gu Chankong began to gesticulate wildly. The sword sovereign didn't ask, having only interacted with his sword attendant for many years, and his daughter. But these two people both chose to hide news related to Lu Chaoga, so they just didn't want to say it. Indeed, a person surnamed Lu, who was an old rival of their clan, had gained renown. After rambling on for a long time, Gu Chankong finally concluded, Momin Lu Chaoga is just such a person. Did you understand, senior brother? Do I need to repeat it? Oh, senior brother already understood. But Gu Chankong once again showed that smug expression. I didn't hear clearly. Is Gu Chankong's direct disciple actually more formidable than sword sovereign senior brother's disciple? Then repeat it again. What is this all about? I merely wanted to recount it again. After speaking, he turned around, raised his head and gazed at the rustling bamboo leaves in the distant bamboo forest, revealing an expression of regret. If he had been born 100 years earlier, I would have been very pleased. Gu Chankong was speechless, and could only sigh helplessly. This elderly master started sulking and acting difficult like an old white-haired man again. It seems, senior brother, you no longer see me as an opponent. Seeing this, senior brother casually said a few words. Fortunately, there's still you, junior brother, you're passable. Gu Chankong showed a satisfied expression. After speaking, he began to act mysterious again. Senior brother, there's one more thing, but I, your junior brother, need to keep this a secret for now. Haha, since it's a secret, junior brother, you'd best not tell anyone. Not even me, it seems this. Senior brother truly disregards worldly matters, not even possessing the curiosity that even ordinary people have. This completely infuriated the junior brother. No, senior brother, you absolutely must listen attentively. Gue Changkong put on a posture. Senior brother, whether you want to hear it or not, you will listen. Senior brother was amiable. All right, please speak, junior brother. After speaking, Gue Changkong grinned widely. Actually, Momen has two prodigies. Besides Lu Chaoga, his sister Lu Dongli. Her talent is no less than his. And Lu Dongli has already been taken on as my disciple. I think this child's future will at least be on par with you. You, Gue Changkong, this master was so competitive. He definitely had to say. One person plus half a person fighting one person, numerically speaking. Senior brother, you've already lost. What kind of secret is this? The senior brother also asked, directly puzzled. This is good news, why keep it a secret? Gue Changkong said with worry. It's a long story, shouldn't you, senior brother, feel depressed right now, facing your highly competitive junior brother? His senior brother, however, was as free as the wind. Why be depressed? This is good for the way of the sword. Are we brothers hoping to have no successor? Master Gue Changkong asked again in a tempting tone. Then, elder brother, are you willing to go with your younger brother to take a look at the Mo sect? The elder brother gently refused. No thank you, I was just planning a trip down the mountain. If there is a chance another day, I will accompany my younger brother on a trip. Younger brother Gue Changkong was extremely curious and asked where he was going. But the reason the elder brother gave was extremely simple. Nothing much, just going down the mountain to look around and travel a bit. I haven't been down the mountain in decades, time for a change of air. The sun was setting in the west. The sky changed color and the wind drove the clouds. The elder brother said something deeply meaningful. The heavens are about to change. This sentence clearly meant more than just the literal change in the sky. The two brothers watched the sunset together like this. At this moment, Chu Go was sitting nearby, deep in thought. Being able to obtain a large amount of resources in a short period of time is a good thing. However, those 200,000 spirit stones promised by Senior Gue must also be secured. Chu Go began to calculate in his mind. If he wants to quickly increase the number of people in the Mo sect now, and do so without consuming resources, there is only one method left. He began to think carefully. There are 3 days left until the public test. The method he proposed was precisely the experimental players. Chu Go began to reveal a confident smile. His gaze was also directed forward. The test subjects would not just be 10,000 rare players, but countless players flooding in. When there are more people, their titles will also change accordingly. For example, the doom of small monsters, mercenaries for the villages, optimal sacrifices for the bosses, Lu Mao's best errand tool person. But I don't need this many players. After all, they aren't meant for eating. The next step is to filter out the excellent ones. Chu Gu said gloomily, it's time to begin. That night in the bamboo forest, the moon was round and large, but instead of the sky being clear, it appeared somewhat gloomy. When Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli were young, they left height markings as they grew. He traced the memory-filled marks on the tree trunk with both hands. It turned out to be Chu Gu. He was recalling the past. Images of his parents and family surged forth. In Chu Gu's heart, there was something quite interesting. That is, everyone in his family shared the same hair color, a kind of blue-purple. His hand moved across those marks, and finally stopped at a familiar spot on the tree trunk. The mark stopped at that spot because the images of his parents emerged. The two stood beside this tree looking very happy. Chu Gu seemed to have had a wonderful and happy childhood. But the people who left these marks are gone now. What happened? Lu Chaoga quickly shifted his eyes to observe his surroundings. Suddenly he drew his sword, accompanied by an extremely terrifying sword power. He unleashed a slash with Bu on the sword. You two are full of anticipation for that day, just like me, aren't you? A black flash of sword light. Bu on the sword trembled slightly upon hearing this. It seemed to indicate agreement, as if waiting for something soon, very soon. You will succeed shortly. The scene shifts to the flood dragon beast and the demon cultivator who murdered Chu Gu's parents. Then he asked the flood dragon beast, You want to eat people too, don't you? That fresh, tender and sweet taste. TSK. The demon cultivator sat swaggering upon the flood dragon beast's head, facing the blood-red moon. The flood dragon beast roared softly. It was a truly terrifying sight. The flood dragon beast let out a great roar. It looked utterly terrifying. Its teeth looked as if they wanted to crush everything it could bite. The demon cultivator clenched his arm. He said fiercely, "Forget it, hold back for now. The gathering has already begun. Don't cause any more trouble, just wait a few more days. We'll find a village and properly indulge ourselves." Just as they were speaking, a figure suddenly appeared, right beneath the moon. Her hair and clothes billowed in the wind. She appeared with such presence that she seemed much stronger than the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator was terrified and trembling. He recognized her with surprise. She had a fiery red spider lily tattoo on her back, a robe of blood-red color, and those unique legs. He gritted his teeth. Those legs definitely belonged to her. If it weren't for the fact that back then, that despicable couple from Momin severely injured me. The chance to advance to the 5th realm. How could it have fallen into her hands? You wretch, you stole my destiny. She wore a pair of high heels, and walked unabashedly towards the Jaya person, showing no fear. Her tone was highly provocative. What? You don't know how to salute when you see an envoy? The demon cultivator immediately dropped to the ground, kneeling in humiliation. He suppressed his anger and called out, "She shall respectfully greets the envoy lord." As he spoke, he painfully recalled the past. He possessed the bloodline of the fiery Jiao beast, having reached the peak of the 4th realm, just one step away from breaking through to the 5th realm. Back then I was highly valued by the human race's top brass. But because I committed a serious crime, I was desperately pursued by that despicable couple. Scene transition. As he described it, the image of that despicable couple surfaced. It turned out that the man and woman were precisely Lu Cheage's parents. In the end they fought desperately and severely injured me. This time he had encountered people who weren't afraid to die. He didn't expect them to be so fearless. They even managed to sever one of his arms. I pursued and killed that despicable couple. But I suffered a realm drop because of it. I completely lost the attention of the higher-ups. So that was his background story. If I can ever return to my peak, I will surely level Momin and ensure Mo Kingfeng's legacy is utterly destroyed. Resentment was clearly visible in his eyes. The grudge had already been cemented. Even though he had taken the lives of those children's parents, it still wasn't enough for him. He still felt the need to eliminate the remaining family members to feel satisfied. At this moment his form was situated beneath a woman's legs, looking utterly humiliated. He thought, I should have been the one controlling these legs. At that moment he followed his gaze and looked up at her. She said arrogantly, "Didn't expect this, did you? This time, the gathering place at King Longquan will be managed by me." He stared intently at her legs, murmuring, "I truly didn't expect this. I didn't expect the envoy lord to come in person." She supported Chixio's chin with her hand. "You still don't know how to hide your feelings." It seemed she had already sensed something. After all, the look in this guy's eyes when he viewed her was extremely fierce. She let out a sneer. "You seem to like my legs very much. The possessiveness and hatred in your eyes could burn me to ashes." Sure enough, this guy's towering resentment couldn't be concealed at all. Even if he knelt and pretended to be respectful. She gently stroked him with one hand. "I'll finish you," she said. And her nails dug sharply into Chixio's chest. Combined with her fangs and fierce gaze, he was so frightened he nearly wet himself. His sweat poured down like rain. He quickly begged for mercy. "Envoy lord, please stop. I beg you not to do this. Truly there are mountains beyond." Mountains. The aggressive manner he had just displayed had completely vanished. Now he looked utterly humiliated. "Don't be nervous. I haven't decided to kill you yet. I came this time because I want you to be my helper. If you agree, the 3 drops of dragon beast blood granted to me, I can give you 1 drop." So that was it, but she still wanted to frighten this guy thoroughly. Before revealing her true purpose and the terms of the exchange, he relaxed. "What? How is that possible? Dragon beast blood, how could you have extra?" It seemed he desperately desired that item too. But he had to confirm again just in case. She showed him the dragon beast blood. Without hesitation, I only used 2 drops, so there is still 1 remaining. As far as I know, half a drop is enough to heal your injuries, and the other half can allow your unusual could be fully restored. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. It seems he really needed this thing. He shouted, "Is that really dragon beast blood?" He quickly snapped back to his senses, realizing, "Why are you helping me? We are enemies. Aren't you afraid that once I grow stronger, I will turn around and bite you?" Although this guy had a request, he hadn't lost his mind completely yet. She simply replied softly, "Do you have the ability to do that?" This completely stunned the guy. I really enjoy watching people who spout such nonsense get humiliated. She burst into loud maniacal laughter, raising her hand towards the sky. Her pitch-black eyes combined with her wide-open mouth looked extremely bizarre, like a ragdoll whose mouth had been slit open. The liquorous radiata behind her lit up, becoming brilliantly crimson. "So this is the privilege of the strong. You have no idea what I've gained over these years," he stammered in terror. Th. He knew this woman was powerful, but he hadn't realized it was to this extent. The scene switches to the Tenji Tower. At this moment Xuanji was kneeling in the main hall. Hands pressed together, her manner was solemn. It turns out she was reporting the sequence of events to her sect master. She comforted herself internally. "I didn't deliberately come back empty-handed this time. No. It was just because the vice-sect master of the sword sect personally showed up." But in truth she couldn't help but worry, breaking out in a cold sweat, since such a major figure appeared at the Mo sect. Even if I returned empty-handed, the sect masters should understand, right? However, the situation was completely the opposite of what she expected. After reading the report, her sect master flew into a rage, directly throwing the written report in her direction. He roared, "This infuriates me." He angrily widened his pitch-black eyes. How could my very first move end up making him the senior disciple of the Mo sect? He was extremely unwilling to accept this. I clearly saw that he would become a demonic overlord, committing heinous crimes, plunging half of Qingzhou into misery and devastation. He had clearly already seen that scene, with Qingzhou under his control, wearing an expression of resentment. That's right, I personally saw a demonic king drive Qingzhou to desperation. He shouted furiously, unable to accept reality. But now, this old man was completely enraged. Killing intent radiated from his entire body. He terrified Xuanji out of her wits, forcing her to retreat several steps. He actually even took that guy as a disciple. After making him a menial laborer for 3 years, powerful gusts of air swirled around Xuanji, forcing her to shield her face to resist. I never thought the sect master would be so furious. Is Xuanji going to meet her end here today? Xuanji was drenched in sweat. She was desperately resisting the killing aura radiating out. She felt extremely unwilling in her heart. But I was clearly so close to him. Just a tiny bit more, and things between us would have naturally progressed. As she said this, Xuanji blushed. She began imagining the scene of Xuanji and Lu Cheng's lips touching. Even at a time like this she was still thinking about such things. It's unclear whether Xuanji was regretting the missed opportunity, or regretting that she couldn't be with Chenga. She was prostrated on the ground, trembling. If there is a next lie, Xuanji will definitely. Finally the old man calmed down, restraining his fury. "No, this venerable one is the one who plays chess on heaven's behalf. How can I allow the situation to be disrupted so easily? That Lu Chunga is absolutely not simple." He began thinking deeply, and suddenly he had a realization. Could that kid named Lu Chinga be the chess player this venerable one has been looking for all these years? He started to sound erratic and crazy. That's right, it must be. To be able to break my chess game, he thought absent-mindedly. I originally thought I was despicable enough, sending a woman to attack him. That was already cheating. But I never expected that kid. I never expected him to directly take my banner and turn it into his own. Clearly he felt humiliated. So is his action of imposing a 3-year menial labor term meant to deliberately humiliate me? He gave a cold laugh. Even if you are a player on the board, you seem too naive. He was full of confidence. He believed that kid was just a wet behinthier's brat, while he possessed many years of experience. Rivers and mountains may change, but nature is hard to alter. Some people are born demons. Sooner or later you will suffer backlash from your own disciple. On the contrary, I will still be the winner then. He called out Xuanji. Xuanji feared she was doomed, and responded tremblingly. Xuanji is here. Xuanji was filled with terror. Is this the end? However, he showed a hard-to-understand smile. Rai Xuanji hadn't finished speaking. This servant is willing to atone for her crime with death, huh? She was stunned in surprise. Didn't the pavilion master look like he wanted to kill her all along? What is going on? He gave Xuanji a new order. You no longer need to approach Lu Chaoga, but I require you to constantly monitor the situation at Momin. Send me intelligence once a month. No need to wait until the 15th day. Xuanji sighed in relief, loudly exclaiming, yes. Xuanji accepts the order. She started daydreaming again. Great, Xuanji is alive again, and she can get close to Sect Master Lu again. How does her current expression resemble that of someone who is just panicking and lucky to escape death? Ha! Just thinking about it made her heart pound. Truly a love-struck fool has no brains. The scene shifts to Lu Chaoga. Meanwhile, the targeted Sect Master Lu was happily cultivating the Tongjing scripture. Sweat poured down and it looked quite strenuous. Light enveloped him. Dongli peeked stealthily from outside the door, looking inside and asking, "Are you cultivating, senior brother? I have something I need to report." Immediately, Lu Chaoga used water energy to wash away the bloodstains. It's obvious he pays great attention to his own image and appearance. He cannot lose his composure no matter the time. He asked softly, "What is it?" Dongli excitedly reported, "Momin's mountain protection barrier has been completed. The residential areas for the menial and outer disciples are also ready." Chaoga immediately stood up. "Good, let's go take a look." Building these areas was necessary work to prepare for the upcoming test players. This work had to be completed. It seems he is even more excited than Dongli. The two immediately set off, flying across the sky. Dongli asked in confusion, "Senior brother, we don't have that many people at all. Why did we set up separate peaks outside Danfeng for the menial and outer disciples to live in?" Lu Chaoga explained confidently, "We don't have them now, but we will soon." Dongli thought, does senior brother intend to recruit many disciples? Dongli couldn't help but let her mind wander. If a disciple is humiliated, they naturally seek justice from their senior brother. If the senior brother is humiliated, he seeks justice from the master. If senior brother recruits many disciples, wouldn't we be in great danger? To prevent this, Dongli decisively suggested, "Senior brother, how about I add another layer of the Rihai Qingyang formation outside?" Lu Chaoga was also very surprised by this suggestion. He whispered, "This is just a localized barrier. There's no need for that." No sooner had he finished speaking than a small boat crashed into the barrier, causing the two of them to wobble, making it difficult to maintain their balance. Lu Chaoga asked in great surprise, "What is this?" Unexpectedly, Dongli replied very casually, He, this is the barrier I set up. It's a little difficult to pass through. Just a tiny bit. A tiny bit. The physical strength of a sword cultivator is not weak. But how can a mere barrier, which doesn't even count as a formation, block me, who is second strongest in physical refinement?" Lu Chaoga surprisingly touched the area around the barrier. "I'm speechless." Dongli smiled and handed over a card. "This is just a restriction for this sector. As long as you have this token, you can pass easily. Although it's only a sectional restriction. I can tell that." Dongli already takes it quite seriously. Lu Chaoga asked directly, "I'm curious. If a single restriction here has this much power, how is the Momin's Great Mountain Sect Protection Array currently being set up by Elder Dongli?" The elder, known as Dongli, used 2 fingers to lightly touch her shoulder, and said with some embarrassment, "Currently it can only defend against ordinary great cultivators of the 5th realm." Lu Chaoga was somewhat excited, his eyes shining. "It can already defend against great cultivators of the 5th realm. That's quite impressive." However, Dongli looked deflated, like a rice cake soaked in water, completely lifeless. She remembered the last time Master broke into the Great Array. She hadn't felt anything at all. The Great Array was virtually useless then. Being only able to defend against the 5th realm made her feel very insecure. Dongli seemed affected by that incident and traumatized by it. She was neither reassured nor had she regained some confidence. But contrary to Dongli's reaction, Lu Chao's evaluation of her was excellent. It's a pity my authority only allows me to view 3 attributes: destiny, sword Dao aptitude, and root bone quality. Little Liar's talent is now reflected in other areas. If I could see those, they would definitely be incredible. I suspect that Dongli's various stats truly have immense potential. Dongli is the type of person whose average attributes reach a highest value of 999. As for Yu is like the world's protagonist with attributes that have peaked dramatically. Dongli conversely is more like a world character, possessing extremely balanced and superb attributes. This truly made Lu Chaoga swell with pride. My sister has the aptitude of a protagonist, as expected of Lu Dongli, Lu Chao's sister. Thinking of this, Chaoga chuckled, happily stroking his chin. Lu Chaoga suddenly remembered. In a few more days, it will be my little liar's birthday. Do you remember our promise from last year? Although this was brought up suddenly, Dongli still remembered. She said, I remember this year I'm going with Big Brother on a long journey to take me through a combat trial. I've always remembered it's coming soon. Then I should prepare some other things as well. After all, the day of the public inspection is also approaching. Knock knock knock. Lu Chaoga gently tapped the wall. The offering was startled awake. Wow, what is it? Lu Chaoga thought to himself. So the first step is to prepare cultivation methods for those disciples who suddenly appeared. Lu Chaoga instructed. I will be descending the mountain in a few days. At that time Momen will be in your hands. The offering agreed without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Chaoga then said, during this trip down the mountain, I will collect some copies of the Purple Moon chapter for you. Hearing this, the offering asked back happily. Really? The offering immediately settled down on top of Chao's head. Although I really want to know what you plan to do with the Purple Moon chapter. You can't remember now either. That's right, I can't remember. The offering then anxiously worried about gains and losses. You know the rules. I'll give you the Purple Moon chapter. But you also need to give me something in exchange. I knew it. It's not so easy to get what you want. Well, what do you want? I want the cultivation methods and sword techniques you have. You still have some, right? Lu Chaoga presented his terms. The offering agreed but hesitated. After speaking, the offering took out a pile of colorful cultivation methods and threw them out. These are all still here, but none of them are particularly suitable for you anymore, alas. Lu Chaoga stroked his chin, observing with great interest. Everything I don't use now will have a great purpose later. Ding, OMG, the open beta has started. Players can log into the game freely. Welcome to Tiangshuanji version 10. Someone excitedly lifted their head. The world has started moving. The loading process is complete. Players arrived simultaneously. A colorful and extremely unfamiliar scene appeared before their eyes. This is Faniaking. It's the place where the man who made the forums explode once appeared. Both looked excited and the girl happily shouted, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to appear in this specific location. A flock of birds flew flap toward the sky, as if foreshadowing something. Below this scene, that man was enjoying the experience immensely. It's too real. Is this truly a game and not another world? No sooner had he spoken before he could revel in his joy. He was hit in the cheek by a punch from another player. Ouch. He collapsed onto the ground. What are you doing? That hurts. Everyone was drawn by the loud noise gathering nearby. However, that player burst out laughing, looking extremely pleased. I just wanted to see if I could feel pain in this world. Ouch. So that was the reason I thought some conflict had broken out, he said naively. It looks like this world is excessively realistic. That guy's eyes were full of confidence and fighting spirit. Next, I'm going to begin my immortal cultivation. A new day begins. Surpass the limits. Let's turn this place into our second world. On the summit of Dankingshan, Dongli was deeply worried. Brother, this situation is too intense. Suddenly a huge number of people with spirit roots appeared down the mountain. It's practically like winning the lottery. Lu Dongli paced back and forth. Are they really just here to cultivate? Taking in so many disciples, our sect's resources will definitely be depleted. Lu Chaoga glanced calmly at Dongli and said, I told you already. We don't need to worry about providing them food or drink. And they will even work for us for free. Furthermore, everyone wants to enter the Momin sect to cultivate. Upon saying this, he let out a sneer. We might not even accept all of them. At this moment, in front of the gate of Dankingshan, a dense crowd like ants had appeared. Standing there and peering inside, the two Momin auxiliary disciples were stunned in front of the gate. Dumbfounded. They had walked up the mountain from Faniaking exhausted and panting, only to find themselves blocked at the entrance. Lin Ali whispered, how could this happen? I am a disciple of the sect. Why am I being treated like an unwelcome visitor? Lin Hua was equally confused. Yes, exactly. How strange, those who wanted to apprentice were clamoring. Is anyone inside? Hurry up and open the door. We are here to become disciples. Sect Master Lu. I know you're in there. Open the door quickly. Lin Ali listened, frightened. What good is all this shouting? Suddenly she started laughing happily. She excitedly squinted her eyes. After the internal test ended, I returned to my life as a streamer. I didn't expect to leap from the top 10 female streamers straight up to number 1. And all of this is thanks to him. He's the one who pushed me to the pinnacle. She raised her hands to cradle her flushed cheeks. Her eyes glittered as she fantasized about Lu Chaoga. His image clearly appeared before her eyes. Lin Ali looked toward the mountaintop, secretly resolving, no matter what, I must cling tightly to this big tree patron. If I can help him reach the highest peak, our relationship will surely become more stable, right? Lin Hua also stood there, resting his hand on his chin, gazing at the mountain peak. He felt as happy as if he had won the lottery. I have finally shed the label of the pampered young master. From now on I will be a true immortal cultivation disciple. Inside the bar he sat casually in a chair. They praised him. Whether our guild can establish a foothold in Tiangshuanji this time depends entirely on you. Another person chimed in. That's right, you are the hope of our entire village now. You must bring all of us into Momin. This feeling of being revered by everyone, compared to the feeling bought with money, is completely different. Thinking of this, he happily covered his mouth with both hands, smiling uncontrollably. Lin Huagan tightly clenched his fists, his eyes determined. He secretly made a resolution in his heart, no matter what he must also become an inner disciple of Momin. Sect Leader Lu's true disciple. No one can refuse the pleasure of showing off in front of others. Suddenly someone exclaimed, startling him. Check the forum quickly. Someone posted important news about Sect Leader Lu and Momin. The four of them, full of curiosity, quickly opened the forum. When they opened the forum, the title was about the Momin Sword Inquiry Assembly. An 8th realm big shot appeared at Momin. Lu Chaoga challenged countless big figures alone. Just one glance from him suppressed dozens of people, preventing them from drawing their swords. Lin Ali and Lin Huagan stared at the title dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. They secretly sighed. This title is even more explosive than mine. Lin Ali's eyes widened, her heart filled with surprise. It seems this world truly is extraordinary. Even without us players joining, this world continues to operate. Lin Huagan, standing beside her, was equally shocked. He speculated wildly. Perhaps the future of this world might influence the modern world as well. The two of them made up their minds, with determined eyes, thinking simultaneously. If that's the case, then I must become Sect Leader Lu's person, and I will achieve it by any means necessary. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga was seated in a chair. He reached out and handed the wooden tokens to Luo Bing, instructing her to take these tokens and distribute them to the 30 servant disciples. These are wooden tokens. They allow passage through the restrictions on the Momin main gate, but they only permit entry to the outer peak. Luo Bing bowed respectfully after hearing him replying understood. She looked up and asked him curiously, what about the people who aren't servant disciples? Lu Chaoga said calmly, you take them to the trial yourself. Those who pass the trial will become servant disciples. If they don't pass, have them enter the maze formation. Luo Bing smiled slightly after hearing this. Your disciple will go now. Lu Chaoga did not reply. He turned his head and watched Luo Bing's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily. The reasons for designing these two tests were: the trial tests skill, and skilled people must naturally be kept. As for the maze formation, it tests comprehension. Those with high comprehension, their future achievements won't be inferior to those with skill. No fish will escape my net. You are all my useful pawns anyway. Outside, everyone was trying their best to damage the gate of Denkingshan. Noise constantly erupted. No good, we can't break it at all. We can't even shoo through it. Another person smashed the gate with a rock, complaining even a rock won't break it. How exactly are we supposed to enter Momin? Suddenly a loud shout rang out above the gate. Everyone please stop, this made everyone look up. Luo Bing stood above, introducing herself indifferently. I am Luo Bing, a Momin disciple. The people below exclaimed when they saw her. She's so beautiful, Lin Huagan gasped. She is practically the embodiment of purity. Another person looked at Luo Bing, sinking into infatuation. A Momin disciple. Luo Bing thought with a straight face. The young master always prefers to act ostentatiously. There must be a reason for it. Since that is the case, I should learn a thing or two from him. Luo Bing waved her hand, and the wooden tokens wrapped in spiritual energy flew out simultaneously. She announced majestically, Momin servant disciples, heed my command. These are the passage tokens bestowed by the Sect Leader. From this day forth, you may freely enter and exit the Momin outer peak. The servant disciples reached out and caught the tokens. They continuously praised, that's incredible. This move is truly stunning. Is this the magic of an immortal cultivation master? Lin Ali held the token, overjoyed in her heart. Senior sister, can we go and pay our respects to the sect master? Luo Bing kept a straight face. Her gaze was sharp and cold. After you all become inner disciples, the opportunity will naturally arise, don't think too much about it now. The labor disciples were ecstatic and discussed animatedly. If we can become inner disciples, then we can see Sect Master lose immortal beauty every day. It seems I have to fight with this old life of mine too. I must get into the inner sect. Someone in the crowd asked suspiciously. Sister, do you think this inner sect is real or fake? They urged each other to hurry up and go inside to accept sect missions. We are already too far ahead of them. They passed through the large gate with their tokens, rushing forward together quickly. Cheers echoed through the space, soaring into the sky. Master's mission, here I come. The remaining people who hadn't received tokens asked dejectedly, what about us? We trekked all the way here with great effort, yes. I specifically walked dozens of kilometers just to see Sect Master Lu. Luo Bing quickly explained, the Sect Master has also prepared a trial for you all. As long as you pass the trial, you can become a labor disciple of the Momin sect. The crowd below immediately burst into noise upon hearing this. Really? Another person shouted happily, that's wonderful. The rest anxiously asked, where is the trial? I want to start now. Luo Bing turned around and commanded, a few of you come over and take them to do sect missions. A mission notification appeared on the system screen, leaving everyone stunned. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Huaqian shouted excitedly, sect mission. Lin Ali, standing nearby, clearly looked disappointed and muttered, it's a shame we can't get it directly from Sect Master Lu. Mabuxiu mocked from above. A mission means something to gain. Stop being so picky. At the trial grounds of Danqing Mountain, everyone was enthusiastically lining up in neat queues. Inner disciples stood on both sides, maintaining order. One disciple called out a reminder. Form a line for the trial. One person after another. Near the entrance, an inner disciple was handing out a number plate to someone, stating clearly, this is your number 213. Luo Bing stood high up, showing a satisfied expression. It seems I'm no longer needed here. I can go back and report to young master. Although there are many people, everyone's appearance is quite ordinary. Nothing special. This is also a good thing. At least young master won't be tempted by this crowd. Luo Bing quickly returned, standing before Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli to report. Following young master's arrangement, everyone has been guided into the trial. Those who fail have gone to the Great Fog Formation. To test their luck, the 30 labor disciples are currently maintaining order. Lu Chaoga smiled contentedly. Truly my competent secretary. Look at how things are being handled. Using existing hired help to manage new hired help. I am very pleased. Suddenly Luo Bing became serious. Sect Master Martial Uncle Master, I also discovered something. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongli anxiously asked, "What is it? Is there someone difficult there? If they look like trouble, chase them away immediately." Luo Bing immediately replied, "That's not it. It's just that there are so many people and I can't distinguish between beautiful and ugly among them." After hearing this, Lu Dongli turned to look at Lu Chaoga, her eyes looking quite sinister. She was secretly delighted. Neither beautiful nor ugly. It seems that none of this batch of disciples are likely to become my sister-in-law. At this moment, Lu Chaoga also revealed a satisfied expression. The people who came seeking the Tao this time are quite good. Suddenly he noticed Lu Dongli's gaze beside him, and turned to look at her with confusion. "What's up with this girl's look? I have a feeling of unease. Is it like the pigs I raised ran away?" He let out a cold laugh. "When you look at them, they are naturally neither beautiful nor ugly. After all, everyone's favorability rating towards those two is currently 0. If goodwill develops in the future, even if they are shockingly ugly, as long as the favorability rating is maxed out, it will pass through a filter. It won't matter." At this moment, the image of Lin Ali appeared in his mind. That strange face, small eyes, large averted lips, favorability rating of 0. He continued thinking, this means that even if someone had the face of a pig, as long as the favorability rating is full, everyone would look like heavenly beauties. Favorability rating has risen to 100. Lin Ali reached out and pouted, appearing delicate, charming, and moving. The principle behind this is the same goes for senior brother. This is beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. But I am not like that. I am sure in everyone's eyes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise a hand to stroke his chin. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's time for him to upgrade the sect to an 8th rank sect. What conditions are still missing? He asked the system. The system panel popped up showing reputation points 7,891 versus 1,000. Inner disciples 104 versus 100. All conditions are sufficient. Only one practitioner above the 2nd realm is missing. Lu Chaoga reached out and stroked his chin. He pondered while looking at the system panel. They are still lacking one practitioner at the 2nd realm. It seems I've been too merciful to those guys from the Black Court. I must make them speed up their cultivation progress. Speaking of which, there are still a few disciples in Dongli. Why haven't those guys returned yet? He turned his head and looked out the window, pondering silently. Luo Bing suddenly spoke. "Sect Master Uncle. A lot of people have already passed the trial now. Do we need to go and accept these disciples?" Lu Chaoga turned and left. "Wait for me." Luo Bing, standing behind, respectfully replied, "Yes. When players join a sect, they are only concerned about two things. First, whether the sect skills are powerful. Second, whether there are any benefits." Lu Chaoga pushed the door open and entered the room. "Of course, my MO sect has these things. Not only do we have them, but we have them in abundance." Thinking of this, his heart was filled with pride. A cold sneer involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the main entrance of Danqing Mountain, Luo Bing stood above and announced, "Next are the provisions for the servant disciples, distributed to everyone by the sect master." The crowd below burst into an uproar upon hearing this. They all eagerly reached out to grab their provisions. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Here it is, here it is. The beginner's gift pack." The others asked in unison, "Are there uniforms? Are there skins? Are there cultivation techniques?" Lin Huaqian and Lin Ali opened their provisions. He was overjoyed. She, standing next to him, asked excitedly, "What will it look like?" The two quickly put them on. The black and blue aesthetically pleasing uniform. Lin Huaqian examined it for a moment and said, "It's quite handsome actually." Lin Ali asked in surprise, "Is it divided into male and female styles?" The other servant disciples watched intently. They exclaimed repeatedly, "The uniform is so beautiful. With senior sisters and junior sisters like these, I'm so lucky. I wonder if the inner disciples' uniforms will be even more impressive." Suddenly Lin Ali picked up a cyan jade ring and said in surprise, There's also a storage ring." The system popped up a notification. This equipment was personally refined by Lu Chaoga. She was astonished. Looking at the ring in her hand, she stammered, This ring was personally made by Sect Master Lu." After hearing her speak, all the inner disciples were surprised. They quickly took out their rings to examine them. One person shouted in surprise, It's actually equipment personally crafted by Sect Master Lu. This MO sect is simply too good to us. If we become inner disciples, how amazing would that be? Lin Ali tightly gripped the ring in her hand. She placed it against her chest. Sect Master Lu. No matter what, I must see him. At this moment Lu Chaoga was sitting in his room savoring tea. They seemed to be a little overly moved. These small artifact refining materials were given by Aunt Ning. I can make many of them, and all I have to do is wave my hand. He pouted and waved his hand sideways. A large batch of these storage rings appeared. So now, it's time to fleece some wool from these tool people. At this moment he showed a wicked smile, his eyes cold. His entire body exuded a fierce killing intent. Like a true wolf, greedily looking down upon those shivering little white sheep before him. Lu Chaoga put his hands behind his back and smiled. The system announced the Momin sect mission, and the simplest way to fleece the sheep is through sect missions, doing nothing every day. Yet experience points constantly pour in. At this time the system popped up a notification. Momin sect mission has been issued. Mission content tending to the spiritual tree. Experience points. Lu Chaoga burst out laughing. 100,000 experience points deposited daily. This is the experience a rank 9 sect mission should provide. When we reach rank 8 or rank 7 it will be even more. Lu Chaoga cunningly stroked his chin. Tool people, as long as you strive hard, I will eventually take a helicopter ride straight to the next level. Meanwhile outside, the disciples and odd job disciples suddenly received a system notification. The notification was a mission issued by Lu Chaoga. Upon completing this mission everyone can receive 200 experience points. Currently 531 people. Over 500 people have accepted it. The number of recipients is still increasing. After reading the notice everyone was surprised. The disciples started clamoring. Only the first 500 get experience points. Other disciples couldn't suppress their inner determination and shouted, "Oh my God, I must get these experience points. Charge, what are you waiting for? I need to go tend to the spiritual tree right now. Let me water the spiritual tree, you'll water it even if I die of thirst." The crowd stirred and scattered in an instant, rushing to tend to the spiritual tree. Luo Bing and Hei Ting stood there watching the panicked crowd before them, feeling bewildered. What is wrong with them? The game forum also blew up because of Lu Chaoga's actions. One player said indignantly, "Damn it, why haven't I run to Momin yet? They've already received their rings and uniforms." Another player shouted urgently, "Hurry up and go to Momin." Lu Chaoga stood in front of the system panel. He reached out and tapped a few times, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Indeed, no one understands these players better than I do. Next I need to figure out how to raise the sect's rank. A new notification popped up on the system screen. Upgrading to rank 8 sect. The experience points gained daily from sect missions will be 500,000. He looked at the notification and muttered to himself, 500,000 experience points daily. Won't that be 15 million in a month? I must speed up the progress of these lazy disciples again. But before that, the winter solstice is approaching. He walked leisurely onto the corridor, hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky. His face thoughtful, his gaze firm. I will be descending the mountain soon. This time, I hope to find another fragment of the soul jade and bring it back. Meanwhile, outside the main gates of Dankingshan, a scene of crowding and chaos was unfolding. A large crowd was pushing and shoving in front of the mountain gate. I want to join Momin immediately. Me too, another person shouted. Sect Master Lu, please take me in. The gate guarding disciples stood in a line, forming a barrier, blocking the main gates of Dankingshan. Everyone go home. Momin is almost full. Please hurry up and go back. The crowd ignored them, still shouting with all their might. If the car can't fit everyone, stand on the roof. The roof was packed with people right against the car windows. As long as your mindset doesn't slip, there will always be more solutions than problems. At this moment the people inside were still completely unaware. They watched in shock as the system panel appeared. The more Linhua looked at the system panel, the more shocked he became. He stammered and shouted, "Who's this?" A question on the system panel. The number of players in Qingzhou region has officially surpassed the 5 million mark. The Qingzhou region main story quest has been activated. Do you accept? Please select one option, yes or no. Lin Ali reached out and pressed yes on the system panel. She asked doubtfully, main quest. Suddenly a massive system panel materialized. Notification: you have accepted the quest Sword of the Underworld King. After reading it, Lin Ali was too shocked to speak. Her eyes widened in surprise. The main quest just started. And it already has 67 completion. Who did this? During the internal test, I didn't hear about anyone particularly powerful. At this moment Lin Ali placed her pink headphones on the desk. In reality, she muttered to herself, quickly checking the forums to see if the other states had the same situation. Sitting in front of her computer screen, her fingers clicked the mouse rapidly. If that's not the case, my popularity this time might just explode. Excitement focused her gaze on the screen. Everyone on the forums was loudly commenting. Some people wanted to switch states, while others were confused. Why only King's main quest had progress? Those who didn't believe it commented, Qingzhou must be cheating, right? Lin Ali looked at the comments, feeling quite satisfied. It seems the other 3 states don't have any progress. Holding a photo of Lu Chaoga in her hand, her cheeks flushed red as she asked doubtfully, could this main quest progress be related to Sect Master Lu? Lin Ali leaned back in her chair, flailing around like a fish and yelling toward the ceiling. I really want to see Sect Master Lu again. He's all I can think about. 7 days later, outside Momin Mountain, the disciples were busy tending to the spirit trees. Some were sweeping fallen leaves. Some were carrying water and others were fertilizing. After finishing their work, a male disciple raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm in the top 500 on the experience ranking again today. A male disciple standing behind him cheered excitedly. My favorability ranking is about to level up. I'll be better than all of you. The white-haired female disciple behind them raised her blushing cheeks. What's there to brag about? As long as I can become my husband's utility disciple, I'll be completely satisfied. The blue-haired disciple next to her retorted. He's clearly my husband, how can you be so shameless? A disciple suddenly gasped aloud. Look over there quickly. Am I seeing things? His words immediately captured the attention of the surrounding disciples. They all turned around with question marks floating above their heads. When they looked up toward the sky, they were all unanimously astonished by the sight before them. One disciple couldn't help but shout, I see Sect Master Lu, he looks exactly like the photo. A figure appeared in the sky. It was an image of Lu Chaoga, created by his spirit wind technique. His image floated in midair, fluttering in the wind. Lu Chaoga spoke and asked, Disciples, do you recognize me? Manhwa immediately shouted upon seeing it. It really is Sect Master Lu. Lin Ali next to him was surprised, her eyes sparkling with unconcealed adoration. It's him, even if he turned to ash. I would recognize him. The person next to her couldn't help but exclaim, He's so handsome, he truly is amazing. The utility disciples below cheered enthusiastically. It's Sect Master Lu. It's real, another person yelled. It's the actual person. Not a picture. Record a video quickly. And make those guys on the forum die of envy. They quickly rushed toward where he was standing. However, they were met by a powerful current of water that suddenly blocked their path. A disciple spoke, his tone filled with panic. What happened? I can't lift my feet anymore, Lin Huacan exclaimed. It seems like a force is preventing us from getting closer. Sect Leader Lu. My body is so heavy. Too heavy. Meanwhile, he was standing on the rooftop. His gaze was indifferent. His heart was filled with smug satisfaction. How could I let you approach so easily? As the chosen one, the son of the Tianqian realm. That is of course me. Lu Chaoga used the power of water. Heavy water to impede their progress. Lu Chaoga put on a straight face. You have done well. Now you may ask me 3 questions. This is a chance I grant you to understand. The disciples immediately raised their hands. The atmosphere became lively and boisterous. Sect Leader Lu, I want to ask. I want to ask too. I want to ask. I really want to know more about you. Seeing them so excited, he sneered. He raised his hand and channeled his spiritual power. He softly uttered 2 words, mute spell. The moment his voice fell, immediately after, the air fell into an unusual silence. All the disciples' mouths were tightly sealed. Seeing this, they thought to themselves, how incredible. I didn't expect there to be such an immortal technique. Bushio meanwhile looked confused. He raised his hand and touched his sealed mouth. His tongue couldn't move. After being silenced, Lin Ali happily hugged her husband's face. This must be a specialty skill for controlling tongues, right? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Above, he stood indifferently on the rock and spoke with a majestic voice. I have said it already, only 3 questions. I will select the questioner. Lu Chaoga pointed forward and commanded, you ask. Lin Ali was completely stunned to be chosen. Her eyes were wide open, full of shock. She couldn't believe her good fortune. She quickly snapped out of it enthusiastically. Looking up and asking, Sect Leader, do you? She paused slightly. Do you have a cultivation partner right now? After hearing her question, his face darkened. He didn't know how to answer Lin Ali. After some deliberation, then he spoke like a spiritual envoy. Without a hint of worldly concern in his eyes, I am fully dedicated to the Tao. The female disciples below immediately blushed and looked at him. Lin Ali just opened her mouth intending to continue asking, blurting out then. Before she could finish her sentence, she was silenced by the mute spell he cast. She thought to herself, this question is mostly a concern for female players. If I ask like that again, I'm afraid I'll be silenced another time. And Sect Leader Lu's meaning is that he is single. I have a chance. She, along with the other female disciples, looked at him with eyes full of tenderness. At this moment he stood above, looking down upon the crowd. Lin Huagan saw his gaze and realized he was paying attention to this area. So he desperately waved his arms fiercely. His heart filled with expectation. Ask me quickly. Ask me quickly, Sect Leader. I have 5 affinity points with you. Lu Chaoga spoke. The second question will be asked by you. He lifted the mute spell from Buxia's mouth. Lin Huagan nearby hung his head dispiritedly. His eyes were full of disappointment as he glared intently at Bushio. Lin Huagan, filled with sadness, shed tears down both cheeks, thinking with a wounded heart. Could it be that I'm unworthy? Bushio raised his head. His eyes filled with determination and resolve. He asked, Sect Leader, what conditions must we meet to become your disciple? He smiled upon hearing the question and replied, firstly, become an outer sect disciple. Bushio received his answer. His eyes immediately lit up. His heart filled with resolve. So all I need to do is become an outer sect disciple. Then he'll have a chance to become sect leader. Lu's direct disciple. The direction for effort is now clear. The goal is to become sect leader, Lu's direct disciple, and work hard to become the sect master. He looked at him with satisfaction, thinking, the question Bushio asked was also very good. The gazes of this group of people were extremely clear. They had become even more eager. This is exactly. Thinking this, he couldn't help but inwardly chuckle maliciously. Lu Chaoga continued to think, painting a grand vision for himself. Just then Lin Huagan felt dejected and he secretly wondered, could it be that my affection value is fake? Why isn't Sect Master Lu choosing me? Lu Chaoga's cold voice rang out. For the last question you ask it. The restriction on Lin Huagan's mouth was lifted. He was stunned for a moment. His heart blossomed with joy. Sect Master Lu chose me. As expected, the affection value works. The Sect Master wanted me to wait until the end to ask. Lin Huagan tightly clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth and secretly warned himself, I must ask the most insightful question. I absolutely cannot let him down. At this moment all the other disciples' sharp gazes were collectively focused on Lin Huagan, the one who was about to ask a question. Lu Chaoga, standing above, was gradually losing patience. He was feeling very annoyed. Why is this kid dawdling? Maybe I should pick someone else. Finally Lin Huagan shouted loudly, Sect Master, what is the sword of the Underworld King? He looked at Lu Chaoga with determined eyes. The moment this question was asked, the other disciples collectively froze for 5 seconds, as if struck by lightning. At this time Lu Chaoga looked at him and smiled, praising inwardly. This kid asked a good question. Chapter 155. All the astonished gazes were focused on Lin Huagan. One disciple questioned inwardly in confusion. Is he crazy asking a question like that? The main quest has just begun. Sect Master Lu surely doesn't know what that is. Bushio, speechless, shot him a glare, thinking, This idiot, he completely wasted a chance to ask a question. Another disciple thought irritably. Wouldn't it have been better to ask if Sect Master Lu is still available? Wouldn't that be better? Just as everyone focused their attention on Lin Huagan, Lu Chaoga suddenly spoke coldly. There is no need to ask that question again, the time is not right. Upon hearing this, the disciples immediately turned their heads sharply, gazing toward Lu Chaoga with expectant eyes. Mo Bushio thought in surprise that expression. With that phrase, Sect Master Lu definitely knows something. Lin Huagan mused to himself, amazing, I didn't expect to uncover such a big secret. Could it be related to the main storyline? As expected of the Chosen One, that was exactly the right question to ask. After speaking, Lu Chaoga turned and departed. His figure gradually disappeared into an expanse of white clouds and mist. He only left behind one sentence. That concludes today's session. At this point, the verbal restriction on the disciples had been lifted. The atmosphere immediately became heated, with noisy discussions breaking out everywhere. They excitedly said, whether you become an inner disciple or an outer disciple, you can still become Sect Master Lu's disciple. Another disciple joyfully exclaimed, this is fantastic. We got 3 major pieces of news all at once today. Sect Master Lu knows about the Sword of the Underworld King. We came at just the right time. As for the last one, they stammered when they reached this point. The female disciples cheered in unison, their cheeks flushed red. Sect Master Lu is still single. They constantly imagined romantic, love-filled futures being with him. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga hadn't actually left. Instead, he was standing above, observing the situation among the disciples below. It was very lively below when everyone was arguing fiercely. A disciple shouted, I'm going to post now. I want to be the first one to break the news. Seeing this scene, Lin Huagan yelled, everyone stop right there. Only the one who asked the question has the right to post. Another disciple said scornfully, who cares what you think? I'm going to make Sect Master Lu the hottest topic on the forum. Lu Chaoga looked down with a satisfied gaze. Is this the idol effect? I clearly didn't even do anything. Then, controlling his artifact, he glided lightly through the air. His heart was filled with exasperation. These youngsters really can't keep their composure. Upon returning to his room, he shouted loudly when Dongli, are you ready? At this moment, Dongli quickly opened the door and walked out. She replied with firm eyes, brother, I am ready. The two quickly boarded their spiritual artifact. Soaring across the sky like lightning, Dongli stood beside him, her gaze firm, filled with resolve. This day had finally arrived. Suddenly Dongli spoke. She glanced at him curiously. By the way, brother, how did you get this information? Hearing this, a calm smile spread across his lips. I used a little trick. He thought to himself. The system counts as one of my means. Dongli softly acknowledged Then she asked again. Brother, do you think Mom and Dad will feel we were too late? After all, so many years have passed. As she said this, she choked up a little. Lu Chaoga looked up at the sky, his eyes heavy with sorrow. You should know their personalities. They hoped that we wouldn't seek revenge for them in this lifetime. Dongli turned her face and looked straight ahead, casually asking, brother, tell me, are Mom and Dad still watching us from heaven? He quickly answered, of course. Then he silently emphasized, they will not only watch us avenge them, but also watch us bring Momin to glory. He felt regretful in his heart. Originally, they should have been able to see Momin's powerful state today. This is a sight Momin has never experienced before. The image of his parents clearly surfaced in Lu Chaoga's mind. They were turning back, giving him satisfied smiles. At this moment in his memory, his younger self was kneeling before the ancestral tablets. He solemnly announced, ancestors, rest assured, Momin will reach a height beyond everyone's imagination. Then he raised his head. With a definitive tone, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Haha, Mom and Dad can both see it. They can testify. Suddenly, a large hand pinched his rosy tender cheek. His father, standing behind him, sternly lectured. How many times have I told you not to wear that smug grin? Lu Chaoga cried out from the painful pinch. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. Suddenly his mother walked over from behind, quickly pinching his father's cheek, making his father scream too. Ouch, 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 that hurts. His mother furiously scolded, let go of my son. Just because the two of us lack talent, does that mean we won't allow our son to have grand ambitions? Seeing this scene below, the son happily laughed. Ha ha ha! His father patted his head. And smiling happily he said, Dad has no talent in cultivation. I'm ashamed before the ancestors. But if Momin truly can be restored to its former glory, in your 2 hands, Dad can finally face the ancestors and stand a little taller. Lu Chaoga did not know that even though his father and mother together protected the peace within these 100 miles, yet as they were about to close their eyes, his greatest wish was, this disciple could not bring greatness. To Momin, this disciple has failed his master's grace. At this moment he was completely exhausted, gradually closed his eyes and passed away. Thinking of this, his eyes became filled with rage and coldness. A powerful surge of anger rose in his heart. He thought all of this is because of him. In Shanggu Valley, a desolate and gloomy scene shrouded the area. A dark atmosphere and thick fog permeated everywhere. Lu Chaoga and Don Li had arrived. They stood upon a lake and he instructed. Their gathering place is at the bottom of the lake. We will enter the lake on the winter solstice 2 days from now. Don Li quickly replied, understood. Before the winter solstice, inside the valley, 2 figures stood atop a massive, fiery red giant snake, their faces fierce and menacing. One of the 2 figures was a demon disciple. He thought to himself, this guy is exactly the same as always, liking to put on airs. The demonic cultivator glanced down at the pair of fair delicate thighs, which belonged to the female demonic cultivator beside him, bearing not so innocent intentions. Underneath her clothes she was probably wearing nothing. He had not expected that she had obtained the heritage of a certain forbidden lord, but the heritage of a demon cultivator, to us, is a double-edged sword. If one can suppress it, they gain immense power. But once control is lost. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Suddenly he felt a jolt of pain and frowned. His lips pressed together tightly. Frightening images surfaced in his mind. That meant death. Or perhaps precisely because of this, every new envoy indulged themselves more and more, unleashing their true nature. At this moment his gaze drifted again to the place behind him, filled with desire. Looking at the plump backside of the female demonic cultivator beside him, she seemed to notice his gaze and revealed a sly smile. The female demonic cultivator asked provocatively, "Want to look at this? Do you need to see more?" She lifted her fiery red dress, which had an extremely high slit, revealing her smooth white thighs. Seeing this seductive sight, his face immediately flushed crimson, but his gaze was utterly honest, as it fixed on the snow-white thighs. "Your Excellency the envoy." She paid him no mind, lightly raised a hand, cupped his avoiding face, extended the tip of her tongue and gently touched his cheek. She said teasingly, "If you truly desire it, it's not impossible." Frightened, he quickly backed away, then suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Excellency the envoy, the servant knows his mistake." She smirked, crossed her arms and showed an expression of interest. "It seems that drop of dragon beast vital blood I gave you, you've digested well. You already understand how to fear the powerful." Hearing this, the demonic cultivator broke out in a cold sweat from fear. "This servant holds absolute respect for your Excellency the envoy, and absolutely dares not show the slightest disrespect," she teased. "If you really felt that way once I'm in a better mood, letting you serve me wouldn't be out of the question." He turned pale with fright. This servant absolutely does not harbor such thoughts. Seeing the demonic cultivator so terrified, she stopped teasing him. She stood up seriously. "Be careful, go check out this gathering. Maybe you can exchange for something useful to you. My subordinates cannot be useless trash." He nodded and replied, "Understood." He stood up, clutching his aching arm with a grim expression, thinking, after using half a drop of dragon blood, my cultivation has basically returned to its peak. But the severed arm is difficult to regrow. It's all because of that wicked couple. The female demonic cultivator next to him asked indifferently, "If this time you manage to get your arm to regrow, what do you plan to do?" With a scowl, clutching his arm, he said with resolve, "Of course I will complete what was left unfinished a few years ago. Momin, I will wipe it out sooner or later." She scoffed and mocked. "However, I heard that Luo Chaoga has had quite a few extraordinary achievements recently in Momin, and he has the backing of the Jianzone." The demonic cultivator ground his teeth, his voice filled with hatred. "So what? I have plenty of methods. to ensure they die quietly. At this moment a flash of blood-red killing intent appeared in his eyes. No, the killing intent in his eyes was clearer now than ever before. He looked at his hand, gave a cruel smile and spoke coldly. No, that's wrong. Killing them secretly is too easy for them. I want to stand before Luo Chaoga and make him watch while I inflict the greatest harm upon his loved ones. Oh, is that right? That certainly fits your style. The female demonic cultivator replied calmly. At this point they were standing on the back of the massive crimson snake, moving towards the depths of the ocean. It slid quickly through the water. Subsequently the red snake dove beneath the surface, quickly swimming towards the deep seabed. There is a green jade stone glowing there. The female demon cultivator spoke. That is the entrance to this gathering. Below is a massive prison. Many people are imprisoned inside. Their cries for mercy echoed continuously. Please let me go. I have a child in my belly. Please don't kill me. Please let me out. The female demon cultivator and her subordinates quickly entered. She stood calmly in front of the huge iron cage and said, "These people are resources for this gathering. All kinds of types are available. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated." He smiled sinisterly, looking at the crowd in the prison. "You're too kind, envoy, you've worked hard." Inside the prison, there was a youth whose nickname was Chin Bugu LV22. He tightly gripped two iron bars with both hands. When he saw the female demon cultivator his face was full of excitement. He was very happy inside. This beauty is back again. This time she also brought a large snake. And a man. That's right, this person is a player. He vaguely looked outside, puzzled. 1,000 questions flooded his mind. But what kind of plot is this? I've only been playing for 2 days. How did I suddenly end up in jail? He recalled the female demon cultivator, grabbing his collar and dragging him away. He thought happily to himself. Being captured by the beauty back then. I thought this game had adult content. My heart was full of anticipation thinking of this. He hesitated. But I didn't expect to be continuously jailed for several days. He lay back, crossing his legs and resting his hands behind his head. With a toothpick in his mouth he pondered his current situation. He looked outside, at the place where the female demon cultivator and her subordinates were talking. But having a beautiful sister to look at being in jail isn't so bad. But recently, thinking of this, he hesitated. His mood shifted from happy to worried. The number of people in the prison is increasing. He grew increasingly confused. And the beautiful sister's gaze looked at him like he was a pig in a trap. This is unacceptable. But I have already posted many messages on the forum. But there weren't many replies. He opened the forum, there were only 3 comments. Everyone was asking him for the bowtie's location. Where is the beauty? Someone excitedly said, I'm coming, I'll go for the guide. I know this one well. Another person commented, move aside everyone. Hurry up and post the location. But I can't send the location. He clicked send location. But the system prompted that sending the location failed. He comforted himself, but actually it's pretty good. There's nothing wrong with being used by a beauty. He curled his lip and folded his arms, sitting seriously in thought. Plus I still have my life money survival funds. And I can keep providing for her. But the problem now is. At this moment he looked ahead again hesitantly. To the front. You treat people as resources, yet you still dare to invite guests. He roared internally, looking suspiciously at the giant python and the 2 people in front of him. His gaze swept over the other people in the prison. He saw an elderly man kneeling desperately in reverence, begging the celestial, if you must take someone, take me. Please spare my granddaughter. The granddaughter sat beside him, tightly hugging her grandfather, wailing softly. He looked at the fearful people next to him. He couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Are they truly afraid? As a player regarding this world, there is no sense of reality. In the iron cage the atmosphere was heavy. The pregnant woman cried loudly. Why did you capture me? Next to her a young man was pale, trembling all over, his tone filled with regret. I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die. Behind them a thin, haggard old man, who had toiled his entire life. Must I find no peace even in death? Chin Buju witnessed this scene. His eyes widened in terror. Everyone there was afraid. Suddenly a fierce voice sounded. "Silence!" Chiao waved his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from his hand, striking directly at someone inside the iron cage, flashing quickly past Qian Buju's face, frightening him into a cold sweat. In just an instant, the spiritual energy struck an elderly man. Just now, this old man had already breathed his last, slumped against the iron cage. The intense impact caused dust and smoke to spread. Qian Buju, seeing this horrifying spectacle, was completely stunned. His terrified gaze fixed intensely on Chiao. Chiao's eyes were blazing and full of killing intent. Watching the old man's granddaughter shivering and weeping loudly, he said coldly, "Your essence is tainted. I will not consume it. I only choose victims who are pure and suitable for my cultivation." Seeing this scene, Qian Buju formed an idea. "I must record all of this and post it on the forum. Perhaps other players can find cultivators to help us." He quickly opened the forum, recording the scene before him. Other disciples saw the video Qian Buju posted and asked in shock, "Is this what a demonic cultivator looks like?" The people on the forum quickly exploded in outrage. The comments filled with fury over the demon cultivator's actions. Is no one going to intervene? Does this mean no one can stop him? Damn it, is this cripple a psychopath? Waiting online for a great cultivator to come and strike him down. Those who prey on the young must perish. Those committing such depraved acts deserve to die. The next morning Lu Dongli woke up. She stretched languidly, still yawning. "Hagij, are you up this early?" At this moment Lu Chaoga was scooping noodles into a bowl. He quickly replied, "Today is a little busy. If I didn't get up early I wouldn't have time to cook you longevity noodles." He handed her the steaming fragrant bowl of noodles, giving her a warm smile. "My little liar has grown another year older." Dongli happily accepted the piping hot bowl of noodles. She smiled widely. "Thank you, Gij. Gij seems to be in excellent spirits today." His lips curled into a smile as he said, "Of course, more than just excellent. I am absolutely certain. And my blood is practically boiling right now." He opened the system panel, checking the video recorded by Qian Buju. "Thanks to the video that player recorded, I now completely know their location." At this moment, deep in the ocean, those demon cultivators were gathered around the iron cage, preparing to start their assembly. The female demon cultivator's voice rang out. "Greetings everyone, it's been a long time. I wonder how many people you have consumed these past days, and how much your cultivation has advanced." Another demon cultivator politely replied, "Naturally, we can't compare to the envoy's speed." One demon cultivator spoke up in praise. "Envoy, you are naturally beautiful. You seem to have become even more gorgeous." Another demon cultivator said, "A few days ago I absorbed the essence of a legendary, peerless beauty of that caliber. But even so, it seems the envoy is still far superior." Meanwhile, the exotic beasts on the periphery let out deafening and ferocious roars, appearing hungry as they waited for their masters to feed them. Qian Buju seemed petrified, staring trembling at the exotic beasts before him. "Oh my heavens! What are these things? Even if we call in more players, they'll just be extra appetizers for them." The system popped up a danger warning, ringing like an alarm bell. Right behind him, Qian Buju's sweat was now pouring down like a waterfall. "The entire site is filled with dungeon bosses. How are we supposed to fight this? Why don't we just throw everything at them and let them eat their fill?" At the same time, the female demon cultivator calmly sat on her chair, smiling as she reached out to channel her spiritual power. "Since everyone has arrived, let the feast begin then." The enormous iron cage was opened. The body of the old man from just now also fell to the ground. A two-headed demon cultivator sitting in the back spoke up. "Ah, an old man, I enjoy tormenting victims with sufficient tenacity. I can make them suffer for a long time." The demon cultivator in the front said, his eyes filled with desire. "That's excellent. I especially like seizing young women, full-figured and shapely ones." The female demonic cultivator sitting on the chair quickly claimed a portion for herself. She smiled gently and said, "The rest of you may take whatever you wish. That pregnant woman's family will be mine." On this side, everyone began to scream tragically. The young man tightly hugged the girl in his arms. "No, don't come closer." The pregnant woman cried out in panic, "Don't harm me. Don't hurt me. Suddenly Chen Buga shouted amidst the chaos. Everyone, don't be afraid. He stood in the middle of the crowd. His eyes were full of determination and he said confidently, I will rush forward and let them focus on me. Hurry up and run. The moment he spoke, everyone was stunned. He walked forward bravely and valiantly. His gaze was firm, his hands clenched into fists, and he asked himself, I wonder if I can make it through this by relying on rebirth. Upon hearing this, the demon cultivators roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't you want to hear what you just said? They said scornfully. Satisfy our cruel desires until we choke. Just you. This venerable one once destroyed an entire village in a single night. A demon cultivator looked at him with utter contempt. I don't care for ordinary men like him. Anyway, their essence is destined to be mediocre. Chen Buga raised his hand, preparing to attack. His eyes were firm. Although I'm only level 2, I have the resolve to take on a boss. I will fight you all. He shouted, clenched his fists, and charged toward the demon cultivators. Just then a hand suddenly pressed firmly on his shoulder. Chen Buga looked back in astonishment. From behind him, Lu Chao's voice rang out, stand down. Leave the rest to me. Chen Buga was very surprised. Lu Chaoga and Lu Donli stood majestically amidst the crowd. Holding a long sword, he looked at the demon cultivators before him. He said coldly, all of you are quite lucky, because you are about to die by the hand of the Chosen One, the terror of the Tianqian realm. S hand. Shi Xiao saw Lu Chao, Ge and Lu Donli and shouted furiously, it's them. It is them. A demon cultivator sitting nearby suddenly asked Shi Xiao, you know them? He tightly clenched his fists. I will never forget, even in death. That damned couple who ruined my future. At this moment the images of Lu Chao, Ge and Lu Donli's parents surfaced. The other demon cultivators laughed loudly upon hearing this. It seems these are the children of that couple, specially coming here for revenge. A blue-faced demon cultivator said in a mocking tone, that man is only in the second realm. Isn't he just asking for destruction? Another demon cultivator chimed in. That man is quite handsome. Don't ruin his face later. I want to keep that face and add it to my collection. At this point, the hatred in Chixio's heart had reached its peak. He shouted Jiao. Immediately afterwards, the gigantic serpent Jiao behind him fiercely charged forward. It was enveloped by a strange black aura. The giant serpent opened its massive maw, revealing sharp teeth. It rushed toward Lu Chaoga, but he remained motionless, completely unfazed. At this moment a danger warning flashed in the system. His gaze did not waver in the slightest, and he softly uttered 2 words, fatal strike. He closed his eyes, recalling the memories he shared with his parents. Images of the two of them fighting together against this giant serpent. He opened his eyes and a flash of murderous intent appeared in them. He tightly gripped his long sword, standing proudly. At this moment the giant serpent was preparing to dive down and attack him. Lu Chaoga murmured, Windsword. 10 years have passed, it is time. At this moment he slowly drew his sword. A dazzling light accompanied by countless streaks of magnificent lightning circled the blade. Quick as lightning, those streaks of sword light struck down the charging serpent. The powerful sword strike seemed to tear the air apart, leaving dazzling streaks of light. Immediately after, the massive demonic beast snake fell to the ground, dust flying everywhere, seemingly lifeless. All the Yaoxiu who witnessed this were utterly shocked. He sheathed his sword as if he had only just slightly drawn it a moment ago. The other Yaoxiu were all horrified, killing a 4th stage demonic beast while only in the 2nd stage. With only a single strike, the nearby Yaoxiu watched, breaking out in cold sweat, stuttering as he spoke while the sword hadn't even been fully drawn. At this time Qi Yao clutched his chest, unable to suppress the severe pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A Yaoxiu shouted loudly, his life-bound demonic beast has been killed, the spiritual contract is broken. Immediately after, a system prompt appeared. 3 demonic beasts have been slain. Demonic Hound. Gained 270,000 EXP. Shrank random mission triggered. 4 system missions appeared. Destroy the ZUA gathering. The mission objective is to kill all participating Yaoxiu. The reward depends on the number of Yaoxiu and demonic beasts slain. He looked at the system and fell into contemplation. The cross-rank rewards triggered by the mission are very generous. The power of the sealed sword also met his expectations. Now there is no need to save EXP. Level up from level 23 to 24. A Yaoxiu witnessing this exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe he actually leveled up during the fight. He stood amidst a group of Yaoxiu continually leveling up. A dazzling golden light emanated from his body. A Yaoxiu yelled. We must kill him right here. Quickly kill him now. His momentum is still rising. We absolutely must kill him here. The Yaoxiu promptly reverted to their true demonic beast forms. They roared hoarsely, rushing toward Lu Chaoga like a surging tide. At this moment Lu Donli drew her sword from its sheath, her eyes cold and sharp fixed upon them. Her sword light was swift as a gust of wind, cutting down all the Yaoxiu blocking her path. Lu Chaoga stood nearby, glancing at Lu Donli with a look of satisfaction. It seems Xiao Liza's cultivation had long surpassed my expectations. Then it's my turn. He solemnly held his sword in front of him, slowly drawing it. Lightning appeared around the blade, as if it had been imprisoned within for a long time. Suddenly a streak of white lightning tore through the calm sea surface, shooting straight up toward the dim night sky. With a loud boom, water splashed everywhere. The surrounding soil and rocks cracked and shattered under the effect of a tremendous force. Lu Chaoga stood majestically, stating confidently, the uncivilized beasts have been dealt with. Next, stopping there, he slowly glanced behind him, toward where Qi Yao and the other demonic cultivators were standing, and said coldly, it's time to deal with this group of talking animals. At the very beginning, Bugis stood behind him, turning his head and yelling at the live stream. Everyone looked quickly who was broadcasting this. The comments section immediately erupted. The disciples quickly opened the forums to check. They were too astonished to speak. This is that silhouette. It's. The three of them simultaneously shouted in astonishment. It's Lu Chaoga of the Momin sect. While watching the live stream, the public's admiration and reverence for Lu Chaoga quickly spread. Like a storm, discussions arose from all directions. So cool, Sect Master Lu is actually this powerful. Someone shouted in surprise. I thought the sect master of a 9th rank sect wouldn't be too strong. I never expected this. Those hateful cannibal Yaoxiu will probably pay the price today. Someone regretfully said. I didn't join the Momin sect. What a massive opportunity one missed. A Momin disciple spoke up happily. I am truly fortunate to have joined Momin. This is truly thrilling. The demon cultivators from the Ghost Mountain Valley were furious. They kept shouting, how dare you kill my precious one? I demand your life. No, I'm going to destroy him. I will make him pay the ultimate price. He will watch helplessly as he is utterly crushed. He looked at them with sharp icy eyes and said, you may now come forward and die. At this moment he leveled up again, moving from LV 24 to LV 25. Hearing this, the ghost cultivators rushed towards him. They yelled hatefully. I'll devour you. However, facing their attack, he merely raised his sword. Dazzling lightning burst forth. It was swift as lightning. That group of ghost cultivators was instantly shattered into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire area in front of him red. But Lu Chaoga's expression remained unchanged. The other ghost cultivators witnessed this sight and were all stunned. One ghost cultivator spoke. There is clearly a huge cultivation gap, yet he managed an instant kill. Another ghost cultivator cautiously asked, what exactly is hidden inside his sword? Lu Chaoga looked up at the giant rock, where Yao Ji and Qi Xiao stood. He pondered internally. These two must be the leaders of this gathering, right? His gaze was firm and he muttered, the enemy. There is still one more person, he thought. She is the boss who was once famous across the Tianxian realm. Yao Ji, the Lianzheng guild, once surrounded and attacked her along with 3 other guilds, resulting in the total annihilation of 2 guild teams. Even though she is only a mid-level boss, wiping out 2 guilds made her reputation on the forum skyrocket. An image of Yao Ji flashed before his eyes. She displayed a cruel smile. Lu Chaoga continued to think. But what made me notice her wasn't her strength, but something else entirely. Behind the horizontal and vertical slits in her clothing were clusters of fiery red spider lilies growing out from her back. Yao Ji had realized the seriousness of the situation. She glanced down, crossed her arms over her chest, and coldly commanded, go seize those people and use them to restrain this guy. The demon cultivators below shouted yes in unison upon receiving the order. They quickly turned and left. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived above the trapped crowd. Qian Buju shouted when he saw them. "This is bad, they're coming this way." Lu Chaoga, hearing his shout, cast his gaze behind him. He thought contemptuously, "Trying to grab ordinary people to threaten me." The ferocious demon cultivators charged over, saying smugly, "Ha ha, come here, you meat hostages." Suddenly a dazzling blue light flashed across their faces. After Lu Dongli killed those ghost cultivators, she turned and said to Lu Chaoga, "Brother, you just focus on fighting with all your strength. I will protect them." Her appearance at this moment was broadcast live, immediately causing a sensation on the forums. Everyone offered praise and admiration. "Did you all see that? Momin elder Lu Dongli is also incredibly strong." Other disciples blushed upon seeing Lu Dongli staring intently at her. "So the strength of Momin isn't just limited to Master Lu." Another disciple praised, "And the sister is so strong. Her legs are so long too. Her strength and bust size are exactly inversely related. Is this the legendary flat-chested powerhouse?" Yao Ji saw that her subordinates were being swiftly eliminated, and she paused for thought. She then decided, "It seems we must take action ourselves." My deputy, Qi Xiao, who was standing nearby, let out an extremely furious roar. "I couldn't hold back any longer. I'm going to kill those siblings." The two of them simultaneously transformed into exotic beasts. Yao Ji transformed into a red spider lily, with red light swirling around her body. Qi Yao meanwhile transformed into a completely crimson ape, possessing a massive body and surging power. He roared, "Humph, you ruined my destiny. You destroyed my fortune. It is time for me to annihilate Momin." They were filled with fierce hostility, and quickly charged towards Lu Chaoga. At this moment Lu Chaoga spoke seriously to Dongli, who was standing behind him. "Dongli, protect them and protect yourself too." The rope binding his sheathed sword had now been undone, revealing a dark long sword. Dongli created a protective barrier using spiritual power, enveloping the crowd. She softly hummed in acknowledgement. He raised the sword in his hand. His voice cold and slowly said, "This sword I have nourished for 10 years. For this sword I have waited 10 years. Suddenly Lu Chaoga raised his head, his eyes full of determination and resolve. He slowly stated, "This sword." He unsheathed the long sword. A dazzling light erupted from the blade, shooting straight towards the ghost cultivators before him. Lu Chaoga shouted, "I have entered the grand cultivation realm." At this moment the sword was fully drawn. Dazzling lightning surrounded him, as if the entire space was shattering. This light blasted onto the faces of the charging Yao Ji and Qi Yao, leaving them stunned. With a rumble, that beam of light horizontally sliced through Ghost Valley, making the entire area glow. The whole Ghost Valley was cut in half, sending dust flying. The scene instantly became desolate and chaotic. At this point heavy rain began to fall onto the ground, filling the air with sadness. Lu Chaoga's voice rang out, "Your soul should be scattered and annihilated, never to be reincarnated." He plunged the sword fiercely into Yao Ji's body, pinning her to the ground. Exhausted, he looked up at the sky. The light from above shone directly on his face. Lu Chaoga gasped for breath. Ha. He recalled memories of his childhood. A small hand gripped a sword, raising it high. Lu Chaoga, full of resolve, said, "I've decided my sword will be called Buwan." Lu Fu opened his mouth and asked, "Why Buwan?" He quickly replied, "Because it means it's never too late." Lu Fu and Lu Mu laughed heartily together. Ha, good. He raised his head and looked at the light before him. The images of Lu Fu and Lu Mu clearly appeared. Tears streamed down his face as he asked, "Father, Mother, a gentleman's revenge is not too late, right?" At that moment Lu Dongli walked up to him and whispered softly, "Brother, we have avenged father and mother." His expression was tense now, and he urgently said, "Shao Lizi, quickly go and completely destroy the bodies of those demon cultivators. I have a bad feeling about this." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly became heavy. He thought worriedly, "I exerted myself too much this time. I'm quite weak and will need a long time to recover." Dongli drew her sword and quickly replied, "Understood, brother." He watched Dongli holding her sword and walking towards the pile of demon cultivator corpses, asking himself suspiciously, What exactly is going on? He kept asking why. At this point his anxiety was clearly written on his face. He frantically looked at the system panel. The notification showed system task is still in progress. Lu Chaoga asked himself, puzzled. The system hasn't finalized the mission yet. The mission is actually still ongoing. Suddenly Don Li's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Brother, come here quickly. Lu Chaoga looked at her in confusion. He hurried over asking perplexedly, what is it? Don Li said nervously, brother, look. They looked at the pool of blood before them. Don Li stammered. This is where the strongest demon enchantress was killed. But her body is gone. Before the two could fully comprehend the situation, a crack suddenly split open in the ground beneath their feet. Don Li shouted, brother, watch out. Something is coming from underground. A surge of crimson spiritual energy erupted from beneath the ground. At this moment a gigantic red spider lily, flaming red, surged up from the ground. Dust flew everywhere. The surrounding scene became chaotic. Both of them looked up simultaneously. Lu Chaoga exclaimed in shock, a red spider lily. Don Li, standing beside him, stared intently at the monster. She added, it's the thing that was on the woman's back. I saw it earlier when she was fighting with you, brother. The upper part of the red spider lily scattered and billowed, and a layer of crimson mist filled the entire air, causing ordinary people to feel disoriented. Lu Chaoga sensed the danger. He quickly shouted, quick, protect them. This thing will confuse them. Don Li immediately deployed a spiritual energy formation to protect the crowd. She turned her head in panic and asked, brother, what exactly is this thing? Just then the system panel appeared. But even the system couldn't identify what it was. He looked at the system panel and replied blankly, I don't know either. But this thing feels like its strength far surpasses that woman's. At this moment this massive red spider lily continued to emerge from beneath the ground. It grew continuously, and its body became larger and larger. Crimson branches, leaves and tentacles waved everywhere, creating a terrifying scene, constantly letting out deafening roars. Witnessing the scene before her, Don Li couldn't help but blurt out, brother, its name is the ancient strange beast Qishao. She shouted loudly, her voice muffled by the deafening roar. The roar of Qishao caused the surrounding air to explode. Lu Chaoga was now full of confusion, his eyes wide with horror. He secretly wondered, an ancient strange beast. In my previous life, I recall that when the three major guilds organized to kill this woman, they didn't encounter this boss behind her. It seems things are different from the last life. Suddenly Don Li spoke, brother. This guy is at Great Five Realms 7th Heaven. She hastily corrected herself. No, it's now Great Five Realms 8th Heaven. Qishao let out a massive roar. It is now at 5 Realms 7th Heaven, and its power is increasing every second. Don Li stepped forward holding her sword. Her gaze was firm and she said seriously, its power is still growing. At this point all the live broadcast viewers erupted in excitement. Everyone commented relentlessly and shared their feelings. Some complained about Qishao, calling it ugly and disgusting. The disciple Bugges stood behind, watching the monster before him, his eyes filled with excitement. He thought to himself, it's a monster. A super big monster. Head Lu must kill it. Lu Chaoga looked at Don Li in front of him. He asked her with worried eyes, are you sure? Don Li gently shook her head and replied, I'm not sure, but I can hold it back. Brother, take them away first. She turned her head, smiling resolutely. Brother, I have the life and death visage, you'll be fine. Hurry and go in your current state fighting it. There's no way you can survive. Suddenly she spun her head around quickly, her eyes bewildered, secretly wondering what's going on. Don Li looked at the monster, which was currently at the 5th realm 9th layer, and couldn't help but feel surprised. She thought to herself, I didn't expect it to still be breaking through. It's already at the 5th realm 9th heaven. She fearfully took a step back, gritting her teeth and thinking, if it were just an ordinary 5th realm that would be fine. Suddenly Lu Chaoga's arm rested on her shoulder. His voice was reassuring. Little Li, you take them away, go as far as possible. She turned her head blankly. Don Li frantically placed her hand on him. She cried out in fear, brother. Now is not the time. She stopped speaking here. Suddenly Lu Chaoga stepped forward. He closed his eyes and forced a breakthrough and upgrade, causing sweat to pour down like rain. He leveled up from LV25 to LV26. Next was level 27 and then level 28. Donli looked at Lu Cheage's back in front of her. Her eyes wide, stammering. Brother, your cultivation realm. By this time he had already upgraded from level 29 to level 30. He turned his head and said to her with a smile, I have entered the Great Perfection realm. At this moment he was at the great completion of the second realm. Seeing Lu Cheage upgrade and step into the Great Perfection realm, Lu Donli looked at his back so surprised that she began to stammer, brother, you finally. He suddenly fell silent. Yet right at this moment, the monster's size was growing larger and larger. Lu Cheage saw that the situation was bad. He frowned, gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Donli, shouting furiously, Are my words useless, is that right? Lu Donli was startled by Cheage's roar. Lu Donli was still worried about Cheage. She hesitated constantly and said, But brother, your Bu-Wan sword is already drawn now. But before she could finish, Lu Cheage, tightly gripping the sword in his hand, interrupted Donli. Who told you that Bu-Wan can only be drawn once? Hearing Lu Cheage's words, Donli stood dumbfounded, remaining motionless for a long time. Lu Cheage's face suddenly darkened, the spiritual energy within him intensely radiating outwards. He reassured Donli in a deep voice, I will survive. And it will die. Suddenly Cheage let out a roar. His eyes suddenly became blazing bright, while his body constantly emitted powerful spiritual energy. Just as the words fell, Lu Cheage's aura suddenly erupted. Terrifyingly powerful, this aura continued to spread. Lu Donli saw this scene extremely worried, and stammered, Brother, I didn't expect you to be this powerful. At this moment Lu Cheage seemed to have turned into another person. The terrifying power, and the aura emanating from the sword in his hand. He clenched his jaw with difficulty, yelling, Hurry up and leave, I can't control this sword strike. Everything around will be destroyed. But Lu Donli saw that Cheage was giving everything he had, and her heart was now filled with endless worry. She tightly clutched the clothing over her chest, whispering two words, Brother, but there was no safer alternative. Donli was forced to take everyone present away from the area. Everyone was taken away by her without exception. Only Lu Cheage was forced to stay behind in this spot. At this very moment on the live broadcast screen, Cheage and the monster were clearly captured. People poured into the comments section, filling the entire livestream room. That's real heroism. Oh my god, so strong, one level up in a single step. This must be cheating, right? Lu Cheage will definitely slay this monster, someone said. As long as Lu Cheage survives, I will definitely join the MO Man sect. The previous person replied, Get lost. Our MO Man doesn't need people like you. Sect Master Lu must win. Suddenly the live stream screen was interrupted, causing the fans extreme panic. What happened to the stream? Where's the stream? Where did my stream go? Sect Master Lu, I want to see Sect Master Lu. I want to see Sect Master Lu. Similar words were repeated 4 or 5 times. That sword strike, the one that came after, it must be stronger than the first one. How powerful will Lu Cheage's sword strike ultimately be? It's something even immortals would yearn for. The crowd that Lu Donli led away suddenly shouted out loud together. Some even wailed, Let me go. Let me die with Sect Master Lu, let me die. I must die. After Donli led the crowd out of the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, at this moment only the ancient exotic beast Qishao and Lu Cheage remained. Lu Cheage is now facing the ancient exotic beast Qishao. He is exhausted at this moment, and could only let out a helpless sigh. Then Cheage looked up at Qishao and suddenly said, Where would I find a second sword stroke to use? Lu Cheage suddenly recalled the system's prompt from earlier and pondered privately. He calculated in his heart, that anomaly just now was caused by me spending 6 million experience points to raise my sword heart and sword intent by 1 level each. He suddenly remembered the system's previous prompts. Sword heart level 1 has been upgraded to sword heart level 2. Sword intent level 2 has been upgraded to sword intent level 3. Returning to the present, Cheage sighed gloomily, thinking to himself, the demon cultivators and those exotic beasts provided me with 8 million experience points here. It wasn't too painful to spend it. Then he looked at the monster Chisho again, and thought internally, but this guy am only level 30. Even if I fight above my level, it's absolutely impossible to kill a level 60 creature. Suddenly the monster lunged fiercely toward Lu Chaoga, catching him off guard. At this instant, the formation within the single-leaf skiff unexpectedly manifested itself. The formation within the single-leaf skiff suddenly flew into the air, with air currents swirling around the formation, forming a protective barrier in front of Chaoga. Seeing this scene, Lu Chaoga exclaimed, "This is the Watergate Grand Formation that Ningyi refined into the single-leaf skiff." The ancient exotic beast Chishao, this monster, was growing larger and larger in size, making the monster even bigger than before. Just then, the monster Chishao saw the protective barrier, and its attacks became increasingly fierce. Lu Chaoga saw the situation worsening, and frowned worriedly as he looked at Ningyi's formation. Although Ningyi is formidable, the limit of this Watergate Grand Formation is only to withstand the fifth realm. I fear it won't hold up for long. If it can block the sky for a little while, then my sister and the others might be able to get away. Just then suddenly, the jade pendant Jiang Xinyan gave Chaoga suddenly emitted light with increasing amounts of red light surrounding it, right in front of Chaoga. At this moment another magic formation appeared, supporting Ningyi's formation. He was surprised to see this scene, gripping the jade pendant on his person and blurting out, "A formation! Jiang Xinyan's jade pendant has activated too." The ancient exotic beast Chishao, this monster, did not stop then. It amplified its power and launched a fiercer attack. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga frowned slightly, suddenly clenched something in his hand, and then said, "Are you ready to make a move? But I still have an ace up my sleeve." Chaoga suddenly stretched his hand forward. At that moment, a faint glow appeared. He chuckled softly, then said, "I have one last trick, the merman doll." As expected by Chaoga, he had carefully calculated and judiciously used the merman doll, grasping the exact timing. This allowed him to evade Chixio's attack. Chixio's attack was extremely fierce. Without the formation from the jade pendant, Ningyi's formation and the merman doll, he would currently be powerless to fight Chishao. Lu Chaoga stood before his merman doll formation, clutching his fist tight, while his other hand gripped the sword tightly, frowning slightly as he thought, "Although I have the merman doll, if I want to complete the mission and earn experience, I still need to act like a street ruffian. That means I must inflict effective damage at least once." Having decided, his heart filled with resolve, and he brandished the sword in his hand, demonstrating full power. Lu Chaoga suddenly felt uneasy, musing internally, "But how am I supposed to slay it with a single sword stroke?" Chaoga had just finished calculating his plan internally when Chishao began to attack again. "We only have one chance." Suddenly Chaoga was filled with determination, resolute in eliminating the Qi Jiao. In Qingzhou, the Zuexian Lu instantly lit up brilliantly, illuminating the entire area. Suddenly a group of people began discussing in low voices. Zuexian Lao's fine wine, drunken crabs and mandarin fish are known as the three wonders of Qingzhou. Tasting them today, they truly live up to their reputation. This was a group of people inside a tavern, all heavily intoxicated. When they looked outside the window, there was a woman deep in thought. It was none other than the beautiful Jiang Xinyan. The group in the tavern saw this sight and started talking. "Look over there, everyone, what a gorgeous woman." While that group was busy looking at Xinyan, the beauty they were talking about, just then, an enthusiastic tavern waiter served a dish at her table. "Jiang Xinyan," the waiter spoke, "esteemed guest, your ordered mandarin fish is here." This waiter was not much different from the drunkards. Despite passing by, he couldn't help but look back. Just a quick glance at Xinyan's face made him blush deeply. He silently exclaimed while thinking, "How can someone so stunning exist in this world?" Jiang Xinyan picked up a slice of fish without hesitation, contemplating inwardly. "I heard the mandarin fish here is quite famous. I wonder how it compares to your fish." After picking up a slice of fish, Xinyan then began tasting this dish, often lauded for its incredibly delicious mandarin fish flavor. Suddenly she stopped picking up food, put down her chopsticks and whispered, "Not as good as his." Jiang Xinyan suddenly recalled the image of Lu Chaoga, which brought a hint of sadness to her face. She thought in Xingzhou I have sought out and tasted, for a long time sampling hundreds of places. But after pondering for a moment, Sun Yan ignored the mandarin fish on the table, reached for the wine bottle, uncorked it, and prepared to drink. Sadness was still evident on her face. Lu Qiao's cooking skills were not necessarily the best in the world, but because he understood Zhang Xinyan's taste. Just as the saying goes, all delicious flavors pale in comparison to the one that suits you best. Subsequently, Zhang Xinyan said nothing, picked up the bottle and began drinking, gulping it down sip after sip. Suddenly Xinyan's hand moved uncontrollably, raising the wine bottle high, shouting, "Fellow Taoist, please drink." Just as she finished speaking, Xinyan suddenly paused, constantly thinking, what is wrong with me? Don't I usually prefer to drink alone? Zhang Xinyan suddenly became even more mournful. Just now her eyes carrying obvious sorrow looked at the wine bottle in her hand. She sighed, thinking, but why today am I recalling and missing the time I spent drinking with him, also in this tavern? Someone suddenly stood on a high platform and began narrating loudly, interrupting Xinyan's thoughts. Legend has it that Momen Sect Leader Lu Qiaoge. Everyone who has seen him is amazed, saying he is a celestial being with peerless charm. Whether it's true or false, I don't know. I only know that on the day he sought the Tao, he alone contended against all heroes, and won effortlessly. Due to the sound of the speaker on the platform, Zhang Xinyan had to turn her head to look. She thought fellow Taoist Lu's cultivation has deepened again. Suddenly, Xinyan listened raptly, naturally showing a smile, her cheeks flushed with wine, thinking constantly, I've heard this story more than 10 times, but why is it so engaging every time? It seems I can never get tired of hearing it. The old man on the platform enthusiastically continued. This concludes the story about the Momen Sect Leader Lu Qiaoge. Those with money, please donate some. And those without, please lend your support. Thank you all. As soon as the old man finished speaking, instantly, coins flew from all directions toward where the old man was standing. The quantity was considerable, but there were not only copper coins, but also gold ingots thrown up. Seeing this sight, the old man was overjoyed. So the old man bowed and then spoke. Thank you, kind patron. This old man is grateful. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xinyan suddenly let go of the wine bottle, allowing it to fall freely. Her face still held a melancholic expression. Hearing the old man say this, she turned her head and said, well said, you deserve a reward. Say it dozens more times and I will keep rewarding you. This person was none other than Zhang Xinyan, the generous patron the old man had thanked. Suddenly Zhang Xinyan looked down at the palm of her hand. Her face was disheartened, her expression melancholy. Her cheeks were still flushed from the alcohol. She thought to herself, what exactly am I doing? What is wrong with me? Zhang Xinyan suddenly bit her lip tightly. Her eyes seemed a little wet subconsciously. She kept thinking about Lu Qiaoge. Meanwhile her gaze remained fixed on her palm. Zhang Xinyan thought, fellow Taoist Lu I, you and I share the same peach blossom mark. Right now I suddenly miss you so much. Suddenly the peach blossom mark in Zhang Xinyan's palm displayed an anomaly. The peach blossom mark suddenly emitted a strange light. Zhang Xinyan, upon seeing this, was instantly stunned with alarm. In her heart, she suddenly realized that fellow Taoist Lu was in danger. After receiving Lu Qiaoge's signal, she did not hesitate for a moment. Zhang Xinyan immediately released her hawk, which flew off at extreme speed. Zhang Xinyan was urgently urging the hawk. Faster, even faster. The hawk obeyed her words and raced away at maximum speed. Zhang Xinyan worried incessantly about Lu Qiaoge, shouting loudly, he is in danger. Zhang Xinyan had stayed in Xingzhou. This was actually to clarify her true intentions. It was like flipping a coin. Everyone knows the answer in their heart. The moment the peach blossom mark lit up, she already knew her answer. At this very moment, we turn to Lu Qiaoge and the bizarre ferocious Qiao beast. Lu Qiaoge was still struggling to stall the monster. The magical aura was gradually failing to hold it captive. Lu Qiaoge frowned slightly, his expression worried. He tried to find its weakness, thinking, this must be its weakness. It's, after all, awoke from a woman's body. It's that enchantress. Lu Qiaoge scanned Qiao's body everywhere. Suddenly what caught his eye was precisely that face clenching its teeth in resistance. Lu Chaoga finally found the weakness. Right there on that face. Lu Chaoga chuckled softly. He said, such a seductive face. It would be a shame not to mark it with a sword stroke. Having said that, he brandished his sword. Instantly spiritual energy enveloped his sword, forming a powerful force. It was unclear what level this power would reach. Without further ado, he immediately flew toward the face he had spotted. Lu Chaoga was striving to stall for time so that Jiang Xinyan could arrive in time. Lu Chaoga struggled to get closer to the Qiyao monster. Lu Chaoga began using a standard attack at this point. He combined his inherent critical hit with Qingqing Man. Gripping the sword in his hand, he thought to himself, the valiant husband sword technique of the sword sect's first sword venerable. I just need to rush in and finish the job. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chaoga began rushing toward Qiyao. However, before he could even attack, the Qiyao monster immediately launched an unexpected counterattack against Lu Chaoga. This attack was difficult for Lu Chaoga to resist, even causing him to cough up blood. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "A mere residual shockwave. How could it possibly take my life?" Suddenly Lu Chaoga finally saw that face, which was Qiyao's weak point. He yelled, "Now is the time." After Lu Chaoga located its weakness, Lu Chaoga immediately charged at Qiyao, slashing toward its weakness with his sword. A system notification suddenly popped up. Upgrade mission complete. But suddenly Lu Chaoga's sword strike deviated from its course again, only grazing the Crimson Flood Dragon monster's cheek, causing it no harm at all. Blood seeped out because of that strike. Just as Lu Chaoga was distracted for a few seconds by the system prompt, it suddenly turned and attacked Lu Chaoga. This strike from the Crimson Flood Dragon monster sent Lu Chaoga flying far away. It hit Lu Chaoga directly, causing him to spit out fresh blood. The Crimson Flood Dragon monster attacked relentlessly, hitting him high into the sky. Suddenly that monster, the Crimson Flood Dragon, also flew into midair preparing to attack Lu Chaoga. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga frowned deeply, gritted his teeth, and angrily chased after it, planning to risk everything using a resurrection scroll. "I'm going to chop you with one more sword strike." Suddenly, just when he thought he might be annihilated by this Crimson Flood Dragon, right at that moment, Jiang Xinyan appeared, catching Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga was completely surprised by this assistance. He turned his head, and seeing Jiang Xinyan, he stammered, "Fellow Daoist Jiang." Jiang Xinyan. At this moment she held the exhausted Lu Chaoga with one hand, while with the other hand she sent her sword flying straight toward the Crimson Flood Dragon monster. Naturally, the Crimson Flood Dragon monster wouldn't wait to be killed. It immediately launched its move, attacking Jiang Xinyan and Lu Chaoga. In that instant, the two moves suddenly collided, creating a massive explosion in the sky. At this moment Jiang Xinyan finally realized. In her eyes all living beings were like grass and trees. Only he was the Green Mountain. The explosion also caused a considerable impact on the Crimson Flood Dragon monster. Because of this, suddenly Jiang Xinyan saw the blood Lu Chaoga had coughed up. Upon seeing it, Jiang Xinyan became even angrier. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She spoke to Lu Chaoga, saying, "Fellow Daoist, wait for me for 10 seconds. Jiang Xinyan said nothing more, immediately placing Lu Chaoga onto the back of her hawk. Having done so, Jiang Xinyan immediately went to deal with the Crimson Flood Dragon monster. After being placed on the hawk's back by Jiang Xinyan, Lu Chaoga, recalled what Jiang Xinyan had just said. He smiled softly and asked, after 10 seconds, immediately after ensuring Lu Chaoga's safety, Jiang Xinyan didn't hesitate, immediately rushing forward to engage the Crimson Flood Dragon monster. Jiang Xinyan's spiritual energy radiated intensely. She suddenly unleashed her move to attack it. Lu Chaoga also began counting one just as Jiang Xinyan executed her move. The monster, unwilling to show weakness, immediately launched an attack. Lu Chaoga continued counting without stopping too. The Crimson Flood Dragon monster, having just been struck by Jiang Xinyan's move, cried out in pain. Jiang Xinyan did not cease her assault, launching a continuous barrage of fierce attacks. Meanwhile Lu Chaoga kept counting 3 and then 4. But Jiang Xinyan did not rest, continuing her relentless assault. She started launching moves striking directly at the Crimson Flood Dragon's front with powerful blows. It was precisely because of this that Lu Chaoga over there had already counted halfway through the time limit Jiang Xinyan had set. However, it was also due to this punch that the monster, the Crimson Flood Dragon, fell straight to the ground. It seemed to be somewhat frightened now. Lu Chaoga struggled to count the next numbers. 6 followed by 7. Just then Jiang Xinyan began using her next move. She poured all her strength and fighting power into this single attack. Jiang Xinyan's terrifying power was completely focused onto her sword. The sword thus emitted a red glow, a result of Jiang Xinyan's power fusing into it. Next, approaching the number she had set as the limit, Lu Chaoga counted 8. Following this, Jiang Xinyan channeled all her power into her sword. Jiang Xinyan. He began to forcefully throw the sword straight down, attacking the monster. At this very moment, the sword that Jiang Tangon had thrown flew straight into the Qi Shao monster's body. And Jiang Tangon's efforts were not in vain. Just then, the sword flew accurately into the Qi Shao monster's body, triggering another massive explosion. Lu Chaoga finally counted the last numbers softly, struggling to count 9 and then 10. Lu Chaoga lay exhausted on the back of the eagle at this moment, thinking to himself, "She is a bit stronger than I imagined. This is troublesome." Suddenly Chaoga remembered Jiang Tangon's body. When she was completely undressed, naked, he immediately blushed. He chuckled softly, pondering constantly in his heart, "If it comes down to a critical moment, and I can't break through her defenses, that would be truly embarrassing." Just as Lu Chaoga was engrossed in these impure thoughts, Jiang Tangon had rushed over to him, hastily ordering her eagle, "Hurry and go, the residual spiritual energy is catching up." After she finished speaking and the eagle received Tangon's command, her eagle began to fly at extreme speed, to evade the impending explosion behind them. Just then, Lu Chaoga suddenly stammered, calling out to Tangon, "Fellow Taoist Jiang Yu." But before he could continue at that moment, the force behind them had already exploded, creating an explosion with an extremely powerful shockwave. Even though Jiang Tangon's eagle had already flown away quite quickly, they still couldn't avoid the shockwave produced by the explosion. Jiang Tangon hugged Chaoga at that moment, shielding him. She shouted, "Fellow Taoist Lu, be careful." The explosion illuminated the entire sky, and then the blast finally ended. Lu Chaoga was currently embraced by Jiang Tangon, making Chaoga blush with shyness while inwardly he kept thinking about those dark things. Suddenly Jiang Tangon felt that something was wrong. She immediately let go of Chaoga, noticing his face was still red, and that he was thinking about those dark things. Tangon felt shy because of this too. Because of this awkward embrace, Jiang Tangon had to move away from Chaoga. Shyly she hugged herself, stammering awkwardly, Fellow Taoist Luai." As for Chaoga, he was still chuckling softly, with impure thoughts continuously emerging in his mind. Jiang Tangon bashfully stuttered an explanation. But before she could explain a single thing, right behind Tangon suddenly appeared something far more terrifying than before. When Lu Chaoga saw it, he was surprised, flustered, and even a little angry, thinking, "Is this the divine soul of Qi Shao? Aren't the divine souls of exotic beasts the weakest? Why does it still possess such threat level?" Behind them it was exactly the divine soul Chaoga had thought of, rushing faster and faster towards Chaoga and Tangon. Jiang Tangon frowned upon seeing it too, gnashing her teeth in frustration, thinking, "Not good, my path of cultivation is not effective against divine souls." Lu Chaoga didn't hesitate to think further, and started using other techniques to resist. He shouted, "Heartsword!" Chaoja's Heartsword technique also began to attack the divine soul, cutting twice right into the center of the divine soul. Chaoja's efforts were not in vain. Just then, the divine soul was also shattered by his Heartsword technique. After the divine soul of Qi Shao was shattered, suddenly, a piece of paper appeared enveloped by dazzling golden spiritual light. Lu Chaoga, upon seeing the paper, immediately spoke with difficulty. Fellow Taoist, quickly grab that thing. Jiang Tangon then grabbed with one hand the paper that Chaoga told her to grab. and patted Chaoja's shoulder with the other, asking anxiously, fellow Taoist Lu, "Are you all right? Why did you force yourself to act just now?" At this moment Lu Chaoga was breathing heavily. He lightly smiled, gazing at her affectionately. He spoke. "If it were anyone else I naturally wouldn't have stepped in." Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan immediately blushed. But Taoist friend Jiang Xinyan, although still somewhat shy, stammered and said, Taoist Lu, let's find a place to help you treat your injuries first." Lu Chaoga felt equally shy. He lightly coughed and replied, Lu Chaoga secretly glanced at the piece of paper from before, which Jiang Xinyan was holding. The system also began its examination. The paper in Jiang Xinyan's hand. "There's nothing obvious about this paper." Jiang Xinyan, looking at the paper in her hand, asked, "Taoist Lu, do you need this?" Hearing Jiang Xinyan ask him, he replied, "Yes, it seems to hide some secrets. I want to study it." But he thought internally, "I can't figure it out. But that fellow in the coffin back in Momen certainly can." Then, Jiang Xinyan suddenly handed the slip of paper to him. Hearing Chaoga say he needed it, she said, "Keep it safely. This item is useless to me." After Lu Chaoga took the paper, he cast a spell and stored it in the ring on his hand. After putting it away, he immediately said, "Thank you." Jiang Xinyan smiled lightly at his thank you. She said hesitantly and shyly, "You don't need to be so polite." Hearing this, Chaoga was suddenly stunned. After being stunned for a few seconds, Chaoga showed a smile on his handsome face. He quietly said, "I understand." Jiang Xinyan suddenly stood up, looking toward where the explosion had just occurred. She turned her head and looked at him, asking confusedly, "Taoist Lu, what exactly happened here?" Jiang Xinyan suddenly saw something and pressed further. "Also, who caused this sword mark?" Without a doubt, Jiang Xinyan was referring to that sword mark. Just now when Chaoga fought the Qi Xiao monster, he left behind a sword mark that stretched across the entire mountain forest. Lu Chaoga suddenly said softly, "It was me." Hearing him say this, she turned around and looked at him in shock. Then Xinyan turned her head again to observe his sword mark. She frowned, looking slightly perplexed. And then she spoke. "I am not sure I could block that strike myself." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chaoga let out a light laugh. "My sword strike within the fifth earth realm indeed has few people who can block it, but Taoist Jiang, you certainly can." His words carried a hint of contradiction, yet also a trace of praise, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Xinyan pressed further. "Taoist friend, did you unsheath your destiny sword?" As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his knees tightly, his brows slightly furrowed and his voice deepened. He said, 10 years of nurturing the sword was for today. The one I killed today was precisely the enemy who murdered my parents. As for the Qi Xiao, it was just an accident." Jiang Xinyan seemed to understand the pain he was struggling to suppress. She stood still in surprise, thinking repeatedly, "So, he nurtured his sword for 10 years to avenge his parents. But I don't know how to comfort him." She also blamed herself for being unable to alleviate his inner suffering in any way. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xinyan suddenly asked, "Taoist friend, there is a cave ahead. Will you treat your injuries there?" Chaoga replied carelessly, "As you wish." Afterwards the two of them rode Jiang Xinyan's falcon, traveling together to the cave she mentioned for treatment. After locating the cave before them, Jiang Xinyan and Chaoga paused temporarily, and then entered the cave to treat his wounds. Immediately upon entering, Jiang Xinyan suddenly drew her sword, and struck out several majestic sword beams, hitting a rock inside the cave. After Jiang Xinyan swung her sword a few times, she cleared a safe place to sit down. Then she suddenly spoke up and requested, "Fellow Taoist Lu, sit down cross-legged and I will help treat your wounds." Following her words, Lu Chaoga also sat down, continuously covering the wounds on his body with his hands, and said softly, "Then I'm troubling you, fellow Taoist Jiang." After saying that, Tingyan and Chao Ge sat together on the stone Tingyan had cleared. She began to circulate her spiritual energy and Qigong to treat Chao Ge's injuries while circulating her energy to heal him. She constantly worried about Lu Chaoga, thinking, "Fellow Taoist Lu's injuries are more severe than I imagined." Sealing the sword for 10 years, the power released upon drawing it is immense. But it's obvious that fellow Taoist Lu's body also sustained a tremendous burden. If he had called for me earlier, none of this would have happened. But if he had done that, then he wouldn't be Lu Chaoga. In her subconscious, she couldn't stop worrying about Lu Chaoga right in front of her. Just as Jiang Tingyan was doing her utmost to treat his wounds, he suddenly began to enter the system space. In his consciousness, he announced aloud, "System mission complete." The system, upon hearing his words, began to announce, "This completed. Mission. Violet Moon Gathering Mission Completion Judgment. Completion degree 101%. Hidden reward triggered." Hearing the system announce that he had successfully completed the mission, Lu Chaoga stroked his chin and smiled smugly. His laughter sounded particularly unrestrained. After the fight with the Qi Jiao, he said happily, 101% completion. As expected of Lu Chaoga, what did I tell you? Lu Chaoga also followed the system's instructions. And claimed the hidden reward. After that was done, the system announced again, "Congratulations on receiving the first reward. Experience points 3,500,000 points. Experience points." After hearing the system announce the rewards, he felt immense joy in his heart, and muttered cheerfully to himself, 3,500,000 experience points. Killing the soul of the Qi Jiao only gave me 300,000. Adding other scattered demonic cultivators and strange beasts this time. Subtracting the experience points already spent, I still have over 5 million remaining. For me to go from level 30 to level 31, it only takes 300,000 experience points. This pile is enough to last me for a very long time. No sooner had Lu Chaoga finished speaking, then the system continued to announce, "Hidden reward location of the Violet Moon Altar." In the system space, Lu Chaoga saw the system point to the Violet Moon Altar while speaking. The system also reminded him, "Reminder, it is recommended that the player reaches level 50, and then gathers a team before proceeding." Lu Chaoga was still puzzled by the hidden reward. He cupped his chin, furrowed his brows in thought, and then muttered, "A hidden reward. The hidden reward is the location of the Violet Moon Altar. Is this another new gathering point? I need to form a group even after level 50. Is this stronghold really that dangerous? In that case, for a chosen one like me, if I reach level 50, won't I be able to solo it?" The more he spoke, the more confused he felt. After a moment of careful thought, Lu Chaoga chuckled lightly and said, "All right, this lord has decided. Once I hit level 50, you'll go fight it solo." After he finished speaking, the system announced, "The next message: mission promotion to the 3rd realm completed, orange tier. Claim rewards." Hearing this, Lu Chaoga chuckled proudly. "It's here, the orange tier promotion mission. This is exactly why I risked my life to strike that Qi Jiao. Level 10 gave me the enlightenment card, and level 20 gave me the replication card. What will level 30 give me?" After speaking suddenly, the system suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Following that, the system revealed a golden card full of power right in front of him. System prompt: Sword Intent Upgrade Card. Can only be used at the current level. After the system notification, it immediately began to give the reward to Chaoga. Chaoga received it with both hands and said, "It truly is you. This only appears after reaching the 3rd realm. Sword Intent." Right after receiving the Sword Intent Upgrade Card, Chaoga suddenly jumped up and down happily, excitedly saying, "And I already have level 3 Sword Intent. From level 3 to level 4. That's 8 million experience points. I'm rich, I hit the jackpot this time." Jian Tanyan. Tanyan was currently channeling Qi to heal Chaoga's injuries. Seeing his body suddenly improve somewhat, she looked at him in surprise. She was astonished by his recovery speed. She thought his spiritual energy flow was normal. There are no problems. At this moment in the system space, he held the Sword Intent Upgrade card in his hand. He looked at it and said, "What a pity. My current Sword Dao aptitude is only at 3 points of Sword Intent. It cannot be raised any further. I have to wait until the MO sect becomes an 8-rank sect before I can gain 1 more point of Sword Dao aptitude. I can use it then. Before that, I just need to suppress my level." Having said that, he burst into triumphant laughter. He returned to reality. Chaoga finally woke up groggily, opening his eyes. But suddenly both Chaoga and Tanyan froze. She was right in front of him. She hadn't expected him to wake up suddenly. Her mind raced confusedly. Oh no, why did he wake up so suddenly? After Chaoga opened his eyes and woke up, Chaoga looked at Tanyan in front of him. He saw that she had her hand placed on his chest. He asked awkwardly, Daoist Jiang, are you? Heavens, Chaoga actually asked her directly. Which made Tanyan feel awkward. Because of her action. She was too shy to look him in the eyes. Stammering in explanation, I said I saw you convulsing. And wanted to check your heart, do you believe me? Having said that, Chaoga responded openly and without reservation. Then I'll have to trouble you, Daoist. This response also caused her to freeze in astonishment. When he answered like that, at this moment, Tanyan continued to transfer her true chi to Chaoga. But her mind kept replaying what he had just said. Daoist Lu trusts me so much he didn't even hesitate. And has not the slightest caution against me. It feels so strange. Even in the Chuanxiu mountain no one has ever trusted me this much. She suddenly paused. Then she kept thinking. Even so, I should work even harder to heal Chaoga. Meanwhile, a certain person was treating a cultivator who had reached the half-step 6th realm as a healing nurse. Chaoga enjoyed this while thinking about how a great cultivator with a cultivation level of half-step 6th realm was acting as his nurse. This is a blessing, something many people couldn't get even if they begged for it. Chaoga started having inappropriate thoughts, fantasizing about Tanyan in a nurse uniform. A nurse. He drooled triumphantly, continuing his thoughts. If she were also wearing a nurse uniform, that would be absolutely wonderful. While Chaoga was thinking these unhealthy things, Tanyan had already finished channeling her energy to heal his wounds. She withdrew her hand and said, Daoist Lu, the medicinal power has fully circulated. Your heart meridian is fine now. You can open your eyes. Right after having some inappropriate thoughts, Tanyan told him to open his eyes. At this moment he feigned a friendly and innocent demeanor, placing his hand on his chest, and continuously expressing thanks. Thank you very much, fellow Daoist. But he was thinking to himself, my vitality has recovered by 2/3 already. The feeling of being completely drained has also lessened significantly. At this moment Lu Chaoga started talking to Xin again. If this followed the routine of novels, since his savior is so exceptional, he'd have to repay the kindness in the next life by being her servant. He rubbed his chin and added, this time I truly owe you an enormous favor, fellow Daoist. Not only did you save my life, but you also showed such profound affection and loyalty. For someone like you, fellow Daoist, I suppose you'd have to offer yourself in marriage now, right? He said these words without giving Xin any mind. Xin meanwhile was blushing profusely from shyness, but she couldn't utter a single word. Because of the teasing tone in his words, she had to turn away, and said slightly flustered, fellow Daoist is starting to talk nonsense again. After teasing her for a bit he burst into laughter. Although Xin hadn't completely overcome her shyness, she still turned her head to look at him. She thought to herself, although he speaks strangely, he is far more interesting than anyone else. Suddenly Xin spotted the jade pendant, the one she had given to Lu Chaoga. Several cracks had already appeared on it. Speaking of which, Lu Chaoga had also noticed. When he saw that she had noticed the pendant on his body, immediately he suddenly picked up the jade pendant in his hand, and then softly asked, looking at this. At that moment Lu Chaoga didn't hesitate to hand the jade pendant toward her. Then he spoke. It was entirely thanks to the jade pendant you gave me, fellow Daoist. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold out until you arrived. It's a pity that after the protective array was activated, this jade pendant is considered completely ineffective. The protective effect has completely vanished, and cracks have also appeared. Seeing Lu Chaoga hold the pendant out to her and explain things, Xin didn't speak. She just looked at the jade pendant, thinking internally, he is so smart. He must understand how I feel. How can I appear so eager? She knew that when she looked at Lu Chaoga, she couldn't help but blush. She glanced away, and her cheeks immediately flushed uncontrollably crimson. Suddenly she shyly stretched out her hand, and said to Lu Chaoga, since it is useless now, why don't you return it to me, fellow Daoist? When Lu Chaoga heard this he didn't give it to her. Instead he tucked the jade pendant into his robe. He smiled faintly and said to her, not forgetting to tease her, that won't do. How can something that has been given away be taken back? Besides, I've grown attached to it by wearing it. Upon hearing this, Xin Yen blushed even harder, unable to utter another word. Meanwhile, on the headline section of the online forums, people were discussing Lu Chaoga excitedly. Shocking, not only did Lu Chaoga complete a great deed quickly, but he also had a second, even more terrifying one. Lu Chaoga and the Beast Race Beauty. Who knew they would actually do something like this? How terrifying. The might of the MO Sect Leader's single sword strike. Unstoppable and heaven-defying. Hurry, joining the MO Sect in this lifetime. I have no regrets. Post Sect Leader Lu. The story. We must mention that beautiful host and the MO Sect. Just as the relationship between that host and Lu Chaoga was rapidly developing. Right at that moment, Lu Chaoga. He also ignited the forums of the Tianqian realm. At this point, everyone on the forums was discussing intensely, this is cheating. He pulled strings, no way, no way. He's so handsome, I'm already in love with him. The chosen one. Look quickly, everyone. He really is the chosen one. Our 9th grade sect is too powerful. MO Sect. The MO Sect's fame is spreading far and wide. Although we didn't get to see the end. Sect Leader Lu must still be alive. Sect Leader Lu was the chosen one. How could he possibly die? If he died, wouldn't the game just collapse? Use your little brains. He must be making a breakthrough somewhere right now. Don't think that our Momen is just a 9th rank sect. Our sect master is going to soar high. Oh yeah, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young Momen Pauper. We will surpass this continent sooner or later. At this moment, Lu Chaoga saw the news about himself on the forum. The discussions were rampant and numerous. While he was currently crossing his arms, smugly looking at the system panel, he opened his mouth and said, I truly have to thank you all for trusting me so much. Regardless, these people being so highly motivated regarding the future development of Momen is definitely beneficial. After reading, he glanced at the entrance of the cave. Thinking of Jiang Tingyan, he thought to himself, just as dawn broke, she went out to buy medicine. The way she looked, she really did resemble a busy little wife. Successively then he released his aura. Suddenly a dagger floated in his hand. He suddenly spoke up. Although spending time together like this is great, I must return to Momen as soon as possible. Then he spoke to his dagger. Go find Donli and tell that girl I am perfectly safe. Upon hearing the command, the dagger in his hand immediately flew away. He also spoke. Donli, little flying sword, come here. After the little flying sword went to deliver the message, he secretly calculated, estimating the time. Fellow Taoist John should be back soon, right? Just as he thought, Jiang Tingyan had returned, holding medicine for his injuries. She suddenly spoke quickly. I just bought these injury healing pills, hurry up and eat them. Having said that, Jiang Tingyan tossed the healing pills toward him. He caught the medicine and forced a smile. Thank you very much. But he thought to himself, fellow Taoist Jiang has been a little short-tempered recently. The iceberg beauty is no longer so indifferent. Just as he was busy thinking, Jiang Tingyan frowned and said angrily, stop thanking me, just eat. This will be very beneficial for your recovery. Before she could raise her voice again, Lu Chaoga obediently immediately swallowed a handful of pills. Swallowing them gulp gulp, got it, he thought internally while eating. If I'm a teacher for a day, she's my wife for life, I don't need to worry too much. At this moment Lu Chaoga spoke while chewing the pills in his mouth. Fellow Taoist Jiang, I am preparing to return to the sect. Hearing that Lu Chaoga was about to return to the sect, Jiang Tingyan was momentarily stunned as if struck by lightning. She remained motionless for a few seconds. She silently felt sad inside, he's leaving. But Lu Chaoga suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts, giving her a scare. Chewing the pills, he said, are you coming back with me? How could she refuse? This was exactly what Jiang Tingyan had been waiting for. Both shy and delighted, she softly replied, all right. Subsequently Lu Chaoga and Jiang Tingyan returned to Momen together. By now the sun was high in the sky. The dazzling sunlight made the sky even bluer. On the way back to Momen, Lu Chaoga and Jiang Tingyan kept chatting, their conversation flowing endlessly. Lu Chaoga was still eating the remaining pills, holding the medicine in his hand and talking constantly. He looked at her and then continued asking. Speaking of which, your battle with fellow Taoist Qishao this time, did you certainly have some sort of breakthrough? Hearing Lu Chaoga ask her, Jiang Tingyan softly glanced at him. She spoke softly. Yes, I gained a little insight. However, the boundary where I was stuck at the great perfection of the 5th realm has loosened. I am now at half-step 6th realm. But she had different thoughts in her heart. Actually, the reason I gained this insight wasn't because of the fight with Qishao. In reality, it was because of the peach blossom mark. It was because you helped me confirm my feelings. While thinking this, Jiang Tingyan continuously looked at him, without taking her eyes off him for a second. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga continued to eat his medicine methodically. Only then did he speak. His hands were still constantly putting pills into his mouth. Then, congratulations, fellow Taoist. Since your realm has loosened up, I have a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tingyan also asked confusedly what suggestion. Lu Chaoga looked at her at this moment. He said seriously, why don't you undertake intensive closed-door cultivation here at Momin? Hearing this, she froze in surprise. Because what he just said made her do more than just freeze in surprise. She gave a shy little cough, her cheeks suddenly flushing red. She stammered, Fat Hat's really a good suggestion. Momin is quiet and peaceful. It is indeed a good place for closed-door cultivation. Her heart was continuously churning, secretly pondering Cheaja's words. Did he just mean to invite me? Is he inviting me to live in his home long-term? Suddenly he proposed an even more tempting offer. He suddenly winked at her, flashed a bright smile, and then said, If you agree, I can also personally cook for you, fellow Taoist, to repay the favor of saving my life. Jiang Tingyan. Hearing this tempting offer, her eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Tingyan was now thoroughly flushed by his teasing. She gave a soft cough, tossed him a flirtatious glance, her cheeks reddening uncontrollably from shyness. And then she replied, Very well, then I suppose I'll intrude for a while. However, she was secretly muttering to herself, Wait a minute, yesterday he said he would repay me with himself. But today he's only repaying me by cooking. No. Why am I having such strange thoughts? She shook her head while thinking, feeling both shy and ashamed. Unable to speak, Lu Chaoga was chewing on medicinal herbs. And seeing her like this, he looked puzzled. Lu Chaoga suddenly asked, Fellow Taoist, what are you thinking about? Jiang Tingyan. Hearing this, she also stopped her strange behavior and replied seriously again, Nothing. Lu Chaoga teased her once more. He asked her if there was any dish she wanted to eat. At this moment, Tingyan was trying hard to appear as serious as possible, to avoid showing the expression she had earlier. She said seriously, Anything is fine. Chaoga deliberately attacked again, teasing her once more. He countered, Are you truly okay with anything? At this point, she didn't want to answer him anymore, so she remained silent. Suddenly she recalled that plate of mandarin fish, just before she sacrificed herself to save him. She thought, the mandarin fish at that place last time I took one bite and couldn't eat any more. At this point, after a few seconds of shy silence, she answered him, Mandarin fish would be alright too, I suppose. She then turned her head away. As for him, upon hearing her reply, he instantly became joyful, smiling incessantly. At this moment, Tingyan's entire face, flushed and shy, caught his attention. He looked at her and thought, She seems a little different when she's around me, having gained a bit more human warmth. Suddenly, after traveling for a period of time, they finally returned to Danfeng Mountains, Momin, which was his hometown. At Momin, a young man suddenly stood in front of a live streaming camera. Pointing at Momin, he said, Brothers, everyone, today is my 250th attempt at the trial. I must pass, I guarantee it, with my money. Having said that, the young man ran out at extreme speed, shouting, Let me pass. Suddenly, at the checkpoint, that massive obstacle kicked the young man into the air once more. Wow, 250th attempt challenge failed. At the flying bamboo arrow checkpoint, people were struggling against countless bamboo rods, which were shooting toward their bodies. The crowd yelled loudly, Stop shooting. Don't shoot me. Ouch, ouch, that hurts so much when it hits me. Similarly, at the large wooden stake checkpoint, at this moment people were constantly being struck in the head by logs. People screamed in pain, Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is this truly a trial that a person can pass? Oh no, my head is being hammered. Meanwhile, high in the air, Tingyan and Xiaoga had also returned. They stood together at a high vantage point observing. Seeing this strange group of people, Tingyan asked fellow Taoist, "Are all these people here at Momin seeking the Tao?" Lu Xiaoga continued to explain, "Yes, they all want to enter the MO school. This situation has been going on for a while." Zhang Xinyan watched and thought to herself, even at Spring and Autumn Mountain, one of the 4 great sacred lands, there are many disciples who come to seek tutelage. The threshold here is quite high already. And these trials, they are quite different from the assessments for ordinary sect disciples. Like this, ordinary sects value physique and comprehension, but the MO school values reaction time. Her current thoughts were, ordinary sect requirements, comprehension, physique, perseverance, talent. MO school assessment requirements, reaction time, battle awareness, durability. If one's physique isn't good, what good is strong reaction time? But he must be right. She glanced at him and watched for a long time. Suddenly someone in the crowd below them shouted, "Brother! Senior Jiang!" They heard that both he and she had come down together. Suddenly a young girl from the MO school rushed toward him shouting, "Brother!" Zhang Xinyan was quite surprised to see the scene. She thought to herself, is she trying to hug Taoist Lu? Lu Xiaoga glanced at her. He also felt uncomfortable seeing her reaction. Lu Xiaoga didn't say much and pushed the little girl away. He spoke saying, "Don't worry. Taoist Jiang arrived in time and helped me kill that red flood dragon. I'm fine." Seeing this, Zhang Xinyan immediately sighed in relief. She looked at him thinking that was too risky. Although she knew it was his sister. If she had actually gone for the hug, she couldn't help but feel angry. Then she sighed again. How strange. Zhang Xinyan thought carefully. The more she thought, the stranger her own feelings seemed. She asked herself, angry. Why should I be angry? Lu Donli didn't seem to notice Zhang Xinyan's strange reaction. As soon as she saw her, Lu Donli respectfully thanked her. "Thank you, Sister Zhang, for helping us." Everyone around them immediately knelt down on the ground, shouting in unison, "Thank you, Senior Zhang, for your assistance." Faced with this situation, Zhang Xinyan was extremely surprised. Lu Xiaoga saw Zhang Xinyan's confusion, but he just looked at her gently, thinking, this situation leaves her unsure of what to do. After all, she rarely receives thanks from others. While Zhang Xinyan was still stunned, not understanding what was happening, Lu Xiaoga already spoke for her, saying, all right, everyone, let's head into the main hall first." Lu Donli was extremely excited to see her brother again. She kept asking, "Brother, I have so many questions I want to ask you. Sect Master Uncle, I also." But before Lu Xiaoga could let her finish, he urgently asked a question, which confused everyone around them. Does Sect Master Uncle know how to cook? While Lu Xiaoga was on his way back, the MO school was suddenly liberated and the entire Qingzhou region began to buzz with excitement. The streets were bustling with noise and chatter. "Have you heard the news? Lu Zhaog's sword was drawn. In. A person sitting inside also started discussing Lu Zhaog's matter. I heard that the moment he drew that sword, he sliced through the mountain Ghost Valley and killed quite a few demon cultivators." A woman felt deeply admired after hearing Lu Zhaog's reputation. She exclaimed, "Many people have been talking about this recently. If this is true, then that is truly a great honor for us sword cultivators." A man sitting next to her showed a dubious expression on his face. While everyone was praising Lu Xiaoga, he is merely a cultivator of the second realm. Drawing a sword is not a huge deal in Qingzhou, but I heard that the demon cultivators he slew, their cultivation level included those of the fourth realm and above. He continued, speaking in a more worried tone. If that is true, then perhaps Lu Zhaog's position regarding the top 3 seniors among the 4 divine swords. Then another man also started expressing his own opinion. That is indeed very possible. After all, their experience and the facts are very close to reality. On the other side, Chen Xiao was sitting. Do you suddenly stood up, catching him by surprise? The sword he held in his hand trembled violently. Do you said, "Junior brother Chen, let's go, we're heading to Ghost Mountain Valley." Looking at the person in front of him, Chen Xiao felt very confused. Unable to understand Du Yu's strange actions, he thought to himself, "Senior brother, Du Yu's hand is trembling. Du Yu walked out step by step?" With countless thoughts rushing through his mind, a complete mess. yet a smile was on his lips. Looking incredibly satisfied. Finally it has been unsheathed. It's been 10 years senior. Brother Chaga has kept his sword sealed for 10 years. Chen Xiao followed behind asking, senior brother, is the sect master's sword Lu? Shi Xian's life sword really as powerful as the rumors say? Do you stopped? And calmly answered Chen Xiao's question. I don't know for sure. But once we get there we will naturally see the result. However, I believe this sword strike is definitely extraordinary. Diyu's gaze drifted into the distance. The sky was high and clear blue. Flocks of birds flew past in formation, disappearing into the clouds. Diyu's voice echoed throughout the world. This sword strike is incredibly sharp. Beneath a cliff, a man stood alone, looking up at the flying birds. He suddenly spoke softly, his tone carrying strong killing intent. The man stepped forward, his voice continuing to ring out. Junior brother said that when this young man was in the first realm, he comprehended sword intent. When he reached the second realm after receiving guidance, he acquired the second layer of sword intent. This person is Jianzun, the sword venerable. He walked leisurely like this, observing everything around him, talking about the rumors. The rumors about Chaga being heavily discussed by the public. That has certainly been true these past few days. In that case, the sword intent contained in this strike has indeed reached the second layer realm. No wonder junior brother was delighted to see him, even wanting to take him as a disciple. Jianzun's gaze looked into the distance. His eyes filled with contemplation, but his tone carried admiration. This disciple is truly exceptional. He walked on the sandy ground, the sand swirling up and the wind spreading everywhere. In this vast space, Jianzun was alone, talking to himself as he walked. However, there was more. Suddenly from the distance, a strange blue smoke appeared before him, forcing Jianzun to stop and observe carefully. He stared in that direction. He muttered to himself in confusion. Is that over there? To find out exactly what it was, he quickly teleported to the location of the strange blue energy. Upon arriving, Jianzun appeared midair, standing very close to the strange blue energy. The blue smoke immediately flew into Jianzun's hand. Carefully observing the swirling object in his hand, Jianzun hesitantly said, this immortal sword intent. Suddenly his expression brightened with joy. He was excited by his recent discovery. The power of this strike is not comparable to the one 10 years ago. But this sword strike has no hesitation, charging forward bravely, scorning everything, decisive and resolute. The blue smoke suddenly transformed into a black-purple radiance. Right after hearing Jianzun's words, a commendable disposition, the smoke began spreading in all directions. Its power suddenly erupted fiercely. It was no longer the small wisp of blue smoke in Jianzun's hand. At this very moment the black-purple smoke was gradually enveloping everything around it. Seeing this strange transformation, Jianzun immediately, suddenly thought of something very important. He said in astonishment, wait. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing, before his astonished expression, a smoke radiating golden light. Looking at the constantly changing smoke, Jianzun discovered in amazement this strike possesses the third layer of sword intent. That wisp of smoke rapidly disappeared, leaving only the sword venerable standing in the center of the desert, being buffeted by the powerful wind, whipping up waves of white sand and dust that flew everywhere, as if devouring everything they passed. He raised his eyes to look, and made a judgment. While the great perfection of the second realm is still some distance from the third realm, this sword intent has already reached the third layer. The sword venerable's posture truly revealed an incomparably unique presence. He just stood there looking at the sky and the flying flocks of birds, still muttering to himself. If only he had been born 100 years earlier. He thought inwardly. You are truly fortunate. You have someone accompanying you, someone encouraging you, someone inspiring your fighting spirit, walking the path of the sword Tao. Like this must be truly exhilarating. But I do not have your luck, he said, filled with regret. He asked himself, is senior brother looking down on me? He muttered alone to himself. I also have a junior brother, which is not bad either. What a pity if junior brother could see this scene. At this moment, the image of Ji Changkong appeared in his mind. Confronting his thoughts came Ji Changkong's rhetorical question. Senior brother is wrong again. Senior brother is terribly wrong. Senior brother is absurdly wrong, completely wrong, ha ha ha. The sword venerable showed surprise at this answer from Ji Changkong. Speaking of that junior brother, he once said, Lu Chaoga was unwilling to accept him as a master, because he already had a master. He used a single sword strike after 10 years and slew a demon cultivator, he admitted. This has the flavor of Senior Luo. Speaking of this, he thought of Luo Hushan again. He said, it's been a long time since I visited Senior Luo. I'll go bother him today. Having spoken, he immediately set off and left. Only a wisp of smoke and emptiness remained on the ground. Half an hour later, across a vast sky, two people were moving rapidly through the air. Senior brother, do you look quickly? It turned out to be Qin Xiao and Du Yu. They were on their way to the mountains and rivers valley. The two youths controlled their twin swords, circling majestically in the air. Qin Xiao couldn't help but say this sword strike even a great cultivator would probably find difficult to unleash. It seems something had just appeared before his eyes. Du Yu said in surprise, it's too powerful. This sword strike lives up to the great reputation of Jin Tianxian. He thought to himself. He showed a worried expression, pondering secretly. But when will I be able to withstand this strike? Suddenly Ji Chang Kong unexpectedly appeared beside them. He said to them, little Du Yu, you are still far from ready. His appearance greatly surprised Du Yu. He abruptly turned around to look at him. Seeing Ji Chang Kong, Qin Xiao and Du Yu, the two youngsters couldn't help but feel admiration. They cupped their hands in salute and said, Uncle Master Ji. Disciple Qin Xiao greets the deputy sect master. He looked at the vast mountain range and admonished them. Little Du Yu, this strike, with your nascent fifth realm cultivation, you definitely cannot withstand it. After hearing this, he froze completely. His face filled with disappointment and worry. Is reaching the fifth realm still not enough? Seeing Du Yu's expression, Ji Changkong seemed pensive. Uncle Master Ji flew ahead. When he sensed a trace of anomaly, he said, there's a strange feeling there. I will go and investigate. Above, Qin Xiao and Du Yu controlled their swords and followed closely. Both of them felt very confused, not understanding their uncle master's intentions. When the three landed on the ground, Du Yu opened his mouth and asked, Uncle Master Ji, what did you discover? In front of them, the uncle master suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the third layer of sword intent, the third layer of sword intent. Ha ha ha, a wisp of yellow smoke rose from the uncle master's hand. He laughed uproariously towards the sky, greatly pleased. That kid is about to break through. He has entered the third layer of sword intent. Where is senior brother? Where is senior brother? As soon as he finished speaking, the martial uncle abruptly soared into the sky. Amidst the astonishment of Qin Xiao and Du Yu, only his laughter echoed in the sky. Haha. Seeing this, Qin Xiao immediately turned worriedly to Du Yu and asked, Du Yu, senior brother, does the vice sect master mean? Could it be that sect master Lu has already grasped the third layer of sword intent? Du Yu was also utterly shocked at this moment. He froze for a few seconds before Qin Xiao's question. After a while, Du Yu stammered in response. Perhaps so. Du Yu continued. It is obvious that senior brother Chaoga only grasped sword intent a few days before me. Now I am still on the first layer of sword intent, and his retreating figure I can no longer see. Hearing this, Qin Xiao bluntly countered. Does senior brother's mysterious feat still need to be concealed? The two stood like this before the vast expanse, as fierce winds whistled past. Both were worried about many things. Du Yu answered Qin Xiao with a tone that admitted he could no longer conceal the truth. When martial uncle returned to the sect, senior brother Chaoja's name had already spread throughout the entire sword sect. Suddenly a faint smile appeared on Du Yu's face, and a thought occurred to him, as if urging himself. Du Yu, you must practice your swordplay? Practice, practice. Practice, 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 practice. Between the vast heaven and earth, watching the flocks of birds flying, a vow had been deeply etched into Du Yu's mind. Practice swordplay and catch up to senior brother Chaoga, catch up to him. Scene switches to the sword sect. Wind and clouds shrouded a gigantic, glowing sword. A voice was heard shouting, senior brother, come out quickly and apologize to your junior brother. The people below all looked up at the sky simultaneously. There a very strange figure was visible, confusing everyone. A man who appeared to be the sect leader. opened his mouth and asked, "Martial uncle, what happened?" The martial uncle was stroking his beard in the sky at this moment, and said with a proud laugh, "That disciple of mine, relying on his perfection of the second realm, launched a single sword strike that surpassed a great cultivator. And then he has also reached the third layer of sword intent." The people below were all utterly shocked upon hearing this. They asked each other in astonishment. Perfection of the second realm, yet a single sword strike can surpass a great cultivator. Perfection of the second realm, and he has even reached the third layer of sword intent. Such talent compared to senior brother Duyu is even. A sword sect disciple immediately spoke up following the inquiry. "Then who is that person? Is he a disciple of our sword sect?" The martial uncle stroked his beard, showing a joyous smile at the sword sect disciple's question. "He is not a sword sect disciple, but the sect master of the Mo school, Lu Chaoga." Hearing this, everyone below looked at each other in confusion, feeling puzzled. "Which sect among the lower 100 is the Mo school?" "I think so. I have absolutely no impression of it." "Lu Chaoga, I seem to have heard that name somewhere." Aunt Ning Ningying heard the martial uncle's words, and immediately thought in surprise, "Chaoga, ah Chaoga, do you really have to scare people every now and then?" Suddenly she wiped away a tear, secretly rejoicing in her heart. "You two souls in heaven must also be comforted. Those two children suffered so much back then." The scene shifts to a quiet village beside a clear green river. The village women were busy washing clothes by the river, chatting animatedly with each other. Ernyo definitely looks like a child. He looked even younger last night. The middle-aged women skillfully scrubbed the clothes in their hands. They continued to joke and talk to each other, saying, "Isn't your Deshanshan quite good too? I think you still need to look good. A dark face is really ugly." On the other side, the sword venerable walked toward the village looking relaxed and composed. He thought, this is where Senior Luo is in seclusion. I should walk the rest of the way to show respect. Hearing a noise, a woman immediately turned her head to look at the sword venerable. She couldn't hide the astonishment on her face. With a look of surprise and excitement on her face, she blurted out, "Ah, that pretty boy really has class." Several aunties nearby quickly turned their heads, their eyes sparkling, anxiously asking where the handsome young man was. He straightened his posture and strode forward confidently. His demeanor was impressive. They kept showering him with praise. What a hunk! How wonderful it would be to spend the night with him. They immediately swarmed toward the sword venerable, adopting seductive poses and showing off their curves. They excitedly invited him. "Handsome, where are you from? Where do you plan to sleep tonight?" "I have a spare room at my place." "Handsome, don't listen to her. My bed is soft and large." They encircled him, laughing and flirting incessantly. Faced with this awkward situation, the sword venerable could only force a laugh, looking extremely embarrassed. The sword venerable continued walking deeper into the village. The three women enthusiastically continued following him. In order to put an end to the current situation, the sword venerable politely cupped his fist to show sincerity. He spoke, "I am only here to visit someone, please stop following me." But they replied completely unconcerned, it's fine, I can wait for you here." "Yeah, that's right, I can too." He lowered his head. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a trace of cunning he whispered, "What are you doing gathering here?" The three women were instantly stunned. Their eyes were vacant, as if their souls had been extracted. Suddenly the sword venerable vanished, as if he had never appeared at all. The three aunties were shocked and didn't understand what had happened. They kept asking, "Where are our clothes, oh dear?" The clothes were still by the river. Before him was a wooden, rather spacious house. It looked extremely simple and unadorned. He reached out and gently knocked on the wooden door. The sword venerable called softly, "Senior Luo." From inside the house, a low voice responded, "Come in." Hearing this, the sword venerable gently pushed the door open and slowly walked inside. An elder was busy, skillfully weaving rush grass with both hands. He said, "Find a seat for yourself. I don't have tea here, just make yourself comfortable." The sword venerable cupped his fist and respectfully bowed to the elder. The old man was dressed very simply, and was sitting in a wooden wheelchair. He was none other than one of the four great divine swords, the third Luo Hushan. The sword venerable calmly sat down on a chair. He directed his gaze toward Luo Hushan, and called out, "Senior Luo." Suddenly a noise interrupted them. There was a rattling sound coming from outside the homestead. The figure of a young boy appeared. Though still young, he was panting heavily from carrying a heavy pail of water. The sword venerable directed his gaze towards the boy. His face showing curiosity, he immediately asked Luo Hushan, "Senior Luo, who is this?" Still focused on his hands, he slowly answered the query. "I am an invalid. I always need someone to help with daily chores." The boy walked closer softly. The sword venerable immediately turned to look at Luo Hushan and continued to ask, puzzled, "Senior Luo, you are still the same as before, always wanting to change everything. You dislike using spiritual power. But why have you sealed the spiritual power of this young boy?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword venerable looked back at the boy. He pondered. This boy is at the peak initial stage, but judging by his appearance, his spiritual power seems to have been sealed for over a year. Suddenly Luo Hushan showed signs of impatience. His eyes filled with severity, he scolded loudly. "What are you standing there for? Are you trying to slack off again? Go pour the water into the basin. Then go back to the well and fetch another bucket of water." Hearing Senior Luo's command, the boy hurried, holding the heavy bucket. A hint of exhaustion on his face, the boy dragged his feet, laboriously heading toward the water basin. The sword venerable watched his retreating figure and spoke. "Senior Luo, this boy possesses a rather unique physique." Luo Hushan showed a slight look of surprise. He continued skillfully weaving the rush grass in his hands and softly replied, "It was merely a coincidence intended to temper his innate constitution. Insufficient spiritual energy. There is also a distribution of cold energy inside the body." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hushan changed the subject. "Is there something you came to see me about?" Hearing this, sword sovereign immediately showed a faint smile. It was as if he understood the deeper meaning behind Senior Luo's words. He gave a dry laugh and replied with some embarrassment, "I spoke out of turn. Recently in Xingzhou, a very interesting young man appeared. During a winter night he executed that sword strike. It bears some resemblance to Senior Luo's sword move." Luo Hushan paused suddenly. He turned his head to look at the sword sovereign, and replied with slight interest, "Oh, tell me about it. The sky here is azure blue, mixed with wisps of white clouds. Inside the courtyard." The sword sovereign told Luo Hushan everything he knew. After understanding the beginning and end of the matter, he maintained his composed attitude and replied, 10 years for one sword strike. His temperament is good. However, his sword is different from mine. From what you've said, the killing intent of this sword is too heavy." Suddenly Luo Hushan thoughtfully looked up towards the roof. He continued, "However, he certainly has similarities to me." The sword sovereign was slightly excited to hear this, and he quickly replied, "Exactly. That's why this junior wanted to know where exactly he learned his sword technique." Luo Hushan seemed to understand the subtext of that previous sentence. He focused on the item he was weaving, and replied in a deep voice, "Can you relay a message to that boy named Gue Changkong? Also, I am not that boy's mysterious master." Suddenly the little boy tripped, spilling the water from the bucket, splashing it all over the floor. His small hands were covered in scars. Seeing this, he immediately and fiercely yelled, "Clumsy hands and feet, you truly are a waste." The little boy curled up terrified like a puppy. After making this rather embarrassing display, Luo Hushan lightly coughed a few times, and resumed his serious demeanor. He looked at the sword sovereign and continued, "I see that boy named Lu Chaoga, who was able to reach the 3rd layer of sword intent, 2nd realm, and who also has the experience of concealing his sword for 10 years. That truly fits the legacy of my lineage. If I had met him first, I would have taken him as my apprentice." Hearing this conversation, the little boy's eyes lit up. Those eyes, shining with a purple light, were like a precious uncut stone. The sword sovereign saw the boy's expression and instantly understood. He softly replied, looking at this reaction, "This young man must be Senior Luo's disciple." The little boy, whose face was covered in dust and whose golden hair shimmered, was very surprised to hear these words. Inside Luo Heshan's simple rundown house, the sword sovereign looked thoughtfully at the dusty little boy in front of him. He mused, "If he truly is Senior Luo's disciple, then that level of cultivation is not surprising. After all, Senior Luo himself is one of those famous and influential figures gradually emerging. Among them is the formidable Luo Hushan." Luo Hushan, Ranks third among King's 4 divine swords. Even higher than Li Suifeng, the sect master of the sword sect. While the other 3 of the 4 divine swords are 8th realm cultivators. Only Luo Hushan is at the 6th realm grand perfection. He pondered, casting his gaze toward the elder. He secretly thought to himself, but if in this world there is anyone whose sword merits my apprehension, then it would only be Senior Luo. When Luo Hushan was in his prime, he held his sword in one hand and stroked the blade with the other. His face was filled with killing intent. The sword blade emitted extremely powerful spiritual energy. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. If this senior were to unleash his destiny sword, then the might of that sword could instantly reach the 8th realm grand perfection. Moreover, that specific sword strike of his would also be stronger than this one. Above the night sky, a masterful and exquisite move manifested. With just a single sword strike, the dragon Shi was forced to twist and struggle in agony. Violet lightning constantly struck the opponent. And before this he had only executed 9 swords in total. He can only execute that specific strike once more in his entire life. But this one sword strike can reach the legendary 9th realm. Back in reality, the sword venerable focused his gaze on Luo Hushan. He pondered internally. That is the 9th realm which even I cannot comprehend. Luo Hushan broke the silence and asked, "Just now you said Lu Chaoga is not a disciple of your sword sect. And yet he became the sect master at such a young age. Which sect does he actually come from? I'm wondering if he shares the same origin as our lineage." The sword venerable's expression was gentle, and he replied with a slight smile. He belongs to the Qinglong Chuan area. The sect is called Mo Men. Upon hearing the name Mo Men, Luo Hushan reacted strongly. He quickly turned toward the sword venerable. His bright eyes wide and urgently questioned back Mo Men. Luo Hushan didn't stop there, and suddenly turned to Yang Shu. He leaned forward and anxiously continued. "Is the Mo Men of Qinglong Chuan the same Mo Men that I am aware of?" Yang Shu looked a bit shy, gazing at him with shining eyes. He gently nodded. Luo Hushan leaned back in his chair, the surprise not yet fading from his face, and continued distractedly. "So he is the martial uncle, and the sect master that you kid always rave about to me." Inside the bamboo house, Lu Chaoga sneezed continuously. "That's great, who's thinking of me?" He rubbed his small nose with his hand, looking at the system panel before him. He muttered to himself, speaking of which, the names of the remaining Dongli disciples are highlighted in the system, proving they are all safe and sound. Why haven't those kids come home yet? Lu Chaoga stared intently at Yang Shu's avatar, worrying secretly. Especially this beautiful little guy. Is he being bullied out there? Returning to Senior Luo's manor, Yang Shu respectfully replied in a gentle voice. "Lu Chaoga is indeed my sect master martial uncle." Hearing his affirmative reply, Luo Hushan froze once again. Many thoughts surfaced in his mind. This kid Yang Shu's martial uncle is Lu Chaoga. So, his master is Lu Chaoga's younger sister Lu Dongli. And Ji Changkong took Lu Dongli as his apprentice. A series of complex spiderweb-like relationships appeared in his mind. Luo Hushan felt dizzy and covered in sweat. Thinking confusing, too confusing, a total mess. Suddenly he imagined Ji Changkong's smug expression, extending his hand and saying to him, "Senior Luo, how about from now on you call me Master Ji, and I call you Senior Luo." As soon as he thought of this, Luo Heshan's face turned livid with anger. He trembled with rage, clenching his jaw tightly, and thought to himself, "Should I perhaps use this first sword move on that fellow named Li?" The sword venerable observed him silently from the side, thinking, "Senior Luo is afraid of being outranked by my junior brother." Frustrated internally, Luo Hushan took out his anger on Yang Shu. He shouted sternly, "Go fetch 2 more buckets of water." Hearing this, Yang Shu quickly bowed and hurriedly replied yes. As Yang Shu lifted the buckets, the red and swollen marks on his hands were exposed. The sword venerable could not hide his surprise upon seeing this. Seeing him suffer so much, he secretly helped transferring a trace of spiritual energy to him. He thought, "This kid is too weak, let me give him a hand." Spiritual energy flowed within Yang Shu, and he was greatly surprised. Yang Shu secretly glanced at the sword venerable, his eyes shining, cheeks slightly flushed, and a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He thought, "That senior is helping me. Sure enough, he is not only powerful, but also a good person, just like Sect Master Martial Uncle. Having received the help, he ran to fetch water as quickly as a squirrel. His face looked even more radiant. He thought Sect Master Martial Uncle is already so impressive. I wonder how Master and Mo Man are doing now. While walking past a large rock, suddenly several ugly and ill-mannered fellows teased him. Oh look, little lady, how many buckets of water do you need to carry today? Come on, spend a pleasant night with me, and I'll help you carry the water. With your fair teeth and rosy lips, how about becoming my wife? Yang Shu looked at them with a sharp gaze. Burning with anger, he thought. It seems that in this world, only Martial Uncle Master has not insulted me. Flashback. Below this clear blue sky is exactly Lu Cheaja's courtyard. Inside, an elder was instructing 3 young boys. He pointed at them and said softly, "This is the residence of an immortal. You all must come clean it once every 3 months. I am old, from now on I leave it to you." A little boy whose face showed excitement asked, "Can all 3 of us stay here?" A kindly smile appeared on his aged face. He held up a finger and replied happily, "Only one person will remain. That person will certainly be the bravest man here." Hearing this, they were all excited. Just by cleaning the room, perhaps they could catch the eye of the cultivator master. By then, it was highly likely they could become his disciples. Yang Shu felt a slight sadness. He lowered his head and thought, "The bravest man, that definitely won't be me." Next, they started working. The little guys were energetic, moving swiftly, wiping carefully, and constantly singing, "Wipe, wipe, wipe it clean, clean, clean. Cultivator master will definitely see how hard I work." In the distance, Yang Shu was struggling to lift a heavy water bucket. Suddenly, a little boy with a pale, purple face cried out in fear, "Oh dear! There's a dead mouse here. It stinks so much. It looks like it's been dead for days." Seeing his older brothers flustered, he immediately felt uneasy. Cold sweat streamed down his face and he thought, "Usually my 2 older brothers are terrified of things like this. Mom always used to handle these things. It can't be my turn now, can it?" Inside the courtyard, the 2 older brothers quickly covered their noses. Their faces were pale and they complained endlessly. "I didn't expect the cultivator master's home to have something like this. It stinks so bad, we definitely have to clean it up." So they started shifting the blame to each other. "I don't want to do it, you go," the other immediately retorted. "I don't want to either. It's so filthy, I don't even want to touch it." Yang Shu witnessed this unsightly scene and tightly clenched his trembling hands. Although his body was shaking violently from fear, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "This is the cultivator master's room. If we just leave it smelling like this, the cultivator master will definitely be uncomfortable." As soon as he finished thinking, Yang Shu, resisting the fear bubbling up inside him, walked solemnly towards his 2 older brothers and declared, "I'll do it, let me handle it." They were surprised by his action, and stammered, "Can you do it?" "You." Approaching the mouse, Yang Shu slowly squatted down. He covered his nose with one hand and cautiously reached out with the other. Pale and sweating profusely, he stuttered, I can do this." The 2 older brothers watched from behind, equally terrified. Holding the mouse, Yang Shu walked briskly toward the entrance. Seeing him gradually disappear behind the door, the 2 older brothers immediately mimicked his actions and words, constantly mocking and ridiculing him. I can do this, ha ha ha." Outside, Yang Shu could still hear their jeering laughter. Yang Shu's eyes welled up with tears, while he filled the hole with dirt, silently consoling himself. "Yang Shu, hold it and don't cry, I am a man." From behind, a large hand rested on his head, stroking it gently. The person spoke, praising him. "From now on the affairs of this courtyard are entrusted to you, little man." Yang Shu immediately looked up. What met his eyes was the cultivator master himself. Majestic and awe-inspiring, he was stunned by him, feeling a trace of joy from being praised. "This is the first time anyone has called me a man." When dusk descends, in the sky, orange and red interweave, creating a fantastical scene. Below is the dining hall of the Momin sect. Sounds constantly emanate from within the hall. The final dish, mandarin fish prepared by Martial Uncle Sect Master. They cheered excitedly. On the lavish dining table, a plate of brightly colored appealing fish was served. They praised it highly. Young master, your culinary skills are truly captivating. Time to eat, time to eat. Today I'm going to lick the plate clean. Mu Dongfang naturally couldn't get away with that easily. Xiao Qiu immediately blocked him with his chopsticks. He said, puffing up his cheeks, "Senior brother, no licking the plate. This plate is mine today." Facing this awkward situation, he was very surprised. The arguing made the entire dining hall noisy. Just then Lu Chaoga walked over. He scolded, "Quiet down, all of you." Everyone immediately fell silent as if turned into stone statues. He slowly sat down beside the dining table and spoke. "Zhang Dao, you please have a taste. See if it suits your palate." Zhang Xinyan looked at him with affectionate eyes. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her cherry lips parted slightly, revealing a smile. She gently replied, "All right." Picking up her chopsticks, she took a tempting piece of fish meat right in front of her. Her face was full of anticipation. She lightly brought the food to her mouth. After tasting it, Zhang Xinyan softly hummed "mem." In her heart she was full of praise for the dish. This familiar flavor. This familiar feeling, this familiar magnificence. Her face radiated happiness, as if her taste buds were exploding in her mouth. Zhang Xinyan was elegant and composed. She nodded slightly, acknowledging Lu Chaoga's weight. "It tastes wonderful." Hearing this, he just looked at her and smiled faintly. On this side, Xiao Qiu pressed his cute round face against the table. Saliva poured out like a spring and his eyes were full of longing. He said, "Xiao Qiu is so hungry. Martial uncle, sect master. I want to taste if it suits my palate too." Lu Chaoga immediately replied, "Go ahead and eat." The dining hall was enveloped in a lively atmosphere. They ate and chatted with each other. The braised pork made by Martial Uncle Sect Master is still the best. The mandarin fish tastes incredible too. I can't hold back. I absolutely must eat 10 bowls of rice today. After dinner, Zhang Xinyan continued her closed-door cultivation. In the darkness of the night, other things were happening. Night fell, and this place was none other than Lu Dongli's bamboo house. A small candle flame emitted 3 faint beams of light. Lu Dongli's sharp gaze appeared in the dark. She said in a deep voice, "Brother, shall we start now?" Lu Chaoga sat across from her. His hands clasped on the table, covering a third of his face. He answered with a hint of gloom, "That's right, the night is deep, the moon is high, and the wind is strong. This is precisely the moment." Lu Dongli was overjoyed, revealing a sly smile. The table was piled high with glittering treasure pouches. She quickly emptied the contents of the rings onto the table, saying, "Now let's begin. Counting the spoils from annihilating the Zui. This is everything that was in the rings. This is everything that was in the rings. The items inside are the treasures of demonic cultivators." His eyes lit up, staring at the bulging treasure pouches, revealing a cunning smile. He replied, "Every single thing here is money. You are going to become truly wealthy." Lu Dongli put her hands on her hips, pouting as she replied, "Not even close. Brother has recruited so many chore disciples now. It's definitely going to cost a lot of money." He placed his hand on the pile of treasures on the table. Lu Chaoga, with a contemplative expression, said, "I'll leave these matters for you to handle. I hate counting money the most." As soon as he finished speaking, he muttered internally, "Even in my previous life, I couldn't remember how many zeros were on my bank card, mainly because there were too many." Suddenly he was surprised. His eyes fixed on the treasures on the table, blurting out, "This is..." Lu Chaoga reached out and picked up a ring, then examined it closely. Seeing this, she asked, puzzled, "What is it, brother?" He tipped the ring out onto the table. The emerald light gathered together. He explained, "A soul jade fragment. This large a piece is enough for hiding to break through to the second realm." The green light reflected off the jade fragment, illuminating Lu Dongli's face. She couldn't hide her shock. She hastily asked, "Is it really okay to let hiding absorb this?" Lu Chaoga picked up the soul jade and examined it closely. With a determined look on his face, he replied, "At least for now, letting him absorb it is safe. I will stand guard for him. If there are no problems, I will protect him completely." The matter was settled. Lu Chaoga slowly walked out of the room. Under the moonlight, Lu Chaoga wore a thoughtful expression. While admiring the moon, his mind raced with countless thoughts. When he absorbs it, I will stand guard for him. If there are no problems, I will protect him completely. Under the starry sky, Lu Chaoga was taking a leisurely stroll. He pondered, There must be some connection between hiding and the Underworld King's sword. I wonder what the relationship is. I hope this breakthrough yields some results. Lu Chaoga suddenly realized something important. He stopped, his face etched with confusion. Wait, where is hiding? I can't sense the kid's presence. I wonder where he is. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. He thought to himself, I should use my divine sense to locate him first. The night was quiet and peaceful. The sky was filled with twinkling stars. Lu Chaoga slowly walked in from outside. A hint of displeasure on his face, he cursed, you brat. Your master had to look for you for quite a while. Hearing the shout, hiding quickly turned around. Looking toward the doorway. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He took out the soul jade fragment and walked toward hiding, saying, hurry up and meditate. Your master has found soul jade for you. He worried inwardly. This brat's presence is too faint. My divine sense almost didn't pick him up. Hearing this, he quickly wiped his hands and focused intently on the soul jade fragment. He thought, master found this specifically for me. Hiding walked towards Lu Chaoga, respectfully receiving the soul jade with both hands. Suddenly Lu Chaoga withdrew his hand, which greatly surprised hiding. He asked, what are you doing? Are you planning to take this and hide somewhere for secluded cultivation? He looked at his master with slightly uneasy eyes, and nodded lightly. Lu Chaoga continued with a resolute expression, no need to hide. Today your master will stand guard right here while you meditate. Hearing this, his jaw dropped in surprise. He immediately complied with his master's request. Hiding looked at him radiantly. Despite the displeasure his master showed, he bowed slightly to show his gratitude and respect for his elder. Suddenly Lu Chaoga harshly knocked Hiding on the head with his hand, which hurt terribly. It made him grimace in pain. Hiding clutched his head and looked up at his master. Lu Chaoga squinted, wearing a slightly amusing expression. He continued, I am your master. Why are you being formal with me? Sit down. Hearing this, Hiding immediately sat down. Lu Chaoga stood straight, one hand held behind his back, looking very imposing. He unhurriedly extended the soul jade forward, instructing him one last time, calm your mind. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating intensely. The soul jade immediately flew to the center of his forehead. A blue light shimmered into existence. 8th heaven of the first realm, closely followed by the 9th heaven of the first realm. Hiding's body was gradually enveloped by cyan spiritual energy. Ethereal and illusionary above his arms, a surge of energy gradually converged. Standing outside, Lu Chaoga observed intently. He was extremely shocked, thinking, this kid has a surprisingly high conversion rate. The spiritual power surrounding him grew fiercer, becoming more violent. A few drops of sweat beaded on his face. He has already reached the supreme great perfection. Lu Chaoga thought, first realm great perfection. This means reaching level 20. To break through to that special realm, they must rely on the aid of elixirs. But the aura of the soul jade has not been completely absorbed yet. Hiding's expression became solemn. His spiritual energy was still vigorous, like a powerful ball of cyan flame. Lu Chaoga watched secretly, feeling extremely surprised. He thought, is this stance meant to rely on the soul jade to directly break through the barrier? Suddenly that power was pushed out, tearing apart this space. He withstood the burst of spiritual energy. A thought flashed through his mind. Is this kid trying to create a miracle through sheer force? Suddenly, around where Hiding was meditating, a mass of dark shadows appeared. The dark shadows gradually expanded and spread. A wave of unease surged in Lu Chaoga's heart. He showed a look of worry and said, those shadows are starting again. Those strange dark shadows surfaced. They surrounded Hiding, continuously letting out savage moans. He frowned, trying hard to endure. I can't endure this any longer. Hiding suddenly stretched out his hand, releasing the spiritual energy about to surge out of his body. His eyes lit up, filled with madness. He seemed about to go insane. Strange wrinkles appeared on his face. Lu Chaoga immediately chanted a spell and placed his hand on his forehead. A magic circle appeared. While suppressing the body that was about to go mad, he comforted him. I am here. Hiding gradually regained his composure. He continued to sit cross-legged in meditation. Sweating profusely, he finally reached the second realm. Suddenly the system notification panel popped up. Sect Main Quest Momen Expansion. Stage 2 completed. Momen meets the promotion requirements. Promote immediately. Lu Chaoga smirked proudly and smiled. It's finally here. Yesterday's notification box had changed. He pondered. Helping. Hiding break through to the second realm. Was the reason for completing the promotion quest? The sect must have 3 or more cultivators in the second realm. In the sky. Above Momin's territory. A system-generated magical halo suddenly appeared. The sight was wondrous promotion to rank 8 sect. Momin disciples witnessed this scene. Unable to hide the shock in their hearts. With excitement on their faces they stammered. We've finally been promoted. Everyone was extremely excited. They jumped and shouted, shattering the original tranquility of the night. We've finally been promoted. It's daytime. Oh my god, is this starlight? Our sect can rise to rank 8, and will eventually rise to rank 1. We won't have to worry about being scolded anymore. For being just a rank 9 sect. The light from the system. The light of promotion enveloped Momin's major halls. Cheers and praises continued to ring out endlessly. Go Sect Master Lu, raise us to a rank 1 sect. I feel just like getting accepted into a university major through my own hard work. Achieving greater success because of effort. Mo Bushio below was extremely happy. He said, haha, the sect got promoted today. Isn't this a huge deal? Lin Huaqian replied triumphantly, if we're going to celebrate, let's do it. He immediately responded, let's go. From above. Lu Chaoga was watching Momin's promotion. He showed a satisfied smile. Not bad. This seat's sword intent can finally be upgraded. The system panel appeared again. Main quest completion reward, Sword Dao aptitude. 1,200,000 EXP. The system notification panel popped up again. Use sword intent promotion voucher. Below are 2 options, yes and no. Lu Chaoga cast his gaze toward Hiding, who was meditating. He thought, if I choose to promote 3 times right now, it will cause significant fluctuations. He didn't take his eyes off Hiding, pondering. I must hold back a little longer. If at this very moment someone else discovers Hiding's anomaly, is not a good thing. It's fine to put on airs, but do it intelligently. Lu Chaoga reached out and swiped across the system panel. He thought to himself, since I can't level up, then let's look at something else. For example, how far Momin is from advancing to a 7th rank sect. 4 golden yellow system boxes appeared. Sect mission 3rd phase. The mission notification panel appeared. Momin main story mission. Expand Momin. 4 conditions must be met to advance to a 7th rank sect. The 4 conditions appeared sequentially. Condition 1, have a cultivator reach the peak of the 4th realm. Or have a cultivator reach the peak of the 3rd realm. Completed. Condition 2. Have 5 cultivators above the 3rd realm. Normal current progress 1/5. Condition 3. The number of disciples must reach 300. Completed. Condition 4. The sect's reputation value reaches 5,000. Completed. Lu Chaoga stared at the system panel. A flicker of surprise crossed his face and he said, that's pretty good. 3 of the toughest requirements are already complete. But wait, there's actually a cultivator in our sect. Who is above the 4th realm? Suddenly he froze. The mischievous image of Lu Dongli popped into his mind. He thought, nice, it must be her. How much has this girl been hiding? Lu Chaoga revealed a smug smile, contemplating. I am currently at the peak of the 2nd realm. I just need to break through. And the 2nd condition will change to 2/5. Next up are the disciples. Suddenly he turned his head to look at Hiding, who was still meditating and leveling up. 2nd realm 1st heaven. 2nd realm 2nd heaven. 2nd realm 3rd heaven. His face was filled with undisguised astonishment. It's still increasing. This kid levels up just by consuming items. He clearly got the protagonist script. Lu Chaoga rested his chin in his hand and nodded slightly. He looked pleased. Makes sense. After all, his master is also a chosen one. Isn't he the male protagonist too? This kid's luck is truly amazing. He just sits at home and cheat items fall from the sky. The spiritual energy fluctuations gradually dissipated and Hiding gently opened his eyes. He sighed, his face etched with fatigue. Lu Chaoga approached him casually, asking with concern. Asking if he felt uncomfortable anywhere. Hiding looked up at him and shook his head gently. He continued to ask with a serious expression. That voice that was frozen last time. Can you hear it this time too? He continued to shake his head. Having finished his task, Lu Chaoga quickly departed, instructing, "That's good, get some rest early. Your masters still have things to attend to." Seeing this, Haiding quickly stood up. He walked to his master's side, reached out and called him. Lu Chaoga turned back, his gaze gentle, and he said, "Are you asking if you can help me with anything?" "No need." With his back to Haiding, the master's broad shoulders offered a sense of security. He continued, "You, my disciple, are already close to breaking through to the second realm. So naturally, your master." Lu Chaoga revealed a cunning smile. Suddenly a puff of black energy appeared. He said in a deep voice, "It's time for me to break through too." No sooner had he finished speaking than he broke through to the third realm, first heaven. Two massive streams of spiritual power, black and gold, erupted around his body. Witnessing this magnificent sight, Haiding's face showed undisguised astonishment. He exclaimed internally, "Master has broken through to the third realm." The spiritual energy surrounding Lu Chaoga suddenly dissipated, creating a strong gust of wind that sent the leaves flying. Lu Chaoga strode forward confidently, revealing a smug smile. He continued, "It's not over yet." Looking up at the sky, he revealed a cunning smile. At the same time, he used a boundary-breaking upgrade coupon. He even used his sword intent. Powerful internal energy fused with fierce lightning, shooting straight toward the pitch-black night sky. A strange black hole formed. A beam of light appeared in the center of the black hole. The system panel displayed sword intent. Level 3 has been upgraded to sword intent level 4. Before him now was an endless black hole. Thousands of streams of sword chi were swirling around it. The sight was truly profound and fantastical. Witnessing this celestial phenomenon brought on by the upgrade left him utterly amazed. He thought to himself, "Has Master reached the 4th level of sword intent?" Light shot out from the center of the black hole, illuminating the entire Mo Men. Countless streams of sword chi danced across the sky. The Mo Men disciples in the main hall were also witnessing this magnificent spectacle. They were completely shocked, constantly asking what was going on. "Is it going to rain swords up there?" Lin Huagan showed a stunned expression. He blurted out, "Oh my god. This is clearly some kind of sword rain phenomenon." Mo Bushio, standing beside him, was no exception. He was stunned into silence, then quickly chimed in. "This is amazing. Could it be that Headmaster Lu wants to make a big show?" They quickly recorded this fantastic sight. Black lightning bolts continuously struck down. They exclaimed, "Such massive special effects, we have to film this immediately. If I post this online, I'm definitely going viral." Yes, record it quickly. This is 100 the phenomenon caused by Headmaster Lu. Our Mo Man is going to make a fortune again. Lu Donli opened her door. The vast sky was dazzling with light. She opened her mouth and said, "Is Big Brother about to break through? This doesn't seem like the phenomenon that occurs when breaking through a boundary." Her eyes never left the sky. With surprise on her face, she then exclaimed, "I've never seen such a grand phenomenon before." On the other side, Xiang Xian was equally surprised. She said, "His power is growing stronger and stronger." She thought, but even if he breaks through to the 6th realm, he shouldn't be able to cause such a massive phenomenon. Xiang Xian seemed immersed in the scene. She felt as if she saw the ancient tree elder of her own sect. She mused, if this is the ancient tree, then the elder is slowly manifesting into reality. Looking up at the sight blending with the night sky, tens of thousands of flying swords, Xiang Xian raised her wine gourd forward and said, "Fellow Daoist Lu, congratulations." Over here, Lu Chaoga was also enjoying the magnificent view. The surrounding energy gradually dissipated. He thought to himself, "Reaching the 4th layer of sword intent right after reaching the 3rd realm. I can probably be considered the first person to achieve this feat throughout history." Suddenly he looked downward. A hint of confusion crossed his face. Lu Chaoga retrieved the sword from his storage ring. A smile played on his lips as he said, "You want to leave your sheath? No problem. I shall follow your desire." Bringing the sword before him, Lu Chaoga slowly drew the sword from its scabbard. His gaze was sharp. He showed a scornful smile. The sword blade shone with a dazzling blue light. Then, unsheath. A sharp streak of sword chi flashed past. A brilliant beam of light appeared in the sky, splitting the night sky in half. Lu Chaoga held the sword in his hand. majestic and imposing, possessing extraordinary aura. Towering mountain peaks were faintly visible within the clouds. The sky suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance. Over at the territory of the Jingang men, they were seized by panic. They shouted noisily, "Look quickly at Mo men. A celestial phenomenon has appeared at Mo men again." Hearing this, the headmaster of the Jingang men hurried out to check. Unable to conceal his shock, he said, "The power of this sword. I fear our entire sect cannot withstand it. Only if our founding ancestor were resurrected could that be achieved." Suddenly the eyes of 3 Jingang men disciples sparkled with light. They kept muttering, "If that's the case, doesn't it mean that as long as we cultivate diligently, we can also reach that level?" Another disciple with a foolish look on his face replied, "The founding ancestor can do it. We can definitely do it. It's entirely possible. My sect indeed has powerful hidden clans. The disciples in the world." He looked speechless. Looking at those excited disciples, he thought, "These fools. The founding ancestor was a heavenly talent. But your aptitudes are merely mediocre, discarded by major sects. How could you possibly reach the height of the founding ancestor?" He looked with annoyance towards the distant sky, sighed and said, "Just let them live in their fantasies. When this old man was young, how could I not have dreamed of being invincible?" In the world and the territory of the Chioshui sect, they were also astonished by this phenomenon. Lin Long spoke. Lu Cheaja's Mo sect is truly getting stronger and stronger. If we don't develop some connections with them, I'm afraid we won't be able to climb much higher in the future. Xin Xingqing looked at her with wary eyes. She thought to herself, "Haven't we already failed to climb higher? With our limited charm, others fundamentally don't want to get close to us." The video of the phenomenon triggered by Lu Chaoga at the Mo sect quickly spread. They exclaimed, "That's incredible, look at the filming skills. It really is Sector Master Lu. That sword strike split the heavens directly. What's so great about splitting the heavens? This clearly illustrates nature gathers the sacred beauty. Where yin and yang divide the dusk and dawn." The bullet screen system popped up. Many people were commenting on the video. "We both went through 9 years of compulsory education, so why are you so outstanding?" But what would the next line be? Can anyone else smell a deep sense of smugness? Is this what it feels like to have a wheel crush your face? Can this also lead to an artistic conception? Artistic conception. This perfectly fits the last line of that poem. "One day I shall stand on the highest peak surveying all mountains beneath me." But the discussion did not stop there. If that's the case, then Shi Xiao was absolutely slain by Sector Master Lu. Yes. I agree, I want to see Sector Master Lu's muscles. It would be even better if I could touch them. Could you please stop thinking dirty thoughts? We are discussing just how strong Sector Master Lu truly is. Just as the forum discussion was heating up, where Lu Chaoga was located, Jiang Xinyan and Lu Dongli had already arrived. The atmosphere between the two of them was subtle. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Lu Dongli. She thought, "Lately I don't know why, but I feel a little scared seeing fellow Taoist Lu's sister. How strange." Lu Dongli for her part was also secretly watching her, thinking inwardly, "Lately I don't know why, but I feel a little dislike whenever I see Sister Jiang. She clearly saved my brother. So logically I should like her." Suddenly Lu Chaoga spoke, startling both of them. Lu Dongli excitedly said, "Brother has already reached the 4th level of sword intent." He gave a slight smile and replied to her, "Yes, I did gain some insights, and consequently reached the 4th level." Jiang Xinyan looked at him with a confused expression. She asked, "Has fellow Taoist Lu reached the 3rd realm already?" Lu Chaoga showed a gentle smile, and quickly replied, "Yes, and I broke through the realm barrier too as a side effect." Hearing this, both of them simultaneously turned towards each other, their faces full of confusion. They thought just a little insight, and the sword intent immediately reached the 4th level, and he broke through a major realm barrier as a bonus. Suddenly Mo Dongfang, Luo Bing and Xiao Chou appeared. They bowed respectfully and offered their congratulations. "Congratulations to Sector Master Lu, martial uncle ancestor, on breaking through the realm." Lu Chaoga waved his hand forward, his face beaming with joy. He said, "I'm very happy today, so we'll add 2 dishes for everyone." Hearing this, everyone was very pleased, especially Xiao Qiu. The little fellow excitedly jumped up and replied, "Then I'll eat 4 bowls of rice." to celebrate martial uncle ancestor breaking through the realm. The rice bowls were stacked up like a mountain, shaking precariously, feeling like they could tumble down at any moment. At the dinner table, Luo Bing looked on in surprise as Xiao Qiu was clearing another bowl of rice. She thought Xiao Qiu wasn't lying. As long as there is food, she will eat it. Night fell. The full moon was surrounded by twinkling stars. Below was Awa's tombstone. Many flashing fireflies surrounded it. Lu Chaoga stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the tombstone. He spoke, saying, "I'm here." Awa's soul immediately appeared. It softly replied, "You've come." He reached out his hand. In his hand were many stalks of purple moon grass. He continued, "I've been a bit busy. I only managed to free up some time to see you now. I brought the purple moon grass for you." Seeing this, the little fox immediately wiggled its ears, extremely excited. Awu hurriedly took it. Embracing the pile of purple moon grass, it said happily, "So much. 1, 2, 3, 4. It turned its head to look at him, and asked, "Since you gave me so much purple moon grass, how many sets of sword techniques and cultivation methods do you want?" Hearing this, Lu Chaoja's eyes lit up and he quickly leaned closer to it. He asked eagerly, "You can give me as much as I want." Awu tilted its head, as if it hadn't remembered, and asked him blankly in return, What did you just say?" Lu Chaoga showed a helpless expression. He replied, "It's come to this. Ellipsis here." He spread his hands and sighed with a look of depression. He continued, "Just look for yourself. I need some fairly basic sword techniques, as well as a few defensive techniques. And movement-based ones would be fine too," he thought. Man currently has so many neurotic players. The demand for low-level skill books is huge. Hearing his request, Awu happily replied, "Beginner cultivation methods, no problem." As soon as it finished speaking, hundreds of cultivation manuals rained down. Lu Chaoga was greatly shocked. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and said, "So many. Quickly take out all the basic cultivation methods you have." The cultivation manuals kept falling. Awu placed its hand on its chin, full of confusion. It said, "Is this a lot I still have?" It continued, "I have a tremendous amount more." Immediately after it spoke, successive rumbling sounds rang out. Another massive quantity of low-level cultivation manuals appeared. Lu Chaoga looked up in astonishment. He stared dumbfounded like an idiot, and quickly praised it. "This is great. An elder in the family is a living treasure. The ancients truly did not deceive me." Lu Chaoga immediately held Awu's hand, his face beaming with a brilliant smile, and excitedly continued, "I'll trade this purple moon grass for 200 basic cultivation methods." "Deal." It immediately replied, "Deal." Once the transaction was complete, Lu Chaoga waved his hand. Instantly, hundreds of manuals were swept into the ring on his hand. He said excitedly, "I hit the jackpot this time." But Awu was no less eager, hurrying away, carefully holding the pile of purple moongrass, turning to leave him off. Suddenly his expression became serious, and he called out to stop it. "Wait a moment, I have this other thing. See if you can identify it." Awu turned its head to look puzzled. A small piece of paper appeared in his hand, looking very tattered. He continued, "Awu, do you know what this is?" Awu leaned forward, examined it closely, then nodded and replied, "It's dead." Lu Chaoga interjected, "It said this isn't use." Suddenly he narrowed his eyes and showed a very funny expression. He whispered, "Aham, I get it now." Awu kept flying around the piece of paper. He muttered to himself internally, "Hold it in. Its personality is just that of a child. It's just a child who is almost 10,000 years old." The little fox tilted its head. It replied, "I don't know what this thing is, but it looks like." The characters on it were written using the essence blood of a strange beast, but it seems the essence blood has already lost its effect. However, a trace of soul residue still lingers on it. It will also dissipate in a few days. Hearing this, he raised his hand and rubbed his chin, his face full of contemplation, lost in thought. This thing came from that demon cultivator's back, who used blood to draw this pattern, and then put it on her back. And after that she even transformed into a red jiao. Was it just attached, or is it some kind of parasite? In Lu Chaoja's mind, the image of that terrifying flower immediately surfaced. Its body was formed by the Lycoris flower. What is this, a manufactured exotic beast? Does this mean resurrecting an ancient exotic beast? He recalled the grim scene of the Purple Moon Society again. Under that blood-red crescent moon, If the Purple Moon Society possesses such abilities, then they would be capable of defying the heavens. Suddenly he thought of something and a slightly goofy expression appeared on his face. He thought, this is practically cheating just like me. Lu Chaoga turned his head to look at Aowu, remaining deep in thought. Unfortunately, even though he collected a pile of herbs, Uz didn't give any new hints. The system probably thinks he knows too much, so it hasn't provided any further clues. However, it did give him the coordinates for the Purple Moon altar. Quickly glancing over the paper, he fell into contemplation. Is the altar related to this piece of paper? The system says he needs to reach level 50 before he can form a team. If he goes now, he's probably just walking into his death. What interrupted his thoughts was the sound made by Aowu. Shouldn't it be time this month? Lu Chaoga seemed to understand its intention, immediately sighing, a look of resignation on his face. A glittering golden needle appeared in his hand. He replied, I know I have to drain my body once every month. Once. He cut a small opening on his fingertip and offered it to Aowu. Aowu was extremely excited, its ears wiggling non-stop, shouting essence blood. It immediately clamped onto his hand and began gulping down the blood. Lu Chaoga's face was pale and he looked worn out. He shouted in alarm, hey hey. Lu Chaoga abruptly withdrew his hand, tightly clutching his fingers. He turned his back to it, looking absolutely guarded. His face was ashen. And he yelled furiously. It's only one drop, sucking other blood won't help you. Suddenly Aowu flopped backward, rubbing its small belly. It replied contentedly, thank you for your effort, I am satisfied. He wore a goofy expression, stunned by the lack of understanding. After achieving its goal, Aowu quickly bolted, gradually disappearing behind the tombstone. It hastily said hurry back, leaving Lu Chaoga, whose mind was in a mess. He looked at the dissipating purple smoke, thinking, you're just like a wicked girl obsessed with my body now. Walking under the moonlight, he swayed like a piece of paper, staggering about, his face etched with exhaustion and weakness. He thought, I feel like my body has been completely emptied. Lu Chaoga dragged his heavy body into the bamboo house. He was pale, looking like he was about to faint, and thought, finally I'm home. I thought I might collapse in the middle of the road and get picked up by some demoness. He immediately collapsed onto the bed, letting out a long sigh, thinking he'll just sleep like this today. Closing his eyes, Lu Chaoga immediately dreamed of scenes from his previous life. He was using virtual reality glasses, grinning as he yelled, go go go, kill them. He was flirting with some beautiful older women who were wearing sexy catgirl cosplay outfits. He shouted loudly, awesome. Also, whoever makes me happy gets the most cash. Next came the scene of him shouting excitedly in a convertible sports car. It was a stylish orange sports car. Woo. Outside, the bright moonlight shone down on the bamboo house tonight. Lu Chaoga dreamed of things that had happened before, of things he had almost forgotten. He slept soundly. It was late at night and this place was the Tianji Tower. Inside the main hall, Shenji respectfully bowed her head. She thought the pavilion master is checking Mo Gate's intelligence again. Lu Chaoga has certainly been busy lately. If only I had known, I should have been more bold when I visited Mo Gate back then. Suddenly she remembered Lu Chaoga's handsome and dashing appearance. Her cheeks immediately flushed, filled with excitement. Impure thoughts surfaced in her mind. What if something really happened between them? Shenji showed a shy expression. Quickly raising her hand to cover that improper smile, she indulged in her fantasies. Am I not the female cultivator who was related to that genius? Haven't we already alarmed the Tianqian realm? No matter what, he is also a genius, and often achieves great merits in battle. Meanwhile, the pavilion master crushed the scroll in his hand, and said with a dark expression, he caused celestial phenomena when breaking through, the might of which covered hundreds of miles. He raised the crumpled scroll in front of him, gritting his teeth, pondering internally with burning rage. I am the one who holds the banner of heaven. He is a player, the one who deliberately created these phenomena. Could it be that the heavenly king is helping him? The pavilion master's face showed a cunning expression, and he mused inwardly. Impossible, impossible. I am the true arm of the heavenly Tao. What does he even amount to? Sunlight pierced through the crack in the door. He was thoughtful, his heart filled with unease. The Mo Mian. Recently, the small sect that originally only had a dozen people has now turned into a major sect, growing to a size of several thousand members. Lu Chaoga has also gradually managed to balance and grasp the profound meaning within the sword. This is not something a small sect should be capable of doing. His face sank darkly, recalling the image of Lu Chaoga, the majestic Lu Chaoga. It seems this encounter with you was planned long ago. The pavilion master crushed the scroll. His eyes suddenly flashed with murderous red light. He muttered to himself, just wait. Once I complete the reminder of the spear, after this heavenly Tao, I will personally come for you. Thinking of Lu Chaoga's appearance, he touched his blind eye with a trembling hand, cursing in his heart the hatred for blinding one of my eyes. I certainly haven't forgotten that. Inside the hall, Xianji giggled, looking intrigued. She was having some rather unusual thoughts. I heard Lu Chaoga grasp the power of water. The power of water, that truly is a good thing. The pavilion master placed his hand on the armrest of the chair and called out Xianji. She immediately lowered her head and respectfully replied yes. Xianji secretly raised her eyes for a peek. She was slightly afraid. His face was dark, and the surrounding atmosphere was shrouded in dread. She thought internally, the pavilion master looks quite upset. Is he now going to look for trouble with Lu Chaoga again? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be hurt. Her eyes immediately turned cunning and a smile appeared on her lips. She calculated in her mind. Then won't I be able to take advantage of Lu Chaoga's injury, offer warm comfort, and meticulously care for him? The pavilion master walked toward her and issued a command. I am going out for a trip. You are to continue meticulously collecting information on the Momin and Lu Chaoga. Do not miss even the smallest detail. Hearing this, she looked up slightly at him. Her face filled with doubt and asked, who? Aren't you going to the Momin? Suddenly he violently swung his hand and delivered a loud slap, causing her to fall to the ground. He cursed angrily, how dare you presume to instruct this lord, you deserve this beating. Faced with the pavilion master's fury, Xianji quickly knelt and cowed out to apologize. Xianji knows she was wrong. Xianji will definitely collect all intelligence regarding the Momin and Lu Chaoga, and will absolutely not miss a single detail. His face was dark, his eyes flashing with murderous red light, and he said in a low, threatening voice, "Humph. If you dare to make another mistake, I absolutely will not let you off lightly." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a puff of black smoke and vanished, departing quickly. Xianji raised her head and sat up. She raised her hand and touched her swollen cheek, biting her lip, cursing inwardly, that hateful bastard. If it weren't for a slight debt of gratitude from the past, I would have betrayed the Tianji pavilion long ago. Clutching her injury, her face was filled with resentment. She thought about him and Lu Chaoga being irreconcilable and clashing fiercely. Once this old man and Lu Chaoga truly come into conflict, I will take all the information and the resources of Tianjai. After helping Lu Chaoga, she remembered again the absurd scene between herself and him, Xianji. By thoroughly rooting out the foundation of Tianjai this time, I am the one who has contributed the most. He will definitely do with me this thing that lasts for days and nights, and still hasn't finished. Beneath the night sky, the pavilion master sped through the wind with a trail of jet black energy. He thought while flying, Lu Chaoga, you actually dared to disrupt this lord's chess pieces. But don't you dare think about destroying everything. His face was filled with gloom as he plotted in secret. This old man is waiting for the next chess piece. The next morning the sky was clear blue. Below was Lu Chaoga's bamboo house. Sunlight was already shining through the gaps. He was inside the house, lazily stretching and yawning. So satisfying 3 times a day, ha! Lu Chaoga was brushing his teeth while staring intently at the wooden plaque. He thought, it seems like I haven't checked the messages for a long time. I wonder what those protagonists are discussing now. His expression gradually became somewhat sneaky. His heart was full of schemes. Who doesn't like secretly reading messages without replying? The messages on the wooden plaque were displayed. Tian, everyone, have you eaten? Di Xian and Huang replied, yes, we have. He immediately scrolled down to the next page. Lu Chaoga's expression now looked very bland. He thought, very normal. He kept flipping through. There was no difference from the previous page. The chat content among the 4 of them was extremely boring. The slight difference was that Xian replied he wasn't ready to eat yet, and wanted something delicious. Seeing this, his face darkened, deeply annoyed. It was truly speechless. The next page was still this kind of boring conversation. Filled with anger, he hurriedly flipped to the next page. Lu Chaoga shouted, "You protagonist, why do you ask everyone every single day if they have eaten yet? Is food the only thing in your brain? Are you nothing but a glutton?" Finally something else appeared. Shin said, asking everyone every day if they have eaten. Tian, don't you get tired of it? I need to talk about something meaningful. Lu Chaoga showed a mocking smile. He thought, there we go. A little bit of meaningful content is coming. The messages gradually became more lively. Xian sent a message, the most formidable and most capable disciple of the Qingmen sect. Have you guys heard of him? I heard he already has level 3 sword intent. Tian replied. Lu Chaoga, I've heard that name before. Very talented. Huang praised, indeed excellent. D asked, confused. Interesting, but Xian, why do you mention him? Seeing everyone discussing him, Lu Chaoga smiled smugly. He thought, as expected, my reputation has spread far and wide. But this guy mentioning me certainly isn't for no reason. Flipping to the next page, Xian sent a message. Because I am currently on my way to the Qingmen sect to complete a task assigned by my sect. If I have time, Xian continued to message, I will have a spar with this Lu Chaoga. Tian Di and Huang asked in surprise, really? Seeing this, Lu Chaoga thought, very good, so this guy intended to challenge me directly. Flipping to the next page, Xian sent a message. In a few months everyone will know whether it's true or false. Xian continued messaging, my martial uncle is also at Qingmen right now. And he hasn't returned to the sect for a long time. This matter is a good excuse to go look for martial uncle. Tian and Di replied, waiting for your good news. Huang replied, same here. This chat session ended. Lu Chaoga revealed a sly smile and said, want to challenge this lord to a match? Interesting. He stroked his chin with his hand, his face full of calculations, and continued, you acting as a little lamb in this world all the time isn't a good thing either. It's time. Lu Chaoga clenched his fists, filled with determination, a look of complacency on his face. He continued, it's time to switch out the lamb. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, and he fell into deep thought. But who is Xian? Martial uncle has been away from the sect for a long time. Someone who likes competitions this much definitely isn't a good person. Suddenly that person came to his mind. That person looked cunning and treacherous. He snorted. Could this guy possibly be that fellow from Chuanqiu Mountain? A dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. He opened his mouth wide and continued. Jiang Xinyan is martial uncle. And the cultivation technique of Chuanqiu Mountain matches that guy's. The level of greed is a complete match. The azure sky interwoven with floating clouds. A flock of birds was swarming towards the horizon. Below was a giant abyss. A voice rang out, brothers, look closely. During Xiao Hai's live stream, he was enthusiastically introducing this abyss. This is the waterway. It was cut out personally by Sect Leader Lu of Momin. I heard that this one sword strike possesses the power of nuclear weapon miniaturization. If it were ordinary people like us who suffered this blow, we would have all long been dead. Xiaogui gently tapped his shoulder from behind. She complained with a face full of displeasure. Have you Haizi fellow finished speaking yet? I told you already, every streamer only gets 5 minutes here. You've already gone over time. A very long queue of people was lined up behind. Too many to count. They began shouting and complaining. That's right, you've been talking for 5 minutes and 3 seconds already. Get out, quickly get out of here. Scram. Everyone only gets 5 minutes to talk about Sect Leader Lu's miracle. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules, we will gang up on him. Get rid of this guy. They gradually lost patience, becoming extremely anxious, and said irritably, yes. Hit him, we can't let him hog the spotlight. Xiao Haizi quickly rushed towards the camera. The people behind chased after him like starving tigers. He shouted loudly, brothers, let's fight for it. Today, I must let everyone see a joyous livestream. Everyone look, that's the mountain Ghost Valley. It's plump, round, and very beautiful. And then there's a fissure right down the middle. Truly worthy of the chosen one. The mark left by Sect Leader Lu's slash. As soon as he finished speaking, he was captured by them. Xiao Haizi was dragged across the ground. But he still didn't give up. He yelled, brothers, don't forget to hit follow. I am AI Kun Xiao Haizi. You can just call me Heizi. Xiaogui started her livestream. She blinked and waved hello to the viewers watching. Hello everyone, how are you all doing? High above the sky, vaguely visible, was a beautiful young girl dangling her legs. She clicked her tongue and said, not bad. That sword strike is quite powerful. The figure of a pretty girl sitting on a flying carpet became visible. She was none other than Pei Qianqian, the strange girl of Chuanqiu Mountain. She said, this sword strike within our sect, besides martial Uncle Jiang, no cultivator in the 5th realm could withstand it. She propped her cheek up with her hand, pouted and continued, then perhaps it's not a good idea for me to come to Momin to challenge Lu Chaoga this time. After all, the power of that single sword strike is simply too formidable. Suddenly she furrowed her brows, wearing a blank expression. She clenched her fists and cheered herself up. But the pink rouge from the famous White Poplar store, the fragrant milk jacket scent and the lip balm are all things I want to buy, but Pei Qianqian sighed, looking at her empty wallet. Her face was filled with frustration. She continued dejectedly. Last time I bought the world-renowned Spearhead maintenance wax from the Apple blacksmith shop, I spent all my savings. A sudden pain stabbed her heart for 2 seconds. She closed her wallet as if closing away the deep pain in her heart. She tightly closed her eyes and comforted herself. It seems that going to Momin this time is unavoidable. A girl must treat herself well. If there is something she wants to buy, she must get her hands on it. The azure sky interwoven with floating clouds. Pei Qianqian quickly soared with the wind light as a feather, riding her copper coin-shaped flying carpet. Passing through Fima City, she scattered flyers everywhere, shouting loudly, fellow citizens of the city, keep passing this on. Pass it on. Let everyone know that I'm about to make a big splash. Arriving at Miaocheng, sitting on the flying carpet, continuously scattering flyers. Let this commotion grow even more intense. Continuing onward, the next stop is Zhaoxian County. The flyers were quickly distributed. She looked down from high up and shouted, scatter them, keep scattering them. The citizens in the city were extremely surprised. Holding the flyers in their hands, they kept discussing. The Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain, one of the 4 great sacred lands, challenges the sect master of Momin, Lu Chaoga. Is this true? The Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain and sect master Lu. Why would they want to fight? Why are your words so dirty? This is a contest, don't you understand what a contest is? This news set everyone abuzz. They continued to discuss. It seems the Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain wants to challenge Qingzhou's strongest rising star. Our Qingzhou representative is a sword cultivation prodigy, and the other is a spear cultivation saintess. It's really hard to say who will win or lose. Since it's unpredictable, why don't we? He revealed a cunning smile and continued, start a betting pool. The crowd immediately responded. Holy cow, you're a genius. Outside the gambling house, people queuing were numerous as ants. They were noisy and clamorous. The entire street was buzzing. Boss, I bet on the Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain to win. I bet on Sect Master Lu. People from Qingzhou should bet on the Qingzhou person winning. Our whole family is betting on the Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain. The Saintess uses softness to overcome hardness. She will definitely win. Pei Qianqian hid nearby, secretly observing. She stuck out her tongue, looking like a cute puppy, thinking, sorry, Sect Master Lu. This time I need you to cooperate with my plan. Consider it Momin owing you a favor. I will keep it in mind. In a clothing store, Luo Bing was shopping. The shop owner asked, Miss Luo Bing is getting prettier and prettier. What are you looking to buy today? Receiving the compliment, Luo Bing felt delighted. She quickly raised her hand to cover her happy smile, replying shyly, I think I've grown a bit lately. My doo-doo is a little small. I wonder if you have any here. She looked down at her full bosom. She smiled brightly, thinking, ever since I learned that young master likes them bigger, I'd been diligently massaging every night. Although the effect isn't very obvious, it still had some effect. My body proportion, the type the young master likes, seems to have increased just a little bit more. That's great. The owner immediately pointed towards the inner room, responding with a friendly smile. In that case, Miss Luo Bing, you've come to the right place. Hurry, come and look inside our shop. Lifting the red silk curtain, she introduced enthusiastically. We have every style here, such as the double shoulder halter neck style, the back tie style, and the new arrival called Lethal Charm. It's absolutely stunning. Luo Bing looked astonished, her eyes sparkling. She thought so much effort goes into a doo-doo. She immersed herself in the sight of the fashionable doo-doo styles hanging on the rack. The shop owner continued to promote the lethal charm style. Is this one right here? All the young ladies who bought it say the same thing. Looking at the doo-doo before her, Luo Bing was very satisfied. Her eyes sparkled, thinking, if I really truly wear this, maybe I can utterly charm the young master. Suddenly it became noisy outside. Ernio, is your leg okay? Don't worry about it, it's just a broken leg. Quick, hurry to the gambling house. Help me bet 10 coins on Sect Master Lu to win. Hearing someone mention the Sect Master Sherbois, Luo Bing immediately turned her head to look, filled with confusion. She thought they're mentioning the young master's name. She immediately rushed out. The shop owner didn't understand what happened and hurried after Luo Bing. Miss, where are you going? Come back and look. In front of the shop, people were flocking toward the casino. They were shouting continuously. The Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain and Sect Master Lu are going to compete. I want to bet on Sect Master Lu winning. Is that stupid? Even though Sect Master Lu was a genius. But after all, that's the Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain. I'm betting on the Saintess winning, not Sect Master Lu winning. Aren't you from Qingzhou? There's no morality when betting money. Hearing the discussions, Luo Bing became even more confused. She thought, the Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain is challenging young master at the casino, and they even set up a betting ring. Suddenly, a notice was caught by the wind and flew in front of her. Luo Bing quickly grabbed the notice. Holding it, Luo Bing felt extremely puzzled. What is going on? I must tell the young master immediately. Under the blue sky beneath the hexagonal wooden house, Xiang Xian opened her mouth and asked, Fellow Taoist Lu, have you encountered something good these past few days? Lu Chaoga was drinking wine with her. The two of them were chatting. He asked, why would fellow Taoist Xiang say that? She looked thoughtfully at the wine gourd, and answered with a hint of grievance in her voice. Fellow Taoist Lu, you are always busy on normal days. If you hadn't run into something good, why would you come here to drink with me? Hearing her express her feelings, Lu Chaoga smiled, squinting his eyes as he looked at her. He hurriedly took a gulp of the wine from the gourd. He thought, so this little girl is angry with me, blaming me for not coming to spend time with her for a long time. Our relationship seems quite intimate. In the distance an anxious voice came, this is bad. Young master, this is bad. Hearing this, he immediately looked up. His face was filled with confusion. He thought to himself, it's Luo Bing holding a flyer in her hand. She was panting heavily and spoke rapidly. Young master, someone is distributing these flyers down the mountain, spreading rumors about you, fabricating things about you. She looked up at him, her tender posture, her cheeks slightly flushed like a delicate, beautiful girl. She coughed softly, then Luo Bing suddenly froze, staring stiffly at Xiang Xian. She stammered, Senior Xiang is here too. Lu Chaoga held the notice with a serious expression, and immediately asked, the Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain Pei Qianqian wants to compete with me. Hearing the name of her junior sister, Xiang Xian immediately cried out in surprise. Luo Bing, standing nearby, looked embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed red and she was dripping with sweat. Suddenly she raised her hand to cover her blushing face, filled with shame. She thought, I originally intended to use the courtesan's special skill size like orchids to deepen the young master's good impression of me. But I didn't realize Senior was also there. Now this is too shameful. Luo Bing recalled the previous scene. Lu Chaoga's face held a hint of astonishment. She thought excitedly, but the young master seemed a little stunned just now. Did I deeply imprint myself in your heart just now? If so, it doesn't matter if I was embarrassed. Interrupting her thoughts, Lu Chaoga, looking aloof and slightly dismissive, asked, is that all the Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain wants to spar with me? Is that considered a big issue? Hearing this, Luo Bing immediately regained a serious demeanor and stammered her reply. No, it's not just that. All the casinos down the mountain, including even the casinos in the surrounding counties, have already opened betting tables. It seems everyone in Qingzhou is betting on whether you or she will win. Suddenly she lowered her head and continued, her face full of worry. If you lose, won't everyone in Qingzhou know about it? Facing her anxiety, Lu Chaoga remained very calm. He immediately replied, do you think this venerable one will lose? Luo Bing tightly clasped her hands and firmly guaranteed. In Luo Bing's heart, you are the strongest cultivator in the world. Even if the opponent is a sword master, I believe you will definitely win. She pressed her two little fingers together and continued, her face full of shyness. But Luo Bing is unconsciously worried about you. I apologize. Luo Bing was rude. Xiang Xian secretly observed Luo Bing's expression. She thought, fellow Taoist Lu's disciples all respect him greatly. But why do I always feel like this girl? I always get a strange feeling about Chaoga. She was secretly annoyed. Like a little girl who was jealous, she resolved to keep an eye on her and not let her get too close to Chaoga. Suddenly Lu Chaoga revealed a faint smile and asked her, what do you think about this matter? Xiang Xian lowered her head slightly and slowly replied, it's ridiculous. Even if she is the Holy Master's disciple, she shouldn't arrogantly come to my Momen sect. Seeing the firmness in her words, he smiled and continued to ask, so has she really arrived? Her face was serious, and she replied with a very resolute tone, I will never underestimate the enemy. She thought to herself. She actually wants to compete with Chaoga. How can this even be called competition? When dealing with an elder, only honorifics should be used. He extended his hand toward her, with a kind smile on his face, quickly replied, it's nothing. If she comes, this venerable one will personally give her some pointers. Deep down he smirked, secretly calculating. Besides, since the gambling den has already started taking bets, if I don't earn some money, it would be a bit unreasonable. Lu Chaoga immediately remembered the person named Xian from that message. His face beamed with a triumphant look, thinking, as expected, I guessed correctly. She is Xian. Perhaps the four of them had already guessed my identity, which is why she dared to be so blatant. Meanwhile, Xiang Xian was filled with unease. She sighed and fell into contemplation. Alas, Pei Chanxian has already been blinded by the desire for cultivation methods. She pretends to love money on the surface, but that's not actually the case. The image of Pei Chanxian's eyes sparkling with light, holding piles of accumulated items in her hands, appeared in Xiang Xian's mind. What she craves is Desiree desire, so he placed his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful, secretly pondering. How much should I bet this time to win? Headache, I have to go find little pair later. Remembering the sight of Lu Dongli fiercely guarding mountains of gold, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but feel teary-eyed. After all, the Momen sect's finances are all in her hands. Although I have my own private stash, I should clearly be able to use public funds right now. The people in the city were spending money lavishly, betting on the outcome of this fierce battle. The counter-boss voice rang out. Place your bets, once placed, no refunds. On the other side, Lu Chaoga looked up at the distant sky, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Pei Chanxian was leaning against a wall, equally silent. The two of them were evenly matched, with cunning looks on their faces, harboring wicked schemes in their hearts. It seems I must act now. In a crowded restaurant, Yu and Chen Xiao were enjoying a meal together. Chen Xiao picked up some food with his chopsticks and spoke. Senior brother Yu, the Mandarin fish here, is quite famous throughout Qingzhou. If it weren't for this mission outside the sect, I don't know when I would have gotten to try it. Suddenly the two of them unintentionally overheard what the diners behind them were discussing. The conversation was very animated. Brother, have you heard about Pei Chanxian, the saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain? Challenging Lu Chaoga, the Momen sect leader. Hearing this, Yu immediately looked back, secretly startled. Senior brother Lu is challenging Pei Chanxian. Chen Xiao, whose mouth was full of food, still tried hard to interject. Is Sect Leader Lu fighting the saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain? Are they going to fight? Seeing that they were unaware, the diners immediately explained. This news has already spread everywhere. All the major gambling houses in Qingzhou have opened betting lines. I've already put down 20 taels of silver, betting that Sect Leader Lu will win. Upon hearing this, he slammed his hand down on the table, causing the person opposite him to flinch suddenly, and food scattered everywhere as a result. The huge noise made everyone in the restaurant turn their curious gazes towards the two of them. Seeing that the situation was somewhat strange, Chen Xiao cautiously stuttered, as Senior brother, what's wrong? Was this fish dish not made well? However, he completely ignored the question. His face was gloomy, a mix of anxiety and shock in his expression. He thought anxiously. Pei Qianqian challenging senior brother Lu? No way. Absolutely not. The only one who can challenge senior brother Lu is me. So Du Yue suddenly stood up, quickly picked up his sword, and urged let's go, but Chen Xiao next to him looked bewildered, still ravenously chewing the fish in his mouth. He managed to ask senior brother, where are we going? Du Yue couldn't wait any longer. He walked to the door and shouted to Momin. Chen Xiao standing behind him panicked, saying with extreme regret, I haven't finished the fish yet. But Du Yue didn't care at all. He was as fast as lightning. After casting a spell he leaped into the air, and his flying sword sliced through the sky. He decisively left behind a sentence. Then just stay here and eat slowly. Chen Xiao was still gripping his rice bowl tightly, shouting out in astonishment. He was obsessed with this Mandarin fish dish. Chen Xiao was not one to give up easily. He whipped his head around and shouted, waiter, take away. Then he also quickly flew up, waving his hands behind Du Yue, raising his voice as he called out, Senior brother Du Yue, we still have a sect mission. If we change our route like this, I'm afraid. Du Yue's gaze was extremely firm. He seemed completely unconcerned about anything else. I don't care what the punishment is. Du Yue will bear it alone. Seeing this, Chen Xiao didn't know how to persuade him. He could only accept the situation. All right, but what are we going to Momin for now? To watch the match between Master Lu and Pei Qianqian. Du Yue frowned deeply. His route and steps were already decided in his heart, and he answered loudly, not to watch. The person behind him asked in surprise. Not to watch? Chen Xiao thought to himself. I heard Pei Qianqian has a great talent for spear techniques. She's a Ancina Millennium genius in spear practice. Her aptitude and comprehension ability are in no way inferior to senior brother Du Yue. This challenge against the Mo family is going to be quite exciting. Chen Xiao held the takeaway box in his hand, eating ravenously and contentedly sighing about the upcoming event. This is no longer a battle I can participate in. It's good enough to be a spectator. Wow, this Mandarin fish is truly delicious. On this side, Lin Ali was checking the latest news on the system rankings. Now topping the charts was the explosive news about the Chuanqiu Mountain Saintess high-profile challenge, the target of which was the Momin Sect Leader. She focused intently on the screen, stirring her hot coffee, her desire for gossip thoroughly aroused. This incident had been trending for several days, becoming the hottest topic in the Tianxian realm. The entire forum was discussing this matter. Needless to say, many players also came from Qingzhou to participate in this battle of the century. Then she sat down softly, her fingers tapping on the keyboard. She then said proudly, as a trendsetter of hot topics in the heavenly realm, and also a utility disciple of Momin, if I missed this wave of popularity, it would be hard to justify myself. Lin Ali started typing a comment, Master Lu must win. That seductive woman, don't you dare touch my man. 3 angry emojis were attached below. Someone immediately replied. A small fan of Ali left a message. Is this really sister? Alice post, curious bystander. Is brother Zhou your man? Then am I not? I smashed an airplane yesterday. The user named Old Juan Loves GHS commented those intense remarks. They still remind me of your attractive, beautiful legs. My account only likes playing as Lin Ali. I've liked you for a long time. Can we add each other on WeChat? While watching the comments, I blew on the coffee cup in my hand. She let out a sarcastic snort. A bunch of bootlickers. Do you really think she's some amazing figure? But when she thought of Lu Cheage's image, Lin Ali, her attitude immediately changed. She worshipped and loved him immensely. She tightly closed her eyes and flashed a radiant smile. Only he can make me so captivated. She then started logging into the game. The screen displayed loading complete. Lin Ali made up her mind that as a disciple of Momin, she absolutely must witness Lu Cheage's glorious moment herself. As soon as she entered the game, she saw an entrance ahead. It was radiating golden magical light. The area was packed with people. Many people had come to watch. Someone spoke up in disappointment. There's still no way to enter the inner sect. Peak, one of the players, lightly rubbed his forehead inside. I spent a lot of money to buy the best recording props in the system. But if the gate doesn't open, how can I record it? If Sect Leader Lu and Pei Chanxian fight inside, wouldn't all our investment be for nothing? Hearing this, everyone expressed strong agreement. Everyone voiced their dissatisfaction exactly as Momin disciples. We can't even watch this martial arts contest. Then why bother being a Momin disciple? Does Sect Leader Lu even consider us his own people? We've been doing sect missions for so long. I haven't even seen Sect Leader Lu in person yet. Lin Ali saw that the situation was not optimistic. She secretly formulated a plan. No, we can't let their morale drop this low. We are Momin disciples. How can we doubt Chowga, the sect leader of the #1 sect? So she decisively found a tall rock, then jumped onto it, striking a very imposing pose, and shouted sternly, "Everyone, Sect Leader Lu will definitely not let us down. We will certainly be able to watch this battle of the century." The crowd below listened, but everyone, fueled by dissatisfaction, raised countless doubts. How can you prove that? Can you enter the inner peak? Aren't you blocked outside the mountain just like us? I think you're just comforting yourself. She was rendered speechless. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead and she stammered thighs. Her heart was already in turmoil. What should I do? There's no way to quell the crowd's dissatisfaction. Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, look! What is going on here? In the distance, Lin Huaqian walked over looking mighty proud. The crowd gasped when they saw him. Fat Hat, that is Sect Leader Lu's affection meter. How could this kid possibly get Sect Leader Lu's affection meter? Am I dreaming? He smoothed his hair, looking very handsome. A smug smile appeared on his lips. You didn't see wrong. This is Sect Leader Lu's affection meter. A full 5 points, all mine. You, as disciples chosen by Momin, are actually here speaking ill of the sect leader. Do you think this is fun? Upon hearing Lin Huaqian's words, everyone wanted to argue back but could only stammer. But we were just. Seeing that he had the upper hand, he became even more energized. He raised his fist to the sky and shouted loudly, "No matter what, we must believe in Sect Leader Lu. He won't forget us. Long live Sect Leader Lu." Despite this, the faces of the people around them were still not very convinced. Lin Ali saw this and understood. More people were still needed to boost morale. On the other side, Lin Huaqian felt very awkward. He was so enthusiastic, yet all he got was silence. He felt dissatisfied. These people have already raised their morale to this level. Why is no one shouting for me? Is it fun leaving me to do this alone? Just as the atmosphere gradually settled down, Ali suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly, "Long live Sect Master Lu! This battle of the century. We must witness it with our own eyes." And so the two successfully stirred up the disciples' high spirits. The fellow disciples were all fired up, constantly yelling, "Long live Sect Master Lu! Long live Sect Master Lu! Long live Sect Master Lu!" The two exchanged a smile, but secretly assessed each other in their minds. Ali praised, "You're not bad, kid. You're my capable assistant." Meanwhile, Huaqian narcissistically thought, "This junior sister is okay too. Could it be that she is coveting senior brother Sect Master's body?" Just as the thousands of disciples of Momin were formulating their respective strategies, at this moment Zhaoga was burning with anxiety. Just like a man waiting outside a delivery room, he could be seen anxiously pacing back and forth outside a room. He worriedly thought, "It's been so long. Why is there still no movement?" He instinctively turned his head to look, waiting, his eyes filled with unease. From the direction of the room, a powerful stream of energy kept flying in, causing him to stare intently and ponder. This morning I felt her cultivation realm seemed to loosen up. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is surging toward this room. But she still hasn't broken through into the 6th realm. The body cultivation school's combat power can be strengthened. Breaking through realms is common, but also difficult to cross. Zhaoga walked closer, his hand touching the door that remained tightly shut, his heart filled with anxiety. In her previous life, she never even broke through to the 5th realm. I wonder why the breakthrough is so fast in this life. He then guessed to himself, could this also be a butterfly effect caused by my transmigration into this world? Then he instinctively thought, when Xinyan breaks through, if he has to face her afterward, won't he be like an ant? He panicked, but if she breaks through to the sixth realm, won't it be even harder for me to break through her defense? And then when the two of them get married, what kind of awkward situation will he be in? If I can't break through this layer of defense at certain critical moments, that would truly be a big joke. Thinking of this, Zhouge immediately opened the system and muttered, maybe I should level up too. Before he could implement his intention, a powerful surge of energy erupted from inside the room, exploding like a huge ball of fire, shooting straight into the sky, making him look up in alarm when he saw it. However, this phenomenon actually made him feel less uneasy. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said she broke through. Outside the inner mountain, a golden light appeared in the sky, drawing the attention of all the disciples. Look, Moment's peak is being struck by lightning. Who is the foul-mouthed ruffian here? Pa, which fellow Daoist is undergoing a breakthrough? The energy intensified, spreading out in all directions, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Inside the room, Xinyan was lying quietly motionless, eyes closed tightly, completely enveloped by the golden energy. Zhouge stood outside cautiously, thinking the spiritual energy vortex is so strong. Her clothes must definitely not have survived. If I pushed the door open now, he couldn't help but chuckle. His eyes narrowed. Perhaps she has already lost a coin that revives her due to anger and shame. But then he perked up, his eyes shining. Then isn't this the legendary true head resistance? After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, everything returned to normal. The door of the room slowly opened. Zhouge heard the movement and turned around, secretly shouting in his heart, she's out. At this moment, standing before him was a woman with fair and rosy skin. Her bright red lips parted slightly and she spoke. Daoist friend Xinyan appeared radiant like a blooming flower. Her beautiful hair cascaded smoothly and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She was dressed in soft silk attire. She shyly expressed her gratitude to the Daoist friend for protecting her. Cheage's heart quickened when he saw her. His cheeks were flushed and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He sighed inwardly. In my previous life, I never saw Master wear clothes like this. Sure enough, she really encompasses all my aesthetic preferences. Excitement instantly surged within him. His eyes sparkled. He shouted excitedly in his mind. This is truly an excellent upgrade experience. I must upgrade, I must break through the defense. But he still had to maintain some composure. Zhouge merely smiled faintly and replied, Daoist friend, there's no need to be so polite. This was entirely my choice. Hearing this, Xinyan immediately became slightly flustered. She turned her head away, blushing, and murmured, he did it willingly. Following that, she took out a gourd filled with wine. She opened her mouth and invited him. Since that is the case, why don't you drink with me until we are completely drunk, Daoist friend? He happily accepted the invitation. The pleasure is all mine. So the two of them went together to where the bamboo shadows swayed. The wind whistled through the air and the bright moonlight shone upon their seated faces, creating a romantic atmosphere beneath the eaves. Zhouge picked up the wine gourd. He laughed and joked, with my capacity for drink, I'm afraid Daoist friend will have to spend quite a bit of money. However, Xinyan was focused on the object in her hand. She had one thought in her mind. Today I am going to make the most important decision of my life. In her palm was a gold coin, etched with many patterns. She thought, O coin, coin, my fate rests upon you. As morning approached, Zhouge and Xinyan savored the fine wine under the full moon. After 3 jars of wine, the surroundings gradually quieted down. Only the sound of the wind whispered through the green bamboo grove beneath the eaves. She was drinking heartily, taking large gulps. Slightly tipsy, she urged, Daoist friend, don't hold back. Drink up quickly, how refreshing. Didn't you say so yourself? He picked up the wine gourd. His face flushed red and he smiled, praising the quality of the wine. He secretly speculated, Master is acting strange today. It seems she's trying something. Staring at Xinyan drinking unrestrainedly, he became even more convinced. She is deliberately trying to get drunk. She took out a small golden coin and then placed the wine bottle on the table. She said, let's play something fun. Heads you drink, tails I drink, how about that? He replied excitedly. All right. He stretched out his hand and accepted the coin. He flicked the coin into the air with his thumb. Zhouge continued, many times we toss a coin to make a choice. But in reality, he pondered, He watched intently as it spun in the air. Then continued, when we throw it up, we already know the choice in our hearts. Her eyes widened. The choice is made the moment we toss the coin. She was secretly astonished, touched by those words. She looked up at the coin. She put her hand on her chest, waiting nervously. She was anxiously hoping. If only it lands on tails. Tonight. I just need to tell him what's on my mind. She hesitated if it's not, but as it prepared to land, Sinyan squinted, afraid to look, saying to herself inwardly, "Then I'll wait for the next time." The coin landed on the table and began to spin continuously. Chowga shouted excitedly and curiously upon seeing it. "Is it heads or tails?" Meanwhile she was extremely nervous, staring intently at it. "Are there any scratches?" The result was finally heads up. Seeing the result, he said, "I drink. It seems my luck isn't very good." After speaking, he picked up the bottle and began gulping down the wine. Sinyan felt a bit disappointed upon seeing the result. But at this moment she pondered in her heart, "Do I really have to wait even longer before I can tell him what I'm thinking? Tell him the truth?" She lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes tightly, and thought seriously. Her fair hands rested on the table, her thoughts surging like waves in her heart. He once said that the moment I tossed the coin, I had already made my decision. Gently looking at the coin, the scratched golden coin rested quietly in her palm. Tanyan cracked a smile, thinking, "It seems heaven agrees with what I want." Amidst the scenery where the wind was rustling, bamboo leaves whispered and a brilliant full moon hung high. The two stood together quietly. She spoke, sighing, "It's truly beautiful, the moon is lovely, but what a pity we have no wine." "It is indeed a pity," Zhaoga agreed. "You are right." Sensing something, he immediately turned to look at her, a little surprised. Because Tan Yen was looking straight at him, he couldn't help but wonder. "Fellow Daoist Tan, why are you suddenly staring at me like that?" Only then did she speak. "Fellow Daoist, could you enlighten me a little?" She then cast her gaze toward the bright moon and asked, "What is love?" Hearing this familiar question, he was shocked, and abruptly opened his eyes wide. He then suddenly recalled Tanyan's appearance in the past life. Thinking to himself, "My master in the previous life asked me the exact same question. She asks it again in this life." The life trajectories of their previous and current lives seemed to be overlapping. At this moment, Zhaoga smiled faintly and gave his answer. "I don't know what love is. I only know that when a person's heart does not hold the one they like, that is when they are at their best." However, images of the previous life surfaced as if merging with their present selves. He thought to himself, "This is the second time I have said this sentence to her." Hearing this answer, she sighed. "So that's how it is." Then she turned, took a step, smoothed her hair slightly, and said, "But..." Suddenly her foot slipped on the step. Zhaoga was greatly alarmed when he saw this. He immediately rushed forward, throwing away the wine bottle in his hand, and yelled, "Watch out." Then he stepped forward and embraced her. The two approached each other under the bright moonlight, seemingly forming a halo. Their eyes met. Curled up in his arms, she whispered, "But fellow Taoist." Her eyes shone brightly like red jewels. Her cheeks flushed with the effects of the wine. She spoke again. "I am no longer at my best right now." When Zhaoga heard this, his heart pounded wildly. The feeling of excitement was clearly visible on his face. He recalled her in the previous life again, who had also been drunk like this. He lowered his head, looking at her gently, and smiled slightly, not rushing to say anything more. Suddenly Tanyan stammered shyly, "Fellow Taoist, being friends is fine too, how about you take me?" But immediately after that, her hands gripped his clothes, tightly covering her shy face, and she said, "Fellow Taoist, just pretend I didn't say anything. I drank too much strong wine, spoke some nonsense which must have made the fellow Taoist suspicious, and made the fellow Taoist laugh." Zhaoga remained gentle and quickly replied, "Ah." He suddenly realized that she had fallen asleep, sound asleep in his arms like a little kitten. Zhaoga was both surprised and disappointed that he hadn't confessed his feelings in time. He thought to himself, she just fell asleep like that. Even so, he carefully picked her up. Gentle breezes swept past, looking at Tanyan lying peacefully, sweetly asleep against him. He lamented she confessed and then fell asleep. It seems she has a very novel way of confessing. In the early morning, Zhaoga carefully carried Tanyan into the room. A thought surfaced in his mind. The spring and autumn cultivation technique. amplifies a specific desire, while suppressing all other desires. Gently placing her on the bed, he pondered again. Some people whose desires are amplified express their affection when they like something. His slender hand slowly approached Tanyan's shoulder. Zhao mused again, and some others who genuinely like someone inside. Then he cautiously pulled up the soft silk blanket, covering the fragrant shoulder she had exposed while sleeping. Looking at her innocent appearance, he silently continued in his heart. But he could only speak a portion aloud. Having arranged everything, Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Such an enchanting sight. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to resist. He then gazed at the beauty sleeping peacefully, and smiled indulgently, flashing with humor when flirting, yet stuttering when truly in love. We are truly just as this phrase describes. He saw the necklace she was wearing. He smiled again unconsciously. His eyes filled with affection. Gently stroking her long hair, he whispered good night. Zhao left the room. Raising his head, he gazed up at the late night sky. He held a gourd filled with liquor in his hand. With deep eyes he slowly spoke. I never thought I would end up protecting a woman's virtue. It seems I too have run into trouble. Then he raised the liquor gourd high and declared. I suddenly recalled an old song. Standing beneath the bright full moon, he drank and softly sang a love ballad. Romance and beauty wait for no one. If you wish to give, then go and kiss it. The next morning, as the morning sun shone into the room, Xinyan slowly opened her eyes. She rolled over, looked at the golden sunlight, and muttered to herself. Is it morning then? She sighed. She suddenly remembered the night before, when she had been incoherent with drunkenness. She covered her face with the blanket in embarrassment, yelling, What did I do? What exactly did I do last night? She immediately sat up, her face flushed crimson with shame. Panicked and flustered, she didn't know what to do, utterly terrified. He heard everything. What should I do? Run away? Leave the men? Suddenly she looked at the pendant hanging around her neck. Xinyan calmed down because of it. She lifted the pendant, and her tone became resolute. Even if I have to leave, I still want to hear his answer. She walked step by step toward the main door. But her heart was churning with turmoil. But what if his answer isn't what I want? What should I do? She gently placed her hand on the main door, looking outside. She questioned herself, but Xinyan, do you really want to drag this out like this? Then the door slowly opened. Sunlight illuminated her gorgeous face. By this time she had made her decision. There had to be a resolution eventually. The cool scenery of the early morning also made one feel refreshed and joyful. Xinyan saw a large tree, filled with ripe orange fruit. She instinctively said, Vermilion bird longevity fruit. This is the fruit produced after a vermilion bird awakens its spirit consciousness. She slowly walked to the base of the tree, looked up at the high branches, and added, he said, Chuanbian wine would taste better with the juice of this fruit. So he still remembers. Did he leave this for me? Suddenly from behind, Zhao appeared carrying 2 bowls of white kanji. He spoke loudly, startling her. Hey, you drank too much last night. Have some kanji this morning. Her face involuntarily blushed. He picked up a bowl and gently blew on it a few times to cool it down. Then he said, I wanted to speak last night, but someone kept interrupting me. And after that person finished saying everything they wanted to say, they actually fell asleep. Hearing these teasing words, Xinyan trembled with shame, and dared not turn her head to look at him. He placed the bowl of kanji in front of her, while Xinyan's face was still bright red, too embarrassed to utter a word. Zhao wanted to change the subject, resting his chin in his hand and asking with a smile, Did you see the vermilion bird longevity fruit? Hearing this, she shyly turned to him, and softly replied, I did. He then looked up at the ripe fruit, hanging on the branches, and explained, That fruit was gifted to me by a vermilion bird. The longevity fruit has awakened its spirit consciousness when I first saw it. I immediately thought of you. Hearing these sweet words, Zhang Xinyan turned around in astonishment. Her eyes were wide open. Her mouth was frozen, unsure of what to say. But he continued to pour out his heart nonetheless. When I realized this, I knew it wasn't a good sign. This is truly very dangerous. She gently frowned. Her eyes were filled with worry. She countered, Dangerous. The two unconsciously looked at a ripe fruit on the branch. Chao Gu spoke again. But I still want to find it. As she looked at it, the image of that shisho fruit shone brightly. It looked like a dazzling and eye-catching precious jade. He sincerely told her, "My heart is on that tree. You can do whatever you want." Hearing these words, Sun Yan's face immediately turned red. His words kept echoing in her mind. "My heart is on the tree and you can pick it right away." She immediately raised her hand without hesitation, wanting to pluck the shisho fruit. That was radiating a brilliant light. She thought to herself, as long as I pick his heart and place it on my chest, close my eyes and smile slightly, from now on it belongs to me. She turned to him with a happy expression and whispered, "I have already picked it." Chao Go looked happily at the woman before him. Then he said, "In that case, let's sit down and have some kanji." Sun Yan hummed in agreement. So the two of them ate together while enjoying the view. They watched the divine scenery accompanied by gentle and pleasant breezes. Suddenly a funny idea popped into her head. He was confused when he saw her suddenly stand up. Jiang Xinyan sat back down next to him, as if nothing had happened. The two looked at each other shyly silent. He was the first to speak up and curious. She asked, "Curious about what?" Seeing that the time was right, he did not hesitate and asked straightforwardly, "So what is our relationship now?" She was startled when she heard the question. At this moment the woman's entire face was flushed with embarrassment. She stammered, I bro brother, just understand it like that." Seeing that his teasing plan had succeeded, Chao Go couldn't help but laugh. "I see, so what do you want to call me?" Jiang Xinyan shyly looked up at him slightly and mumbled I. A look of confusion appeared on her face. She asked suspiciously, "Can I no longer call you fellow Taoist?" Chao Go moved closer, meeting her gaze, and gently answered her question, "Of course. You can call me anything you want." While the two were flirting here, someone else was eagerly preparing. In the clear blue sky, white clouds floated by. Pei Qian was sitting on a huge bagua plate, speeding through the sky. She casually kept tasting the delicacies. She shouted excitedly, "The emperor's pastry is delicious. It's sweet and melts in your mouth. It really is too delicious." She frowned again, pouting her lips in confusion. "I just don't know where Martial Uncle has gone. He was clearly in Qingzhou. Why doesn't Martial Uncle come to see me?" Subsequently, Pei Qian tightly closed her eyes, gently licking the last bit of sweetness remaining on her fingertips, thinking, "Never mind, I can always find Martial Uncle. My focus this time is still on learning from the pioneers." She was full of anticipation for the upcoming competition. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thinking of the future prosperity, she was full of expectation. "After all, I bet all my savings on it. Those lovely treasures are waiting for me to win the victory in this competition, and win them back." Suddenly she squinted into the distance. Pei Qian questioned, "But why are there so many people?" Below were all the disciples of the Momin sect. They were joyfully playing around with each other. "Cameraman 1 is in position. Cameraman 2 is in position. Let's take a picture. If someone comes to Danqing Peak to fight, then there is nothing we can do but wait." One person holding a carrot as a microphone interviewed Hua Jian. "What do you think, Lu? Will Lu Chaoga win?" Lin Ali and Mu Bushio are still by his side. In this number 1 streaming room, Hua Qian smiled brightly after hearing the question. He answered firmly, "How could Sect Master Lu possibly lose? The key is how quickly he can secure the victory." This answer made everyone's blood boil with excitement. Everyone cheered loudly and praised him, as expected of Boss Lin. Following this, applause and cheers came endlessly. He waved his hand, looking even more pleased. "Not bad, not bad." Pei Qian, seeing everything happening below, opened her mouth in surprise. "As far as I know, the Mo sect among the 300 affiliated sword schools ranks among the top 100 sects. That's why it is so important. Are people actually thinking he can win against me?" At this moment she was angry, crossing her arms and puffing out her cheeks. "Very well. This holy maiden shall let you know that a loach in a ditch cannot defeat a dragon in the sea." The camera returns to Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan. The two of them were leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly he spoke. "An aura similar to yours has arrived in Dan City." Hearing this, she immediately recognized the person and replied, "It's Pei Qian. Fellow Taoist, do you need me to drive her away?" She lowered her head slightly, frowned, and silently cursed the intruder. "This damned girl dares to come and disrupt my affairs. I must deal with her properly later. But Lu Chaoga remained calm, holding the hot tea in his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, it won't waste too much time." Suddenly he sensed another aura. But this aura made him panic. Then he abruptly looked up at the sky, which startled Jiang Xinyan. He asked in confusion, how did he manage to find this place? On Pei Chanxian's side, she was still sitting atop the huge 8 trigrams array when she saw a stranger in front of her. That was Yu Yu. He held a long sword in his hand and greeted her politely. "I am Yu Yu, Sword Venerable. Might I ask if you young lady are the sage of Spring and Autumn Mountain?" Pei Qianqian, standing before Pei Qianqian right now, was a strapping and handsome man. She appraised Yu Yu from head to toe, muttering to herself, "Yu Yu, Sword Venerable. If I didn't think he was decent, daring to block this holy maiden, I should have fought him first long ago." Maintaining his stern demeanor, he politely said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, please guide me." Then he muttered to himself, his lips forming the word Xian. She was astonished when she saw it. She quickly recognized that his lip movement was Xian. She fell into contemplation. "He knows who I am. Then he might just be Xian." Afterwards Pei Qianqian showed a smile filled with deeper meaning. She also silently mouthed the word Tian. At this moment the two fell into a kind of very mysterious state. Put simply, it was an online meeting offline. Their eyes met and they smiled, their gazes filled with anticipation and joy. The disciples below immediately started discussing animatedly. Sword Master Yu Yu, the only swordsman in the world who has achieved body and sword as one. Many people sighed. Amazing, I've encountered an expert directly. Why has he come too? Lu Chaoga turned to Jiang Xinyan and asked, "Want to come with me?" She agreed immediately. Standing on a leaf, the two shot straight into the sky, flying towards Dan City Mountain. He frowned slightly and cursed under his breath in displeasure. "This brat I mortgaged so much money. Is he trying to ruin my plan? Does he want a beating?" His face wrinkled in anger. Gripping his fists, "I shall grant your wish." After Pei Qianqian sensed the disturbance, she became extremely happy and waved at him from afar. "Senior brother Yu Yu." Qianqian came here this time to consult with the Sect Leader, Sect Master Lu. "I will come find you after my match is over." But as she moved, the coin flew to the other side. He swiftly blocked her path with his sword control. She kept smiling and said politely, "Please step aside for a moment." "Senior brother Yu Yu, do you remain very serious?" He fixed a sharp gaze on her and said, "What a coincidence. I have also come today to seek guidance from Lu Zhangmen." Pei Qian was startled by this and widened her eyes. "You also mortgaged something," she quickly corrected herself. "Are you here to spar as well?" The bystanders shouted out, clearly surprised. "Do you actually came to challenge Lu Zhangmen to a spar? Is he trying to fight for the title of the Qingzhou swordsmanship #1 newcomer?" They yelled out one after another. "This is getting even better. What huge news. Forget it, I need to post about this right away. I want to make players from other regions incredibly jealous." She thought of the items that had already been mortgaged, and immediately furrowed her brows in distress. "No way, absolutely not. If I can't win, I'll lose everything immediately." She then sat cross-legged, her eyes growing resolute as she thought, "I still want to buy the Jade Heavenly Dragon, Jade Snow, the warm rouge velvet and the glazed wind-sheltering bead." She spoke well then. "Senior brother, why are you blocking my path? Do you grip his challenging sword tightly?" Lu Zhangmen, as the head of the sect, might be preoccupied with sect affairs. "Why don't the two of us have a decisive battle first? The winner may go and seek guidance, while the loser need not waste Lu Zhangmen's time." "What do you mean?" Pei Qian immediately roared. "Are you suggesting that if I don't get past you, I won't be able to meet Lu Zhangmen?" She was displeased. This person clearly has no regard for others, and is causing trouble the first time we meet. He continued, holding his sword aloft, and answered firmly, "That's right." Chao Bei, hearing this from a distance, immediately commented internally, "That Yu Yu brat has grown up. He's already learned how to lie." The corner of his mouth curved upward and he smiled lightly. "A wandering merchant like me, what business could I possibly be tied up with?" He rested his hand on his chin, contemplating. "If Pei Qianqian wins, that's good. But if she loses, the gambling house will rule the match void. At that point, I won't be able to explain the destination of these funds. spirit stones to Dongli. Finally he turned to Xinyan and said gently, "Wait for me a moment," she replied with a gentle smile. By this time Pei Qian was completely enraged, a powerful aura radiating from her. She demanded, "Get out of my way. I didn't come here for you. Du Yu was equally formidable, aggressive and sharp in his reply. Defeat me, and I will naturally move aside." But just as the two were about to engage in combat, Chao Ge appeared instantly and stopped them. "Hold your hands." "Do you saw him?" and said in astonishment. "Lu Shizhangmen." Pei Qian also called out dumbfounded Lu Zhongmen. She looked up, gazing intently at the man who had just appeared. Sighing inwardly, the rumors say Lu Zhongmen is incredibly handsome, like an immortal descending from a painting. The rumors are actually true. He looked at the two of them, smiled faintly and asked, "Are both of you here to seek guidance?" But internally he was musing, "Do you likes to pretend we don't know each other? Is that it? Ill play along?" The two replied respectfully and in unison, "Yes." Through Cheage's eyes, he could see that Pei Qianshan had reached level 44, while Du Yu was level 45. He frowned, sinking into contemplation. One is level 45. The other is level 44. The difference isn't too large. If she leveled up a few more times, she wouldn't be unable to fight him. However, since both of them are protagonists of this world, it might not be easy for either of them to secure a win. Standing above them, he spoke once more. "Since both of you have come for guidance, I wish to know what form of instruction you desire." Hearing this, Du Yu immediately cupped his hands and sincerely said, "Du Yu has heard that your sword intent, Lu Zhongmen, is truly extraordinary. So I specially came to seek instruction on sword intent. I hope we can spar within the same cultivation realm. I hope to use this opportunity to learn and gain some insight." Pei Qian was instantly shocked, spinning towards him, suddenly thinking in dismay, "Confined to the same realm? Then fighting methods that rely on realm suppression would be useless, wouldn't they?" Seeing she remained silent, Lu Chaoge spoke up and asked, "What about you?" After being startled, she regained her composure and replied stubbornly, "Me too." Her heart was filled with confidence. "I am also the saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain. Even with our realms suppressed, I might not lose." After hearing this, he smiled and said, "Good. Recently Momin has been busy with official duties, and I haven't had much time for entertainment." He then announced loudly, "How about this? The two of you come at me together." Pei Qianshan and Yu were both stunned, their minds filled with doubt, when they clearly realized the severity of the situation. Everyone's expression changed. The disciples below heard these words, and loudly cheered and jeered. "Did you hear that? Sect Master Lu is going to take on two people, as expected of our Sect Master. So what if they are saintesses of Chuanqiu Mountain? Our Sect Master Lu is invincible under the heavens." Lu Cheage's mouth curved slightly and he smiled with great satisfaction. "Invincible under the heavens? That is indeed excessive flattery. However, my appearance is truly invincible under the heavens." At this moment Pei Qianshan still couldn't believe her ears. Her heart filled with endless doubts. Sect Master Lu actually has such immense confidence. Yu couldn't help but frown. He lamented inwardly. Sure enough, these are words that only Sect Master Lu could ever say. She was only concerned with the matter of gold and silver treasures, reaching out her hands to calculate. But if two people challenge Sect Master Lu together, even if we win, will this bet be accepted? If the casino doesn't accept it? She imagined the bookmaker at the casino raising a refusal sign, then voiding the bet. 2 against 1. Our casino doesn't accept that. She immediately slumped down, feeling distraught. In that case, if the casino doesn't recognize the bet, won't I go bankrupt? If that's the case, whether we fight or not, what significance does it even have? Pei Qianshan's thoughts were relatively simple. Her mind was entirely focused on her family fortune. Yu meanwhile was caught in a strange loop of thoughts. He worried about this matter, and then considered that one. Senior brother Lu is the goal he yearns for. And now there's an addition. Pei Qianshan, what exactly is going on? He thought ahead to the potential outcomes. If senior brother Chaoge manages to defeat the two of us, that would be fine. But if senior brother Chaoge loses, that would be a completely different scenario. He continued to think, imagining his downfall. Senior brother Cheage's ambition might shatter, and that would affect his cultivation. Yu is truly too complicated. He wants to win yet he doesn't want Lu Chaoga to lose. He couldn't wait any longer and spoke. No need to overthink this. If the two of you join forces and manage to defeat me, I will grant you time for a private consultation, like a summer shower. His words helped the two of them break free from their muddled thoughts. Both looked up at him with hopeful eyes, harboring a shared thought. As long as we win, we'll get a chance to consult him privately. Yu Yu looked toward Pei Qianshan, his aura extremely resolute, secretly formulating a strategy in his heart. I must defeat senior brother Lu, so I can consult him privately. She also stared intently at the person beside her, calculating internally, I must win. If I win this match I can stay. She then summoned a weapon, which carried powerful lightning. She spoke with a serious expression, then pardon my offense. Yu Yu slowly drew his long sword, radiating a reddish surge of energy. He loudly declared the challenge. Senior brother Lu, please grant us your instruction. Lu Chaoga, however, calmly turned around, emanating deep black demonic power, and loudly stated, then let's begin. Luo Bing, Xiao Qiu and Mu Dongfang are watching this special battle together. The little girl jumped up excitedly, cheering, wow! Elder Headmaster is fighting two people at once. He immediately bent down. He made a quiet gesture and whispered, Junior sister, do you know the identity of that woman? Xiao Qiu asked curiously, what identity? Mu Dongfang immediately replied seriously. She is the saintess of Chuanqiushan, similar to the status of a swordmaster and a swordsman. But Xiao Qiu was still confused. What are the saintess of Chuanqiushan, a swordmaster and a swordsman? He just stood aside and smiled. Luo Bing gently lowered his head and slowly said, Junior sister, before Elder Headmaster became famous among our generation in Qingzhou, Yu Yu was the strongest person. And the status of this Pei Qianshan in Beizhou is comparable to Yu Yu's. After hearing that, the little girl became even more excited. As for how much she understood, that was up to luck. If Elder Headmaster defeats both of them, then he will become the leader of both provinces. Luo Bing was speechless. Mu Dongfang, however, felt it made sense. He muttered to himself, it seems she's not wrong. Subsequently, Xiao Qiu's mood soared, her fighting spirit high, and she made up her mind, announcing loudly and firmly, I'm going to become the leader of both provinces too someday. The two behind her felt helpless. It felt like dealing with a mini headmaster. As for Jiang Xinyan, she was intently looking up and watching the match. When she looked at Lu Chaoga, her eyes carried a hint of tenderness. She sighed internally, he is always so spirited and vigorous. Lu Donli cheerfully called out, Sister Jiang. This startled her. Jiang Xinyan thought, did she already know about Chaoga and me? Lu Donli gently turned to her and asked with a smile, Sister Jiang, do you think Big Brother can win? Just her resolute gaze was enough to show the extent of her trust in that man. She affirmed decisively, he will definitely win. After speaking, she looked back at Lu Donli. A question lingered in her mind. Clearly her cultivation level was lower than her own. Yet why did she feel at this moment that she was being suppressed by her? The disciples of the Momen sect continued to cheer excitedly. It has begun. The battle between Headmaster Lu and two favored prodigies has started. Everyone pay attention, come quickly, come quickly. I must remember this astonishing moment. It must be said, if Headmaster Lu wins, doesn't that mean we people of Qingzhou are stronger than those from Beizhou? The live stream screen exploded with comments. This one of Stwo fight has caused a huge sensation. Qingzhou is the strongest. People of Beizhou are not convinced. The saintess does not represent everyone. Qingzhou hasn't achieved a complete victory. Qingzhou is the strongest. That's changing the subject. A disgrace to scholars. A shame on knowledge. I should say it's lack of morals. I don't care. As long as Headmaster Lu wins, then our Qingzhou will become the strongest. Lin Alice livestream screen was also abuzz with discussion. Why isn't the streamer talking? Is this a mute stream just watching the show? We're here to see the little sister. Little sister Ali, sing a song for your big brothers. Ali is able to obtain Headmaster Lu's resources. The reason she was ignoring her viewers was that she was focused entirely on gazing at Lu Chaoga above. Her cheeks were flushed. Her eyes were full of adoration. He is the finest man in my heart. If I ever marry, I will marry him. Lu Chaoga drew a black sharp sword and looked at the two who came to spar with him. Since you wish to cross swords with me, then I expect you to give it your all. You need not feel ashamed for joining forces. If you fought alone you would be defeated instantly. Pei Qianqian rushed forward forcefully swinging the long spear in her hand down. Yu also flew forward like the wind to meet the challenge. The tip of his sword thrust forward carrying powerful spiritual energy. Chao appeared extremely composed. With just a slight forceful swing of his sword forward, he was able to block these two dangerous attacks. He secretly exulted activating the sword intent of the 7 swords. Fourth layer clear spreading. This sword intent is stacked threefold. Let's see if you two can handle this move of mine. The two rushed forward. Pei Qianqian was incredibly resolute. This Sect Leader Lu was far too dismissive of others. For the sake of my own fortune, I must win. Meanwhile Yu was extremely eager for battle. Senior brother Chao, let me your junior brother see just how strong you really are. 3 powerful forces collided, triggering a terrifying burst of magical energy in the sky. The spectators below cheered loudly with excitement. They're fighting. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. Truly powerful this battle. The level of fighting. This is simply a battle between immortals. Who will win in the end? Amidst that magical chaos, 2 figures were blasted away. Look quickly, someone's coming out. It's Pei Qianqian. She was thrown far away. Her eyes were panicked as she struggled to maintain balance. Her mind was completely rattled. What happened? Impossible. The second person knocked back was Yu. He was kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with a tightly gripped sword preventing a fall. He couldn't believe the reality unfolding before him. How is this possible? How is this possible? Then she widened her eyes and exclaimed in shock, 4th tier sword intent. He on the other hand was even more flustered. 3rd realm 1st heaven. Senior brother has already cultivated 4th tier sword intent. Above them, Lu Chao stood proudly erect. The sword in his hand swept across, and magical power already enveloped the entire space. Only now did Pei Qianqian understand the truth that there are mountains beyond mountains. This oppressive feeling, her expression instantly became more cautious, both admiring and confused. Too powerful is he, truly the sect leader of the moment. Even when sparring with the Holy Master, I didn't feel such immense pressure. He revealed a meaningful smile, his gaze intently fixed on the weapon she held. It was a blue spear filled with powerful energy. Is her spear discharging electricity? He suddenly recalled his own title from that time, also being a member of the Spring and Autumn Mountain. But I was the spear water dragon spear emerging from water, completely different from her. What a shame. That youth is something you can never go back to. The disciples who were watching the competition, every single one was astonished, opening their mouths and discussing loudly. Did you hear that? That's 4th tier sword intent? Yeah, we heard it. What does that have to do with us? Suddenly a strangely dressed woman appeared. She gestured with her hands calculating something and then spoke. Open your status windows and check. How much experience is needed to level up to 4th tier sword intent? I just did a calculation. She shouted out a shocking number. 15 million. If Lord Lu were a player, the experience points consumed by the sword intent alone would have already exceeded 15 million. The 2 people nearby immediately burst into an uproar upon hearing this shouting. 15 million, oh my god. People nearby also started calculating. A person wearing sunglasses spoke up. If I work hard right now, I can earn 2,000 experience points daily. Then I would need. Then he screamed loudly. I need 7,500 days, just to save up 15 million experience points. If you convert that into years it would take 20 years. After 20 years he'll be able to reach 4th tier sword intent too. The surrounding audience listened to his words feeling helpless. You calculated that very well. Not bad calculation, don't forget it next time. Your calculation is. I can feel the terrifying strength of Sect Leader Lu. They started praising and admiring him endlessly. So he is the legendary genius. Lu Chao still held his sword horizontally with great ease. It looked more like he was playing around than sparring. Even so, he loudly reminded his opponent. Be careful over there. I'm going to get serious now. The 2 were still deeply shocked, just as he announced that this was the limit, and prepared to make his move. They were stunned, wondering why he would warn them. Aren't we supposed to be fighting each other? There was no response. Only two sword gleams shone in the sky. It gradually swooped down like heavenly lightning. The momentum locked onto those who dared to challenge him. Do you sense the danger? He looked at Pei Qianxian and shouted. Don't stand too close, split up quickly. This way he won't be able to concentrate his attack. She immediately agreed to cooperate. All right. The two then separated, running in opposite directions, leaving the astonishing magic power to rush towards the very center. At this moment Lu Chaoga seemed to be surrounded, locked onto tightly by the saintess and the strongest swordmaster. But in reality for him, this was merely a trivial diversion. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, finding his opponent's plan amusing. Teaming up. Interesting, a large amount of steam appeared around him, along with tiny water droplets. The outcome of this battle was originally determined by him, not those two individuals. He thought, but they will ultimately lose. Do you stood far away yet was still affected? That's senior brother Cheaja's water power. He wants to obstruct our vision. Pei Qianxian widened her eyes in astonishment. How can he control those clouds? In the sky a golden light shimmered. Lu Cheaja's voice was heard. Break, all of you, retreat. Swift as lightning a sharp sword beam slashed through. A strand of Du Yu's hair was cut off. However, he didn't even see what happened just now. Too fast. It was the same for Pei Qianxian. She cried out, my hair. Just as the two were in extreme panic, he had returned to his original spot. He looked down at them as if viewing children being punished. Then he slowly spoke, pick up this sword. His eyes gradually glowed with golden light, making the man's aura even more imposing. His magic power gradually turned crimson. A magic circle with strange markings formed behind him. Pressure diffused from there in all directions. A threat. A warning invisibly permeated the hearts of those below. Pei Qianxian was stiffened by the suppression, with clear fear and panic visible on her face. Du Yu was the same. He was drenched in sweat, his throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. The mind sword is a technique that directly attacks the spirit. Neither of them has broken through level 5. So they couldn't resist. They temporarily lost consciousness. Lu Chaoga smiled triumphantly. It seems the victory is decided. Following this, he brandished two intersecting sword beams. Magic power shot straight down from those two slashes. Two sword strikes filled with deep black magic landed, intending to rip apart their prey. The two people below were still in a dazed state. Seeing this, Zhang Xinyan spoke. It seems the winner has been decided. Lu Donli disagreed, immediately retorting. It's not the final moment yet, the victor hasn't been decided. Those two people are the number one rising stars of Qingzhou and Beizhou. She was vigilant, and rightly so. Her mind was filled with thoughts. What is wrong with me? Why do I always feel suppressed by her? The surrounding crowd stared intently at the match. Seeing Lu Cheaja's overwhelming advantage, they felt immensely excited and shouted. It looks like those two don't even have the power to fight back. Is this the oppressive presence of Master Lu? The outcome is decided. Just then, in the sky, where the two sword strikes landed, two massive space-shaking explosions had occurred. They thought the battle was over, but he smiled. He secretly praised them internally. Interesting, they truly live up to being the disciples of the sword venerable swordsman and the Saint Master. An unexpected twist occurred. Du Yu awoke from his trance and regained consciousness. He immediately blocked the fatal blow with a horizontal parry of his sword. He was in an extremely difficult situation. Senior brother Cheaja's mind sword is truly powerful. Even I felt dizzy and disoriented. But biting my lip and breaking free of the trance isn't such a big deal after all. Pei Qianxian on the other side had also woken up. She tightly gripped her spear, holding it in front of her. That was truly dangerous. I was just that close to losing all my possessions. Since that is the case, I want to fight until the very last moment. Both clearly understood their current situation and decided to give their all in this battle. They simultaneously shared the same thought. If we don't use this trump card, then in the upcoming match, we will undoubtedly lose. Yu immediately unleashed his crucial ultimate move. His surroundings were enveloped by a circle of magic formation, and raging flames burned fiercely. He then summoned many red flying swords hovering in the air. On the other side, Pei Qianxian was no less impressive. She forcefully stabbed her spear downwards, and an astonishing aura immediately erupted. A golden shining dragon head appeared behind her. Lu Chaoga was thoroughly impressed, and grew even more excited after seeing this display. It seems this next blow will be the one that decides the winner. Having said that, Yu burst out with magic from the left, rushing forward with overwhelming might. He looked like spreading flames across the sky, and from the right Pei Chanxian charged forward, spear in hand. Behind her was a powerful golden divine dragon. Lightning continuously crackled, constantly bringing tremendous menace. However, the person they were facing was Lu Chaoga, the Momin Sect Leader. He simply swung the sword in his hand, unleashing a massive amount of spiritual power, ready to face any opponent. Once again, the collision of the three strongest figures caused an earth-shattering explosion. The crowd below became even more panicked, their eyes wide. What happened? I couldn't see clearly. I think I'm seeing things. After the smoke from the colossal explosion dissipated, the three figures were still standing in place. But Pei Chanxian and Yu's expressions froze. It turned out they were already restrained by Lu Chaoga, who had clamped 2 fingers around their necks, making their faces turn ashen. He smiled and declared, "It's over." He then walked away calmly, leaving behind 2 people struggling to regain their senses. If he had released his sword energy just now, I would have been killed instantly. Pei Chanxian trembled all over. Distraught, he is actually this powerful. My savings. My assets. She was in immense pain, silently sighing with regret. So many things I wanted to buy, so much money, so many spirit stones. Just those 2 fingers of his bankrupted me. Yu nearby was still touching his neck with his hand, his face filled with horror. His mind was completely thrown into chaos. Senior brother Chaoga cultivates the Qingqing Man technique, and I also cultivate Qingqing Man. Why is the gap between us so huge? He's even more overbearing than my sword. This was just normal raving. Lu Chaoga's effective offensive skill was precisely the Dao of the blade critical hit. How could that not be overbearing? Could it be that senior brother Chaoga and I are on completely different levels in our understanding of this sword technique? Lin Ali blushed and whispered admiringly, "That finger, ah, that finger. What I admire is not the point itself, nor that it struck their necks, but that it truly struck my heart." Zhang Xinyan smiled happily after seeing the result. Chaoga won. Lu Dongli nearby was equally overjoyed. He won. Sister, you seem very happy about brother's victory. This made Zhang Xinyan feel embarrassed, and her face turned red. She could only lower her head and shyly steal a glance. She thought to herself. Although I am a deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, and Pei Chanxian is the saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain, since he won, I am extremely happy. Lu Chaoga slowly landed. That concludes it. We must quickly have them harvest the resources from those major gambling houses. In this wave, let them accumulate a massive amount of resources. Then you spoke up. Sect Leader Lu, please wait a moment. Hearing this, he turned around feeling puzzled. His gaze was firm as he asked, "Did Sect Leader Lu also comprehend the Qingqing Man sword technique on your own?" Hearing Yu's question, Lu Chaoga frowned, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Everyone was looking at Lu Zhongmen. This kid seems to want to stray from the topic again. Do you really not see Big Brother as a brother? He answered seriously, yes. Hearing this, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. He constantly sighed inwardly. It is indeed so. As expected of senior brother Chaoga, he also received the sword. Venerable seniors. Initial recognition. The disciples below asked confusedly, what does that mean? I don't understand. The sword monument, I think I've heard of it, it's in the sword sect. But what does this have to do with their spar? A man with orange hair and red clothing stepped forward and explained. The sword. Venerable senior meant that you wanted to ask if Lu Zhongmen received recognition from the first generation sword. Venerable senior. Because Qingqing Man clear slow. This set of swordsmanship is one that the first generation sword. Venerable senior used to strike the stone monument. And you also recognized Qingqing Man. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this explanation. Their voices filled with disbelief. In other words, now in the world, there are actually 2 people who have obtained the inheritance of the first generation sword master. The orange-haired man suddenly realized. I see. A blue-haired disciple wearing glasses excitedly interrupted, saying as the saying goes, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. Isn't this exactly the situation we have now? The brown-haired man behind him echoed, unless it's one male and one female. Yu on this side had incredibly firm eyes, holding his hands together and respectfully clutching his long sword. Yu wishes to seek advice from Lu Zhangmen regarding the swordsmanship of Qingqing. Man, the disciples below excitedly shouted encouragement. Fight, fight. Competing for the inheritance of the first-generation sword venerable senior. And the same set of swordsmanship. The same inheritance coming from the first-generation sword venerable. Who will achieve victory? Lu Chaoga smiled softly, already having a plan in mind. Brat, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, even if you become the protagonist of the world, I'm going to put you in your place. Chaoga accepted the challenge. And calmly said, make your move. He asked surprised senior brother, you don't need to draw your sword. He answered confidently and firmly. No need, I the venerable one hold no sword in my hand. Only then can you comprehend more. Yu was half convinced, but he understood inwardly. His hand tightly gripped his sword. He uttered a sound of oh. The live stream screen was still as lively as it was at the start. Seeing the two confront each other again, many people left interesting comments. Is this the second round? The second round is about to begin. Fantastic, one ticket, double the benefit. Lin Ali looked up, her face filled with worry. If my man doesn't draw his sword, will he be in danger? The women nearby felt furious upon hearing this. Shameless. He's my man, all of you shut up. He belongs to me. She flew into a rage, all of you be quiet. My man has already started moving. If anyone dares to argue, I will confront her. The camera returned to the competition area. Yu prepared to draw his sword and attack. He spoke. Lu Zhangmen, please take my attack. Just then Yu unleashed the move Qingqing Man first form. The space was seen stained purple. Followed by numerous clones he materialized, which surrounded Lu Chaoga. But he remained still, merely observing calmly. Yu prepared to draw his sword. The sword blade flashed with a ray of light. Chaoga's sharp gaze was drawn to the light emitted by the sword. He revealed a victorious smile. Lu Chaoga instantly moved in front of Yu. He gently reached out and pushed the sword back into the scabbard, which greatly surprised him. Chaoga declared resonantly, you lose. Yu felt disbelief, and doubted everything that had just happened. Having said that, he turned and left, leaving him stunned and bewildered behind. Do you look lost? I lost? Did I just lose like that? The disciples below had been watching intently, but they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Everyone was puzzled. That's a loss that was too fast. I haven't even gotten into the zone yet. Oh my god. I just sneezed. What happened? Lu Chaoga was secretly curious. Given little Duyu's personality, would this failure crush him? Suddenly Duyu raised his hand and bowed. He smiled contentedly, then lowered his posture, respectfully thanking him. Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for the guidance. A satisfied smile curled Lu Chaoga's lips. As expected, it was Duyu, the protagonist of this world. He then ordered, follow me. Duyu's face showed clear curiosity. As for Pei Qianqian, up above, she still hadn't recovered from the shock of losing her money. Yes, he happily agreed. The three stood on the magical artifact flying through the sky. Looking down, one could see towering mountains. Suddenly someone chased after them from afar, shouting loudly. Sect Master Lu. I'm here, it's me. Chen Xiao, the true disciple of the Sword Sect. It turned out he had been chasing Duyu all along, but he only arrived after both matches had concluded. The camera turns back to the disciples. After watching two wonderful duels, they surrounded Lin Huagan again, listening to him brag, rambling on. Everyone must have seen today that inheritance of the first sword venerable. It's all in our heads. Someone replied, exactly. Everyone saw it. Lin Huagan seized the opportunity to show off, pointing forward and speaking loudly. So everyone tell me, if we advance upwards in Momin, from a menial disciple to an outer disciple, and from an outer disciple to an inner disciple, is there a chance to learn the inherited sword technique belonging to that great master, the sword technique of the first sword venerable? Their eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this, praising him profusely. This brother is simply a genius. Imo Bushio spoke up, the first generation sword venerable. I have memorized Tianxuan's introduction materials. And I am quite familiar with him, according to legend. He was a cultivator. The last person with 9-realm cultivation in the Tianxian world. That person's image appears so magnificent based on your description. After him Tianxian never had anyone in the 9 realm again. A true son of heaven. After listening, the other fellow disciples were incredibly excited. The 9th realm, the last one. Then learning his inheritance. Isn't that reaching the heavens in a single step? Another person added. Damn it. I didn't expect my humble rank 8 Momin to be so secretive and profound with waters as deep as the sea. Emo Bushio slyly revealed a calculating smile. If I can learn it, day by day, once my level increases, I will create a huge gap between myself and this bunch of trash. He imagined the scene of himself standing at the peak, with his fellow disciples below his feet, lying there in a miserable state, piled on top of each other. Emo Bushio laughed with satisfaction. Then Tianxian will be mine from now on. But what Emo Bushio didn't expect was that everyone here had a similar thought. Lin Huagan also smiled cunningly, secretly pleased. I am currently the only man who has gained Sect Master Lu's favor. Of course I will be the one to get this inheritance. On the other side, Lin Ali was also secretly gloating. The way Sect Master Lu looks at me is clearly different from how he looks at the other female players. I must be the most special one. Over time our relationship will deepen. That inheritance must belong to me. Inside Lu Cheage's manor someone shouted in astonishment. Martial Uncle Jiang. How come you are here? Pei Qianqian opened her mouth in surprise looking at Martial Uncle Jiang. And Lu Donli who was walking over. What exactly happened? She scratched her head very confused. Zhang Shishu's cold gaze made her uneasy. Finished. Why does that look seem so familiar? Is this her way of saying she'll deal with me later? Pei Qian complained, inwardly filled with worry. Losing all the money this time was bad enough. But now I'm being lectured by Shishu too. I truly suffered double losses. Depressed, she resigned herself to fate. Forget it, whatever happens happens. I'll just be a walking corpse. Life isn't worth it. Yu spoke respectfully. Chabe Shixian, long time no see, are you well? Chabe glanced at him sternly. Address me as Sect Master Lu. This made him feel a shiver of dread. Yu gave an awkward smile. Chabe Shixian, what are you talking about? We grew up together. How can we be so distant? He held out his hand in motion. Come here. Yu paused, not understanding the meaning. Nevertheless he obediently, quickly walked over with an eager expression. Chabe Shixian, what is it? Pei Qian was astonished, seeing that the two seemed to have a very close relationship, and thought to herself. Chabe Shixian. Didn't he just call him Sect Master Lu? The relationship between these two. Suddenly Lu Chaoga smacked Yu on the head. He said seriously, you call me Sect Master Lu in front of outsiders. But behind my back it's Shixiang and shitty. That's wonderful. Pei Qian gasped in shock. His head must be crooked while internally marveling. He actually dared to strike the sword venerable sword attendant. Yu scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. This action of his made Pei Qian unable to believe her eyes. He was hit and he's still smiling. He is actually still smiling. Lu Chaoga had a hint of displeasure on his face, making Yu unsure how to explain himself, unable even to articulate clearly, only managing a shy and helpless smile. Pei Qianqian couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is it about this man that can make the sword venerables sword attendant obey him so willingly? This feeling, it's practically as if he were Yu's elder. Then he said coldly, go back. Yu bowed slightly and obeyed the command. Yes. After finishing his talk with Yu, Lu Chaoga suddenly looked at her. Pei Qian's heart jumped. Oh no. He's looking over here. Lu Chaoga tilted his head and offered a gentle smile toward Pei Qian. She was covered in sweat, trembling nervously. Why does he keep staring at me? Is he waiting for me to speak? The pressure is truly overwhelming. Even though his cultivation level is lower than mine. Pei Qian gathered her courage, offered an awkward smile and spoke. Sect Master Lu, do you have something to say to me? Lu Chaoga smiled gently and explained. I just wanted to tell you. There is no need to stand on ceremony. And you don't need to call me Sect Master Lu. Strictly speaking, you should actually call me Martial Uncle Lu. Pei Qian froze bewildered for a long time. Afterward Pei Qian felt indignant. but only dared to rage inwardly. I tolerated your interference. Destroying my formation was acceptable and losing a 2-known match was also acceptable. Losing face is fine. But why have you inexplicably become my martial uncle now? She frantically looked at Jiang Xinyan, her eyes full of pleading. Jiang Shishu, you are the steward of Chuanqiu Shan. Don't you find this matter very strange? Get angry already. Not only did Jiang Xinyan not get angry, she calmly gave a slight nod instead. Pei Qian was stiff as a stone. This felt like a bolt from the blue, leaving her in disbelief. Nodding. Jiang Shishu is nodding again. Jiang Shishu, what exactly are you nodding about? Pei Qian suddenly felt terrifyingly small in front of Lu Chaoga. Who exactly is this Lu Chaoga? Late one night, the moon hung high, round, bright, and incredibly beautiful. Someone confided, my name is Pei Qian. I am the saintess of Chuanqiu Shan, loved by everyone and beautiful enough to make flowers bloom. But recently I've broken down. Qian was hiding behind a door, her actions appearing as if she were monitoring someone, looking very mysterious and stealthy. At the same time I discovered a man, extremely complicated and hard to understand. Qian's thoughts continued. In front was Lu Chaoga walking along. Behind him was Qian peering around inquisitively from behind a rock, observing and monitoring. It's him, that's right, it's him, the sect master of the Mo sect. This Lu Chaoga claimed to be my martial uncle. Moreover, martial uncle Jiang didn't seem to refute it at all. Her expression was solemn, partially hidden by the bamboo shadows. She decided to investigate thoroughly. This person is truly too strange. I sense a hint of a secret. It turned out that Lu Chaoga walked up to Jiang Xinyan. The two had met up to discuss something. On this side of the lake, Qian was hiding behind the bushes, watching the two of them. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Martial Uncle Jiang and this guy named Lu Chaoga definitely have something going on. Qian rolled her hand into the shape of a telescope and held it up to her eyes to observe. She thought to herself, otherwise why would martial uncle be staying at the Mo sect? If that's not the case, why, as an official of Spring Autumn Mountain, didn't martial uncle refute him? On the other side, Xinyan and Chaoga were chatting happily and laughing. Xinyan's cheeks were flushed, feeling shy. Meanwhile, Qian was burning with rage. Her face was stern, full of killing intent. He's just a subordinate of the Sword Sect Master. How dare he claim to be my martial uncle? Suddenly Chaoga embraced Xinyan, causing her to blush and shyly nestle against him. Qian witnessed this scene, panicked and blushed bright red. Her jaw dropped in shock and she cursed under her breath, damn it. This isn't just flirting, this is a secret affair. She then quickly returned to her room. Cupping her cheeks in her hands, she racked her brain, thinking about how martial uncle Jiang was famously aloof and noble in the sect. Yet she was having a secret relationship with Lu Chaoga, the Mo sect master. Develop private feelings. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it at all. Qian slumped onto the desk feeling dejected. She sighed softly and said, but judging by martial uncle Jiang's expression, she seems to be quite enjoying it. In that case, there's no way to persuade martial uncle Jiang. If I try to intervene, not only might I fail, but I might even get beaten up by martial uncle Jiang. In Qian's mind, the image that appeared at that moment was martial uncle Jiang chasing Qian to settle the score. She thought miserably, I tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the bait. Then she suddenly stood up, full of determination. She raised a hand and pressed it to her chest, making a firm decision. Am I just going to let martial uncle Jiang be fooled by that guy? As the saintess of Spring Autumn Mountain, can't I fight back a little? Qian suddenly spun around, revealing a triumphant smile, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. She shouted loudly, I've got it. A moment later, Qian exclaimed, starting today, I'm going to freeload off the Mo sect for food and drinks. And am not leaving. Not until martial uncle Jiang returns. Her shrill scream shook the entire Mo sect. A new day had arrived. The sun rose high. Sunlight pierced through the leaves. Inside the Mo sect, everyone was gathering for a meal. A table of lavish food was already prepared, waiting for everyone to enjoy. Qian looked at the feast but found it dull. He's just an 8th-rank subordinate of the Sword Sect. What good food could he possibly have? She crossed her arms and frowned. She curled her lip while looking at the platter of meat on the table. I was really too naive. To actually think I could rely on eating something. Xiaoqiu saw Qianqian looking so unhappy, and thought she had lost her appetite. So she timidly whispered, "Sister, if you're not hungry, could I have that bowl?" Upon hearing this, Qianqian was speechless, unsure how to reply. She picked up her chopsticks and gently picked up a piece of meat. She replied with a displeased look, "Who said I wasn't eating?" She closed her eyes and leisurely put the food into her mouth. Qianqian said proudly, "I just feel that this food is beneath my status. The saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain." That was all when she tasted the food. Her eyes widened instantly in surprise. After marveling at how delicious the food was, Qianqian suddenly started eating voraciously as if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, sweeping the food clean off the table. This left Xiaoqiu speechless at how quickly she changed her attitude. As Qianqian enjoyed the delicacy, she thought, "This is too delicious, oh my god." Seeing Qianqian eat with such speed and enthusiasm, Xiaoqiu immediately imitated her and started eating as well. Xiaoqiu also needed to fill her stomach. Qianqian munched and shouted, "I'm going to eat this whole mo sect." Seeing her eating so happily, Sect Leader Lu smiled proudly and said to Tangon, "Qianqian truly is an interesting junior." Hearing this, Tangon could only smile awkwardly and reply, "Please forgive the display, senior brother." After eating her fill, Qianqian climbed onto the bed, closed her eyes in contentment, rubbing her belly. So that's it. I finally understand why Martial Uncle Tuong likes him. Martial Uncle Tuong loves eating the most, and this Lu Chaoga is clearly a soulmate for her. Finishing her thought, she opened her eyes and said, "But this Martial Uncle Lu is not bad either." Her eyes sparkled, staring at the big red envelope held in her hand. Especially Qianqian, recalling how Martial Uncle Lu smiled kindly and gave her a big red envelope. "Take this, it's a greeting gift from your Martial Uncle." She happily hugged the red envelope tightly, thinking, especially after Martial Uncle Lu gave such a huge red envelope. In that moment he was unbelievably handsome. Qianqian was still immersed in happiness, hugging and patting the thick red envelope. "Oh, Martial Uncle Lu. Martial Uncle Lu, do you know? Back then Martial Uncle Tuong was a woman our sect master couldn't even dream of obtaining. Yet now you've captured her heart, that's incredible." Then she suddenly turned her face, as if something had just occurred to her. Sigh, if Martial Uncle Tuong takes Martial Uncle Lu back to the sect. And then Qianqian took out a thick stack of banknotes from the red envelope, counted them and revealed a cunning smile. At that time the expression on the sect master's face will definitely be hilarious. Haha, wow, it's all banknotes. Regarding the love story between Lu Chaoga and Tuong Tangon, Du Noyet's reaction, however, was completely different. Outside Du Noyet's study, the gentle sunlight still shone beautifully. Inside the study, Du Noyet was holding his head, feeling utterly perplexed. He pondered anxiously. "This is simply unbelievable. I can barely imagine it. Senior brother Chaga and Daoist Tuong. Daoist Tuong is actually my martial uncle. Then what about me?" He was extremely anxious about the seniority title. What should I call senior brother Chaoga from now on? An image appeared in his mind of senior brother Chaoga looking at him and smiling. "Little Du Noyet, starting today, you have to call me martial uncle." Dong Fuan entered from somewhere and reported, "Sect Leader Martial Uncle. The big gambling house at the foot of the mountain. We have won all the bets." Inside the room, several people and Lu Chaoga were standing looking at the mountain of gold, silver, pearls, and treasures shimmering before them. Dong Fuan continued, "In total, we won over 200,000 spirit stones and a vast amount of countless gold and silver treasures." Dong Lo looked extremely excited. As he looked at the pile of gold and silver treasures, Lu Chaoga was very satisfied. "Very good. This master is in a good mood. Dong Lu, Steward Elder, go ahead and take a sum of money to buy elixirs, medicinal fluids and everything that can aid cultivation. Also buy everyone a new set of splendid clothes." Lu Chaoga was checking his reputation points, and he felt extremely satisfied. "Not only did I get those resources, but my reputation points also increased significantly. This Pei Qianqian helped me achieve a great harvest. Next I need to put Du Noye to use." Then he still revealed a cunning smile, thinking to himself, "It's time to push forward with the matter of the King of the Underworld sword." As the protagonist of the Qingzhou world, he would also know something. The next morning everyone was present to see Du Yu off. At this moment Du Yu was bowing respectfully to his senior brother, bidding farewell. Senior brother Chaoga, I still have sect missions and I have already delayed for 2 days. I can't delay any longer. Outside Chen Xiao was curled up in a corner, huddled inside a blanket, shivering from the cold and agonizingly said, "Does anyone even remember that I've been waiting outside for 2 days?" Du Yu was about to say goodbye, but Lu Chaoga stopped him. "Wait a moment, come here and talk to me." Du Yu was slightly surprised, unsure why his senior brother had asked him to stay. Du Yu stood opposite him, listening to his senior brother speak. He curiously asked in return, "Senior brother Chaoga, is something wrong?" Sect leader Lu suddenly put on a serious expression. "How much do you know about the Nether King?" Hearing Lu Chaoga ask this suddenly, Du Yu felt strange. He raised his hand and lightly stroked his chin, pondering and searching his memory. The Nether King. "I think I've heard that name somewhere." Hearing his disciple say this, Lu Chaoga's eyes shone like stars, ecstatic, thinking just as I expected. As the protagonist, according to the setup, he must hold some kind of clue. He can even guide the players through the main storyline. He suddenly remembered. I remember when it was first unlocked. The progress was 6.7%. Immediately after, the current progress chart for Sword of the Nether King appeared, showing the number 6.9%. Seeing the positive change in progress, he cackled smugly. Excellent, with so many players working hard. It finally increased by 0.2%. These players are truly useful. After a moment, Du Yu finally recalled his memories about the Nether King. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly told his senior brother. "Senior brother Chaoga, when I was at the sect I once read an ancient text, which was about the Nether King. Do you visualize that scene? With countless skulls piled up, surrounded by a mysterious black and purple aura." He gestured and continued. "Senior brother Chaoga must also know that, when living things die they don't completely vanish. Rather their remnants of aura linger in the world. Those auras can gather into unsettling forms." Extremely frightening, Sect Leader Lu pondered before replying to his junior brother. "This is of course true. If after everything dies, the aura is drawn in, demons and monsters will be born, devouring the intense death energy around them. If one ignores them they will transform into ghost kings." Upon hearing this, Du Yu immediately pointed his hand in agreement. Exactly then, with a nervous look, he continued. "It is recorded in the book that the Nether King is the most powerful ghostly entity in history. It was once one of the greatest disasters of the ancient era." Lu Chaoga was very curious about this Nether King entity. He pondered, stroking his chin with his hand. The Nether King was a calamity of the ancient era, and the strongest ghostly entity in history. This explanation is quite reasonable. I wonder if there are any other records in the ancient text, such as its methods of attack. Do you seem to see through Lu Chaoga's thoughts? And continued speaking. The book also says that its power has reached the 9th realm and it can control death energy to create demons. Upon hearing this, Sect Leader Lu clearly showed a worried expression. Controlling death energy to create demons, is there anything else? He whispered internally. This ability is practically like the zombies in apocalypse novels, constantly spawning minor ghosts. Du Yu quickly replied. That is all the book recorded. It only says that the Nether King was ultimately killed by Qingdi. It seems that Lu Chaoga had heard the name Qingdi many times before, so this time he was very calm, and wasn't too surprised. He merely wondered, Qingdi again. There have been many rumors about Qingdi lately. That minor attendant seems to be related to Qingdi as well. Do you suddenly remembered something? And he called out. That's right. This surprised Lu Chaoga slightly. Then he reached into his sleeve and took something out. The object you took out suddenly glowed intensely. A fantastical blue light. He opened his mouth and said, Senior brother Chaoga, although I don't know much about the king of the underworld, 2 months ago I obtained this item in a secret realm. Sect Master Lu was extremely astonished when he saw the item. This is in Yu Yu's hand. Was a palm-sized jade stone. It had extremely delicate and unusual patterns. This jade stone displayed a very beautiful pale blue color. Yu handed the jade stone to his senior brother and said, a complete soul jade. This big Lu Tao Ge still couldn't believe his disciple had acquired a soul jade. He quickly followed up. Did you stumble upon this item accidentally in the secret realm? Yu lifted the soul jade for a closer look and replied. That's right, I was just passing through the secret realm at the time, felt a little curious, and discovered this thing after a quick search. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoga was secretly delighted. This is great. So this is what it means to be the protagonist of the world. Lu Chaoga stared intently at the soul jade. He fell into deep thought. Jump off a cliff and you get a secret manual. Search casually and you get a soul jade. The heavens aren't just rewarding you with food, they are practically spoon-feeding you. Then Lu Chaoga suddenly cleared his throat with a few coughs, and then asked Yu, do you know what this thing is? Yu's expression sank. He was also very curious about this thing and didn't know what it was. He nervously replied. This disciple is unsure. I only feel that this object is intensely ominous, and its appearance is unusual. Perhaps it is related to the king of the underworld. Subsequently, Sect Master Lu snatched the soul jade from Yu's hand, adopting the demeanor of someone who understood the object perfectly. As far as I know, this object is called the soul jade. Hearing this, Yu was overjoyed. Does senior brother Chaoga know a lot about this thing? Lu Chaoga held the soul jade aloft, speaking as he walked. If there are no surprises, this is the remnant left behind after the king of the underworld died. But most of it has been shattered, leaving only fragments behind. In contrast, the soul jade you obtained is extremely rare. Yu asked curiously senior brother Chaoga. What exactly is the purpose of this object? Chaoga's gaze was fixed on the glittering soul jade. If absorbed by demons, it can make them stronger. But if absorbed by a living person, they can gain the terrifying power contained within. However, this power cannot be controlled, and it will cause people to become crazed and follow the path of evil. After hearing his senior brother speak, Yu immediately drew his sword, intending to destroy the jade stone. He loudly declared, Then we must destroy it. Such an evil object cannot remain. We must eliminate future troubles permanently. Lu Chao, Ge immediately hardened his expression, and instantly stopped Yu's intention. Nonsense, do you think it can be destroyed easily? Yu froze, looking blankly at the soul jade. Didn't you say we should destroy it? Chaoga was still tightly holding the soul jade. Lu Chaoga closed his eyes tightly, shook his head helplessly and explained. If you slash it with your sword, the ominous energy inside will leak out. When that happens, it will definitely become a disaster for the region. Furthermore, having said that, Chaoga threw the soul jade out, letting it hover in the air, and told Yu, use your strongest power and slash at it. Give it a try. Yu looked at the soul jade somewhat fearfully. He hesitated and said, But, won't that cause the ominous energy to leak out? Chaoga calmly said to Yu, just go ahead and try it. Hearing this, Yu agreed. All right. He slowly drew his sword, concentrated his most potent power, preparing to destroy the soul jade. Once enough power was accumulated, Yu decisively slashed his sword towards the soul jade. His scorching red power dispersed to the sides. After Yu's attack, the soul jade remained completely intact without a single crack. Only wisps of blue smoke enveloped the soul jade. He couldn't believe his eyes. Why is this happening? Lu Chaoga took the soul jade back into his hand, staring at the jade stone, and said, This object is extremely difficult to destroy. External forces cannot easily ruin it. But my man just happens to have a secret technique that can destroy it. Do you hearing his senior brother say this? Asked anxiously. Senior brother Chaoga, won't you be under immense pressure if you destroy it? Chaoga clasped his hands behind his back, turned sideways and gazed up at the sky, and said cautiously, It doesn't matter. Don't forget, the evil energy of this item will cause disaster in the human world. After pondering for a moment, Chaoga continued, his eyes still fixed on the sky in the distance. All of this is for the peace of the world. At this moment, all the withered leaves suddenly flew upwards, circling Chaoga's body. It seemed he had activated the spirit sealing technique. Yu was deeply surprised by his senior brother's intention. He stared intently at Chaoga, deeply moved by Chaoga's heroic spirit. He cupped his hand over his sword, bowing in admiration for senior brother Chaoga's great righteousness. If we are able to retrieve this object in the future, we will also have to rely on senior brother Chaoga. After Yu finished speaking, Sect Leader Lu waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Go. Yu obeys the command. Yes. After bidding farewell to Chowga, Diyu's previously carried sword had become gigantic. He mounted it and flew away on his sword. Having flown only a short distance, Diyu turned his head, looking back reverently at Sect Leader Lu, thinking to himself, Senior brother Chowga understands righteousness profoundly, is exactly the role model for us cultivators. I must find all the soul jades and prevent them from harming the world. As soon as Diyu had flown far away, Chowga started laughing smugly. Like a rogue, he toyed with the soul jade in his hand. This huge one, is it powerful enough to take out Heading? When Diyu completely disappeared from sight, Chowga still tightly gripped the soul jade. And with a slight smirk he chuckled. Perhaps there will be many more soul jades this size in the future. Using the protagonist as a tool. I'm probably the only one who does that, huh? It turned out Chowga was merely utilizing Diyu to achieve his own goals. Suddenly, the soul jade emitted a strange purple energy stream, accompanied by a mysterious voice that rang out. Consume me, Lu Chowga. Lu Chowga looked panicked at the soul jade that was emitting gas. It continuously urged, consume me, consume me. Immediately he used his own power to suppress the soul jade. The power to confuse the mind truly is formidable. In this world, I'm afraid only Heading can absorb it. Suddenly Lu Chowga flicked his hand lightly, and the ring on his index finger emitted a fierce light. He thought to himself that although Diyu had a good nature regarding Heading's matter, the fewer people who knew the better. After a long period of contemplation, Chowga turned around and headed toward Mo Men. He thought as he walked, Sigh. I trust Diyu, but I don't trust this world. As he reached the threshold of Mo Men, he continued to think. That's right. If I want to use the world's protagonist as a tool to collect the soul jades, it seems the identity within the wooden plaque is something I can also exploit. After all, in the 4 continents of Tianxian, the main plot all revolves around the soul jades. After being lost in thought for a moment, he curled his arm, made a fist, and cheered himself on. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Perhaps by then, Diyu can even help me babysit? Using the world's protagonist both as a tool and as a nanny. That's definitely me. Lu Chowga continued to ponder. Heading absorbed half a soul jade, breaking through the 3rd realm, so his strength must have increased significantly. By then he'll only be 2 ranks away from being named one of the sect's 7-level sect hierarchy. That's Luo Bing and Mu Dongfeng. Right now the chosen candidate is quite excellent. Then Chowga suddenly thought of Luo Bing. She went down the mountain to buy elixirs and medicinal fluids. She should be back by now. Why hasn't she reported to me yet? He decided to close his eyes, use his ability to find her, and use his divine sense to see where she was. Lu Chowga directed his divine sense toward the foot of the mountain. She said she was going to buy elixirs, but now she was nowhere to be seen there. Next he looked towards his own room and found Luo Bing was there. Why is she in my room? Is that the new outfit she bought for me? Inside Lu Chaoja's room, Luo Bing was admiring the new uniform, which she had bought for him. As she looked at it, she spoke with deep affection. When Gongzi wears this outfit, he will surely look very handsome. Afterwards she suddenly fell into deep thought, a hint of sadness crossing her face. Now Gongzi already has a formal status with Miss Xiang, who is of matching social standing. As for someone of my lowly birth, she recalled the sight of Lu Chowga and Xiang Yan enjoying each other's company. She thought to herself, talented man and beautiful woman, a perfect divine couple. So she gently picked up the hem of the garment she had bought. Luo Bing looked at the hem and hesitantly whispered Gongzi. She was completely unaware that, just now, Lu Chowga had been standing under the bamboo grove gazing at her. He stood silently observing while thinking to himself, a young girl's romantic dreams are always just fantasies. This was Luo Bing looking dejectedly at Lu Chaoja's new clothes. She looked at herself thinking, I truly do not deserve Gongzi. She recalled her dark past in the brothel, and her body involuntarily trembled. She felt deeply inferior about herself. My background is humble. Senior Xiang is much more deserving of Gongzi than I am. Someone like me can only watch Gongzi from afar. Afterwards she moved closer to the outfit, standing stiffly beside it as if she were embracing Gongzi himself. That momentary hesitation was enough. Lu Chowga stood below feeling pity for her. She came from a brothel. So she is more sensitive than an ordinary person. After all, since she was young, she had to learn how to read people. I don't think I've done anything specifically directed at her, have I? Lu Chaoga tried hard to recall. But it seemed he really hadn't. He looked awkward. Like someone completely unaware that he was doing something wrong. He casually rubbed his chin, slightly embarrassed. No, definitely not. Having said that, Lu Chaoga felt a little guilty, placing his hands behind his back, and continued watching her from afar. He was somewhat puzzled. What exactly does she like about me? He might have never done anything. Or he might have inadvertently done many things, but was innocently loved ardently. Luo Bing seemed to sense someone watching her from afar, and suddenly spun around, realizing that person was Lu Chaoga. Oh, it's Gongzi's aura. Lu Chaoga pretended that he had just returned from a long journey. He even yawned a few times, stretched and acted extremely fatigued. Today was really exhausting, he thought to himself. He also intentionally emitted the aura of someone who had walked back. I really am a considerate person. After Luo Bing composed herself, she immediately went out to greet Lu Chaoga, with obvious joy and excitement on her face. Lu Chaoga approached, putting on a strong performance. He pretended he had just noticed Luo Bing. Why are you here? Luo Bing gently explained. The cloak is finished, I just hung it up for Gongzi. Please come inside and see if Gongzi is satisfied with it. After listening to Luo Bing, Sect Master Lu happily agreed and walked in with her. All right, he muttered secretly to himself. Not only did I see it, I saw other things too. After examining the outfit, Lu Chaoga spoke in praise. It's very beautiful. Gongzi must have traveled a long way to return. Luo Bing dutifully said, Gongzi, I will make you some tea. Saying that, she gently poured the tea. As she leaned over, she revealed her most brilliant youth right in front of Chaoga. He stole a glance and sweat awkwardly. There it is again, that frown. And that smile mixing innocence and desire. It's truly tempting. Then Chaoga picked up the teacup and took a sip. He didn't forget to compliment her on the delicious tea. Hearing the young master say that, Luo Bing was overjoyed. She proposed, young master, if you like it, I can come brew it for you every day. On the surface Chaoga smiled faintly, seeming pleased. But deep down he wasn't. He was wary, thinking to himself. Wait, are you sure the brewing you mentioned means brewing tea? Suddenly Lu Bing's foot slipped and she cried out, ah. It looked like Luo Bing was genuinely about to fall, but she wasn't. She was using the pure desire-killing move. This is a technique of feigning a fall, resulting in disheveled clothing designed to captivate hearts. Knowing she was about to fall, she still tried hard to strike the most alluring pose. What was particularly striking was, Luo Bing was dumbfounded because Chaoga merely sat, calmly drinking his tea, and simply held her up using his cultivation power. He even reminded her not to slip again next time. While drinking tea, he worried that Xinyan might see. His eyes kept darting left and right. He thought Xinyan is a great cultivator of the sixth realm. Her divine sense, if she wanted to cover my little Dankingshan mountain, it probably wouldn't be difficult. Maybe she has already seen right through me. Suddenly Xinyan's figure appeared before him. Chaoga also heard a voice. Dankingshan's peak has probably been worn smooth by now. Chaoga nearly choked on his drink. He thought my little peak might not be safe either. After tidying up her clothes, Luo Bing spoke. Young master, why don't you try on this cape to see if it fits? She regretted internally, I failed this time. But there'll be another chance. One day I will be able to kiss the young master. As if knowing Lu Bing's intentions, Chaoga continued drinking tea indifferently and said, no need, I trust you to handle things. Lu Bing's expression immediately changed. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face, putting Chaoga in an awkward spot. Unsure how to respond, but afraid of angering her, he finally agreed reluctantly. Fine, I'll try it on. Hearing this, Luo Bing instantly cheered up again. So Chaoga put on the new outfit. He slightly curved the corner of his mouth. Chaoga struck his handsomest pose. He confidently asked Luo Bing, how do I look? Facing his appearance, Luo Bing looked utterly mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled, she just stared at Chaoga without answering. She continued gazing at Chaoga with adoring eyes. She couldn't stop smiling. Chaoga looked at her, feeling embarrassed. After being stared at by Luo Bing for a while, Chowga couldn't take it anymore and quickly faked a few coughs. Ahem. Stop staring, go tidy up the meditation room. And light a stick of heart-calming incense, Luo. Bing asked blankly. Is the young master going into secluded cultivation for a breakthrough? Chowga replied no. Instead, your senior disciple brother should go into seclusion. A thought flashed through his mind. Such a large piece of soul jade. It's practically screaming for him to take it. Hearing this, Luo Bing quickly accepted the command, bowed and excused herself. Yes, I will go prepare immediately. After Luo Bing left the room, Chowga muttered to himself. Where is Heading, who has zero presence? Where is he now? Sometimes it's really troublesome when a disciple has too little presence. In the meditation room, incense smoke coiled and mist billowed. Chowga was panting and covered in sweat. As he rushed in to see Heading, Heading was sitting in meditation and cultivation, seeing his master. He didn't know what had happened. Chowga pinched his cheek and scolded him. You little rascal, you have quite the talent. You actually managed to hide. I had to sweep my divine sense across the entire Dankingshan 3 times before I found you. Using divine sense for such wide area coverage just to find one person really wore me out. This guy really has zero presence. Hei Ting painfully rubbed his throbbing cheeks. He thought with some resentment. But I didn't do anything. However, if master wants to pinch, let him pinch. After lecturing Hei Ting, Chowga suddenly took out the soul jade and handed it towards Hei Ting. Come here, take this semi-spherical thing. When Hei Ting saw the sphere, he couldn't help but gasp, surprised by its size. He thought, it's this big. Master's methods are truly heaven-defying. Chowga agreed with Hei Ting's thoughts. He nodded and said with a smile, yes, this thing is indeed very big. Then he thought to himself, how could a semi-sphere not be big? It can't even be covered up. Subsequently, Chowga scanned the soul jade with the power of his gaze. Seemingly checking something, a golden light shot out from his eyes, enveloping the soul jade. For safety's sake, I should check it first. While he was checking the soul jade, a small notification popped up on the screen displaying, Miraculous Elixir. Recommendation. When used together, it can be used to recuperate and heal injuries. After reading the sentence on the notification, he fell into contemplation. The meaning of this sentence is not simple. Then Chowga thought, the system means that he can use this hemisphere, but his body might not be able to handle it. He will suffer a bit of an injury, but it definitely won't explode. Otherwise the system prompt would have turned red. Then he opened his mouth and asked his apprentice Hei Ting, your master asks you, has your cultivation improved recently? Chowga thought again. I feel a little relieved now. If this kid has broken through his realm, it will greatly help with this absorption. After Chowga finished asking, Hei Ting actually didn't know how to answer, so he could only scratch his head awkwardly. This left Chowga speechless with frustration. So you haven't broken through it, all right. Then Chowga released a golden stream of power to examine Hei Ting. Don't move. Let me check your condition. He cursed internally, you brat. Although you aren't some great genius, you shouldn't have made zero progress. Hei Ting sat down cross-legged, seriously allowing his master to check him, but he was worried internally. I don't know either. Ever since I absorbed those fragments, no matter how I absorb spiritual energy, it just won't stay inside my body. It seems like. He closed his eyes and nervously continued thinking. Those spiritual energies of heaven and earth just came into my body for a visit. After they had their fun, they left. Hei Ting was operating the great perfection of the first realm. But he slightly furrowed his brow because he felt uncomfortable. Is it because I took a shortcut and now am stuck at a certain threshold? Chowga observed Hei Ting, his expression becoming worried, thinking this kid seems to have difficulty absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Does that mean he can only rely on devouring soul jade to break through in the future? He pondered, stroking his chin. Although he can only rely on the soul jade to break through, if he were a waste of talent, then his life would be completely ruined. Suddenly Hei Ting opened his eyes and looked at Chowga. Seeing his master silent, he also felt strange. Why isn't master speaking? Is he dissatisfied with my cultivation recently? Then Chowga suddenly smiled cunningly, his hand still stroking his chin deep in thought. Luckily his master is the chosen one. Hei Ting looked at his master sweating nervously. Why did master suddenly start laughing? Chowga then regained his composure, picked up the soul jade and told Hei Ting to close his eyes and calm his mind. This might not be as easy as the previous 2 times. Get yourself mentally prepared, Hei Ting re. Hei Ting looked up at his master. But then he still obeyed and closed his eyes. I completely trust master. Lu Chowga began to cast the spell. That soul jade floated in his hand and emitted a blue glow. Strange, Lu Chowga thought. Hei Ting's devouring ability and that of demonic cultivators sound very similar. But in essence they are completely different. The soul jade gave off a very intense light. Lu Chowga watched Hei Ting, reflecting on how demonic cultivators constantly devour and covet others' possessions and devour others, whereas Hei Ting purifies the wicked things that lead people astray. Then the soul jade suddenly flew above Hei Ting's head, emitting blue streams of energy, enveloping Hei Ting's body. It was as if those streams of energy were slowly seeping into Hei Ting's body. His face was slightly contorted at this moment. The soul jade's setup was complete. The incense in the small temple had already burned down. Halfway smoke continued to rise. Suddenly, a stream of energy erupted from Hei Ting's body. Blue and black mixed together, extremely peculiar, accompanied by continuous groaning sounds. The power being released grew more and more violent and powerful. Hei Ting just sat there quietly. But from his body, blue and black streams of energy kept bursting out, identical to the soul jade's energy. Meanwhile, Lu Chowga frowned and yelled, "What? It's deafeningly loud." Suddenly the power being released, that intense energy condensed. What did Lu Chowga see? He thought the shadow behind him was changing again. The dark shadow showed the shape of a tall and muscular man. Lu Chowga wondered why this shadow was so peculiar. Suddenly the shadow bowed to Lu Chowga, making him ask himself in surprise, "Is it bowing to me?" Lu Chowga was extremely surprised by the shadow's action. This living shadow actually bowed to someone. An ordinary person would have probably been scared to death by now. After that, Lu Chowga changed his attitude, shifting from surprise to delight. But Lu Chowga felt he should accept this bow. Lu Chowga smiled happily, thinking, a dark shadow, being able to take its current shape. It's all thanks to my soul jade. It's not unreasonable for me to accept this bow. Right after the shadow finished bowing to him, it disintegrated and vanished behind the current wall. Only Hei Ting's normal shadow remained. Countless blue streams of energy coiled around him. Lu Chowga calmly observed Hei Ting's condition. He nervously assessed the situation, thinking, these burnt dark shadows are all the foundation of catastrophe. If no one purifies them, sooner or later there will be great chaos. These wicked things should have gone to hell long ago. 2 huge earth pillars coiled together, centering on Hei Ting, converging, coiling and rising from the ground. Even Lu Chowga couldn't help but sigh, looking at Hei Ting's sweat-drenched face. But at this moment Hei Ting had already severed the sins of hell. They truly lead people into hell. After a period of full cultivation retreat, Hei Ting finally succeeded in breaking through the 3rd realm. Lu Chowga widened his eyes, astonished by his disciples' incredibly fast cultivation progress. This fast. Although Hei Ting's complexion was a bit pale, his cultivation level continued to rapidly jump from the 1st heaven of the 3rd realm to the 2nd heaven of the 3rd realm, and then ascended to the 3rd heaven of the 3rd realm. Lu Chowga exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing! This is much more gratifying than me painstakingly accumulating experience." He was truly pleased, smugly realizing this fellow hadn't done anything himself. And even the soul jade belonged to me. Is this what it feels like to be a master? A notification suddenly appeared from the system. Master and disciple gained 105 million experience points. Lu Chowga was greatly astonished by what he saw. It was as if he had accidentally picked up a secret manual. His eyes lit up like headlights, excitedly cheering for Hei Ting. Well done, worthy of being my disciple. Level up quickly, keep rising, break through desperately. Hei Ting's face was contorted and extremely tense, with veins bulging on his face. He gritted his teeth and let out a groan. But his cultivation level was still steadily rising. The 4th heaven of the 3rd realm, followed by the 5th heaven of the 3rd realm, all the way to the 6th heaven of the 3rd realm. Lu Chaoga noticed that his disciples' situation was somewhat unstable, so he immediately mobilized his divine pearl to stabilize He Ting's inner breath. He watched the divine energy gradually flow into He Ting's body, nodding frequently and commenting, "It seems being this kid's master isn't so easy." After receiving the divine energy from Lu Chaoga's treasure, He Ting's expression and aura stabilized. He raised an eyebrow, judging seriously. Is this the great demon king? This is clearly someone hiding in the mortal world, cleansing evil. And the price paid is this king's body. Where can I find a villainous king like this? Lu Chaoga was deep in thought. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to meet that blind man. If I do, I must seal his mouth. Tianji Sanren stopped in front of a poisonous grove. There was only a single isolated type of tree. The air was gloomy and heavy, and piles of eerie white bones lined both sides. He thought perhaps this is the place. As soon as he saw the blood moon shining on the hazy space in the distance, he confirmed that his judgment was accurate indeed. A demonic leader was conspicuously seated on a high throne. He asked him in a hoarse voice, "Tianji Sanren, where is the item I asked you to bring?" He threw out a ring, which was inlaid with a green stone, and handed it over. He replied coldly, "And the item I asked for?" The demonic leader took the ring and affirmed arrogantly, "You certainly won't be shorted what you deserve." He glanced at it, carefully inspecting the ring in his hand. After the demonic leader finished his confirmation, he handed a piece of soul jade to Tianji Sanren. "The complete item. Then I shall give this thing to you." Watching him accept the soul jade, the demonic leader sneered mockingly. The mighty tower master of the Tianji Tower, Tianji Sanren, who peers into the secrets of heaven, is actually making an evil cultivation trade with my Zue. "Hey old man, what use do you have for this soul jade?" Tianji Sanren questioned in a deep voice. "Did I not make it clear to you that I require a complete piece of soul jade this time?" The demonic leader cackled. "Old man, it seems you know nothing about soul jade. Old man, the kind of soul jade I gave you is the one that has the complete function." He widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Function? What do you mean?" Holding a piece of jade in his hand, he explained arrogantly. "Soul jade was sealed and scattered by the power of the king of the underworld. Old man, they were originally meant to be complete." The demonic leader emphasized to Tianji Sanren, "But if the soul jade is complete, the power within cannot be absorbed. Its integrity must be destroyed to correspond to the seal." Tianji Sanren still seemed dissatisfied with the demonic leader's argument, countering indignantly, "Furthermore, you could have given this old man the complete soul jade, and I would find a way to break the seal myself." The cunning demonic leader burst into laughter, as if he had just encountered something extremely ridiculous. Tianji Sanren frowned, looking confused. The demonic leader narrowed his eyes and countered arrogantly, "The seal on the soul jade requires the power of the ninth realm to be broken. With you are you ninth realm?" Only then did he realize with a start that the integrity of the soul jade had long been damaged. At that time there were no longer any ninth realm powerhouses in the world. Editorial note line merged with previous. Who exactly broke these pieces of soul jade? The demonic leader rested his chin on his hand, raised his face and asked, "Tianji Sanren, do you want to know?" As the saying goes, if you don't know something, just keep it to yourself and lean against the pillar and listen, he answered softly. "Can you tell me?" The cunning demon immediately started throwing a fit at him. "I know the answer, but I don't want to tell you. Aren't you good at divination? Go calculate it yourself." Tianji Sanren gnashed his teeth in anger, muttering "You." His eyes flickered with eerie green light. He arrogantly snorted a curse, "Humph. Then I shall see what kind of fate awaits a shameless scoundrel like you." After casting the spell, the demon was scared out of his wits. His head was spinning because he had been trapped by Tianji Sanren's ultimate move. "What is this? How can it impede my actions?" He performed the spell silently and it automatically stopped. This was enough to make that demon much more obedient. He murmured to himself. In shock it vanished. Tianji Sanren smirked smugly and told him, "I have already seen your end." The demon still tried to act tough, trying to scare me. Tianji Sanren silently exposed him. "Your name is Chonghui, correct?" Having his secret revealed, he frantically denied it. "You're just putting on an act. You must have known my name through information from Zeta, right?" Having grasped Chongwei's inner thoughts, he nodded cheerfully. If you say so, then it must be right. Tianji Sanrun had used the art of prophecy on him, and thus clearly knew that he was about to die by a black sword. There's no need for pleasantries with a dying man. Wait a minute, a black sword. Upon realizing this, he immediately remembered the sword used by Lu Chaoga. He speculated suspiciously. That kid's sword is black. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? He quickly questioned Chongwei. I heard that one of your Ziyue Hui strongholds in King Longquan was completely wiped out by a young man whose cultivation was only at the second realm. Chongwei, having his sore spot poked, darkened his face and snapped impatiently. Old man, don't ask about things you shouldn't. Yaoji also died there. But even though her rank was 7th moon, her strength wasn't necessarily greater than mine. His heart missed that confidant Yaoji. She was the 7th moon because she was special. The image of Yaoji being engulfed by the altar flames flashed through Chongwei's mind. She had merged with Qishao. Right here on this altar. Chongwei sank into contemplation. Blood. Chixio's divine soul had been poured into her body. He sighed wistfully, what a pity. He guessed fretfully. If Yaoji was killed, Qishao might very well recover. Chongwei was deeply puzzled when he thought of Lu Chaoga, that weak sword cultivator. How could this Lu Chaoga possibly have slain Qishao? To this day within the Ziyue Hui, this remains an unsolved mystery. Tianji Sanrun pressed the matter shrewdly. The stronghold in King Longquan was destroyed. Does your Ziyue Hui not have any intention of doing something about that small Momen sect? Chongwei grunted impatiently, then raised his hand to cast a spell. He created a formation beneath Tianji Sanrun's feet and coldly told him, don't ask about things you shouldn't. Please leave. The teleportation formation gradually manifested the spell where he stood. Demonic energy surged around him. He smiled haughtily, a trace of mockery on his lips. Ha ha. Can the Ziyue Hui really not endure the scar? His body lifted upwards following the magic formation. All that remained was his echoing implication. It is time for this old man to place the 16th chess piece. Moonlight dappled across the clear night sky. In a small coastal village on the border of Qingzhou. Recently in this small village several older women have started a fierce competition. Due to the appearance of a certain middle-aged scholar. Instead of beating around the bush, let's just say it directly. It's the sword sovereign. Who else could it be? He stood by the window speechless, watching several women in their 40s shouting by the fence. Yang Shu was doing chores outside, and noticed the commotion as well. He reluctantly commented on those passionate women, who were pestering the sword sovereign like they were chasing an idol. These aunties have been getting more diligent lately. Sometimes they even try to barge inside the house. He carried the water basin with effort, pondering inwardly. Something else very strange happened recently. Yang Shu remembered what Luo Hashan had told him. From now on, stop calling me master. Call me grandpa. He asked himself, confused. I already called him grandpa before. Why did I start calling him master later on? And now I don't know why it's changed back to calling him grandpa. Luo Hashan was lost in thought, pondering deeply. Ji Changkong took Lu Dongli as his disciple. I took Lu Zi. Doesn't that make me Ji Changkong's disciple? No, that won't do. Since I took this grandson, I must use the identity of a grandfather to instruct this grandson. The sword venerable respectfully cupped his hands and said, Senior Luo, I have bothered you here, but half a month has passed and it's time for me to leave. Luo Hashan said, feeling no surprise. The sword venerable politely made a suggestion to him. It's just that before I leave, this junior wants to go take a look at the Eye of Chaos. I wonder if that would be possible. Yang Shu secretly observed the conversation between the sword venerable and Luo Hashan. He thought to himself, is Lord Sword Venerable leaving? Is the Eye of Chaos also like a well? Luo Hashan, holding the pair of straw sandals he was half weaving, asked back seriously, do you really want to see it? The sword venerable confirmed decisively, yes, I want to see it. He looked toward Yang Shu, who was busy outside, and replied to the sword venerable, then take this child with you. Yang Shu cried out in a panic, unable to believe it. Luo Hashan scolded him sternly, what do you mean, Since you have accepted this old man's legacy, it's time you understood your responsibilities. Without waiting for Yang Shu to say more, he shouted, let's go. At the same time he cast a teleportation spell. The three of them arrived at the place known as the Eye of Chaos after a whirlwind blew through. The house was completely empty. Not a single person remained. The gossiping women outside muttered in astonishment. Where did they go? Why did they suddenly disappear? The three of them had already arrived at the vast and boundless area known as the Endless Sea. It was located at the border of Qingzhou. Yang Shu stared wide-eyed in amazement. Grandpa, is the Eye of Chaos here? So it's not a well, it's a sea. Luo Hushan gently explained to the boy. The Eye of Chaos is located in the deepest part of the Endless Sea. With your current cultivation level you can't see it. Yang Shu widened his eyes and asked him, Grandpa, what exactly is the Eye of Chaos? Luo Hushan narrowed his eyes and spoke seriously. The Eye of Chaos is where the exotic beasts appear. Yang Shu repeated in surprise. Exotic beasts? He gently answered Yang Shu's question. The exotic beasts first appeared in the Tianqian realm by coming through the Eye of Chaos, rising from the floor of the deep sea. Looking at the gigantic deep whirlpool before him, Yang Shu quickly said to Luo Hushan, then let's hurry and go plug it up. He smiled faintly, placing high hopes on him. If you grow up later, and if you have the ability, you can destroy it. That would be an immense merit. The more Yang Shu listened, the more bewildered he became. Every word implied endless reverence. Is the Eye of Chaos really that powerful? The Sword Venerable seriously enlightened him. The reason why Senior Luo stays in that small fishing village year-round is precisely to deal with the exotic beasts emerging from the Eye of Chaos. Senior Luo is the first line of defense established by Qingzhou outside the Eye of Chaos. Yang Shu was overwhelmed with emotion. Grandpa is truly such a great man. One person, one sword. He is the coastline, the high wall. Luo Hushan earnestly instructed, admonishing his true successor disciple. If this old man dies, this matter will fall to you. He froze, doubting himself. Can I bear this heavy responsibility? His hands gripping Luo Heshan's wheelchair tightly, secretly trembled with worry. If I can't do it, wouldn't that be? Luo Hushan keenly noticed it. He gently patted Yang Shu on the shoulder to comfort him. Am I not still alive and well? If you want to take on a great responsibility, it's not your turn yet. Moreover, for nearly 10,000 years the Eye of Chaos has not shown any abnormalities. The Sword Venerable smiled secretly, observing Yang Shu. This attractive, timid child, how did he manage to earn Senior Luo's high regard? He recalled that when he and Luo Hushan were discussing the Dao, this matter had been mentioned. Senior, did you really choose that child? In Luo Heshan's gentle tone lay absolute trust in Yang Shu. This boy's fate is fraught with difficulties, but he is very brave. The Sword Venerable seemed to draw strength from Luo Heshan's conviction. If Senior Luo is not mistaken, this child might one day be able to wield the Elder's sword strike. At that time, after reviewing this scene, he respectfully cupped his hands and reported to Luo Hushan. Since the Eye of Chaos is safe, I shall take my leave first. Luo Hushan waved his hand, responding concisely, go. The Sword Venerable instantly used movement techniques and vanished. Only Luo Hushan and his disciple remained. Yang Shu asked hesitantly, Grandpa, can I look at that Eye of Chaos now? He knocked Yang Shu on the head, then severely scolded him. You foolish boy, with your current cultivation level, even a glance would shatter your soul. Afterwards he painfully grimaced and shouted, ouch, ouch. Yang Shu rubbed his head, his eyes full of astonishment. It's that powerful. Luo Hushan looked thoughtfully into the distance. Yang Shu, how long have I sealed your cultivation? He replied excitedly. Grandpa, as of today it's been about 1.5 years. He swept his gaze over. Yang Shu then said in a deep voice, 1.5 years, your foundation is stable enough now. The tempering you received is sufficient. Needless to say how happy he felt in his heart. Grandpa, do you mean you want to unseal my cultivation? Precisely early in the morning. Luo Hushan made a small cut on the tip of his index finger. A slender strand of golden energy emerged from the cut. Luo Hushan gently instructed Yang Shu, this lineage must be passed down through generations. Only when you have assimilated this true energy in my hand can you cultivate the sword nurturing technique and the true broken sword. That true energy zipped straight into Yang Shu's glabella, causing him to be greatly surprised. The formation activated long ago to suppress him. now gradually dissipated. Yang Shu was ecstatic like a fish. Finding water, the seal is lifted. The power residing within his body erupted completely and violently. Heaven and earth seemed to resonate with Yang Shu, as true energy surged tremendously, circling his levitating body. He let out a cheerful shout. After completing the comprehension, Yang Shu exhaled and regulated his breathing. His current cultivation level had reached the third realm. Yang Shu suddenly opened his eyes, the iris on one side turning dazzling golden yellow. After a year and a half of accumulation, he broke through from the initial realm to the third realm. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga. He was yawning profusely at this moment, almost dislocating his jaw. Why isn't this over yet? He Ting's cultivation status was still steadily improving, which was very promising. From the 7th heaven of the third realm, the 8th heaven of the third realm to the 9th heaven of the third realm. Lu Chaoga was overjoyed at this rate. They might soon break through to the 4th realm. The effect of half a jade soul is truly powerful. Suddenly the system chimed, drawing Lu Chaoga's attention. Having received a system notification, he muttered, a system notification. The system chimed again, then joyfully delivered good news. Congratulations, Momin Cultivator, third realm +1. Lu Chaoga's eyes were filled with shock, finding it incredible. Another one? Who is it? He urgently wanted to know the identity of that person, so he quickly deployed his divine sense. Is it Luo Bing or Mo Dongfang? Let me see. He cast his gaze far away. Dongfang is in secluded cultivation, and praised proudly. This youngster surprisingly caused many statues of the great sage equal to heaven to undergo miraculous transformations. In that case, his aura still feels a bit. Could it be that he broke through? Could it be Luo Bing? He looked at Luo Bing and saw the young girl's delicate shoulders vaguely emerging from the water. She was soaking in the hot spring pool. Thinking wholeheartedly of Lu Chaoga, she muttered to herself, "Tonight I must work even harder. If I persist every day, it will certainly get bigger better. Keep it up, Luo Bing, for young master." He blushed, secretly admiring her. This girl clearly wasn't cultivating. He guessed excitedly. Could it be Xiao Qiu? Impossible? Even if her fortuitous opportunity matured, would she have a chance? Lu Chaoga extended his divine sense into Xiao Qiu's room to observe the situation. Let's take a look. He was speechless when he saw her eating in her dreams, continuously chewing on a towel. Why are these 2 slices of beef so tough? After looking around and checking carefully, Lu Chaoga withdrew his divine sense and stated confidently, "If it wasn't a disciple on the mountain, then it must be a disciple out traveling. My good disciples know how to work hard for my Momin sect." Thinking of Yang Shu, he guessed excitedly, "Although everyone was hand-picked by me, breaking through the third realm must involve some major fortuitous opportunity." The more Lu Chaoga thought about it, the more honored he felt. Most core disciples originate from Zhaoli County. My Zhaoli County truly produces outstanding talents. He narrowed his eyes, smiled, and reasoned enthusiastically. Perhaps it is also related to the special fortunes of a chosen child. Like me, I have been guarding my disciple this whole time. Dawn has begun to show outside. Lu Chaoga muttered to himself. It was dawn. Hiding slowly opened his eyes. He calmly adjusted his breathing with deep breaths. After finishing, his cultivation reached the 4th realm, 1st heaven. Lu Chaoga smiled and praised him. This youngster is 1 level higher than his master again. But it's nothing special. After all, just now, I just slapped 2 protagonists above level 40. The system displayed the following notification. Congratulations on receiving the Master-Disciple reward. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. He couldn't believe that just because his disciple leveled up, he also received a great gift. Lu Chaoga beamed with delight and excitedly read the notification. Damn, several million experience points. If I reap the rewards from my disciples' upgrades, that would be truly awesome. Hiding stammered as he realized his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. I'm in the 4th realm. This is all thanks to Master. Master even guarded me here all night. He looked at Lu Chaoga with immense gratitude. The kindness is heavier than a mountain. Hiding kowtowed and bowed to Lu Chaoga. He stood solemnly with his hands behind his back and generously told his disciple to rise. You know, I don't like this kind of formality. He stepped forward and placed his hand on Hiding's shoulder. He spoke softly. Stand still. Your master will examine your condition. Lu Chaoga tightly closed his eyes. He utilized his divine sense to scan. But he was astonished to find that the space in front of him was completely empty. He couldn't feel anything at all. Where is hiding? Gone. Lu Chaoga's divine sense. Chaoga searched everywhere in the room for hiding. Where is he? Where is that boy so strange? He was clearly here just now. Suddenly he realized with a shock, wait a minute. This youngster's innate skill is. Even if I stand right in front of you, you won't be able to detect my old stealth technique. It is an ultimate existence. Unless Lu Chaoga immediately withdrew his divine sense to confirm the situation. Seeing hiding still standing motionless in front of him, he angrily cursed internally. Damn it, it's really as I suspected. Try it again. Lu Chaoga closed his eyes and utilized his divine sense to scan. The result was still the same. There was no trace of hiding to be seen when he performed the secret technique. Lu Chaoga immediately regained his spiritual awareness and snapped his eyes open, astonished to find that hiding was still standing right in front of him, staring back at him without moving. Hiding was bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Lu Chaoga was ecstatic, enthusiastically observing hiding from every angle and then happily commenting, "Damn it, this kid is practically a born assassin. Silent and lethal, killing without a trace." He stroked his chin, evaluating in private. Moreover, this kid's shadow is even stronger than his actual strength. At the moment of life and death he will become 2 stage 4 experts. Lu Chaoga pondered deeply. Half a soul jade actually has such a miraculous effect. I wonder just how many soul jades exist in this world. According to what UUS said, soul jades are the remnants of power left by the Azure Emperor after he was killed by the Underworld King. He smugly made a quick calculation in his mind. If I work hard to collect all the soul jades and create disciples at the 9th stage, or maybe slightly weaken the power of the 8th stage, wouldn't that be absolutely wonderful? Such a perfect plan made him grin, and he patted Hiding's shoulder. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Lu Chaoga regained his composed expression, and then seriously spoke to Hiding. Next, I, your master, am going to pass on an extremely secret inheritance to you, which most likely originated from the 1st generation sword sect master. Hiding's eyes widened, completely thrilled. An inheritance from the 1st generation sword sect master. Lu Chaoga closed his eyes, began performing the secret technique, and gently explained, "Watch carefully how your master circulates his spiritual energy. This sword technique seems ordinary, but it can make every single one of your strikes unleash double the effect." He performed the technique smoothly and gracefully, executing each move with charm, gentle yet full of power. Opening Hiding's eyes, he decisively thought to himself, "That's right. I want to teach Hiding how to use basic attacks. Every strike a critical hit. That's the perfect niche for an assassin." Hiding observed with intense focus, not taking his eyes off for a second. After the demonstration, Lu Chaoga withdrew his strength and then asked concernedly, "Did you memorize it?" Hiding replied firmly, indicating he had understood. Lu Chaoga was somewhat skeptical, so he gently ordered, "Then give it a try." He was full of doubt, thinking he memorized it that quickly. "I learned this relying on the system, so I just made up a bit of it on the spot." Hiding stepped forward, concentrating all his strength. Lu Chaoga silently concluded, "If he really managed to learn it, then I can only say I'm truly amazing." Hiding closed his eyes, preparing to reproduce the secret technique he had just witnessed. Lu Chaoga nervously watched his movements. He bravely executed the first move, which was full of power, leaving Lu Chaoga stunned. Hiding continuously reproduced the moves, flawless in both technique and power, executing every single move he had just grasped from his master. He acknowledged Hiding's talent in surprise, realizing immediately, so this kid's comprehension ability is actually this high. This is only his first attempt and he's already this proficient. Lu Chaoga praised him excitedly. "Excellent. You have already completed the trial of the entire sword technique manual." However, something unusual still bothered him. But it's strange. Hiding's innate talent and physique aren't top tier either. Why did he learn it so quickly? Something is fishy. There must be a problem. Lu Chaoga asked his disciple, "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Hiding honestly looked confused, not understanding what he meant. So Lu Chaoga asked more clearly, regarding the incantations and mental techniques. Did you encounter any difficulties? Hiding shook his head indicating everything was normal. At this point Lu Chaoga made a bold inference. How could he be fine? Could it be that this disciple of mine who has no sense of presence is also one of the world's protagonists? He muttered to himself, then immediately dismissed the thought. No, that's not right. If this were true, the balance of realms would be broken. He narrowed his eyes, observing Hiding and judging him secretly. It seems the reason he possesses this level of enlightenment, Lu Chaoga gave a thumbs up, not sparing his praise, is inherently because he has a master who is the son of heaven's choice. Lu Chaoga cheerfully said to his disciple, let's go, let's get some sun. The two walked out together. He said gently to Hiding. Hiding for the Triennial Sword Inquiry Day. Next time. I, your master, do not plan to step in. He turned and looked at Hiding, entrusting him with confidence. You are my only disciple, the head disciple of Momin. Whether based on reason or righteousness, you must take on the responsibility and handle things on your own. He then faced forward, basking in the sunlight. Hiding widened his eyes, filled with admiration for his master. Dedicated and loyal. He cupped his hands and bowed to Lu Chaoga, accepting the noble and important task. He was very excited, wanting to show off to everyone, to let them know that Momin could not rely solely on him to be strong. Everyone must know that the disciple I taught is also an extraordinary person. Lu Chaoga grinned, feeling extremely pleased at the thought of these triumphant achievements. At that time he would be smug and proud. Momin's reputation would continuously and rapidly rise. As for things like sect promotion quests, they would be simple. He looked up at the boundless cloudless sky, calculating silently. But now he must create some opportunities to let the world know how formidable my disciple is. Given Hiding's strength, he now needs to find a suitable person to help him gain fame and prestige. He thought of the beauty in his mind, Pei Chanshan. He had long since made a plan. Don't we have a very good tool at home right now? Fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, perfectly suited for sparring with my black and sturdy disciple. Time to act. He turned to Hiding and instructed, you have had too little interaction with your peers. That's why you don't know your actual current strength. I, your master, will find you a sparring partner. You must cherish this opportunity. Hiding paused, scratched his head in thought. A sparring opponent. Lu Chaoga crossed his legs, strode quickly, and affirmed proudly. What if she is the saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain? When we need her to do something, she has to do it. My Momin does not need useless people. The master and disciple soon arrived at the Momin training grounds. Hiding looked at the beauty before him in surprise. Is she the sparring opponent? Pei Chanshan crossed her arms, clear displeasure showing on her face. Why do I have to fight this guy? Isn't this person Lu Shishu's disciple? A mere second realm cultivator daring to make gestures in front of me. Right after commenting, she changed her tone in surprise. Wait, this kid seems to be in the fourth realm already. Lu Dongli asked her brother curiously. Brother, Hiding's realm, isn't it different from yesterday? Zhang Xinyan also quickly judged. And it's unreasonably high. He seemed to be only in the second realm yesterday. Lu Chaoga smiled meaningfully and replied, I just used a little trick, that's all. The two girls exclaimed in astonishment, admiring Lu Chaoga's capability. What a truly powerful Taoist friend. What a truly good brother. Upon hearing this, Pei Chanshan grew even more curious. A little trick. What kind of trick can raise one's realm by 2 levels overnight? She glanced over, feeling a hint of greed in her heart. I want to try this kind of trick too. She glared at Hiding, thinking arrogantly. You want to spar, huh? Let me see exactly what you've got. Pei Chanshan released her aura, muttering angrily and wronged to herself. I, the dignified saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain, have now been reduced to Momin's sparring partner. Since that is the case, I must still display the proper manner and standard. That statement sounds a bit off, doesn't it? She closed her eyes tightly and decisively started the battle sequence. I'll use divine sense to trap you, kid. Let's see where you can run. But just as she unleashed it, she felt utterly lost, because she couldn't perceive where her opponent was. Suddenly a sword move attacked Pei Chanshan, bringing her back to her senses, realizing he was still there. She hastily leaped back, dodging Hiding's sword. In her heart now, she dared not be careless anymore. I didn't expect to be unable to detect him even with divine sense. Is this Lu Shishu's only disciple? She quickly raised her spear to block. The two engaged in fierce close combat. Pei Qianqian commented keenly. The moves are very similar to Lu Shishu's, but he is still far from the mark. She decided to finish quickly, closing in on Hiding with astonishing speed, unleashing her strongest spear strike, knocking him off the platform. Pei Qianqian smiled triumphantly, thinking, "Praise me quickly, praise me. I defeated Lu Shishu's senior disciple." Lu Dongli expressed her concern. "Brother, actually, Hiding is not suited for these arena matches." Zhang Xinyan agreed and added that his true fellow Daoist. "Why don't we stop limiting the competition area and let Hiding fight freely?" Pei Qianqian pouted unhappily and retorted, "Disregarding me, the winner is bad enough. But you want another round." Lu Chaoga looked at Hiding's defeated figure below the stage, smiled, and stated his intention. "I want him to lose a few more times, and then recognize his own strengths and weaknesses." He commanded in a deep voice another round. Watching Hiding resolutely step onto the stage ready to fight again, Pei Qianqian pouted, muttering irritably, "Ugh, if Momin's food weren't so delicious, I would have turned around and run away already." But in a flash, Hiding, who had just been standing in front of her, had vanished without a trace. Looking at the silent, empty fighting arena, with only herself left alone, Pei Qianqian was utterly shocked. Even his physical form vanished. Was that not his full strength earlier? Pei Qianqian grunted, surprised to see a faint black shadow indistinctly approaching her. A ray of sword light decisively thrust out from that spot. Pei Qianqian positioned herself for attack, raising her spear to block. In that split second, right before her eyes, Hiding had just finished his move, and once again vanished into invisibility. This made Pei Qianqian highly vigilant. Gone again. He truly is like a phantom. She gathered all her strength, preparing to counterattack. "But I am the Saintess of Spring Autumn Mountain. Don't look down on me." Hiding reappeared from the void, attacking her heathen. Pei Qianqian snorted and counterattacked with her spear. The two moves collided fiercely. The aura exploded, powerful and robust. It seemed the scale of victory tipped toward the beauty Pei Qianqian, because she knocked the sword out of Hiding's hand. She smiled smugly and concluded, "You lose." She patted her chest valiantly in her mind, thinking confidently, This elusive vanishing ability is certainly hard to deal with. But he has only just advanced to the 4th realm. So I, Pei Qianqian, am still much stronger." Triumphantly she turned her head to look at Lu Chaoga. "Surely Shishu will praise me this time." Unexpectedly, the three people over there were engrossed in conversation, completely oblivious to the match that had just ended. Zhang Xinyan commented softly, "There has been progress. It's a pity Hiding hasn't fully mastered this ability yet." Lu Dongli quickly agreed. Yes, it would be much better if he restrained himself a little more. Pei Qianqian felt dissatisfied, opening her mouth wide. "Can't you even look at me, hey?" Lu Chaoga commanded loudly, "Keep fighting her. This time focus mainly on concealing your aura and use moves secondarily." Pei Qianqian froze, shouting in astonishment, "Again, if you keep this up, you'll have to raise my price." She gnashed her teeth and cursed Hiding, seeing him step forward again, cupping his fist in a salute, ready to fight. "Darn it! I haven't even agreed yet. Why are you saluting?" Lu Chaoga cunningly used provocation. "The Saintess of Spring Autumn Mountain. She seems a little angry. Then I have to provoke her a bit, so she can be happy being a tool." Action immediately followed thought. He ordered his disciple Hiding, "Remember to conceal your presence this time. If you manage to do just that, your chances of defeating the Saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain will be about 70%. Pei Qianqian couldn't stand these arrogant words. The phrase "defeating me" made her even angrier. She glared fiercely at Hiding, startling him. Pei Qianqian moved her thoughts, actively striking a pose, carrying her resolute will to never admit defeat. She shouted loudly at Hiding, "Come on. Use all your power. Let's see if you can defeat me." Seeing that she had fallen for the trick, Lu Chaoga leisurely invited the two beauties to accompany him, to enjoy tea at ease. "Let's go watch while drinking tea over there." She probably doesn't realize that her passion is actually just workplace dedication. The three of them enjoyed the fine tea, while observing the fight on the stage. Zhang Xinyan started commenting, "Hiding has become much more proficient." Lu Dongli made a bold assessment. But defeating Pei Qianqian, that is truly impossible. Pei Qianqian looked around, searching for Hiding's presence. This guy is getting better and better. I can't hear a single sound. I can only rely on instinct to sense him. A stream of black aura quietly appeared behind her again. Hiding launched an attack swift as lightning, decisively knocking Pei Qianqian down. She realized with astonishment Lu Qiaoge's true intention. He wanted her to constantly spar with him. So that's what martial Uncle Lu was planning. He's improving so fast. She counterattacked with her spear, shouting confidently. But you want me to lose? Impossible. Hiding used his invisibility technique again to evade the attack. Pei Qianqian was annoyed and yelled loudly, trying to leave too late. She cast a spell to trap Hiding, completely stopping his invisibility technique. Hiding was hit, panicking internally. I'm trapped. Pei Qianqian seriously gave a comprehensive evaluation of Hiding's abilities, saying, although your strength is extraordinary, but if you encounter an opponent who possesses the heaven and earth stream spirit, it will be difficult to win. The main reason is unstable foundations. Apart from your cultivation realm reaching the fourth realm and powerful moves, there's nothing else outstanding. She bluntly pointed out Hiding's weakness. And only after speaking did she realize her mouth was faster than her brain. How could I be so harsh to him? How am I going to freeload food and drinks in moment later? He is martial Uncle Lu's primary disciple after all. Wouldn't my actions be slapping martial Uncle's face? After lifting the spell, Lu Qiaoge's hearty voice reminded Hiding. As expected of the saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain, Hiding, you must learn from her. He clapped and smiled, saying to Pei Qianqian, Qianqian, come with me. She trembled all over her face, pale, lamenting internally. It's over, I really did offend martial Uncle Lu. Tearfully she turned to Jiang Xinyan, earnestly sending a distress signal, Marshal, and save me. But she didn't say anything, just followed Lu Qiaoge's footsteps. Pei Qianqian was utterly terrified. It's over, Marshal Aunt Jiang is ignoring me too. Is the genius girl of Chuanqiu Mountain going to fall flat on her face here? Pei Qianqian looked at Lu Qiaoge's back, pouting as she thought. My name is Pei Qianqian. Just now I slapped the face of the top young genius in Qingzhou. Now he's taking me somewhere nobody knows about. He probably intends to kill me to silence me. Shaking, she desperately and urgently called for help. Does anyone know how to escape? After walking for a while, Lu Qiaoge stopped. He whispered, we've arrived. Pei Qianqian, distracted, shed tears, rambling incoherently. We've reached the execution grounds. It's over. Yang Shulin's cosmetics. The fragrant bones of the mantle. Shu Nis lip balm. Goodbye, O right and master, goodbye. Lu Qiaoge softly began. Qianqian, your senior uncle has a question for you. Before he could finish, she screamed in panic. Is it a life or death question? Lu Qiaoge gently continued. Your senior uncle wants to ask you. Has Soul Jade appeared in Beizhou as well? Pei Qianqian froze, asking in return, what Soul Jade? He confirmed seriously again. Yes, Soul Jade. Pei Qianqian sighed in relief, as if recovering from a shock, and replied. Senior Uncle Lu, surely you already know about this matter. You scared me to death. I thought it was. It's actually about this. That kind of thing is completely worthless. She heightened her guard. Because this was a top secret matter for the sect. The effects of the Soul Jade matter are very severe. Remember, it must never be leaked. This is a secret of Chuanqiu Mountain. Panic among the public is forbidden. Any Soul Jade that is collected must be handed over to the sect immediately. But Chuanqiu Mountain is extremely strict about the secret concerning the Soul Jade, allowing no rumors to spread. The Qingzhou Sword sect must handle it the same way, right? Then how does Senior Uncle Lu know about it? Lu Qiaoge saw through her thoughts and immediately smiled and explained to her. Not only do I know about this matter, but I have also dealt with some Soul Jade fragments. Pei Qianqian was incredibly shocked, unable to believe what she had just heard. What, Senior Uncle Lu? Does the deal with you mentioned mean sealing or destroying? Dealing with it, can that thing actually be destroyed? He decisively emphasized the latter, of course. Pei Qianqian stared blankly, full of doubt. She questioned him, bewildered. Destroyed? Even Master said that he had no way to completely destroy the Soul Jade. He could only seal it. Lu Qiaoge looked out, watching the sunlight stream through the bamboo forest, and nodded. It is true that the Saint Master is indeed the most powerful person in this world, with immense divine power. He raised his voice and questioned Pei Qianqian. But Qianqian, do you think the Saint Master, the Elder, is omnipotent? She denied with hesitation. Of course not. Lu Chaoga calmly implied and explained. You don't need to be overly surprised. It's like birds can fly, and fish can swim freely between heaven and earth. Everyone has their own unique abilities. This is a very simple principle. Pei Qianqian gaped, sweat trickling down her forehead, thinking, of course I understand that principle. But the problem is among all the people. Under Chuanqiu Mountain, absolutely no one can destroy Soul Jade. Seeing that she seemed to have taken the bait, Lu Chaoga shrewdly added more credibility. This time Zhu Yue specifically came to Mo Min and gave me half a piece of Soul Jade, asking me to help deal with it. Lu Chaoga thought smugly, excellent. That expression proves she's hooked. Keep it going. That way she can successfully become my #1 utility person. Pei Qianqian suddenly realized, thinking to herself, Zhu Yue knew this secret before me. No wonder he knew about this place. I thought he came specifically to find me. She rested her chin in her hand, analyzing seriously. Zhu Yue is the sword venerable of the Qingzhou sword sect. Could the sword sect have known about Senior Uncle Lu's ability for a long time? Soul Jade is a corrupting object ceiling. It definitely wastes a lot of Master's spiritual energy. According to her deduction, because the statuses of the two of them are comparable, this conclusion was drawn. Based on the same logic, if the Sword Venerable wants to seal Soul Jade, he also has to waste a lot of spiritual energy. But if they use Senior Uncle Lu's ability, then the Sword Venerable won't need to waste any spiritual energy. If this accumulates over time, she gasped, shocked by her own hypothesis, then the Sword Venerable will become stronger than the Saint Master, and Qingzhou will eventually surpass Beizhou in power. Pei Qianqian urgently asked him, Senior Uncle Lu, if I have Soul Jade, can I also do as Zhu Yue did? And bring it to Mo Min and ask Senior Uncle Lu to help deal with it. She naively believed that Pei Qianqian, the saintess of Mount Chuanqiu, absolutely couldn't let such a thing happen. Lu Chaoga was ecstatic inside, but he had to deploy his natural acting talent. The moment he put on a serious face, Pei Qianqian immediately fell for it. Does Master Lu's expression mean this is difficult to handle? Did he strike some kind of deal? Or have some secret involving Zhongjian? Is that why he agreed to help deal with it? He smirked triumphantly, thinking, the time is ripe. If I delay any longer, I'll mess it up. He accepted Pei Qianqian's proposal, and casually added a few words to sweet-talk her. So be it. You are a newcomer among the younger generation and well-liked by everyone. Before I met you, I often heard her mention you. She asked back excitedly. Really, Master cares about me? Lu Chaoga shrewdly made his demand. I can destroy the Soul Jades for you, but you must promise me one thing. It was a lie, of course. She never mentioned her once. Pei Qianqian stammered her reply, feeling uneasy in her heart. What is it? If it's just about money, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, I don't have much money right now, and Master probably won't give me funds either. He solemnly instructed her. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone without my permission. She breathed a sigh of relief and immediately agreed. No problem, is that all? I can agree to 10 conditions like that. Looking at Lu Chaoga's composed manner, she still had some lingering doubts. However, this relates to what Master Lu said, and destroying the Soul Jades will likely be very troublesome. I still need to keep this a secret. Only when I collect the Soul Jades can I hand them over to Master Lu. Having figured this out, she became more resolute. After all, he is Master Zhang's man. I can't let anything happen to him. Come to think of it, it's impossible for me to encounter Soul Jades every time I go out. Right, this time she was finally right. Just like the protagonist of this world. Truly, every time she went out, she would encounter a Soul Jade. This is the protagonist's destiny. In this world. 4 words. Lu Chaoga was overjoyed and showed his cunning nature, because he had tricked Pei Qianqian, besides turning the saintess of Mount Chuanqiu into his utility tool. There was something even more important, and that was his much larger ambition. I must establish myself here and complete the North Continent's main quest. Lu Chaoga explained in detail why He was focusing specifically on the North Continent. As everyone knows, every region has different main quests. The main quest of Qing Continent is called the Sword of the Underworld King. Its final boss is a sword cultivator who rose from the dead. The main quest of Bei Continent is called the Fiendish Spectre Nirvana. The final boss of this quest is a terrifying mutated beast that rose from the dead. In my past life I was a player in the North Continent, so I am far more familiar with the main storyline than that of Qing Continent. That's why I resolutely chose the North Continent route. If I manage to complete the North Continent's main quest, it will be just like using a cheat code. He smiled and looked behind him at the innocent Pei Qianqian. And now the most crucial thing is whether he can convince this young girl. He muttered internally, let the scheming begin. Then he turned around, smiled, and called out Qianqian. Her body stiffened and she asked anxiously, "What is it, Master Lu? You're not trying to go back on your word, are you?" Lu Chaoga merely probed gently. Qing Continent hasn't been very peaceful lately. Are there any clues over in the North Continent about the great disaster? Pei Qianqian widened her eyes, suddenly remembering. She enthusiastically told him, "Something strange has indeed happened, but I don't know the specifics. However, it seems because of this, Master went down the mountain for a trip. So he wasn't trying to go back on his word. But I don't really know much about things like that." Lu Chaoga continued to probe deeper. After the Holy Master went down the mountain, did anything strange happen? Pei Qianqian shrugged and answered honestly, "Master didn't tell me anything. Master rarely tells me about these kinds of things. She treats me like a 3-year-old child." Lu Chaoga secretly conceded this point. "You certainly have a clear understanding of yourself." Pei Qianqian asked him, surprised. "Uncle Lu, do you already know something?" He knew all her little tricks. So how could he be easily led by the nose? This good child still wanted to lure him into revealing information. He solemnly instructed Pei Qianqian. "Because of my relationship with Xin Yan, I regard you as a junior. From now on, if you need my help with anything, just ask. Don't be shy." Her eyes lit up and she excitedly confirmed again, "Can I really ask for anything?" In fact, he was secretly trying to guide Pei Qianqian. Of course, he was hoping for something like, "Ask me to help you investigate the strange happenings in Beizhou." Who knew she was both a child and obsessed with money? Her one reply instantly froze him. "Can I borrow some money then?" Lu Chaoga's mouth twitched and he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Things have escalated this far and she's still thinking about money. Forget it, let me show you what an adult's rhetoric looks like. He smiled shrewdly and passed the buck to Jiang Xinyan. "If your Uncle Jiang doesn't object, then I have no objection." The moment Pei Qianqian heard Jiang Xinyan's name, her spirit immediately wilted. Well, Lu Chaoga blinked, taking advantage of the situation. "If your Uncle Jiang doesn't agree, then I can only secretly help you a little bit." Pei Qianqian jumped up, happily flattering Uncle Lu. "Uncle is the best." Lu Chaoga chuckled smugly to himself. "To be this happy just for a little money. You really are the best worker." He cleared his throat and brought up the main topic again. Back to the main topic. Qingzhou hasn't been peaceful lately. I believe the strange occurrences in Beizhou are definitely not simple either. You should pay close attention to this matter. Pei Qianqian bowed, accepting the task with a smile. "No problem. If anything difficult comes up, Qianqian will ask Uncle Lu for advice." Suddenly a system prompt popped up. "Do you want to participate in the main quest Evil Spirits of Beizhou? Nirvana Hill. I." Below were two options, yes or no. Lu Chaoga was ecstatic. Okay, it finally appeared. He decisively pressed yes, filled with strong confidence. "Starting today, I am the strategic center of the two worlds. Get the rewards ready quickly." Lu Dongli and Jiang Xinyan were anxiously waiting outside the woods. Lu Dongli said uneasily, "Brother and Pei Qianqian have been in there for so long, why haven't they come out yet? Should we use spiritual sense to look for them?" Jiang Xinyan replied calmly, "Let's wait a little longer. He must be dealing with something important." Lu Dongli grumbled inwardly, seriously. Why does a creature like a sister-in-law even exist in this world? And she's right here in front of me. I can't hit her and I can't talk back to her. She cried pitifully to herself. She was actually jealous. Having a little sister should be enough. Why do I need a sister-in-law too? Just as they saw Lu Chaoga and Pei Chanxian walking out, she immediately shouted, "A welcome brother is out." Jiang Xinyan quickly walked over to her beloved and asked curiously, "What were you and Pei Chanxian talking about for so long?" He leaned close to her ear and whispered a suggestion. "I'll tell you tonight. How about coming over to my place for a drink tonight?" Receiving Lu Chaoga's invitation, Jiang Xinyan blushed and replied shyly, "Are you thinking of something naughty?" Lu Chaoga teased her affectionately. "The thoughts in my head are 100 times naughtier than what you're imagining." Jiang Xinyan covered her bright red face with her hand. Then she shyly humphed. Lu Dongli walked ahead sulking, pretending not to notice the intimate scene behind him. Pei Chanxian meanwhile was simply overjoyed thinking, I'm rich. After a few rounds of challenges, He Ting still felt somewhat confused. What should I do? Should I listen to Martial Uncle Dongli? Or follow Master's instructions? After all, I've already lost several matches. He glanced at Lu Chaoga worrying. Master must be very angry, right? As soon as he thought that he met Lu Chaoga's icy gaze scanning over him, he motioned for He Ting to approach. Come here. He Ting nervously cupped his hands and sought guidance from his master. Lu Chaoga asked him seriously. You've already sparred with Pei Chanxian 3 times in a row. Do you want to clearly understand your own strengths and weaknesses? He nodded, looking slightly uneasy. He likely knew them generally, but wasn't sure if they aligned with what Master thought. Lu Chaoga pointed out frankly to He Ting. Don't walk around looking bullied all the time. It just makes people angry to look at it. Your master can see that after 2 matches, you have clearly understood your advantage. He patted He Ting's shoulder, doing his utmost to encourage his disciple to capitalize on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. One day, sooner or later, you will stop losing to the Saintess or the sword attendant. He concluded with a proud smile. After all, you are a disciple of mine, Lu Chaoga. He Ting became more resolute, cupping his hands and listening intently to his master's every word. A full moon hung high, illuminating the quiet night. Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan were drinking wine and admiring the moon together. He commented cheerfully, Tonight's moon is as bright and beautiful as ever. Jiang Xinyan tipped her head back and took a few sips of wine, feeling very comfortable and relaxed. She asked Lu Chaoga seriously, Can you tell me now? What did you talk about with Qianqian? Lu Chaoga looked at the wine pot in his hand and said concisely, recounting to her some matters related to the soul jade. Moreover, my intuition tells me that peace will not last much longer. She decisively took another sip of wine, then replied confidently, Lu Chaoga, if things are unbalanced, we will just flatten them. He praised her enthusiastically. Well said. This straightforward nature of hers still attracted him so much. He continued, feigning slight embarrassment, and stammered, Right, Qianqian proposed something to me. Jiang Xinyan immediately asked seriously, What proposal? Lu Chaoga continued with a carefree laugh. She asked me to make time to return to Chuanqiu Mountain with you. She said it was to meet someone and also mentioned something else along the way. He recalled the playful information Pei Chanxian had revealed to him. I can tell you in advance. The sect leader of our Chuanqiu Mountain used to have rumors that she once pursued Martial Uncle Lu. You know, once you return to Chuanqiu Mountain, the sect leader might not be happy. He mused. This kind of rumor involving the sect leader, and yet no one has come forward to refute it, means it's likely true. I didn't expect to have picked up a flower like this, and that I've even stirred up the flower. Belonging to the Chuanqiu Mountain sect leader, Jiang Xinyan blushed and replied anxiously, This matter. I worry this will bring trouble upon you. He gently took her fair hands in his. Lu Chaoga reassured her firmly. It's fine, in any case, sooner or later I will follow the same path as you. It just means some people might dislike me and cause a little trouble. Only once or twice. He smiled gently and joked. After all, it won't reach the point where the Chuanqiu Mountain sect leader has to personally step in to deal with me, right? Jiang Xinyan still wasn't completely reassured. Did Qianqian tell you? That was many years ago. I didn't realize so many years had passed. Lu Chaoga affirmed decisively. In that case, the sect master of Chuanqiu Mountain loses. I must go to Chuanqiu Mountain. Even if the road ahead is a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. Even if 10 disciples from the 9 great realms say they want to punish me, I must go. Jiang Xinyan felt relieved, smiling as she thought, that's right, he isn't afraid of anything. Following Lu Chao's lead, she asked enthusiastically, so when do you plan to return to the sect with me? Lu Chaoga answered firmly, within the next few days. Jiang Xinyan was slightly surprised that quickly. He held her hand, confessing deeply and passionately, in short, I won't let go. And I will cook for you for the rest of your life. Jiang Xinyan looked at him seriously and asked Lu Chaoga, are you serious about cooking for a lifetime? He tightly squeezed her hand, his eyes gentle and his tone certain. Of course it's true, he wondered internally. Why is she suddenly taking this so seriously? Hearing his affirmative answer, Jiang Xinyan's eyes shone like searchlights. She quickly raised her hand and started listing a string of dishes. In that case, I want steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, braised pork, stewed duck, spicy chicken, Songhua ham, preserved meat. Lu Chaoga was stunned upon hearing this. A pile of big question marks popped up above his head. He hurriedly raised a hand to stop her, asking with a look full of confusion, stop, where did you learn about all these dishes? He thought to himself, aren't these all things from the mortal world? Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan innocently reached out, lightly touching her chin and saying, that day I was wandering around at the foot of Danqing Mountain, and I heard a few Mo Sect disciples talking. I found it interesting, so I listened. I didn't expect that the more I listened, the more I felt that they were talking about many delicious things. After hearing her finish, Lu Chaoga was dumbfounded and speechless, thinking to himself, good grief, this is practically reverse cultural output from another world. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan seemed to notice Lu Chao's difficulty, and she said with a hint of grievance, I know that many people might never have heard the names of these dishes before. If it's too difficult for you, I don't have to eat them. She hesitated, then continued sadly, anyway, as long as it's food you make, I love eating it. Lu Chaoga paused after hearing her words. He pondered internally. Although her appetite is exaggerated, she is still able to control her desires and consider my feelings. Indulgence is the easiest thing, but restraint is the hardest. He quickly replied, any dish you want to eat is not difficult for me. At this point he lifted his storage ring. Immediately after, a pen and a book appeared floating out of the ring. Lu Chaoga said with a smile, if you don't believe me, we can sign an agreement. Jiang Xinyan looked at the 2 floating items before her. Her eyes filled with joy and anticipation. She excitedly said, you said it yourself. She quickly picked up the book, grabbed the pen and wrote diligently. Lu Chaoga rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her with devoted eyes. He thought to himself, even the most decisive woman will soften up during these small rituals. That is the most endearing thing about women. By now the moon was high in the sky, moonlight pouring down bright and dazzling. After a moment, Jiang Xinyan also finished writing. She held the book out to Lu Chaoga and said softly, I'm finished writing, take a look. Lu Chaoga quickly took it. He opened it and read him. Lu Chaoga promises to cook for Jiang Xinyan for life. If he fails to do so, the punishment is losing money when going out, being bitten by dogs for life, drinking fake alcohol. He paused here. At this moment Lu Chaoga gave a dry laugh. Your punishments are quite specific. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan broke into a radiant smile. She said thoughtfully, I thought these punishments would annoy you, but it won't hurt you. Lu Chaoga was deeply moved by her words. He thought to himself, she even considered everything for me when writing the contract. Suddenly he reached out his hand. A slight smile appeared on Lu Chao's lips. He quickly pulled Jiang Xinyan's hand into his embrace. At this moment she looked at him completely bewildered. Smiling, he picked up the pen and signed the contract. I'll sign this contract. After signing, Lu Chaoga swiftly tossed the pen behind him. He looked at Jiang Xinyan in his arms and said, next it's time to seal the deal. She still didn't understand what was happening. She asked blankly, stamp the seal. Suddenly Lu Chaoga moved his head closer to hers. Seeing this, Jiang Xinyan's cheeks flushed bright red. She stammered and asked, You want to stamp? Before she could finish her sentence, her soft lips were already met by Lu Chao's kiss. She was held tightly in his embrace. Her eyes were wide open, full of shock and confusion. After a while, Lu Chaoga finally moved away from her lips. He smiled and looked at the blushing Jiang Xinyan. His eyes were filled with triumph. He whispered softly, stamping successful, "The contract is effective." At this moment Lu Chaoga felt incredibly exhilarated. He was overjoyed. Master's taste is really good, but good things aside, everything must be done step by step. Moving too fast could spoil things. Suddenly Jiang Xinyan spoke. She mumbled softly, "Essay stamping, what seal who seals a contract like that?" At this moment Jiang Xinyan froze completely. Her face was as red as a tomato. Hearing her words, Lu Chaoga was completely stunned. Suddenly Jiang Xinyan fiercely pushed Lu Chaoga down onto the ground. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. She shouted, "If you want to stamp it, you have to stamp it all the way." The kissing sounds in the pavilion were ceaseless, echoing in the silent night sky. In a corner of a room, Donli was lying on her bed and covering her head with a quilt to block out the jarring sounds coming from afar. She pouted her face, confused, thinking, stamping the seal. She tried hard to concentrate and think, but it was all in vain. The sounds grew louder and louder. She tightly hugged her head. Donli's thoughts were complex at this moment. She cried out weakly, "Brother, sister-in-law, everyone, don't forget." Donli's divine sense covered the entire Tanakingshan. Therefore Donli buried her face in the pillow and completely covered her head with the quilt, trying to stop the suggestive sounds. She rubbed her head with her slender hands. She asked herself, feeling confused, "Should I be happy for them or should I be angry? The feeling is too complicated. I don't know. I don't know if I should keep watching." At this moment above her head, an angel Donli and a devil Donli appeared. She poked out from under the quilt, pouting in thought. Devil Donli spoke with a crafty expression. She slyly said, "Look, hurry and watch. Isn't this exactly what we wanted to see the most?" She glanced at Angel Donli and asked, "What's your opinion?" Angel Donli replied with an innocent face, "Don't watch, don't watch." After hearing Angel Donli's words, she said coldly, "Then I'll watch right now." Donli closed her eyes. She exerted her spiritual power to probe the location of the pavilion. But the entire pavilion was enveloped by thick fog, tightly covering it, obscuring the not-so-pure scene. Donli thought glumly, "It's covered by thick fog. If I force my way through, Gidge will notice." Donli quickly retracted her spiritual power. Pouting, she asked herself, filled with confusion, "If Gidge knew I was peeping, would he get angry at me?" 1. Donli collapsed onto the pillow in frustration, her face vacant. She mumbled, "If I keep being so stubborn, will Gidge stop liking me?" Saying this, Donli sighed. 2. The price of maturity is having to deal with everything by oneself. Donli curled up into a ball like a pupa spinning a cocoon, and kept wriggling in the tranquility of the room. The next morning sunlight streamed down. The sky was azure and the air was fresh. At this moment Pei Chanxian was stuffing fruit into her mouth. She lay sprawled out on the bench, enjoying the cool air, savoring every piece of fruit with relish. Xiao Zhou at this time was acting like a real attendant, holding a tray of juice, handing it to Pei Chanxian, though her face showed no pleasant expression. "Hey, senior sister asked me to bring you juice." Pei Chanxian took the cup, smiling radiantly. "Thank you, Xiao Zhou." She held the juice, sipping it slowly, feeling quite content. Pei Chanxian shouted happily, "Wow! This spot recommended by the servitude disciples for sunbathing at the foot of the mountain is really too comfortable. This chest sunbathing culture these players have started is getting more and more severe." Xiao Qiu left holding the tray, but her eyes secretly glanced at Pei Chanxian. She curled her lip, filled with disgust and dissatisfaction. "Oof, if it weren't for the fact that you have to be here to practice with the senior brothers and senior sisters, you would have been chased away long ago. Furthermore, because you are staying here, Xiao Qiu hasn't had a full meal in a long time. She's so skinny, yet she eats so much." At this moment Lu Chaoga was sitting and drinking tea, listening to Luo Bing, who stood beside him, report the situation. Luo Bing said in a serious tone, "Young master, most of our servitude disciples have reached the peak of the initial realm. A very small number have not yet reached the peak, but they are already at the 7th or 8th layer of the initial realm." He took a sip of tea, then asked Luo Bing, "Are there any other issues regarding the servitude disciples?" Lu Chaoga felt satisfied internally. This group of players has also reached level 10. This is just as I expected. Hearing his question, Luo Bing looked hesitant and said, "Yes, but it's somewhat difficult to mention." In the quiet space her voice grew softer and softer. Lu Chaoga didn't mind. He coldly spat out one word "speak." Lu Chaoga asked himself internally, "These idiotic players. Is there anything they could do that I couldn't accept?" Luo Bing had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "The behavior of the servitude disciples is somewhat strange. Some people seem to spend all day only researching how to take off their pants. Others are pursuing female disciples, constantly saying things like, 'Let me be your lickspittle.' And there are others who spend all day climbing trees then claiming they are sloths of the Tianqian realm." She spoke with a hint of fear. Lu Chaoga sighed after hearing this, thinking, as expected of these idiotic players. And Xin Yan seems to have been influenced by them too. Give it a little more time, and I fear the Tianqian realm will become even more magical absurd. Right, he placed his teacup on the table and ordered Luo Bing, "You may withdraw now. Continue to monitor their every move. If the timing is right you can offer them some guidance." Luo Bing respectfully bowed and replied yes. Lu Chaoga sighed helplessly, thinking, if the players' levels are gradually reaching 10, then the main quest must have progressed as well. Let me check. He opened the system, checking the Sword of the Underworld King quest. The current progress is 74%. Lu Chaoga looked at the quest progress and said indifferently, "It increased a bit again." Furthermore, when the main storyline progress increases by 10%, the system will issue quest rewards. Those players are still beneficial to me. The efforts of tens of thousands of people helped increase it by several thousand points. Next he walked to the window with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance, grinning smugly and saying, "It seems that in order to push the first wave of the Qingzhou main quest, I must personally take action. It's time to choose a good day to descend the mountain and add fuel to the fire." The system panel emerged. Available experience is 99,995,469 points. This number was still increasing every second. Lu Chaoga glanced at the experience panel and said seriously, "Since I now possess experience points that I can use, the rewards provided by the master and disciples, the rewards from those players, plus my own mission rewards, am close to accumulating 100 million. This doesn't even count the experience points I've accumulated over 20 years, but haven't been able to use yet. Experience." He gazed out the window thoughtfully, musing to himself, "As long as I can properly advance the first arc of the Sword of the Underworld, I will receive the ultimate reward." Lu Chaoga sneered, asking curiously, "I wonder what kind of great items the system will dispense." Suddenly a faint buzzing sound came from inside his robe. Lu Chaoga quickly pulled out a card. His eyes lit up and he was secretly pleased. The world protagonists chat room has started again. Then he'll sneak in and take a look. Since the protagonists always have more information than everyone else. He pressed the card and began infiltrating the chat interface. Lu Chaoga thought, after all, they are the favored children of heaven. As soon as he invaded, a disciple posted a message. Everyone, you must all know about my heroic deeds by now, right?" Another disciple quickly replied, "We already know about you being beaten by Sect Master Lu of the Momen sect." "We already know," another person agreed. Lu Chaoga sneered smugly after reading the messages, thinking, as expected of me, pretending to be part of the protagonists' chat room. Alright, just then, Pei Chanxian finished reading the message and was so angry she was steaming. She posted furiously, "Damn it, you don't know how powerful Sect Master Lu is, so forget it. If you have the guts, come and try it yourselves. If you have the guts, come and try it yourselves." Another disciple immediately replied, "If I get a chance to go to Momin, I will definitely go and seek guidance from Sect Master Lu." Another person agreed, "I, the humble monk, will too." After reading this, Lu Chaoga thought, "Humble monk, you've exposed your identity, kid." He smiled wickedly, thinking, if I recall correctly, this bald fellow in reality practices silent meditation, Biko-chan. Yet he spoke just now. So even though silent meditation requires staying quiet, he can still talk in the chat room, right? At this moment the invisible Lu Chaoga smirked and praised This guy discovered a new loophole bug in silent meditation. He stroked his chin, his face full of cunning and calculation. If I just let them continue talking, it won't be interesting at all. I might as well plant a seed here. And while I'm at it, see what news these protagonists have. Lu Chaoga quickly sent a message in the chat room. Everyone quiet down for a moment. Instantly, all the users simultaneously froze, their eyes widening when they saw his message. Pei Qianqian was enjoying a glass of water, and cried out in surprise upon seeing the message. The mentor is speaking. You also shouted in astonishment. The mentor. He held the card in his hand, and thought with a solemn expression. The mentor hasn't spoken for many years, but suddenly appearing today. I'm afraid something major has happened. Exactly. Lu Chaoga had been lurking in this chat room for years, practically sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Suddenly Lu Chaoga sent another message. Everyone please note what I am about to say. Chaos is coming, disaster is descending. You must pay attention to your surroundings. This message struck like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone else. As they read this sudden warning, their eyes widened. Pei Qianqian immediately sprang up after reading it, dumbfounded by the surprise, asking herself, disaster is descending. Could this be related to what Martial Uncle Lu mentioned? Yu was also stunned at this moment, his eyes wide as he stammered. Disaster descending, do we need to confirm this? He sent a message in the chat room asking, Senior, could you perhaps reveal exactly what kind of disaster this is? Lu Chaoga read Yu's message. He smiled contentedly and said, Good boy. I've been waiting for you to ask that question. He quickly replied, The Soul Jade has appeared after reading this message. Do you and Pei Qianqian both exclaimed at the same time? The Soul Jade, it really is it. Pei Qianqian tightly gripped the card in her hand, sweating coldly from nervousness. She thought worriedly, the Soul Jade contains an immense evil aura. Furthermore, even the Holy Master cannot destroy it. If this thing were to spread, it would likely give rise to countless evil cultivators chasing power. And those demonic cultivators craving evil aura would also become stronger. That being said, she still couldn't part with the delicious juice in her hand. Pei Qianqian drank, thinking to herself, this truly is a disaster. But a disciple surnamed Huang saw them discussing the Soul Jade, and also asked, the Soul Jade, last month your junior killed a corpse monster, and also obtained a Soul Jade fragment. Lu Chaoga held the card in his hand, clicking it repeatedly. He said with a sneer, things like world protagonists finding fragments of Soul Jade I've long grown accustomed to. A cultivator surnamed Wu left a message in the group chat. Small fragments aren't worth worrying about. But looking at the current situation in the world, a large number of Soul Jades are bound to appear. After Lu Chaoga saw it, he was completely unconcerned. He said greedily, it doesn't matter how many you pick up. What's important is that I need to find a way to get them all into my pocket. After all, my disciples are still crying and clamoring for food. At this moment Hiding was meditating and cultivating, surrounded by piles of Soul Jade. Scenes of his level continuously increasing appeared in his mind. The disciple surnamed Huang continued, the difficulty of this matter lies in the fact that there's currently no way to destroy the Soul Jade. After I obtained the Soul Jade fragment, I consulted my master. However, even with my master's power, he couldn't inflict any damage on it. After Lu Chaoga saw this message, he laughed craftily. He thought, this bald monk has taken the bait. He asked himself, Master, you are that holy monk of Buddhism, aren't you? He clicked the card, saying with a sly smile, since that's the case, I'll add some fuel to the fire. Lu Chaoga quickly sent a message in the group chat. This is indeed a difficult problem. In the past there were cultivators who came up with a way to resolve the Soul Jade, but this method might have been lost. He thought triumphantly. The best part is personally concocting it. At this very moment, someone must step forward and tell me that method. After Du saw this message, he felt extremely confused. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He thought even the guide finds the Soul Jade troublesome. In this world, only senior brother Chaoga probably has a way to destroy it. But if I reveal this information, will it become a burden for him because there's too much Soul Jade? The aura emanating from the Soul Jade carried the righteous spirit of a world protagonist. Du tightly gripped the card in his hand. resting his chin as he thought. But if I don't say anything, the world will be disturbed by the soul jade. What should I do then? Finally Duyu gritted his teeth. His heart filled with determination. He thought, but if senior brother Zhaoga knows, he will surely understand. Duyu mustered his courage and sent a message in the group chat. Senior, I your junior know that there is one more person in this world who can destroy the soul jade. At this moment Lu Zhaoga revealed a cunning expression, praising him with satisfaction. Haha, little Duyu. You're really amazing. He replied with unfeigned surprise. Are there truly such extraordinary people in this world? At this moment Lu Zhaog's face was full of smugness, laughing heartily. Thinking that extraordinary person is me. Duyu quickly responded, his tone filled with respect. I your junior can guarantee with my life. That person is indeed capable of destroying the soul jade. I only ask that senior not take offense. But I cannot reveal their true identity. That person is Chaoga. After receiving Yuyu's message, Lu Chaoga flashed a brilliant smile. He praised with satisfaction. Yuyu truly lives up to his reputation as my #1 helper. The more mysterious it is, the more it will ignite everyone's curiosity. He cheerfully edited the message, grinning and speaking with a scheming tone. In that case, let this mysterious flame burn even fiercer. Still, Lu Chaoga seriously sent a shocking message. This matter is serious, do not speak carelessly. Because the difficulty of destroying the soul jade is extremely high, and the method is also very difficult to control. When the message appeared, everyone was surprised and collectively wondered. Extremely difficult. Pei Qianqian held her card feeling very surprised. She thought to herself, the guide clearly doesn't believe it. But martial Uncle Lu is heaven's chosen one, and being able to destroy the soul jade is not something unbelievable. She kept tapping on the card, murmuring, I must raise martial Uncle Lu's reputation. Pei Qianqian quickly sent a message. Senior, I your junior also know that person, but I cannot reveal that person's name. Lu Chaoga chuckled and praised Qianqian. You haven't wasted the effort your martial uncle put into raising you. After achieving his goal, which was successfully piquing everyone's curiosity, Lu Chaoga said contentedly, my pushing campaign ends here. Next up is spying time. So he offered a concluding remark. He gently sent a message in the chat group. In that case, that is a good thing. After sending the message, Lu Chaoga sneered. I hereby announce my withdrawal from the chat room. You may begin. Don't disappoint me. That bald guy in the demon race. A curious person messaged and asked. Who exactly are the two of you talking about? Are you really unable to say? At this moment Lu Chaoga held a glass of water, looking expectantly at the large screen, striking a posture like he was watching drama unfold. It's starting. Pei Qianqian did not reply. Yuyu immediately replied, I cannot say. That person quickly explained, I don't mean anything else. Please don't misunderstand, seniors. It's just that I also acquired some soul jades these past few days. Lu Chaoga looked at the message excitedly and said, Here it comes, here it comes. Another person quickly replied to the previous message. Me too. That fragment of soul jade is still in my possession now, and there's no way to dispose of it. After seeing the messages, Yuyu fell into contemplation. He continually struggled internally, thinking to himself, I didn't expect everyone has encountered those evil soul jade objects. If I turn a blind eye to this, I fear it will endanger the entire world. Thinking of this, Yuyu hesitated, but if certain people harbor ill intentions, and know that senior brother Chaoga has a way to destroy the soul jade, then what if upon this thought, a terrifying scene surfaced in Yuyu's mind? He asked himself, what if senior brother Chaoga must be sacrificed to protect the entire world? What should I do? Yuyu frowned, his gaze resolute as he said, loyalty and righteousness truly put one in a dilemma. If anyone dares to frame senior brother Chaoga like this, Yuyu will fight them to the death. After an intense mental struggle, Yuyu finally decided with a definitive tone. He resolutely stated, I must protect the righteous path. But I must also protect senior brother Chaoga. He finished editing the message and sent it. In the future, if everyone has the chance to obtain soul jade, we can establish an internal rule. Transfer all the soul jades to me, and then I will take them to seek out that expert. After seeing Yuyu's message, Lu Chaoga finally achieved his cunning objective. He stretched, let out a massive yawn and said, "That brat finally figured it out. This is what a standard worker looks like." A certain man didn't know at all what intense psychological struggle you had gone through. Lu Chaoga, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked out of the corridor, breathing the fresh air. He looked up at the sky and said with satisfaction, "Things are developing exactly as I predicted. It truly lifts the spirits." Suddenly an idea popped into his mind. A smile played on his lips and he said with interest, "How about I go see Jiang Xinyan?" He thought to himself. As for descending the mountain to advance the main quest, he'll wait 3 days before dealing with it. And so in Jiang Xinyan's room, Lu Chaoja's confident voice rang out. "Fellow Daoist, I'm here to clock in again." Jiang Xinyan asked, puzzled. "Clock in again? How long will you be clocking in for this time?" Lu Chaoga swiftly replied. "How about starting tonight?" Jiang Xinyan was full of questions. An intimate sound echoed throughout the room, making the atmosphere romantic. 3 days later, in front of the gate of Danqingshan, Dongli and the various disciples were standing seeing off. Lu Chaoga, Jiang Xinyan, and Pei Chanqian. They were about to descend the mountain. Lu Chaoga asked, "Elder Dongli, are you really not coming down the mountain with me?" Dongli replied coldly, "The current situation is unstable. It is inconvenient for me to descend." That's what she said. But her heart was filled with distaste. She hated being around creatures called sister-in-law the most. At least she didn't want to be alone with them. Luo Bing stood nearby, her eyes full of regret, inwardly wondering, "Is Master really not taking me along?" Xiao Qiu said excitedly, "Sect Master Uncle Xiao Qiu wants to go down the mountain and play too. Cultivate." Hearing this, Lu Chaoga bent down and patted the little girl's head. He said softly, "The place we're going this time isn't suitable for Xiao Qiu to handle. Wait until you grow up a bit more. By then you can handle things on your own." Hearing him say this, Luo Bing tightly clenched her hands and nervously asked, "Then what about me?" She secretly wondered. "Am I big enough now?" Lu Chaoga said with a smile, "Now that Momen has so many auxiliary disciples, your master still needs your help. You will take good care of Momen, right?" Hearing Lu Chaoja's sweet voice, Luo Bing smiled happily. It felt like fireworks exploded in her heart. "Ah, is Master asking this of me?" Master has entrusted Luo Bing with a task. She quickly performed a bow, and her tone was firm as she replied, "Luo Bing will certainly not let down Master's expectations." At this moment the three of them had already boarded the magical artifact, preparing to leave Danqingshan. Waving goodbye, Lu Chaoja's voice rang out, "I shall return shortly." Xiao Qiu stood below, waving her little hands and shouting, "Xiao Qiu will definitely grow up fast. Sect Master Uncle, you must take me with you next time." They quickly flew away. The auxiliary disciples saw his magical artifact below, discussing excitedly. One disciple loudly proclaimed, "Look up at the sky quickly. That is Sect Master Lu's flying artifact." Another disciple saw it and excitedly followed suit. "That's right, it's Sect Master Lu. I've watched his recordings again and again. That definitely is Sect Master Lu." An auxiliary disciple asked curiously, "Sect Master Lu has never left the mountain before. What exactly is the reason for him leaving this time? Could something have happened in the Tiangshuanji?" Ma Buxiu sighed, placing his hands on his hips. "It seems our Qingzhou is about to face troubled times again." Lin Huagan stood beside him and added, "And it's chaos stirred up by our Momen." Lin Ali, blushing, gazed at Lu Chaoja's retreating figure. "If possible, I also hope the esteemed sect master could stir me up." Upon hearing her words, the two auxiliary disciples, confused, turned their heads to look at each other. Meanwhile in Qingzhou, a small river gently flowed between two valleys. This is the Wanha River. A river maintains a warm temperature all year round. In other words, it is a natural wild hot spring lake. At this moment a hand slowly touched the water surface. The warm water spread out, causing him to involuntarily exclaim, "Ah!" Suddenly a scorching heat transferred into his hand, causing that person's hand to start smoking. Looking at his smoking hand, the old man frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "The water here is hotter than before." His face was filled with helplessness. "Never mind, let's choose this place first, since we are already here." He blew on his hand, making a whoosh sound. He turned his head and looked behind him. He commanded Wenqing, "Follow me to the riverbed." "Yes, Pavilion Master," she quickly responded. Wenqing is one of the 12 Pavilion Masters of the Tianji Pavilion, responsible for collecting all intelligence for the Fengyue Tower. The token in her hand glittered, forming a thin protective barrier that enveloped both of them. With this protection, the two slowly moved toward the riverbed. That's right, yet another new Pavilion Master. At this moment the two of them had gradually sunk into the pitch-black riverbed. It is said that the Pavilion Masters of the Tianji Pavilion are all beautiful women. Although not transcendent beauties, they are all charming and captivating. Therefore those who wish to inherit the position of Tianji Pavilion Master are invariably beautiful women. At this moment the two of them had stepped onto the riverbed. The old man spoke, "It is here." But this old fellow had an awful heart. If he couldn't use something himself, he wouldn't give it to those who needed it. In front of him was a cave emitting a dazzling red glow. He began to unleash his pitch-black spiritual power. With cold eyes he said, "The heavenly Tao guided this Pavilion Master so that he could be resurrected here." That surge of black spiritual power quickly enveloped the entire cave. At this point the cave had shattered into many small pieces, revealing a glowing coffin suspended in the river. Witnessing the sight before her, Wenqing was dumbfounded, staring intently, without moving. She thought in astonishment a dark bronze coffin. The old man stood nearby, stroking his long white beard. "Wenqing, do you know who lies in this coffin?" Wenqing bowed slightly, smiled and respectfully replied, "This Wenqing is naturally unaware. I asked the Pavilion Master to enlighten me." The old man glanced sideways behind him and asked with a cunning smile, "Do you know Yue of the Sword Sect?" Hearing this, Wenqing immediately replied, "Of course I know Perfect Sword Intent, the Sword Venerable, the swordsman. He was once revered as the foremost swordsman in Qingzhou, but as far as I know Yue is still alive." She said this with a face full of confusion. The old man sneered, "Think again. The Sword Sect doesn't have only one Yue. There was someone else, someone who was his equal. But who died young?" Wenqing suddenly realized, her eyes widening. She quietly asked, "Could it be the disciple of Sword Sect Master Li Zuofeng? The one who was being groomed as the Sword Sect's next sect master?" she asked, filled with intense doubt. Hearing this, the old man's eyes immediately lit up. Undisguised satisfaction filled the old man's eyes. His smile became even more complacent, as if he had won a great victory. He replied, "That's right, it is none other than Li Zufeng's beloved disciple, Jinshi." Before Yue appeared, he was the most outstanding young person in the Sword Sect. There were rumors that he was being groomed to take over as the next sect master. Wenqing listened to every word the old man spoke, completely shocked. Her eyes widened. She couldn't believe the reality before her. She stared intently at the old man, who was laughing heartily, unable to close his mouth. She secretly wondered, how is it possible that the corpse of the most favored disciple of the esteemed Sword Sect Master is in the hands of the Pavilion Master? She recalled carefully. That year great chaos erupted in Qingzhou, and Jinshi took many disciples to quell the rebellion. Jinshi killed evildoers all along the way. No demon cultivator was his equal. But the final outcome of this battle was that Chen Qi's entire army was wiped out. At that time Sect Master Li Zuofeng was furious. But Chen Qi's lifelamp was already extinguished, and death was unavoidable. Sect Master Li Zuofeng gritted his teeth in anger, turned around and shouted at the disciples behind him, "Damn it! Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, you must find Chen Qi's body and bring him back." In front of him was Chen Qi's life lamp, which was now extinguished, filling the entire room with smoke. Wenqing continued to ponder. It seemed the entire Qingzhou was shaken by this. Everyone went searching for Chen Qi's body, but the Sword Sect found nothing. Chen Qi's body seemed to have evaporated from the world. It now appears that the Pavilion Master was behind all of this. At this moment, that bronze coffin began absorbing the red spiritual energy originating from the fragments of the cave. Wenqing looked at the old man with eyes full of admiration. She thought, the Pavilion Master's methods are truly formidable, managing to deceive the entire Sword Sect and blind the divine sight of the 4 great divine swords. Truly worthy of being the Pavilion Master of our Tianji Pavilion. Suddenly the coffin shook violently, churning the surrounding water currents. Seeing this, Wenqing widened her eyes in confusion. By this time the coffin had changed from golden to crimson, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy in the river water. Wenqing spoke up full of doubt. Why did the coffin turn crimson? The old man stood nearby showing a smug smile, and answered Wenqing's question. It is forgivable that you do not understand. He explained. Beneath you use perfect sword physique. There are 6 accompanying aptitudes, and Chen Qi possessed one of them. The world called Chen Qi's aptitude the fire god sword aura. Behind him stands a fire god, massive in form and filled with imposing power. With sharp eyes, blazing flames enveloped Chen Qi's entire body. His aptitude is extremely suitable for complementing fire-based cultivation techniques, making his power far exceed that of ordinary people. At this moment, the coffin had completely turned crimson, constantly emitting grinding and creaking sounds. Seeing the change, the old man smiled sinisterly, and said, "It is time." He took out a cracked azure jade sphere, looked at it with a strange laugh and thought to himself, "The 25th step of the great heavenly chess game is about to begin." The old man raised his crude wooden staff, and gently waved it a few times. Immediately after, the coffin lid sprang open rapidly. Streams of spiritual energy interwoven with blazing red fire continuously surged outward. He tossed the azure jade sphere upwards, muttering something under his breath, reciting a spell. He chanted the spell relentlessly, and the azure sphere continuously emitted black ghostly aura. They fiercely competed to merge with the red spiritual energy inside the coffin. Suddenly the old man's eyes glowed blood red, and he continued muttering incessantly. The sound of the incantation, mixed with massive and powerful spiritual energy, enveloped the entire riverbed. Wenqing could not bear this powerful spiritual energy. She held her hands out in front of her, blocking the spiritual energy that was swirling around her face. She thought the power is truly immense. This power made her uncomfortable, as if she had fallen into a dark and foul hell. The azure sphere continuously accumulated spiritual energy, gradually turning into a scorching red. Then they simultaneously plunged into the coffin suspended in the river. The coffin kept emitting grating harsh noises. Wenqing couldn't stand it and covered her ears. With a grimace she half opened her eyes to look at the coffin, thinking to herself, that ghostly aura and death chi are being channeled into the coffin. At this moment the old man stopped chanting. He panted heavily, exhausted, and reached out to touch his wooden staff. He sighed and said, "It is done," he thought to himself. The 25th step of the great heavenly chess game has succeeded. In Qingzhou, in front of the Sword Sect Gate, a tall tower stood beneath the azure sky. The sun was warm. The Fate Pavilion. This is where the Sword Sect disciples' life lanterns are placed. If the life lantern is lit, it means they are still alive. If the life lantern goes out, it means they are dead. Inside, all the lanterns were burning brightly. At this moment, where Chen Qi's life lantern was located, a small cluster of blue flame began to appear, flickering inside. Immediately after, Chen Qi's life lantern lit up. At this time, 2 Sword Sect disciples were guarding the entrance outside. One disciple asked curiously, "Senior brother, it's time now, shouldn't we inspect the life lanterns as usual? We have to check them every day. Why aren't we doing it today?" The disciple's voice continued to ring out. Inside, Chen Qi's life lantern shone brightly. Amidst a sea of golden life lanterns, suddenly a figure walked towards Chen Qi's life lantern. That person quickly waved a hand, and immediately after, the blue flame on the lantern was completely extinguished, leaving only a wisp of smoke floating up. At this moment the other disciple replied, "Let's do a round of inspection then." The 2 quickly opened the door and walked inside. One disciple blurted out, "Although life lanterns can only determine life and death, and don't directly affect the person themselves, it's better to be safe than sorry. We should check just in case." The 2 chatted animatedly as they walked, completely unaware of the wisp of white smoke dispersing in the air. Behind them, looking down from the ceiling, a shadowy figure appeared, sitting on the crossbeam. He was watching everything below. Just then the lamplight shone over, revealing a corner of golden clothing. This was the clothing of a high-ranking Sword Sect individual. After the inspection was complete, one disciple said, "No anomalies. Senior brother, let's go." That disciple quickly replied, All right, at this point that person quickly departed. Without making a sound. The Hall of Fate is not a place ordinary disciples can enter. A bloody storm related to Tianxian is gradually brewing at this moment. Meanwhile, atop the Dharma artifact, Lu Chaoga, Zhang Xinyan and Pei Chanqian were speeding quickly through the azure sky. White clouds floated by. Below them was a verdant river, winding its way through the lush green valley. Lu Chaoga stood with his hands behind his back looking into the distance, smiling as he thought to himself, if we keep flying slowly like this, we should be reaching Manhwa River soon. Behind him Zhang Xinyan was sitting cross-legged cultivating, while Pei Chanqian sat next to her looking around curiously. Her face full of excitement, she happily asked, "Down by the river. Their martial Uncle Lu. It's time for a meal now. How about we go down, eat a fish and then continue?" Afraid Lu Chaoga might disagree, she quickly hugged Zhang Xinyan tight. Sweetly rubbing her head against her, she said, "Martial Aunt Zhang seems hungry too, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan contemplated thoughtfully, ignoring Pei Chanqian who was clinging tightly to her like a worm. Although I'm not extremely hungry, being able to taste Chaoja's cooking, that wouldn't be bad either. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. He turned his head and happily replied with a smile, "Then let's go down and catch some fish." Pei Chanqian ran and jumped happily in the water. She excitedly tossed a fish into the air shouting, "Wow, martial Uncle Lu, I caught a herring this big." She quickly grabbed the big fish and laughed happily, saying, "Haha, looks like we're in for a treat." Lu Chaoga looked at Pei Chanqian gently. He smiled and thought to himself, Pei Chanqian's appearance and demeanor. If she were to wear makeup and dress up in that style of a rich young lady. At this moment Pei Chanqian was laughing happily. Wearing her school uniform, the image of her holding that big fish surfaced in his mind, like a lively and interesting painting. Lu Chaoga stroked his chin and jokingly asked himself, I wonder how many lustful scoundrels would become her fans. A little while later, that fish from just now has turned into delicious fragrant roasted fish. Pei Chanqian's voice rang out full of excitement. It smells so good. Lu Chaoga sat in the middle. He picked up a brush and oiled the roasted fish. He said with a smile, "Roasting fish requires careful attention to the heat. If it's taken off a little earlier, it's ready. A little later and it will dry out." Zhang Xinyan watched him roast the fish full of admiration. Pei Chanqian across from them had her mouth wide open, dumbfounded. Her eyes were fixed squarely on the fish. She couldn't help but drool. After a moment Lu Chaoga spoke. "You can eat now." Zhang Xinyan and Pei Chanqian hurriedly tasted the delicious roasted fish he had made. Pei Chanqian picked up a steaming piece of fish meat. She held it near her mouth and continuously blew on it. She said impatiently, just smelling it. "It already smells this good. How will it feel when I eat it? I can't wait." She quickly popped the fish meat into her mouth and chewed it with relish. After tasting it, Pei Chanqian's eyes shone like stars. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "It is so fragrant. Martial Uncle Lu, you're even amazing at cooking." Lu Chaoga turned his head, watching Pei Chanqian enthusiastically eating the fish meat. Casually, he asked, "Want to learn how?" Hearing him say this, Pei Chanqian froze completely. She whispered, "To be honest, I don't want to learn. Ha 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 ha, I only like eating, not cooking." Pei Chanqian delivered these words with gusto. Suddenly Pei Chanqian turned her head. She winked at Zhang Xinyan beside her, and said in a teasing tone, "Martial Uncle Zhang on the other hand should learn that way. If you miss the delicious food Martial Uncle Lu makes after returning to the sect, you can make it yourself to enjoy." Zhang Xinyan was startled by her words, sweat beading on her forehead. Suddenly Lu Chaoga spoke. "She doesn't need to." Zhang Xinyan held her fish plate looking at him confusedly. Lu Chaoga winked at her, revealing a smile. "We already have an engagement and the seal has been stamped." Hearing this, Zhang Xinyan blushed. Covering her mouth, she smiled and nodded. Pei Chanqian watched the two of them. They smiled at each other. Their display of affection left her brain filled with huge question marks. She thought to herself, stamping what seal? What kind of seal can you eat for a lifetime? Doesn't understand, completely doesn't understand. At this moment Lu Chaoga spoke in a serious tone. "After investigating the situation here, if there are no potential catastrophes, then I can travel with you to Chunky Ocean." After hearing this, Pei Chanshan's eyes sparkled. Her face was filled with excitement. She quickly asked. "Oh really?" Pei Chanshan continued happily. "Doesn't that mean we can eat martial Uncle Lu's delicious food even in Chunkyishan?" Lu Chaoga gazed at the blushing Jiang Xinyan. He smiled gently and said, "It's true." Pei Chanshan excitedly raised both hands. Amidst the joy, she kept shouting inwardly, "I get to watch a show, there's good drama to see." Lu Chaoga glanced over. Smiling, he reminded himself internally. However, this trip to Wenjiang is not meant for sightseeing. According to the information he received in his past life, while browsing the forums, the first boss of King Ji's main quest, the Nether King Mingwang, the sword of the Nether King, first appeared right above this Wenjiang. The emerald river water sparkled under the sunlight, as if hiding an immeasurable threat. In his previous life, Lu Chaoga read news on the forum. The forum announced that a mysterious boss had appeared at Wenjiang. Many players were consecutively harmed. He secretly wondered to himself, 70 or 80 people couldn't even defeat one boss. After reading the news, he curled his lips in disdain. He thought inwardly, it was only detected as 5th realm TSK. You guys are truly useless. When it first appeared, that boss was only in the 5th realm initially, but by the time it was defeated, it had already reached the 7th realm. This means that if he is left alone, he will become even stronger in the future. At this moment, Lu Chaoga stood in the distance, gazing at the river billowing thick smoke. Suddenly he sneered, full of confidence. "And the thing I, the chosen one, enjoy doing the most is taking his life when he is weak. That being said, the reason I wanted to come here in the first place was actually because this leader had connections with the Mo sect. This leader is named Chen Shi, and he was a Jianzong disciple. He was the primary disciple of Jianzong before Du appeared." His expression gradually became solemn at this moment. Lu Chaoga thought seriously to himself. Back then he was sent down to suppress the rebellion, and he recruited people from many surrounding sects to go along. As the image of a white-haired man appeared in Lu Chaoga's mind, he thought on in silence. And my Mo sect was on the recruitment list. Back then the Mo sect, apart from my young parents and one old elder, everyone went all out. The sight of them standing and seeing off the other disciples on their way is still vivid. But that time everyone in the Mo sect died. The painful memory of the blood-soaked sword and the disciples' bodies strewn across the field clearly surfaced in Lu Chaoga's mind. Lu Chaoga stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distance, his mind lost in profound contemplation. That happened 30 years ago, and his father and mother constantly mentioned it to him. It was the regret of their lives. And Chen Qi also died in that incident. So this matter was unavoidable. He pondered, full of doubt, and asked himself, but how could Chen Qi be resurrected? During the turmoil created by the Jianzong initially, his body was never found. Different traces. There must be a hidden secret behind what happened 30 years ago. Thinking of this, he looked at the calm river before him. Once I find Chen Qi, perhaps the truth can be revealed. He thought. At this moment he looked up at the sky, where leaves were fluttering in the wind. A look of strong determination crossed his face. Meanwhile, somewhere along the Wenmi River, a young man was standing on the bank undressing. He stretched and began to warm up, his body muttering confidently, "This is great. The mission is to catch 3 azure scale fish, right? Watch how I complete it for you. This is Qian Buju, an old acquaintance. Do you all remember this unfortunate man? This young man locked up in prison, whose nickname is Qian Buju LV2. Starting the trial. This man started playing this game when he was incarcerated. He's back again." After stretching, Qian Buju trudged into the water. He put one foot in the water and asked, "Hey, is the water warm?" This time, he came to the Wenhe River to catch fish for his new mission. Incidentally, after several months of effort, he has now leveled up to level 9. Suddenly, Qian Buju turned his head sharply as if sensing something. On the bank, beside him was a brown-haired girl, dressed in blue, standing there and looking into the river. She began to roll up her sleeves, murmuring to catch the azure scale fish. "It looks like I have to go into the river." Qian Buju looked at her, filled with regret, and thought, "She looks pretty good. But it's a shame she's so covered up. The girl still hadn't noticed Qian Buju's gaze. She began rolling up her pant legs preparing to enter the river. Whispering, "If I'm going to catch fish I can't let my clothes get wet." After all, experience told her that a wet body was very uncomfortable. Qian Buju watched the girl roll up her trousers, revealing her fair thighs. He was startled, a blush spreading across his face. Unable to take his eyes off the sight before him, he secretly thought, "Oh no." Qian Buju's gaze is now completely focused on those slender, pale legs. He smiled happily, and couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, now my mind is full of her legs." The girl started catching fish, but no matter how hard she tried, the fish kept slipping from her hands. She couldn't help but shout, "Ha! They're too hard to catch it seems if I don't get into the water today. You little fish won't know how powerful I am," she said with a firm tone, and began to take off her outer jacket, revealing her slender waist. The girl quickly threw her clothes onto the ground. Qian Buju hid behind a large rock, wide-mouthed in shock, secretly thinking, "Can I watch this without paying?" At this moment, the girl had already changed into a green swimsuit, highlighting her slender and sexy figure. She secretly thought, "This swimsuit is my favorite." But it cost thousands of yuan. However, Qian Buju simply couldn't take his eyes off the sizzling sight. He stared intently, his face burning red, nosebleed uncontrollably flowing. He secretly thought, "Oh no. Now my mind is full of her legs. Since she wants to catch fish, I'll help her catch them. Afterwards we'll get to know each other." And after that, a romantic scene began to unfold in Qian Buju's mind. In the scene, he and the girl walked arm in arm into the auditorium, witnessed by everyone. Then together welcomed a cute baby boy, living happily ever after until they grew old together. Finally they were buried together. Thinking of this, Qian Buju happily muttered to himself, "Such a life is truly too perfect." Qian Buju, filled with determination, told himself, "Now I'll start working hard, first catch the fish, and then get to know her." After saying that, he quickly jumped into the river. Qian Buju submerged himself, his eyes scanning back and forth, whispering, "Green-scaled fish, where are you? Come out now." He swam for a long time. Suddenly Qian Buju's eyes widened, as if he had just seen something. "Is that the girl's backside from earlier?" Qian Buju blushed, his gaze fixed on her. He exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, whoa." The girl seemed to notice Qian Buju's gaze, and quickly glanced behind her. She looked at Qian Buju, and found his eyes fixed intensely on her. She cried out with disgust, "What a pervert, this scoundrel! I need to get away from this pervert quickly." She swam away swiftly, leaving Qian Buju far behind. Qian Buju was still immersed in happiness at this moment, drooling with joy. He excitedly thought to himself, "She looked at me, she actually looked at me. It's too wonderful." Suddenly beneath his feet, a mass of black gas surged up from the riverbed. A coffin lid flew straight into the air, hitting Qian Buju directly in the face, making him dizzy. HP is dropping rapidly. Qian Buju spun around in a daze, asking himself, What happened? Did something just fly past? Did it come from below?" Qian Buju looked down, thinking to himself, "Let's try to sense it." He leaned down and activated his detection system. System alert. Something below is of a dangerous level. It's lethal. Qian Buju asked in his mind, shocked. Something life-threatening. Looking at the shape of this shadow, it seems far from simple. Should I run? He opened his friend's interface, thinking, last time because of Lu Zhangman's voice message I instantly went viral online. This might be another opportunity for my breakthrough. What difference does mere lifespan make? If I die, I die. From the depths of the lake, a turbulent vortex was fiercely churning. Note that is not actually a flood dragon Jiaolong, but the spiritual light left behind by residual true energy. In Qian Buju's view, the enchanting beauty was floating in the current. She was happily holding a small fish. He exclaimed, "Wow, my wife is amazing. She caught a fish." The camera zoomed in. She noticed the gaze fixed upon her, and a flash of irritation crossed her face. He, however, continued to gush. "My wife is looking at me, ha ha ha." Beneath the lake's surface, a dark and profound spiritual energy was quickly rushing towards him, as if sensing an ominous sign. His face suddenly froze and he thought, Wait. Wasn't I trying to film the dark shadow underwater? As soon as the thought occurred, Shinbuga cast his gaze toward the lake bottom. That spiritual energy, carrying immense deterrent power, emerged from the black depths. He was startled and stammered, "That hat is." Shinbuga opened his eyes wide for a closer look. Unable to hide his shock, he spoke incoherently, "That is faintly visible behind that powerful dark energy." A murderous gaze flickered. He shouted, "It's a person." The system immediately displayed a red notification. Danger warning object. Approaching mystery boss. Fear gradually enveloped his mind. He quickly raised his hands to shield himself, his mind reeling. Red boss, a boss level, am I going to be killed again? A hand wrapped in energy rapidly struck, tightly grabbing Shinbuga's neck. His eyes bulged and he found it difficult to breathe. He thought, "Oh, this feeling is so familiar." Shinbuga was quickly propelled to the surface by this overwhelming force. He struggled in vain. Internally he kept yelling, "Oh my God! I've been restrained again." With dark conjunctiva and crimson pupils, the murderous gaze suddenly glanced at the young beauty. Dark energy surrounded his body. As he watched her with sharp crimson eyes, the young beauty stood frozen before the overwhelming power. Seeing that she was in danger, he clenched his teeth, thinking he spotted my wife. The person immediately dragged Shinbuga to the surface. He reached out, warning her wife, "Quick." Before he finished speaking, the young beauty was fatally struck. She was still holding the little fish in her hands, her face filled with confusion, still unaware of the mortal blow she had received. Witnessing the horrific scene, he was utterly stunned, still shouting, "Run." They rushed onto the water surface at extreme speed, creating considerable disturbance. Water splashed everywhere. His feet were as light as a leaf treading on the water. Standing before Shinbuga was now an incredibly handsome man. His hair was snow white, and his eyes were sharp. He asked, "Where is this place? What year is it now?" Despite the dangerous person before him, he ignored the questions. Tears welled in his eyes and he pressed his lips together, cursing repeatedly, "Damn it. Curse you." He struggled desperately. He flailed and kicked wildly at the man, constantly screaming, "You killed my wife. I'll fight you to the death. I will never forgive you." His voice gradually became indistinct, making a very childish sound. On a tall nearby cliff edge, Dazhu and Wenchang were secretly watching. She curiously asked Gozhu, "Since you have allowed him to be reborn, why are you hiding from him?" The elder showed a cunning smile and replied, "You wouldn't understand." She turned to look at him, her face filled with confusion. Dazhu reached out and stroked his beard, a sinister calculation in his expression. He thought to himself, "This is truly a perfect chess piece." At that moment he suddenly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the sky. His face was filled with astonishment and he gasped. Hearing this, Wenqing quickly looked up. She asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" He quickly waved his hand. A swirl of black and white energy wrapped around them. His tone was full of urgency. Behind that eerie energy, Wenqing's eyes caught sight of something interesting. She thought. High above the layers of floating clouds, faintly visible, was the image of Lu Cheage's Qingzhou flying carpet. Below, Shinbuga still hadn't given up. He was burning with rage, his expression icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as he furiously hurled vulgar words. Suddenly Lu Chaoga spoke, interrupting the gloomy atmosphere below. "He is only a cultivator of the initial stage. He is ignorant. If you have any business, why don't you ask me?" Hearing this, both of them simultaneously looked up. He seemed to recognize the familiar voice, thinking that voice is hidden behind the white clouds. Lu Chaoga appeared shimmering under the sunlight. He looked like an immortal. He continued speaking provocatively. "Lying in a coffin for so long, has your neck gone crooked?" Without changing his expression, he coldly replied, "Who are you?" Lu Chaoga stood ramrod straight, chest thrust forward, looking imposing. He calmly answered, "The Momin sect." Lu Chaoga. Suddenly a beam of light enveloped Chun Chi's body. He slowly repeated, "Momin sect." Shinbuga was extremely happy to see an acquaintance. He kept waving at him and shouted, "Sect Master Lu, it's me, Shinbuga. You saved me last time too. Do you still remember me?" He looked at Lu Chaoga in surprise. He secretly thought to himself, "This kid, so it was him. My human camera." He kept gesticulating excitedly, his eyes squinting with laughter. But the tears wouldn't stop flowing. Lu Chaoga looked at him. The corner of his mouth curved up into a smile, as a new scheme flashed through his mind. This must be a special kind of fate. That's right, the human camera has taken office. In a nearby clearing, a swirling mixture of black and white energy gathered, forming a giant vortex. The pavilion master and Wen Cheng appeared. His face was filled with terror, sweating profusely, panting rapidly. Hoo. Seeing the pavilion master's strange demeanor, she felt very surprised. She thought just now, the pavilion master could hold a pearl in his hand and resurrect the dead practically like a god. She observed silently, a hint of doubt flashing in her mind. She pondered. But why is he suddenly so afraid? He fled hundreds of miles in a single breath. Suddenly she recalled Lu Chaoga's image, and an idea immediately popped into her head. The disciple of the Sword Sect Master was revived by us. Could the person who just arrived be the Sword Sect Master? The pavilion master's face was gloomy and dark, his breathing unstable. He thought Lu Chaoga, the heavenly Dao chess player. Last time just glancing at him cost me one of my eyes. His face darkened. He gnashed his teeth, filled with resentment, cursing silently in his heart. This old man doesn't fear you. It's just not the right time to meet you yet. Besides, even if we are hundreds of miles apart here. He turned his head, and the pavilion master's eyes suddenly flickered with deep crimson light, emitting an intimidating aura. He thought, this old man can still observe you. Through his eyesight, Lu Chaoga, the martial uncle, and the Chuanqiu Mountain junior sister were aboard the Qingzhou. Below the lake were Chen Qi and Shen Bugu. He thought found them. Meanwhile, Chen Qi tilted his head left and right, immediately producing a creepy crack sound. Xiang Xian was very surprised when she saw him, and asked how was he still alive. Hearing this, Pei Qianqian immediately turned her head to look at her, unable to hide her curiosity, and asked, martial uncle, do you know him? She kept observing him. Jiang Xinyan replied, but 10 years ago he was already dead. Upon hearing this, her face turned pale and she stammered in response. How dead? Then how could he be? Many questions surfaced in her mind. Isn't he standing right there? Could he be a ghost or a monster? She quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth, unable to hide her inner fear. She retreated behind her martial uncle. Jiang Xinyan continued to stare at her, pondering deeply. Clearly the aura emanating from him was not spiritual energy. There must be another reason. The system panel appeared. You have triggered an important character plot. Do you accept the mission? Just as expected. Lu Chaoga revealed a smile. He thought contemptuously. I knew Ida, main story boss. How could it not trigger a quest? Of course I accept. The system continued to display the mission details. Entry-level mission. Create a huge commotion. Let the world know the truth of Chen Qi's resurrection. Intermediate mission. Trap Chen Qi here. Time limit 30 minutes. Top-tier mission, execute on the spot. He placed his hand on his chin. A smug expression on his face. He thought, how interesting. It actually assigns leveled missions. He immediately activated the skill check on his opponent. A system circle appeared. He pondered internally. Let's see what kind of power this kid possesses. The system immediately scanned Chen Qi's personal data. System summary: name Chen Qi. Character level 51. Status weakened. Note the target possesses Soul Jade currently being absorbed. Soul Jade. Having determined his opponent's background, Lu Chaoga immediately summoned his sword. His hand was enveloped by a surge of pitch-black true qi. He thought in a weakened state. That's truly excellent. However, facing Lu Chaoga's disregard, Chen Qi was already getting impatient. Frowning, he asked, who are you? Lu Chaoga activated the spirit wind technique, emitting light from above. Around him autumn leaves danced in the wind. He replied commandingly, the sect master of Mo Men. Lu Chaoga. Upon hearing this, he whispered thoughtfully, Mo Men. Chen Qi turned his head to look at the Spring Autumn Mountain junior sister. He was somewhat wary of them. He thought this fellow was only at the third realm. Nothing to fear. But the two women behind him possess astonishing cultivation. People from Mo Men. Mo Men, which sect exactly is Mo Men? He tilted his head slightly. Chen Qi showed a look of disgust. He said, I have no impression of it. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga's expression instantly darkened. He recalled the sight of corpses scattered on the ground. A bloody sword engraved with the character Mo filled him with rage. My Mo men almost perished because of you. And you have no recollection. In a flash he vanished. Only the wind pressure he left behind remained in this spot. A devastatingly powerful sword move was unleashed. But regrettably it was blocked. Chen Qi straightened his chest, effortlessly taking Lu Cheage's sword move. It was merely a grazing strike, yet he had already discerned his swordsmanship. He opened his mouth and asked fourth-tier sword intent. He thrust his sword directly at his throat. Sensing the danger, Lu Chaoga immediately retreated backward, creating distance. He spoke with an arrogant tone. But you are still no match for me. Lu Chaoga pointed his sword at Chen Qi around him. Water droplets seemed to solidify in midair. He remained composed and replied coldly, "Is that so?" Suddenly he sharply widened his eyes, unable to conceal his astonishment. A powerful current from the deep ocean suddenly surged up. It surrounded him, forming an invisible cage. The current pushed Qianbagu out. He screamed loudly, "Aha!" observing the battle from above. Jiang Xinyan immediately extended her hand and activated her spiritual power. A bolt of golden spiritual energy like lightning rushed forward. That spiritual power caught Qianbagu. He was still screaming, "Ah!" He was carried onto the small boat by her. He kept kneeling and kowtowing, with joy written across his face. After finishing his speech, "Thank you, two great beauties, for saving my life," he immediately focused his attention on the fierce battle. Beneath that happy face, he thought, "But now I don't have time to appreciate the beauties. My mission is to broadcast Sect Master Lu's battle." He had already started the livestream. Lu Chaoga was currently on the screen, heroic and valiant, with one hand behind his back, and the other gripping his sword. He was standing on the calm water surface. With true energy flowing, his steps were light as flight. As he walked across the water, his hair fluttered in the wind. As he stood amid the ocean currents, he frowned and said displeasedly, "This is the power of the water tide." At this moment water droplets solidified in midair. Lu Chaoga had a triumphant smile on his face, raising the corner of his mouth slightly, and replied, Surging waves continuously surrounded them. The scene was utterly fantastical. The battle grew increasingly intense. Lu Chaoga wore a fierce, killing intent on his face. Slowly drawing his sword from its sheath, flashes of blue light appeared, accompanied by bursts of surrounding lightning. He swung his sword downward. Powerful streams of energy continuously surged forth. His eyes shone brightly, with a hint of anger in his voice. "It doesn't matter if you don't remember. This venerable one will make you recall." Standing within the enemy's territory, the opponent remained extremely composed. He puffed out his chest and sneered, "Ignorant child. How dare a mere third-realm expert refer to himself as this venerable one in front of me?" He swung his treasured sword and a sea dragon immediately appeared. His gaze was sharp and he continued to berate him. "Lu Chaoga, you are too arrogant. This is simply courting disaster." Facing this threat, he pointed the murderous tip of his sword at the opponent, charging forward like a whirlwind. His expression unchanged, he replied indifferently, "Is that so?" The two treasured swords containing destructive power collided, instantly creating an earth-shattering impact. Their energies were pushed backward by the force. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer. However, this battle was not yet over. They continuously launched attacks against each other. Explosions kept occurring on the live stream screen. The number of viewers had already reached 660,688. The audience could no longer remain calm. "To be honest, this boss is too handsome. A full head of silver gray hair, TSK, just standing in front of Lu Chaoga. It's clear I can't look away. 5 minutes. I demand all his information within 5 minutes. Who can tell me? Who exactly is this person? Can you stop asking us everything?" On the small boat, Xiang, Xian and Pei Qianxian were focused on observing the battle situation. Qianxian asked Martial Ant. "He surprisingly possesses fire elemental power. I have never heard of a figure like this. Who exactly is he?" She thought, or perhaps some kind of monster. Still not taking her eyes off the battle, Xiang Xian replied with a serious expression. "He died too early. So naturally you wouldn't know. But you must have heard his name." Her voice was somewhat low. She continued, "He is Chen Qi of the Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, Pei Qianqian opened her mouth wide in surprise. She couldn't help but ask back in astonishment, Chun Chi. She clasped her small hands together, with a trace of excitement on her face, and eagerly asked, "Before I was born, was he the founder of the Fire God Sword?" "That is Chen Qi, the one whose fame spread throughout Tianxian. Was he the disciple of the Sword Sect Master Xiang?" Xian calmly replied, "That's right." Inside the live stream room, the atmosphere gradually heated up as they watched the scene involving Lu Chaoga. Chaoga and this boss began fighting, without a clear result for a long time. To be honest, everyone in our sect often mentions him. Legend says he was very charming in his younger days, and the sect master groomed him as an heir. Don't laugh, I'm going to the Jianzong again. I heard my master mention it. I suspect my master had a crush on him when he was young. Just to add, my master is a man. Reportedly, my master was his registered disciple. Then doesn't that mean I've also met my martial ancestor? What are we waiting for? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and kowtow. Damn it, your martial ancestor is about to be slain. But the sword moves were still unleashed ceaselessly. Lu Chaoga was equally impressive, countering repeatedly. The impact generated by the clash of their techniques caused the seawater to splash like an exploding bomb. The spectators were abuzz with discussion. Sect Master Lu seems to be suppressed. Will Chaoga lose? If Chaoga loses, wait, isn't he over level 50? It's not like Chaoga hasn't killed them before. Above them, Xiang Xian observed him secretly deep in thought. She thought Chaoga is only at the 3rd realm after all. It's still very difficult to deal with a 5th realm opponent. Furthermore, this person has already recognized my 6th realm cultivation. Yet he still hasn't fled. Finishing her thoughts, she gently closed her eyes and transformed into her battle attire. In an instant, Xiang Xian was clad in magnificent iron armor, holding a long spear, incredibly sharp with surging air currents. She thought, I don't know what gives him the right, but if he dares to hurt my Chaoga, I must kill him. Seeing martial ant's murderous intent, Pei Qianqian secretly thought, panicking. Is martial ant about to make a move? That's great, sure enough no one can touch Chaoga. Although he continuously countered, Lu Chaoga was still forced to retreat. He charged forward like a pouncing tiger, showing a proud smile and mocking him. And you dare call yourself this venerable one with this level of skill? What's wrong? Lu Chaoga raised his sword in front of him, worry already evident on his face. He thought with some hesitation. Sure enough, even in a weakened 5th realm state, it is still the 5th realm after all. I must finish this quickly, otherwise his condition will only improve. He tightly closed his eyes, and a beam of light appeared. He thought internally, although I am level 31, and not your match, then I can only. He swung his hand and the surrounding light suddenly erupted like a volcano. The immense pressure forced Chen Qi to stop abruptly. Levels continuously rose +1, continuously increasing. But facing this suddenly overwhelming power, Chen Qi raised a hand to cover his face, frowning in surprise. A battlefield breakthrough. This kid actually has a trick like this, able to increase an entire realm in a short time. I only knew sword, venerable lord. High up in the air, the two of them were equally stunned. Xiang Xian thought, Chaoga is having a battlefield breakthrough. Pei Qianqian standing nearby opened her mouth wide and quickly said, Martial Uncle Lu reached the great perfection of the 3rd realm in the blink of an eye. He slowly opened his eyes, and those eyes contained surging and magnificent energy, so powerful that his hair fluttered in the wind. Lu Chaoga secretly observed the surging spiritual energy around him. This is the great perfection of the 3rd realm. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face, thinking, since I want to level up, I might as well go straight to the maximum. After all, he has nearly 10 million experience points available to use. Lu Chaoga's mouth curved slightly as he thought. Plus there's still a bit left over. When trying to break through a major realm, it will gift another advancement task. This time True Chi. Perhaps the system will let me choose the goal of the task. As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel popped up. Seeing this, he smiled smugly. Here it comes, the main quest and the advancement task. Running simultaneously, earning double pay for one job. Even capitalists would run away if they saw me. Many options appeared on the system panel. Advancement task. Yellow, blue, purple, orange. He said resolutely. Of course it's orange, kill Chen-Chi. Requirements for the task. The orange option shows the advancement level task. Locate ZUA of the Fiend Association Fiend Alliance. A fiend cultivator lurking in the darkness. And kill them. He immediately turned his head and looked around. A thought flashed through his mind. I didn't expect that in this dark place there would actually be a hidden fiend cultivator. Not giving Lu Chaoga a moment's peace, Chen-Chi rushed over quickly, filled with killing intent. Beside him were 3 fierce fiend beasts, condensed from spiritual energy. He shouted loudly, so what if you broke through? You are still only at the 3rd realm. A large explosion caused by the collision of powers occurred, sending seawater splashing everywhere. Lu Chaoga lowered his head slightly, his gaze sharp, with a hint of displeasure on his face, thinking, although there is a fiend cultivator lurking in the shadows, the most urgent task right now is still slaying Chen-Chi. The surging waves rushed toward him like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. He remained very calm, standing steadily on the turbulent sea surface. Sharp sword light radiated outwards. In the blink of an eye, Chen-Chi was right in front of him. He spoke with a tone of mockery. If you think this is enough to stop me? He charged towards Lu Chaoga. With a look of anger on his face, he gritted his teeth and continued. You are indeed gifted. You even resemble the sword venerable from back then. The same realm breakthrough, the same youth. He swung a sword filled with powerful spiritual energy at Lu Chaoga. His face full of resentment, he retorted. But if it were when I first started, I could kill you within 10 breaths. An explosion occurred again, shaking the entire vast sea area. After the smoke cleared, their figures gradually became visible. Lu Chaoga blocked the sword strike. He replied with a scornful smile. I see now. Lu Chaoga's expression was firm. He continued with a scornful smile. Your face is written all over with envy. When Chen-Chi heard Lu Chaoga's insult, he was practically driven mad with rage. He continuously swung his sword, shouting violently. You are talking nonsense. But facing those savage sword moves, Lu Chaoga remained very calm, easily deflecting the attacks. Lu Chaoga continuously poked at his sore spot. You who were once called a genius, have never managed to become a sword master. Or a sword venerable. Explosions continued due to the collision. Sword chi shimmered faintly. Lu Chaoga continued triumphantly. I'm afraid this has become your inner demon, hasn't it? As if struck in a vital spot, he froze. His angry face now held a trace of astonishment. Seizing the opening, Lu Chaoga's power of water tide struck him. One side of his cheek distorted from the force. The strike was astonishingly powerful, sending him flying. Chen-Chi tried to regain his footing on the water, plunging his sword into the water for support. He knelt on one knee, fatigue showing on his face, and drenched in sweat. An unsettling thought surfaced in his mind. Do I have an inner demon? Giving Chen-Chi no time to rest, Lu Chaoga charged towards him. He struck straight down from above, unleashing a deadly blow. The force of the sword move caused the sea to churn violently. Lu Chaoga revealed a scornful smile. He said, I guessed right after all. A peerlessly sharp slash was unleashed. Chen-Chi couldn't react in time, and could only raise his bare hands to block. He shouted, You're lying. He immediately stood up, refusing to be at a disadvantage. He immediately made a move and a large-scale tornado appeared. It was like a sharp blade, tearing apart the space here. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga retreated backward. A surge of spiritual energy wrapped around him like blue flames. His voice was filled with rage. Breaking through the 9th realm in one go is truly marvelous. Chen-Chi revealed his form, his body completely unharmed just as before. The knife wound on his hand was also slowly recovering. The spiritual energy around him continuously surged, his aura powerful and his expression serious. He continued, But my body is now immortal. Hearing him say this, Lu Chaoga fell into contemplation. He felt somewhat uneasy. Wait until you reach that stage. The 9th realm is indeed considered an undying body. But right now, Lu Chaoga pointed the sharp sword tip at Chen-Chi and a surge of dark power immediately surrounded his body. He replied, You undying my foot. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of Chen-Chi turned stark white. A blood-red trace appeared before his eyes, stunning him like a lightning strike, freezing him in place. but deep down he slowly registered this overwhelming power. He widened his eyes and thought to himself, he truly is strong. A sword had already slashed horizontally across Chen Shi's abdomen. He was utterly shocked. He hadn't felt that sword strike at all. Many unsettling thoughts surfaced in his mind. He truly is strong. The wound healed quickly. He turned and looked behind him, thinking to himself, but I haven't fully digested the soul jade yet. I have more important things to do. There's no need to tangle with this guy here. Chen Shi rapidly dashed away like a gust of wind, fleeing the scene. Deep down he was still very smug. I have an undying body. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Not even that Lu Realm guy. Seeing his attempt to flee, Lu Chaoga immediately flew high into the sky. He drew back his hand ready to strike with his palm and shouted down, trying to run. Hearing this, Chen Shi glanced behind him thinking, so what if you strike with your palm? My body will recover anyway. Suddenly he stopped, feeling intense pain radiating from inside his body. He widened his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment. He quickly turned his head to look behind him, but it was already too late. Lu Chaoga's hand had already pierced through his body. His face was filled with terror. Lu Chaoga immediately withdrew his hand, and he was sent flying hundreds of miles away. His body crashed into the water. Splashing waves. Lu Chaoga held Chen Shi's enormous soul jade in his hand. Lu Chaoga smiled and continued, haha, an undying body you say? A hole appeared on his back. Unable to heal. Fresh red power constantly drained away. Struggling to sit up, he stammered, how? How could you see its location? On the other side, the pavilion master was observing the battle with his spiritual sense. He screamed hysterically, breaking through the ninth realm in one step. Breaking through the ninth realm in one step. Seeing his frantic state, she thought to herself, breaking through the ninth realm in one step. The sword venerable is already unable to advance further. The one you came for isn't the sword venerable. When Shang was greatly astonished, her face filled with contemplation. Then who exactly are you? Why would you make the pavilion master so terrified? He stretched out his hand, shouting maniacally. How could he know the location of the soul jade? Did he receive a hint as well? In the back. When Xing was extremely surprised by his words, she stood stunned, pondering. I wonder what the person who broke through the ninth realm and can also see the soul jade looks like. I'm suddenly a bit curious. The pavilion master was in a frenzy, stretching his hand toward the sky. He yelled, I haven't lost yet. I can still handle this. Unsteady on his feet, the pavilion master tightly grasped his wooden staff. His face was full of anger and he gnashed his teeth. He kept muttering to himself, yes, I still have a backup plan. It's not just taking things one step at a time. Meanwhile, due to the loss of his physical body, Chen Shi's soul jade true chi gradually faded and he looked utterly haggard. He was in extreme agony. Lu Chaoga was triumphant, mocking him aloud. Your power of immortality comes entirely from this soul jade. I could tell immediately. On the live stream screen, the number of viewers had already reached 6,666, 6,667. The sight of Chen Shi kneeling at Lu Chaoga's feet, his energy continuously draining from his body, thrilled the audience. The soul jade is crucial. It is a key item in the Sword of the Nether King main quest. The Sword of the Nether King. Lu Chaoga seems to know a lot about this thing. Isn't it obvious that he would know? Because he's an NPC. Part of the key main plot. Does that even need saying? I still say the same thing. If Lu Chaoga isn't an NPC in the Tianxian realm, then I'll chop off my own head for everyone's entertainment. Brother Entertainer is here again, everyone come take a look. Lu Chaoga's eyes emitted a bright glow. He spoke calmly. All the ghost chi and death chi, as well as the soul jade inside your body. Nothing can escape my sight. You don't have an immortal body at all. Turning to face Chen Shi, Lu Chaoga repeatedly hurled threats. You should have died with my Momen predecessors more than 10 years ago. If you live once, I'll kill you once. He suddenly stood up, turning filled with resentment and fury. He raised his sword and yelled at him, Lu Chaoga, give me back the soul jade. Before he could even reach Lu Chaoga, Chen Shi took a solid hit. His face was pale and his eyes were wide. Lu Chaoga frowned and said with disgust, you, without the support of the soul jade, you truly look pathetic. Lu Chaoga swung his sword. One of Chen Shi's arms was severed. His sword was suddenly lifted from the water surface by water energy. Chen Shi knelt at his feet looking utterly miserable. He smugly curved his lips into a smile, thinking to himself, the bait has been cast. That guy hiding in the shadows. You should be taking the hook now. Still unwilling to give up, he charged at Lu Chaoga like a moth to a flame, reaching out to try and snatch back the soul jade. His face haggard, he continuously screamed, "Soul jade, I need the soul jade. With the soul jade I want die." With a slight shift of his body, Lu Chaoga easily dodged him. Chen Shi painfully collapsed onto the water surface. Lu Chaoga looked down at him, his tone full of mockery after losing the soul jade. "Your movements are truly unsightly. You look just like an addict." Suddenly from behind him, a blue aura of energy appeared. That person turned his head to look at Lu Chaoga, revealing a scornful smile, and spoke. "Finally you took the bait. I have been waiting for you for a long time." The system then popped up a notification. A Yao cultivator is approaching. The mission is about to fail. The Yao cultivator ahead is desperately fleeing. He thought, how could I possibly let you escape? As soon as he finished thinking, Lu Chaoga shot his black sword towards him. An ugly demon beast suddenly appeared behind him. It opened its massive mouth about to swallow him whole. Facing this tricky situation, Lu Chaoga remained extremely calm, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, I'm going to slightly deviate from the plan. This maniacal fighting style of Lu Chaoga's is trading life for life. Even if your beast bites me to death, I will still pierce you with my sword. From high up in the sky, a crimson lightning bolt descended, creating a world-shaking roar and tearing apart the space here. Lu Chaoga raised his head and looked at his celestial maiden. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face as he thought, I still had the great summoning art hidden away. Summoning my wife. The strange beast gradually dissipated. From above, Zhang Xian descended like a celestial maiden. Their eyes met, creating a dreamlike and ethereal scene. With slightly reddened eyes, she asked softly, Fellow Taoist Chaoga, are you all right? Above Qingzhou, Pei Qian and Qian Bagu could not hide their astonishment. They were constantly amazed, thinking that this strange beast is a level 41 boss. Instantly killing the martial uncle in one hit is simply too unbelievable. If that hit us, well then, we would probably be torn to shreds. In the live stream footage, the gigantic vortex scene was caused by Zhang Xian's single spear strike. 66,666,667 viewers after witnessing it could only utter one word, wow. Meanwhile, the live audience was utterly shocked. They kept discussing, this cool older sister is too powerful. Just who is this older sister? Could she be Lu Chaoga's romantic interest? If that's the case, then Lu Chaoga's partner is seriously incredible. Having personally witnessed Zhang Xian's prowess just now, a large number of male viewers had already fallen for her. They praised enthusiastically. Amazing, where can you find a wife who has both looks and strength? Where do you even look? My stomach is weak, I want to rely on a strong woman. Back inside the Tianqian realm, Lu Chaoga and Zhang Xian were observing the gradually dissipating body of the strange beast. He said this strange beast is a hidden worm. No wonder this demon cultivator could hide so well. She immediately responded, its ability is still inferior to He Ting. He Ting's hiding ability is innate. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga quickly turned his head to look at her. He replied with a wry smile, fellow Taoist is right. His mind was filled with thoughts. The hidden worm indeed has the ability to conceal its aura, but it cannot compare to He Ting. From a distance, the shadow of the demon cultivator was faintly visible. He was painfully kneeling on the water surface. He continued, since I'm fine, I need to go deal with him. Please refrain from intervening, fellow Taoist, leave him to me. On the other side, the demon cultivator Chongyan had been pinned down by Lu Chaoga's sword. He felt extreme terror. Many questions arose in his mind. How did he discover me? He recalled the moment when his brother traded with the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion. He thought, when my brother traded with the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion back then, I was present too. Brother wanted me to follow that Tianji old man to see what exactly he did with the soul jade. and then find an opportunity to seize the soul jade. Lu Chaoge slowly walked toward Chongyan. Seeing Lu Chaoge, he was utterly terrified. Above him, Lu Chaoge stood upright, radiating imposing aura. The sunlight glistened, shining down upon him. Chongyan's heart was filled with shock. I didn't expect this guy could actually detect me. Chongyan gritted his teeth, his mind in turmoil. Since that guy could be revived by the soul jade, he must be of great use to the organization. Looking at Chun Chi, who was floating face down on the water, Chongyan thought to himself, with the soul jade in hand, we can create many people. Just like him, he grabbed the sword blade with a trembling hand. With an angry expression, he thought, this secret is immensely important to my ZUS society. But right now I must escape first. He pulled the sword out of his body and shouted, "Tail!" Immediately after, from below, a black shadow gradually spread out, enveloping him. Suddenly, from the bottom of the water, another strange beast surfaced. He quickly climbed onto its body. Facing the scene before him, Lu Chaoge couldn't help but be surprised. The massive strange beast quickly swished its tail and fled, leaving Lu Chaoge stunned behind it. Chongyan looked back, thinking to himself, that man in black is not scary, but that sixth realm woman is absolutely terrifying. Once I escape, I must find a chance to seize the soul jade. Since that is the case, I won't let him leave easily. Lu Chaoge retracted his sword and extended his arm forward. He chanted a spell. Water energy. Immediately a vortex coiled around his arm. The strange beast suddenly lunged towards the water surface. It roared in extreme pain. Chongyan panicked. He opened his mouth wide, unable to breathe, thinking it's so heavy. The blood in his body was being controlled by that guy. Knowing it was hard to escape, he angrily turned his head, cursing him. Damn it. He immediately waved his hand and used a move. Ghost faces appeared, enveloped by dark purple vital energy. They charged towards him. Sharp swordlight was released. In an instant, that pile of ghost faces was smashed into pieces. Lu Chaoge spoke with a calm demeanor. A fourth realm demon cultivator, do you have any other tricks? However, facing Chaoge's mockery, he shouted even more furiously. You are just a third realm cultivator. You have no right to stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, from the strange beast's mouth, a massive sphere of spiritual power immediately condensed and instantly shot out towards him. Four black flames carrying immense destructive power were released. Chongyan was triumphant. This black-tailed beast is exactly a fourth stage realm strange beast. With your third stage realm body, you absolutely cannot withstand its black fire. However, facing this overwhelming power, Lu Chaoge remained very calm. He waved his hand and chanted water of the great river. The surrounding seawater immediately surged and churned. The power of water instantly surrounded the pitch-black fireball. Two conflicting spiritual energies fiercely collided. Lu Chaoge smirked and said mockingly, mediocre. A cultivator of the third stage realm certainly cannot become an opponent for a fourth stage realm demon cultivator. Not even a fourth stage realm one. He majestically pointed his sword tip at Chongyan, feeling secretly pleased. But I am not mediocre at all. A small cut appeared on the palm of his hand. Blood continuously poured out from the wound. He extended his arm forward, towards the sky. He created a massive blood spirit orb to counter Chaoge's power of water. He exclaimed loudly, this guy is too difficult to handle. Lu Chaoge continuously swung his sword from behind him. He spoke, it's over. Chongyan panicked. To prevent him from easily succeeding, the strange beast immediately swung its tail and attacked him. It instantly slammed its tail heavily onto the surface of the sea. Lu Chaoge immediately leaped high, dodging the strike. Seeing this, Chongyan hastily waved his hand to signal it, urging continuously, stop being so aggressive. Hurry up and go, that sixth stage realm woman is still here. Taking the order, the strange beast quickly fled like a whirlwind, leaving the area. He turned his head back with a terrified expression, grinding his teeth and thinking, if it weren't for that sixth stage realm woman, I would have killed this bastard in black long ago. A mere third stage realm cultivator dares to show off in front of me. From above, Zhou Qing and Pei Chanxian couldn't help but be surprised. She thought to herself, this demon cultivator is extremely strong, possessing the strength of the fourth stage realm. Even if I attacked with all my strength, I couldn't easily defeat it. Looking at Lu Chao standing calmly on the placid sea surface. She felt a little curious. Senior Uncle Lu. What are you planning to do? Staring intently at Chao's grin, a thought flashed through her mind. So this guy's trick uses blood as a medium. In that case it's much easier to handle. He gently lowered his head. He frowned, casting a sharp gaze towards it. The strange beast rushed swiftly and agilely towards the bottom of the waterfall. Lu Chaoga pursued closely, thinking, in the end, if you really had some trick to escape, my advancement quest couldn't be completed. Glanced behind him, Chongyan roared angrily. You bastard! A mere cultivator of the third realm, daring to pursue me. Are you not afraid that I will actually kill you? As soon as he finished speaking, the exotic beast turned its head. It opened its mouth wide and began to gather black flames. But faced with this situation, he remained very calm. He smiled faintly and replied, if you truly had the ability, you would have killed me quickly already. Wouldn't running away be better? Immediately after, he unleashed sharp sword chi, attacking them. Chongyan didn't have time to defend, and could only raise his hand to block. The sword chi continuously cut his body. He cursed painfully, damn it, no more running. I must kill this fly. He put his palms together loudly, responding to his provocation. Let me open your eyes, and let you see the gap between you and me. He swung both palms out. The blood spirit gradually condensed into a huge ghoul head. It looked terrifying. It roared out a deafening scream. Beneath the silver mask, a sharp gaze was revealed. He inwardly gloated. This is still some distance from the sixth realm. If I kill this kid in one move, and then abandon the black-tailed beast to escape, will still make it in time. On the live stream screen, the demonic cultivator executing the sinister blood spirit technique appeared. The audience erupted. Holy cow! That demonic cultivator is using a big move. Sect Master Lu is in danger. So demonic cultivators are this powerful. Even Sect Master Lu looks like he's just tickling him. You're talking nonsense. Sect Master Lu is clearly just playing with him. Stop arguing, everyone. Chaogagu seems to be in danger. Is anyone at the scene? Quickly go and help my Chaogagu. Shut up, you vile women. That is my Chaogagu. The blood ghoul immediately opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. It devoured the sword techniques completely. He roared, you despicable fly, die. Facing his fierce resistance, he merely gave a scornful smile and replied, oh. Is that so? Lu Chaoga suddenly appeared right in front of Chongyan. A slight breeze still lingered around him. Seeing this, he was utterly astonished. He raised his bloodstained hand and loudly declared with a tone of contempt, you dared to show yourself, be buried by my blood explosion technique. He looked up and answered unhurriedly, blood explosion technique. Once your blood leaves your body, it is no longer within your control. Hearing what he said, he could not hide his shock. He immediately looked up. The sight before him was no longer the blood ghoul. Above there was now only a single, deep crimson blood sphere constantly accumulating. He was stunned and speechless. This. A sharp sword light slashed out. His eyes widened, his pupils constantly dilating. In his eyes the reflection of Lu Chaoga appeared. He held his sword majestically, pointing it at him. He explained, this is the power of water. The blood within the body, being water as well, is also under my control. Chongyan fell. The blood-soaked sword was still dripping blood. The system displayed task complete. The scene shifts to the underground tunnel of the Purple Moon Society's altar. The area was covered in deep crimson, looking bloody and terrifying. An image of a demonic cultivator appeared above. He was sound asleep. Suddenly he violently opened his eyes, looking extremely terrifying. He yelled, Chongyan. In his crimson-red eyes, the reflection of Lu Chaoga pointing his sword appeared. He roared loudly, Chongyan, my younger brother is dead. The image of Lu Chaoga holding the black sword. A thought immediately flashed through his mind. The person holding the black sword, what killed him was that black sword that had previously slain a demonic creature. That's the guy, the one who used the black sword to cut off Chijio's head. The demonic cultivator stood up. He stretched out his hand. A powerful burst of spiritual energy immediately enveloped him. He yelled angrily, what on earth happened? Didn't I tell you to monitor? Tianji Sanrun. Why did you end up fighting him? What exactly happened? He looked up at the distant sky. His eyes filled with killing intent and suddenly flared up. The surging power seemed ready to tear the space apart. He roared, Tianji Sanrun Momen Lu Chaoga. You will pay a heavy price for this awe. On the open ground 100 miles away, that old man, the pavilion master, was observing the battle with his visual power. He reached out his hand and kept roaring. Dead, my contingency plan is actually dead. That Lu Chaoga, who exactly is he? Seeing the old man's furious expression, Wen Qing was very surprised. She thought the person who came is from Momin. Lu Chaoga, whose fame reaches far across Qingzhou. The image of Lu Chaoga flashed in her mind. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she thought shyly, I have seen his portrait before. That is a face that makes one fall in love for life just by seeing it once. Suddenly she slapped her own face hard, shaking her head repeatedly. She straightened her thoughts. Wen Chang, how can you be seduced by such a handsome appearance? Looking up at the furious pavilion master, she was full of confusion. But according to the intelligence, that Lu Chaoga is only in the third realm. A cultivator who is only in the third realm. Why does the pavilion master need to hide 100 miles away? Wen Chang lowered her face and fell into deep thought. She pondered. Could there be some hidden complication here? And judging by the pavilion master's expression, it seems that Chen Shi or Chong Yan has already been killed by Lu Chaoga. The pavilion master was expressionless and ordered through gritted teeth, go. Wen Qing respectfully replied yes. On Lu Chaoga's side, the strange beast let out bursts of howls. Its mouth was gooey with saliva, looking quite disgusting. He thought, since this fellow has lost its master, it will become even more violent. It struggled violently, even knocking its master's body into the water. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and, witnessing the strange beast open its massive maw and devour its master's body, Lu Chaoga remained calm. He secretly observed, pondering. It immediately chose to devour the master's physical body. Conversely, if it dies, it will also be devoured by its master. As long as I can seize the opportunity. Lu Chaoga kept observing it. His expression was somewhat dejected, and a few beads of sweat still clung to his cheek. He calculated in his mind. In Chongyan's storage ring, there must be many treasures. I can't let it swallow them. But that sword strike has exhausted my spiritual power. I am extremely weak right now. Suddenly a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And he said, but that was all an act. The system immediately popped up. Level up mission complete. Do you wish to claim the reward? With a satisfied expression, Lu Chaoga showed a smug smile and quickly replied, claim level up. A powerful surge of spiritual power rushed forth. Intertwining black and yellow, the spiritual power continuously emanated, tearing the surrounding air, breaking through to the fourth realm. The blue-black sword was gradually slid into its sheath. The moment the hilt and the sheath touched was also the moment the strange beast suffered the blow from that sword style. That previous sword strike was so fast it seemed invisible. Lu Chaoga spoke in a leisurely manner. A strange beast that brings chaos to the world. Slain by a single sword. Fragments continuously appeared. Due to the pressure of that sword strike, the world calamity strange beast was defeated. Lu Chaoga wore a look of satisfaction, watching the strange beast gradually dissipate into the void. He thought, as expected of my fourth realm. The strange beast that felt a bit troublesome just now is now settled with a single sword stroke. Aside. A normal person would say as expected of the fourth realm. But Lu Chaoga says as expected of my own fourth realm. Lu Chaoga's worldview is completely different from ordinary people. He stretched out his hand. The power of water immediately coiled around Lu Chaoga's hand. With a look of satisfaction, he said, the next step is to destroy the corpse, lest some old monster finds its trace. Mo Mendongli, if you seek revenge, I will see this through to the end. Lu Chaoga immediately waved his hand. The power of water surged out instantly, surrounding the exotic beast. The scene was truly illusionary. After destroying the evidence, he held Chongyan's storage ring in his hand. He showed a satisfied smile, then continued. That little steward Dongli. If he saw this, he would definitely be ecstatic, wouldn't he? He turned his head, a radiant smile spread across his face, thinking to himself. So next, I should deal with that resurrected Chen Shi. Meanwhile, Chen Shi was struggling to crawl across the water surface. Veins bulged on his aged face, due to sheer rage. He stretched out his hand, constantly whispering, please. Give me the soul jade. Hand over the soul jade. Lu Chaoga and Xiang Xian watched him. His current appearance was miserable. She spoke up. He has gone mad. He only repeats that one phrase. We won't get any answers from him. Suddenly he glanced at the land, showing a mocking smile. Above the land, commoners and cultivators had rushed over to watch a massive crowd. Lu Chaoja's lips curled slightly, his heart filled with satisfaction. He thought, this disturbance is huge. So many people have gathered here. But this is exactly what I wanted. Interrupting his thoughts, Xiang Xian looked serious. She said, I used spiritual energy to stop them. They can't get any closer. Don't worry, you can do whatever you intend. Hearing this, he nodded gently, responding, thank you. Fellow Taoist. Suddenly Xiang Xian blushed. She turned her head away. Feeling a hint of displeasure internally, she asked, do you still need to thank me? Seeing her sulk, he reached out and patted her head, coaxing her with a smile, you've worked hard. His attitude changed rapidly like a turning vane. He put on an icy expression and spoke to Chen Qi, you want the soul jade, is that right? Then I ask you, have you ever recalled Mo Men? His face was gaunt and looked extremely miserable, yet full of hatred. He responded with difficulty, Mo Men, what Mo Men? Lu Chaoga maintained a calm demeanor. Lu Chaoga frowned slightly and asked again, what exactly happened back then? Chen Qi, acting like a lunatic, had a face full of mockery. He tried to provoke Lu Chaoga, answering excitedly, why don't you guess? Go on, guess. Having reached the limit of his patience, Lu Chaoja's face darkened. His eyes filled with murderous intent. His voice was frigid. Did you truly believe I didn't know? Flashing back to the past. In the scene, Chen Qi walked deviously ahead, while the sect leaders of various schools all respectfully cupped their hands and greeted him. He said, these small, weak and ordinary sects, even if they are wiped out completely, no one will care. Lu Chaoga spoke. Your death back then was a grand performance from the very beginning. The bodies of disciples from various sects littered the path he traveled. The sight was terrifying. Lu Chaoga continued. You wanted to use countless ordinary sects, the lives of those sects you considered mediocre, to complete your secret technique, to set up your false death scheme, and all those people were killed by you. Chen Qi was covered in blood, dressed in a pure white robe. He opened his mouth, showing a cruel smile. Now Chen Qi, hearing himself exposed, showed a panicked expression, his eyes wide, trembling all over. His voice became pleading. No, that's not right, it's wrong. It's impossible for you to know. There's no way you could know this. No one was supposed to know about this. Lu Chaoja's expression turned grim, stepping closer, revealing the secret he had hidden for so long. Not only do I know that, I also know why you faked your death. Chen Qi was hit right where it hurt. His secret was exposed. He could only look up and stare, because he had always believed that what he did, no one knew about. He approached Chen Qi. His words were like a dagger, peeling off every inch of his flesh for outsiders to see. To achieve some goal you have, you became a spy within the sword sect, and faking your death was meant for you to operate in the shadows as a hidden pawn. Chen Qi was struck by the sudden truth, and was forced to retreat repeatedly, avoiding Lu Chaoja's blazing aura. Zhang Xinyan, standing nearby, heard this, and was also shocked. She immediately asked, is that true? Someone of status in the sword sect is a spy? Lu Chaoga showed no emotional reaction, and continued exposing his wickedness. Not only that, but more importantly, he is not the only one. Zhang Xinyan frowned and asked, they have been plotting this for over 10 years. What exactly are they trying to achieve? Lu Chaoga replied helplessly, based on the information I currently have, I don't know either. Lu Chaoga thought to himself, I only found out about these things by chance. He recalled sitting in front of his computer screen, exclaiming, the cultivators of Northern Continent should unite to become strong, shouldn't they? Exposing the secrets of Qingzhou. He moved the mouse and clicked on the news headline, exposed Qingzhou main quest revealed. Then he read aloud, Qingzhou main quest. Although I'm not a player in Qingzhou, it wouldn't hurt to check out their main quest. Just as he clicked to view the details, Chen Qi's picture appeared. He had long white hair, a fierce expression on his face, a mouth full of sharp fangs, his body covered in blood-red veins, and something that looked like a ghoul's eye in the center of his chest. he exclaimed in surprise. Chen Qi, the boss of the first phase. Because they couldn't eliminate him in time, he leveled up past 70 and became this ferocious. These Qingzhou players are lacking, he thought. The background story of Qingzhou's Sword of the Underworld King must involve high-ranking officials in the Sword Sect doing something nefarious. That Chen Qi is a disciple of the Sword Sect, and his resurrection definitely has something to do with the high-ranking officials in the Sword Sect. When I was in the Sword Sect back then, I collected some information about this scoundrel Chen Qi. In order to fake his death, he massacred many people from smaller sects. His deeds are utterly countless and evil. The past Lu Chaoga saw the sensational news and laughed excitedly. Ha! There's a plot like this. This Qingzhou is interesting. Suddenly a notification sound came from the room door. Someone's here. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoga quickly got out of his gaming chair. Thinking she's here, she's quick today. The person who came in from outside was Lin Ali. She was wearing a pair of pink cat ears and a revealing sexy outfit. She asked sweetly, "What are you doing? Did you miss me?" The place where he lived was a spacious, immense mansion, magnificent and luxurious. His voice rang out again every day. "What tricks do you have today?" she excitedly showed off. "This time I brought 3 kinds of stockings. And your favorite cat ears." The flashback ended. Lu Chaoga sighed in disappointment. "It's a shame I was interrupted by Lin Ali then. Otherwise I would have seen more information. If it wasn't for that Catwoman outfit, I wouldn't have succumbed. That woman understands men too well." Chen Qi struggled to stand up, holding one shoulder, his attitude still extremely arrogant. "So what if I am, so what if I'm not?" He glanced to the side and demanded, "Look over there. And get outside the barrier." Several disciples were watching him in astonishment. "I'd like to see if you dare kill a direct disciple like me." Killing the sect master's disciple right in front of the Sword Sect disciples. A disciple thought in astonishment at that moment. That person seems to be senior brother Chen Qi. His eyes were wide open. Cold sweat streamed down his face. Countless questions surfaced in his mind. Senior brother, he's actually still alive. When he realized what was happening, immediately, that disciple rushed over and pounded on the barrier. He shouted loudly, "Sect Leader Lu, please hand that person over to us. Let the Sword Sect handle it." Lu Chaoga's expression was grim. He glanced at them. He didn't speak, seeing this Chen Qi gloatingly believed Lu Chaoga wouldn't dare do anything to him. He warned again in a contemptible tone, "Do you see they've already found me? If you dare mess around." Suddenly a flash of swordlight quickly slashed through, splattering black blood across his body. A long wound now marked his chest. The lightning-fast move allowed him to be attacked without him having noticed a thing. He painfully covered his chest with his hand, retreating quickly and cautiously. Only now did he realize how cheap his life was. He tried again to intimidate Lu Chaoga with a threatening tone, "You have some nerve. A really big one. Do you truly dare kill me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword tip immediately pressed against his vulnerable neck. His expression was calm, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. He even used Chen Qi's own earlier just to mock him in return. Guess. The disciples outside were terrified when they saw the scene. Everyone's face froze stiffly as they struggled to shout. What is Sect Leader Lu trying to do? How dare he strike the sect master's disciple? Does he truly dare? They continuously pounded hard on the barrier, shouting loudly until their throats were raw just to stop him. Sect Leader Lu, stop immediately. Stop it. Sect Leader Lu, do you know what you are doing? Lu Chaoga didn't care at all. He still firmly pointed the sword straight at Chen Qi. He spoke. Now do you understand my resolve? He roared furiously like a lunatic, putting on airs. If you've got the guts, kill me. He had no time to argue with him. He said decisively, you are not afraid of death. Nor are you afraid of harming your reputation. It seems someone has placed a restriction on your spirit. One of his eyes flickered with a bright light. He immediately activated the heart sword technique. He was startled severely. Internally terrified and panicking, this is bad. He found out. Immediately afterward, Chen Qi was pulled into a dimension, a dark red space, surrounded by Lu Chaoga's terrifying demonic energy. His sharp glowing eyes stared straight at him. Let me see. Exactly who placed this restriction? That makes you so apprehensive. Chen Shi fell into the range of the heart sword. His entire body felt as if it were about to be overwhelmed by the pressure of the aura. Below him was the golden glowing mind-reading eye. He screamed in agony. No, don't, please don't. Jiang Xinyan suddenly sensed something. She glanced to the side and called out, Chauga. Someone is coming. It's a great sword cultivator. He heard it and instantly changed his expression. Clutching his head, he laughed wildly in defiance. Ha ha ha. Lu Chauga, you dare not kill me now. And you dare not look further. Chen Shi at this moment was like a deranged madman. A smug, sinister grin played on his lips. Otherwise the Momin sect will be expelled from the Tianxian realm. If you dare lay a hand on me, annihilation of your sect will be your fate. Frowning, his eyes looked at Chen Shi like a filthy bug. He thought the heart sword cannot be tricked. It truly lacks the ability to inspect or evaluate the spirit, only the power to destroy it. Jiang Xinyan was somewhat worried. She looked at him softly and called out, Chauga. He just turned his head and nodded to her. She immediately became more resolute than ever. She had already made up her mind. I understand. No matter what decision you make, I will stand by you. At this moment he was extremely serious, detailing all the crimes he had committed. Do you know? Because of your schemes, many people in the Mo sect lost their lives. Strictly speaking, these people, some were my martial uncles. Some I even had to call grandmaster. Then he coldly walked past him. He closed his eyes and continued speaking. And precisely because of you, the Mo sect suffered a devastating blow back then. I don't want to hear this nonsense. Chen Shi was still the same. Not a shred of remorse could be seen on his face. He even deliberately used foul language to provoke him. Even if they lose many more people, they are just petty subordinates. Lu Chauga did not care about the words he uttered. He continued to recount the consequences of his foolish actions. What's important is that my father lived a very tiring life. Some people in this world think simply. They don't take all responsibilities upon themselves. But my father was not like that. Past memories suddenly resurfaced. The scene returned to a man kneeling before an altar, covered with countless memorial tablets. Lu Chauga calmly narrated the weaker the Mo sect became, the greater he felt his responsibility was. Then he recalled a scene from his childhood. He stood alone at the entrance of the ancestral hall, peering inside. Every year when we came to the ancestral hall to worship, after we finished kowtowing, my mother would take me and Xiao Lizi away, leaving my father there alone. The more he remembered, the more melancholic and sad he became. His eyes lowered, full of worries. His voice also dropped. It was obvious that he was someone who had much to say. He had endless things to say even in the ancestral master's hall. Perhaps it was self-reproach. Perhaps he felt he had let down his benevolent teacher. Chen Shi could not listen anymore. He suddenly turned around and roared a threat. Stop saying these useless things. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, when the senior from the sword sect arrives, you won't even have time to run away. Having said all he needed to say, he was seen using his pitch-black magic to summon a powerful sword. Then he said clearly and forcefully, "That's why I don't care what status you hold." Upon seeing this, his eyes widened and his face turned pale. He screamed in fear, Do you really dare to kill me? Just then, from a distance, someone was rapidly flying closer, radiating an immensely powerful aura. He shouted a warning, "Stop." Jiang Xinyan nearby also summoned her weapon. She shouted, "Earth Realm 5th Heaven." Suddenly, a horizontal slash of sword light appeared in the space. And this was the end. The final sword strike ending Chen Shi's life. A sinner. Lu Chauga struck as fast as lightning, as if he had just killed a fly. He stated firmly, "I am nothing more than a son who simply wants to seek justice for his father." This astonishing incident immediately caused the comments section to explode. "Oh my god, so cool, so cool. I already found this guy annoying. This drawn-out anticipation was killing me. Is being the disciple of the sword sect master a big deal? Lu Chauga, the greatest under heaven, truly my man. Too cool and getting fired up." A woman who was watching the live broadcast shouted excitedly, "Ah, kill me now. Kill me now." Two men here also exclaimed one after another, "So cool, so cool. So what if he was the disciple of the sword sect master? Execute without mercy." The disciples standing outside the barrier having witnessed the scene, began discussing it amongst themselves. He killed him, Sect Master Lu really struck. He killed the disciple of the sword Sect Master. So Chen Shi's invitation back then was actually a conspiracy. 3 martial uncles from our Plum Blossom sect went at that time. A demon cultivator even appeared just now. Perhaps Chen Shi has already colluded with the demon cultivators. Pei Chanxian was equally surprised. She widened her eyes, covering her mouth with her hand, thinking that martial uncle Lu was truly audacious. But then she stood with her hands on her hips, a very happy smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Come to think of it, I'm starting to like this martial uncle more and more. When we reach Northern Prefecture, martial uncle Lu better give me an even bigger surprise. The person who flew over to intercept them just now had now landed on the water surface. The pressure of his aura stirred up waves. Of great magnitude, he roared angrily, how presumptuous. That person unleashed his aura again, projecting deterrence. Raising his voice, he shouted, "This elder told you to stop, yet you still dare to continue." Lu Chaoga raised his hand to block the enormous pressure. Frowning, he thought, what a rich aura. Is this what a great cultivator feels like? Jiang Xinyan immediately stepped in front of him, tightly gripping her long spear and sweeping it diagonally. That aura instantly dispersed. He was slightly surprised, quietly calling out in his heart, Xinyan. The man who had just appeared was precisely Qin Tai, the sword sect deacon. He was furious, having just entered the 6th realm, and her realm hasn't even fully stabilized yet. She dares to. Without waiting for him to finish, she immediately executed a technique. Her long spear was now enveloped by a powerful demonic energy. Her gaze was fiery. She snorted firmly, then charged forward. As soon as the move was unleashed, it kicked up a fierce gale, agitating the entire area. Within that gale, violent red and black lightning appeared. It rushed toward its delicious prey like a fierce tiger, then charged straight towards Qin Tai, causing water to splash and spray everywhere. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the world. He had no choice but to retreat quickly to avoid the dangerous blow. Struggling to maintain his balance on the water surface, he defended himself with his arms crossed in front of his chest, frowning deeply, his eyes showing clear astonishment. He thought she's actually a body cultivation spear user. But just a single move from Jiang Xinyan was enough to make Qin Tai's hands tremble. A body cultivation spear user. Even if my realm is higher than hers, I am definitely no match for her. He spoke aggressively, questioning loudly. Who are you? The Mo sect is an affiliated sect of my sword sect. Why are you interfering in the affairs of my sword sect? Upon hearing this, she directly stated her name, Chuanqiu Mountain. Jiang Xinyan. The disciples of the sword sect who witnessed this scene all cried out in astonishment. Deacon Qin Tai was repelled by a single move. That clothing and ornamentation. It seems to belong to a sword sect deacon. Disciples from other sects clicked their tongues in wonder. She rendered a sword sect deacon speechless with just one move. That beautiful senior is truly impressive. I wonder, what exactly is her relationship with Lu Chaoga? Qin Tai recognized the name, and his face clearly darkened. He was filled with doubt. Thinking Jiang Xinyan of Chuanqiu Mountain. I remember the rumors said she was only in the 5th realm. Why is she already broken through to the 6th realm now? If Chuanqiu Mountain intervenes in this matter, things will become much more troublesome. After a long deliberation, he said self-righteously, this is a matter between my sword sect and our affiliated Mo sect. It has nothing to do with Chuanqiu Mountain. But deep down he was reassuring himself. The 4 great sects are equal in power. I don't need to fear her. I just need to make sure she has no reason to act. But contrary to his expectations, Jiang Xinyan was extremely resolute, refusing firmly to back down, and solemnly declared, Chaoga and I are cultivation partners. His affairs and the Mo sect's affairs are my affairs. He, standing behind, saw the beautiful woman protecting him, and smugly smiled. Upon hearing this reply, Qin Tai widened his eyes. Utterly astonished. Cultivation partners. The sword sect disciples were also dumbfounded. Cultivation partners. He was completely bewildered. As if this were an elaborate joke. His heart was filled with extreme doubt. Why would a cultivator in the 6th realm, who practices body cultivation style spearmanship, be the cultivation partner of Lu Chaoga, who is only in the 4th realm? All the disciples were left speechless. Everyone was filled with doubt. Could this be a hoax? No way such a beautiful and powerful woman could actually be Sect Master Lu's Dao companion. If it were some kind of relationship based on mutual benefit, they might find it slightly more believable. Qin Tai stopped dwelling on the matter and immediately returned to the core issue. Chen Shi is a true disciple of my sword sect, and also the personal pupil of the sect master. Since he has bowed his head and confessed his guilt, why not hand him over to my sword sect for disposition? Lu Chaoga heard this vague proposal, and immediately raised his voice asking how exactly will you handle him? Qin Tai felt as if he were being interrogated, and yelled angrily, I will take him back to the sect, and naturally the sect laws will take care of him. Lu Chaoga's mouth curved slightly upward. He knew better than anyone that this was just an empty promise. He mocked inwardly. Interesting. How is this kind of sect law different from those relevant departments that were currently investigating in my previous life? Sect laws taking care of him. Many revered seniors of my MO men met a miserable end at his hands. Can sect laws taking care of him repay this blood debt? The surrounding space gradually fell silent. Neither side moved an inch, staring at the other, neither willing to yield. Only the river water flowed ceaselessly. Qin Tai frowned at this point, and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Humph. Do the young people nowadays only know how to hide behind women? Lu Chaoga immediately threw his words back at him. He gently nudged Jiang Xinyan aside, saying, Junior Sister Xinyan, please move slightly to the side. This way I won't be considered hiding behind you. Jiang Xinyan complied and moved to one side. Qin Tai was enraged and growled, You. Now it was Lu Chaoga's turn to counterattack. Maintaining a solemn and imposing posture, he decisively unleashed a rapid torrent of words. You say you want to take Qin Shi back to the sect, to accept the handling of sect laws. Then let me tell you the rules of the sword sect. The sword sect rule states, he who practices evil ways and indulges in necromancy shall be executed. Qin Tai was stunned into silence upon hearing this, unable to formulate a single word of rebuttal. Yet Lu Chaoga still held the advantage, launching a fierce assault, using the very laws that the sword sect itself upholds. One who sacrifices sword cultivators of Qinzhou and uses secret techniques to resurrect themselves shall be executed. Qin Tai's eyes widened further, his pupils contracting, and the lines on his face tightened noticeably. Lu Chaoga's voice did not cease, but continued to echo in all directions. Everyone present heard clearly. At the bottom of the Wen River still lie the remains of those he killed. Demonic outsiders bring calamity everywhere, and since we sword cultivators have witnessed it, they shall be executed, carrying all the accumulated hatred. He declared even more resolutely. One who conspires with the demon cultivators of the Purple Moon Society, intending to coordinate internal and external action, and attack our righteous path shall be executed. I actually hope Your Excellency can tell me, which rule dictates that I cannot kill him? Am I forbidden from killing him? Qin Tai was left speechless, because every word Lu Chaoga spoke complied with human ethics and morality. He could only stammer, You are just. Lu Chaoga refused to yield, his eyes burning brightly as he looked straight ahead, and stated firmly, Since my conscience is clear, why can I not in front of everyone execute him right here and now? His presence became transcendent, standing there blocking the streaming sunlight. His eyes, like two brilliant gems in the darkness, declared resonantly, My conscience is clear. If I want to kill, I will kill. He waved his hand to the side, and from beneath the water's surface, something shot out like lightning. Its form too fast to distinguish, until it settled firmly into Lu Chaoga's hand. It was a sword. He spoke, Leave. A sword for him. For the destiny sword to return to the sword mound. This is my gesture of respect towards the sword sect, as the sect master of Mo Men. Then without hesitation he threw it in front of Qin Tai, and uttered a sentence full of deeper meaning. If he was worthy of entering the Jianzhong. His face turned blue with fury, just staring intensely at the object beneath his feet, his voice trembling with rage. You. The surrounding crowd was already abuzz with noise. They say that on the flying swords of Jianzhong disciples, a spell is inscribed. The flying sword returned to ruin art. Once activated, the flying sword automatically returns to the Jianzhong when the owner dies. But Chen Shi's flying sword was not like that. To be precise, he had already erased the spell. It turns out that Chen Shi no longer needed the title of a Jianzong disciple. He was just using the status for convenience. How could Qingtai possibly listen to such words? No matter how true they sounded, in his eyes they were nothing but nonsense. The outer sect disciples were extremely angry, loudly scolding Chun-Chi for betrayal and treachery. Slaughtering fellow disciples, how was he qualified to return to the Jianmen? He even colluded with demon cultivators. How many of our fellow disciples did he kill? Sect Master Lu spoke excellently. This kind of scum. He deserved to be killed. It's truly disgusting. It's unbelievable that anyone would still speak up for someone like Chun-Chi. Lu Chaoga had achieved his goal. Even his smile looked thoroughly satisfied. He thought, you want to stand on the moral high ground, preventing my Tingyan from making a move. In that case I will make you suffer. A complete moral defeat. He used their own methods against them. However, faced with the universal approval of his actions, he became even more enraged, grinding his teeth and saying, "Good, good, excellent." Fury had ignited within his heart. As the Jianzong deacon in Qingzhou, when have I ever endured such humiliation? This brat truly has no respect for others. Qingtai's gaze seemed to turn into bullets, ready to shoot the person in front of him at any moment. But under the scrutiny of everyone present, he could only concede to Sect Master Lu. Since that is the case, you must return to the Jianzong with me. How about that? Since Chun-Chi died by your hand, then you must personally explain the situation clearly to the sect master. Zhang Tingyan had been listening nearby, and realizing he intended to take Lu Chaoga away, she stepped forward, pointed her sharp sword tip straight ahead, and strongly refuted him. I don't think that's necessary. He was startled, stepping back sharply, gritting his teeth and blurting out, "You." When Pei Chanxian saw the scene, she frowned, looking worried. This is bad. If I don't go down there, Marshal Ant Jiang might actually kill that old guy. If the Jianzong and Xuanxiushan start fighting, that would be terrible. As soon as the thought finished, she flew down from high above, cupped her hands slightly, and greeted him politely. Pei Chanxian, holy maiden of Xuanxiushan, pays respects to this Jianzong senior. Qingtai was somewhat surprised by her appearance. Before he could raise a question, she spoke first to provide the answer. This junior is traveling with Marshal Uncle Lu, and senior, you cannot take Marshal Uncle Lu away, because the Shangshi, my master, has already sent me a message. My master wants to meet Marshal Uncle Lu. Hearing what Pei Chanxian said, Qingtai was immediately stunned. The Shangshi is renowned alongside the Jianzuan. Compared to the status of a sect master, the Shangshi ranks even higher. He actually wants to meet this brat. Even Lu Chaoga, the protagonist of the story, felt doubtful, turning his head to look at her, confusion on his face. Is that true? She just smiled playfully and winked, gesturing to him. Lu Chaoga understood instantly, and he laughed triumphantly, secretly praising her in his heart. Good girl. You learned to fabricate stories from me so quickly. Excellent. How could Qingtai know this was simply a blatant fabrication? Even if he was furious now, he had to suppress it. His face looked terrible, as if he had eaten chili peppers. He was full of resentment. Damn it. How is the Shangshi's disciple here? And I can't use the name of the Jinzuan to counter this. He then tightly gripped Chun-Chi's sword, and in that moment, he put the item away into another dimension. He forced himself to remain calm and replied, I will report this matter truthfully to the sect, and everything will depend on the sect master's decision. Having said that, he turned and walked away. But he didn't forget to glance at Lu Chaoga, his eyes filled with burning, killing intent, gritting his teeth. He was consumed by indignation. If the sect master specifically requests to see you, you cannot refuse again, no matter what. Filled with anger, he had no choice but to concede and leave. Behind him, Lu Chaoga chuckled smugly. Qingtai also quickly flew away in the end. Deep hatred had already taken root in his heart. But with so many people watching here, my old reputation is completely ruined in Qingzhou. Qingtai did not know that his reputation was ruined not just in the Tianqian realm, but also on Earth. The live stream screen became lively again. He finally left. That old bastard actually wanted to capture our sword sex Chaoga. How outrageous. I can't believe Xinyan is Lu Chaoga's cultivation partner. I'm heartbroken. Lu Chaoga is still so handsome. That villainous scoundrel was killed without hesitation. Everyone remember that old bastard's face. Definitely do not apprentice under him. Boycott that old geezer. Disciples from other sects were also discussing animatedly. Amidst the clamor within our sword sect, a traitor actually appeared. Although he killed one of our own, I still think he looked incredibly cool just now. If you want to be a villain, be a villain. Why provoke the chosen one? The players of the sword sect also quickly sided with Lu Chaoga, while the disciples of the Mo sect, they were overjoyed and loudly shouting with excitement. Our sect master is truly too handsome. Our sect master has always been handsome. I'm used to it. As a disciple of the Mo sect, you must stand firm when faced with any handsome moment from the sect master. The players from Chuanxiu Mountain were also laughing happily. Everyone enthusiastically supportive. Jiang Xinyan and Lu Chaoga actually became cultivation partners. I approve of this marriage. Love, love, love. I've locked down this CP ship and I swallowed the key. Actually no. Let's send Pei Qianqian over too. Xian Bagu was staring at the image of Lu Chaoga on the screen, alongside Jiang Xinyan and Pei Qianqian, finding it very amusing. Qian Bagu laughed happily. Finally I can film Lu Chaoga up close. But suddenly, under the influence of a certain power, he was teleported away. Fierce winds raged around him and fallen leaves swirled everywhere. By the time he realized what had happened, Qian Bagu was already standing in an unfamiliar forest. He looked around shouting in panic, "Ah! How did I get here?" It turned out he had entered the Tianshan realm. Other players saw him and cheered in surprise. "Are you the guy who was live streaming just now? Tell us quickly. What was it like live streaming from Lu Chaoga's flying artifact? Was it awesome? Take me with you next time, bro. I also want to see my husband up close." Surrounded and praised by the crowd, he felt extremely excited. He grinned widely, muttering to himself, is this what it feels like to go viral? This is amazing. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly on his side and said, "Let's leave this place first. I need to find a spot to adjust my body and solidify my current cultivation realm." Pei Qianqian suddenly widened her eyes, greatly surprised. She thought to herself, Uncle Master Lu is finally acting like a human being, breaking through to the 10th stage in one go. If he didn't retreat to consolidate, what would separate him from a monster? Subsequently, the three of them stood upon his enormously shaped artifact and rapidly sped across the azure sky. He gazed down from high altitude, completely at ease. Gazing at the brilliant sunlight, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Secluded cultivation. Why would I need secluded cultivation? The corner of his mouth curled up involuntarily, full of deeper meaning. He continued his internal monologue alone. It was simply because the system rewards were simply too abundant. I had to find a secluded spot to properly receive all these rewards. Deep within the vast mountains and lush forests, inside a spacious cave, Pei Qianqian was sitting inside. She folded her arms, showing her displeasure because the saintess of Chuanxiu Mountain and a fourth realm cultivator were guarding her. No one else in the world could receive such treatment. It doesn't matter. After all, being able to eat the delicious food personally prepared by martial Uncle Lu made everything worthwhile. Jiang Xinyan beside her was constantly worrying. Her eyes were fixed on the depths of the cave. I wonder if Chaoga broke through too quickly. If his foundation is unstable, the loss would outweigh the gain. Seeing this, Pei Qianqian couldn't help but laugh and teased her aloud. Is Martial Aunt Jiang worried about Martial Uncle Lu? I've never seen Martial Aunt Jiang worry about anyone like this before. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan nodded in agreement. Yes. My mind is unsettled. I never had a person like this in my heart before. Hearing Jiang Xinyan's sincere thoughts, Pei Qianqian smiled brilliantly and offered reassurance. Martial Aunt Jiang, you don't need to worry too much. Martial Uncle Lu is an extraordinary person. This minor breakthrough in cultivation, for him, must be nothing more than a trivial matter. Jiang Xinyan appreciated the comfort and softly replied, "Thank you." Just those two words caused Pei Qianqian to widen her eyes and shock her hand, lightly covering her mouth. She inwardly gasped, "Oh my God!" Martial Aunt Jiang said thank you. Someone as aloof as a celestial fairy was actually saying thank you to her. Pei Qianqian's eyes shimmered, filled with admiration, as she looked at the gentle woman before her and sighed. Is this the power of love? It's truly formidable, the power of love. Deep inside the profound stone cave, Lu Chaoga was sitting cross-legged, his expression serious. He remained silent. The system panel kept popping up notifications: promotion quest completed. Settle rewards now. Main questline: Qinzhou Sword Underworld King kill leaders of the True Qi realm. Progress reached 10%. For killing the ferocious beast Tualuo. 500,000 EXP awarded. For killing the ferocious beast Black-tailed beast. 600,000 EXP awarded. For killing the demonic cultivator Chongyan. 600,000 EXP awarded. For killing the evil cultivator Chunqi. 1 million EXP awarded. He looked at the generous rewards and smiled happily. Not bad at all. Just by eliminating these leaders, the system directly granted him 27 million EXP. This time can only be described as a massive profit. He leveled up 10 times in one go. The EXP was still accumulating. Lu Chaoga gently tapped the system screen, and then said, submit the main quest line first. This thing seems to require a waiting time for settlement. The system displayed another notification. Main quest line: Qinzhou Sword Underworld King. Completion progress exceeds 10%. Congratulations to all players for completing Phase 1. Rewards will be distributed in 48 hours. When he received this message, he said contentedly, 48 hours, just like in my previous life. The settlement of the main questline involves many characters, so the allocation ratio and data retrieval time will also increase. However, at the very moment Lu Chaoga clicked to submit the quest, the entire Tianqian realm was ignited. From that small crack in the mountain, a brilliant golden radiance burst forth, spreading throughout the heavens and earth. The blue system panel appeared. It displayed the main quest clues for the Qinzhou mission. Jianming Wang. Completion progress has exceeded 10%. Congratulations to all players. You have completed the first phase. Rewards will be distributed after 48 hours. It seemed that these notifications were sent to all players. No matter what they were doing, or where they were, they could receive them. Someone was eating noodles but couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They were alarmed and astonished. The entire region was discussing this heatedly. The main quest clue was already 10% complete. So fast, how is that possible? When I checked yesterday, there was no progress at all. What exactly happened? Even Chen Bugu was extremely surprised. He shouted, what in the world is going on? The surrounding crowd became restless again. What miracle occurred? Wow, am I dreaming? The progress is already 10% complete. Is it going to be settled soon? Suddenly Chen Bugu seemed to understand something. So he raised his arm and announced loudly, I know what happened. He raised his head high. Once again, firmly and powerfully, he stated his opinion for everyone to hear. It was Sect Master Lu Chunqi is a sword cultivator resurrected from the dead. Isn't he Jianming Wang? Sect Master Lu killed the boss. He single-handedly advanced the main storyline, the clue for our main quest. The crowd listened to Qian Bugus' words, and immediately felt he made a lot of sense. Now that you mention it, it certainly seems to be the case. Jianming Wang was someone resurrected from the dead. His sword Dao cultivation was truly amazing. I never expected Sect Master Lu to revitalize Qinzhou all by himself. The other states must be very envious. That is truly incredible. He let everyone gain free experience points. Seeing his opinion receive such a massive and enthusiastic response, he puffed up with pride. He chuckled smugly, secretly proud in his heart. As Sect Master Lu's professional photographer, I certainly haven't lost out at all. I get to be cheered and supported again. Everyone was fond of him, lifting him high like a king. Qian Bugu felt immensely satisfied deep down. The feeling of being championed by others was wonderful. The crowd praised him excitedly. Brother, we'll have to trouble you in the future. Please film more videos of Sect Master Lu, and take photos of the protagonist. The world of Qinzhou. It all depends on you, buddy. At this moment, the Tianqian realm was discussing heatedly those intense trending topics. When will the other states recover? Qinzhou trending news. Lu Chaoga single-handedly broke the 10% main quest progress barrier. Heard Lu Chaoga is coming to Beizhou. Can our Beizhou main quest be completed too? Lu Chaga and Zhang Xinyan stock come vote. Chen Qi the traitor of Jianzhong. I vow to never live under the same sky as you. Jianzhong covered up the embarrassing incident. His hand was gently scrolling through the latest news posted on the system. He leisurely stroked his chin. A smile of satisfaction with the current situation appeared on his lips. He said contentedly, 10 trending posts. All 10 are related to me. This is the prestige that we Sons of Destiny ought to have. The system panel appeared before him. The yellow screen displayed the following text. Main quest Jian Mingwang. Progress 10, unlocking rewards in progress. Waiting time 47 hours. 45 minutes and 34 seconds. He gazed at it. His voice grew low. What a pity I still have to wait 2 days. I can only claim the others first. The system displayed a notification: mission completed. Level up reward settle now. 2 options appeared below: yes, no. Lu Chaoga reached out and decisively pressed the yes button. He said, like this orange tier basic mission. The yellow screen reappeared. According to the system's evaluation, your completion level for this mission is rank and you will receive 24 million reward points. Experience points. Seeing such a generous reward, he couldn't hide his excitement. This is incredible. They actually gave 24 million experience points. Killing Chen Qi only yielded 1 million. The various rewards kept popping up. Next is the cooperative mission's rank completion, allowing you to claim a mysterious reward. Below are still the 2 options: yes or no. Lu Chaoga was already too accustomed to receiving these granted items. After completing a challenge, he said it's the same as always. Orange level cooperative missions all have mysterious rewards. The enlightenment coupon was at level 10, the replication coupon was at level 20, and the sword intent upgrade coupon was at level 30. He couldn't help but flash a cunning smile, his eyes darting around. He spoke with a tone full of curiosity and anticipation. So what will level 40 have? Suddenly something occurred to him, and he abruptly widened his eyes, guessing excitedly. Right now only my intrinsic divine ability, Heart Sword, is still at level 2. Unless this mysterious reward is an intrinsic divine ability upgrade coupon. No, I can't wait any longer. He immediately reached out to make a selection, then muttered 8, 9, 10. If that's the case, I need to check the sword first. I'll upgrade the Heart Sword once first. The system displayed a prompt upgrade. Heart Sword requires 4 million experience points. Do you wish to upgrade? Seeing the required exchange amount, Lu Chaoga was ecstatic. He now had more than enough to pay. In his hand he held a glowing sphere, filled with experience points. He smugly stated, 4 million isn't much. The next level will probably require 8 million. After upgrading the ability, he immediately used it, shouting upgrade. Instantly his eyes flickered with a magical light. Heart Sword LV2 was upgraded to Heart Sword LV3. A deep crimson aura violently erupted, surging even outside the cave to where the 2 women were waiting. This forced them to raise their hands to shield themselves. When Zhang Xinyan saw this, her heart was filled with joy. She smiled and inwardly cheered. Cheaja's intrinsic divine ability has broken through again. Pei Chanshan, however, was astonished. This senior uncle Lu's intrinsic divine ability. In front of her at this moment, a scorching giant eye appeared, gazing down at the woman below. It was a menacing gaze, as if intending to incinerate anyone into ashes. Pei Chanshan's cultivation level was close to Cheaja's, so the sight she witnessed was different from Zhang Xinyan's. It was terror originating from the divine rank. The pressure made her breathless. She tightly covered her pale face, confirming in her heart, so senior Uncle Lu really isn't human. Afterwards she showed an unpleasant expression, asking helplessly and doubtfully, in this world who would break through their intrinsic divine ability while maintaining a stable cultivation stage? Can this even be called a stable stage? Who breaks through after already stabilizing? Then she looked at Zhang Xinyan beside her and asked Senior Uncle Jiang, what rank is Senior Uncle Lu's intrinsic divine ability at now? She gently turned around and calmly replied, level 3. Upon hearing this, Pei Chanshan was even more shocked. She stammered, level 3 when we came down the mountain earlier. I still thought I could beat Senior Uncle Lu, which is why I dared to challenge him. Senior Uncle even boasted and made a bet. But now in this instant, Her expression turned serious, frowning. She asked bluntly, Senior Uncle Jiang, between the current Senior Uncle Lu and me, who exactly is stronger? Jiang Xinyan heard this and immediately replied, if you don't use secret techniques, you probably won't be his match. She thought to herself, after all, you are a disciple of the Saint Master, with extremely high talent. If he were just an ordinary level 4, I would have already removed the word probably. But she didn't know when to stop and continued to press for an answer. What if I use a secret technique then? She was very serious now, answering with a hint of anger. Shanshan, the Saint Master must have warned you that unless absolutely necessary, you shouldn't use secret techniques carelessly, to avoid backlash. Pei Shanshan was slightly startled. She forced a smile, patting Jiang Xinyan's shoulder, trying to lighten the mood. I know, I was just asking. Then she leaned closer to Martial Aunt Jiang's ear and whispered, does that martial uncle have any trump cards or secret techniques? Because I've never seen any until now. Tell me secretly. Jiang Xinyan simply closed her eyes and replied concisely, I don't know. She looked surprised again and shouted, you two are intimate partners. Don't you know any of his secrets? Hearing this, she instantly blushed, shyly feigning a denial. Intimate partners, what are you saying? What nonsense are you talking about? Pei Shanshan pressed her luck, smiling slyly, teasing, oh, you and that martial uncle. You too. Jiang Xinyan immediately flew into a rage, her eyes turning crimson, staring straight at her, which terrified her into stillness. Pei Qianqian, realizing her fear, she quickly covered her mouth with both hands, reminding herself shouldn't have said that. But Jiang Xinyan's face was still flushed red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. She thought to herself, Chaga has never forced me regarding that aspect of things, but I don't know what he truly thinks. Her expression became incredibly gentle, muttering softly, does he really look forward to that day? At this moment, Lu Chaoga inside the cave had a streak of blood flowing from both eyes. He let out a long breath. Phew, it's finally over. He lightly touched his tired face, thinking, my eyes felt like they were about to explode. Luckily I am the chosen one. If it were anyone else, they definitely couldn't handle it. He wiped away the bright red blood. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm just a little curious. Right now I can only see the heart sword when using my full power. So what will I see with the divine ability? He slowly lowered his head and tightly closed his eyes. He decisively said, let's try it. He then unleashed his technique. His eyes immediately lit up. Intense aura radiated outwards. The aura erupted from his body like a volcano, filling the entire cave, as if it would erode all living things, including the soil and rocks here. The two women outside were once again suppressed by the pressure. In the face of that astonishing burst of spiritual power, they both felt like helpless ants. Jiang Xinyan widened her eyes, her face full of shock, lamenting internally, the momentum of breaking through to the divine ability is too fierce. Chayaja's innate divine ability has broken through again, in such a short period. Pei Chanshan, on the other hand, was struggling greatly. She was trying hard to hold on, her expression gradually turning grim. She frowned deeply. It hurt so much. Martial Uncle Lu's innate divine ability is truly too powerful. It was only then that Jiang Xinyan suddenly noticed the person next to her was greatly affected, so she stepped forward and hugged her tightly, comforting her. Chanshan, steady your mind, she weakly replied. She then abruptly turned her head and looked into the cave, secretly wondering, no, this isn't right. Chaoga always acts with great consideration. Why would he suddenly disregard others and unleash his divine ability like this? Looking at the scorching red and yellow light, Jiang Xinyan became increasingly worried about him. What exactly happened inside? As for Lu Chaoga, he was currently immersed in his own violent aura. Only a burst of light like sunshine could be seen, illuminating the entire formerly dark cave. His eyes turned golden yellow. A look of astonishment unconsciously appeared on his face and he stammered, What is this? He saw that he was located within a strange space, filled with green lines. It was twisted and coiled, appearing extremely terrifying and disgusting. Suddenly an orange-yellow eyeball appeared in the distance. It was staring straight at him. It looked just like the eye of some giant that had been sealed in this area. Tentacles gradually began to appear around them, They extended and moved everywhere. This scene was simply like a nightmare. The creatures here are truly savage. Seeing them approach ready to attack, Lu Chaoga immediately waved his hand and grabbed a tentacle. He growled, "What is this thing? How dare it strike at me?" But he immediately had to let go again. He cried out, "Hiss, that's hot." His palm was red and burning painfully because of it. Those creatures kept attacking him, forcing him to retreat cautiously, vigilantly, observing every corner of this strange space. Lu Chaoga was struck in the eye and cried out in pain. Then he quickly narrowed his eyes. He was enraged now. "Damn it, do you think you're great just because you have numbers?" Then he gently unleashed his technique, and shattered their dangerous barrier. He raised his voice and challenged, "Let's see whose numbers are greater." However, at this moment, the surrounding space had returned to normal, and the tentacles in that terrifying eyeball were gone. Lu Chaoga furrowed his brow. Extremely puzzled by the situation he had just been in, he said blankly, "They're gone." He was thrown into a passive state, unable to determine what he had just experienced. He mused to himself, "What exactly was that thing just now? I never saw that thing in my previous life, nor have I heard about it on the player forums." He gradually became more serious and cautious, speculating, could it be related to my heartsword? Innate ability. The higher the level I break through, will I see things I've never encountered before? Seeing. His palm still red from the scorching touch of the tentacle earlier, Lu Chaoga became even more certain of his hypothesis. Although he didn't know what it was, he was certain that it was real. Perhaps Tiangshuanji is not just a simple game. He pondered the origin of Tiangshuanji, and suddenly realized something. Initially, when the game Tiangshuanji appeared, no company was involved in its operation, nor were there any advertisements. Everything relied on word of mouth among players, and it eventually became globally popular. Yet beneath this popularity, no one seemed to know where it came from. But this only made him more interested. A strange smile tugged at his lips and he whispered, "I see." Then Lu Chaoga activated the spirit